Perhaps he had slept for too long. Zhuyan felt a violent dizziness, a faint ache pulsing in his head. In a haze, he forced himself to open his eyes, waiting for his vision to slowly come into focus. Zhuyan was not sure whether he had just suffered a nightmare. There had been no images in the dream, only a single voice incessantly blaring, repeating the phrases, "Ability loading complete," and "Congratulations on becoming one of the first beta players." After a brief pause, that same voice inexplicably announced yet another line, "Player, please check your identity badge and ability card." Repeating, "Player, please check your identity badge and ability card." It continued until the words were branded deep into Zhuyan's mind, and only then did the voice of the dream abruptly fall silent. Zhuyan lifted a hand and wiped the cold sweat soaking his forehead. Unlike his other dreams, this one lingered in his memory with unnerving clarity. It felt as though those announcements had truly been broadcast in the real world. Zhuyan got out of bed. His aunt was in the living room watching short videos, the sound from her phone drifting into his ears at just the right volume. According to reliable sources, 200 people in our city have suddenly died at home, all from cardiac arrest. The police have preliminarily ruled out homicide. Indeed, in the past week, the number of sudden deaths in Bailu City had surged, and the circumstances of the corpses were all disturbingly strange. Marketing accounts and news outlets spoke of it incessantly. It even reached the trending lists, so that even someone like Zhuyan, who rarely watched short videos, had heard about it. Players beta tests ability cards. Could these possibly be connected to the recent wave of mass deaths? Zhuyan found his thoughts drifting toward an absurd association. He stepped off the bed and twisted open the wooden door of his room. Aunt! Zhuyan's parents had died early, and his guardians had naturally become his uncle and aunt. His uncle's apartment was tiny, 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom crowding around the living room. On a small sofa, a heavily made-up woman turned her head, her dull eyes peering at Zhuyan through thick lashes. "Since you're awake, get some chores done." She pointed at the broom by the side, then at the front door, the floor, and take out the trash. "Don't be ungrateful. It's all your parents' fault leaving behind such a mess." Zhuyan lifted his eyes and glanced at his aunt, knowing that the best way to shut her up was to obey her orders. He feigned obedience as he tied up the bulging trash bag, and sure enough, his aunt's complaints swerved in another direction. "Your younger brother is quitting cram school starting tomorrow. You'll clear out your room and sleep on the sofa. I found someone to arrange a job for you. When things outside calm down next month, you'll go to work." Zhuyan answered twice in acknowledgement, then carried the trash downstairs. His aunt treated him rather poorly, yet she still provided him with food and let him attend school. In fact, because she scarcely bothered to discipline him, his days were in some respects more carefree than those of his uncle's own son. Zhuyan did not care about such petty orders. As long as this family did not interfere with his upcoming plans, it was fine. He casually tossed the trash into the bin downstairs, then stopped by the delivery station to pick up his university admission notice. According to his aunt's original plan, Zhuyan's only future value was to serve as a blood bag for his younger brother. He was supposed to take the job her acquaintance had arranged for him, enter an electronics factory, and have his wages deposited straight into her bank card. Zhuyan, however, had no intention of complying. He had performed quite well on the college entrance exam, and without telling his aunt, filled in his own preferences, securing admission to a university 1,000 kilometers away. In recent days, he had been working odd jobs to save some money. Taking advantage of the fact that his uncle and aunt were currently too afraid to go out, he planned to slip away in the next day or two. Warm sunlight poured over him, finally dispersing the chill in his heart. With quick practiced motions, Zhuyan tore open the courier package and tucked the envelope from the university into his clothes. Out of habit, he checked the now empty courier bag, and to his surprise discovered something that had been left behind in a corner. "What's this?" In the corner of the bag lay a small black envelope. It was only the size of Zhuyan's palm, seemingly just big enough to hold a bank card. A gilded emblem was printed on the envelope, resembling a tangled ball of yarn, yet carrying a strange sense of rhythm within its chaos. When he pinched it, he felt something hard inside, as though it contained a card and a coin. Could this be a meal card? Zhuyan muttered to himself. After double-checking the bag and confirming nothing else had been left behind, he slipped the small envelope into the pocket of his pants. They actually went with a design like this. So trendy. Zhuyan decided to return home and examine it carefully while hiding in the bathroom. As for the larger envelope with the admission notice and other documents, he had no intention of taking it back upstairs. There was nowhere to hide it at home anyway, or bringing it back would only arouse suspicion. Suppressing his excitement, Zhuyan stepped into the dim stairwell. The corridor of the old tube-style building was far from clean, each landing cluttered with residents' discarded belongings. Zhuyan lived on the 6th and top floor, and at the junction between the 5th and 6th floors stood a mirror covered in dust. The mirror leaned against an old plastic bucket. Zhuyan had checked in advance. Inside the bucket were only some trash and dust, nothing anyone would bother to touch. He crouched down carefully and hid the admission notice inside the bucket so snugly that not a corner showed. The mirror reflected a blurred image of Zhuyan. His black hair, untrimmed for some time, had grown down to his shoulders and was casually tied back into a ponytail. His facial contours were smooth, the outer corners of his eyes tipping up slightly. Beneath those beautiful eyes were a high straight nose and sharply drawn lips that even in their laxity carried a hint of slyness. The only flaw in that face was its half-dead expression, a kind of muted liveliness that seemed capable of erupting into madness at any moment. Zhuyan did not linger before the mirror. After confirming that everything was in order, he hurried upstairs and returned home. What took you so long? His aunt grumbled, her sharp gaze sweeping over him in a quick search. Seeing that he carried nothing suspicious, she relaxed again and absent-mindedly went back to her videos. Zhuyan slipped into the bathroom. He carefully tore open the black envelope and drew out the rigid card inside. The card was black with one side emblazoned in conspicuous scarlet letters. Player ability card. Your ability is roleplay. You possess a talent for performance. You often create alternate accounts online and take on personas of different genders and temperaments to test how people respond to various personalities and genders. This is your instinctive form of self-protection and the very foundation upon which you will move through the Quanghuan Letu. Current ability level LV. 3. Please confirm whether you accept this ability. Once accepted, the stat card will fuse with you. If you do not accept it, the ability will be automatically activated once the instance begins. Note, the instance will begin within 3 hours. Zhuyan's mind went blank for a moment. Then every hair on his body stood on end, an ill omen prickling across his scalp. Quanghuan Letu and the instance. They matched the information from his dream. He had dreamed of an ability card, and upon waking had received that very same object in a way that defied all logic. Could this be the fault of the school? To send a finely crafted hard card, inscribed with some inexplicable text, to a student, Zhuyan instinctively refused to believe it. If it were true, then the implications would be far graver. And if the blame did not lie with the school, who then slipped this contraption into the courier bag? He took out from the small envelope an object as round as a coin and examined it under the faint white glare of the restroom. It was indeed a metallic badge, yet it lacked any design for affixing, such as a pin. Its front was inlaid with a caged bird carved from obsidian, the bird's struggling posture rendered in lifelike detail, with even the tiniest feather at the wingtip clearly visible. A jolt of apprehension struck Zhuyan, as a foreboding feeling deepened within him. The artifact was exquisitely made, reminiscent of pure gold. Could a mere prank really be executed at such a level? Turning the badge over, he discovered that its reverse side was etched with intricate tiny script. The dim restroom light forced Zhuyan to turn on his flashlight, bringing his eyes close as he read line by line. Please note, after receiving the package you have 2 hours to decide whether to become a player, regardless of whether you have actually opened the envelope. Zhuyan understood perfectly. This was likely a rogue clause, meaning that once he retrieved the package the timer would start immediately, whether or not he had seen the badge and its inscription. If you do not make a decision in time, it will be taken as your agreement to become a player. Within 3 hours of confirmation, the novice dungeon will commence at your location. If you agree to become a player, please press and hold the left forefinger on the badge's emblem for 3 seconds. Upon activation, the badge will automatically merge with your body, leaving an indelible mark. If you refuse to become a player, please press and hold the left little finger on the textual side of the badge for 3 seconds. Upon activation, the badge will merge with your body, and you will meet a rather natural demise. A surge of absurdity welled up within Zhuyan, and an intense unease quickened his heartbeat. At first, upon reading about becoming a player and entering a dungeon, he briefly suspected a criminal conspiracy. Yet the prospect of merging with his body and a so-called natural demise instantly evoked memories of those sudden deaths reported in the news. Perhaps he was not the only one to have received such an uncanny badge. After all, it was exceedingly bizarre that over 200 people had died suddenly within just 10 days. Instinctively, Zhuyan checked his phone and found the internet abuzz with myriad speculations, while the police station had yet to release any further investigative results. Raising his hand to press against his wildly pounding heart, Zhuyan shivered, as the escalating public outcry suggested that if the police had definitive findings, they would have already been made public. It had been several days since the investigation began, yet the results remained elusive, either too sensitive to disclose or simply unfathomable to determine. Either way, it clearly underscored the gravity of the issue. If those people truly perished because of the badge, then... Zhuyan's gaze shifted back to the badge, where the caged, struggling black bird stirred an eerie, inexplicable sensation. Does this not suggest that there might be some supernatural force behind the badge? In the dark, sweltering, and humid restroom, Zhuyan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. By the light of his phone's flashlight, he continued reading the text in search of further clues. Of course, you may also press and hold the left middle finger on the badge's front for 3 seconds to access the player forum as a guest. Guest users are limited to browsing and cannot post or comment. Please heed the forum notice as a gesture of care. A direct gateway to the guest forum. This was exactly what he needed. Within the forum, players were bound to divulge some useful information. Zhuyan continued reading until he reached the final line of the badge's inscription. This badge was crafted by Lanhan Ganjidian. Lanhan Ganjidian. This was yet another clue. Perhaps if he could locate that workshop, he might obtain further information. Zhuyan carefully secured the card and pressed his left middle finger on the badge's front. 3 seconds later, a crisp, resonant beep sounded suddenly. Zhuyan was startled and couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it." A shrill voice, undoubtedly his aunt's, immediately pierced through the wooden door. "Why are you cursing? If you dare to damage my things, come out and kneel for punishment." Zhuyan did not reply immediately, for a clear and pleasant electronic female voice overlapped with his aunt's tone. Welcome guests to the player forum. Your guest account will be active for 1 hour and 30 minutes. In an instant, the scene before Zhuyan began to change. Striking red text suddenly appeared in the center of his view, overlaying the narrow grayish water-stained glass door of the shower room. Forum notice: please protect your personal privacy. Do not let others know anything about Kwanghuan Lu 2 or your identity. Zhuyan was stunned. He reached out to touch the words, but his hand met only emptiness. They were neither a projection nor a physical entity, but appeared as if etched directly onto his retina. Zhuyan, did you hear that? His aunt's voice grew even more strident. Zhuyan slipped the badge into his pocket and opened the door to look at her. Aunt, did you just hear something strange? His aunt furrowed her brows. Are you mocking me? Oh, you dare to casually curse at people? You still have the nerve? Zhuyan was certain. His aunt's reaction proved she hadn't heard a thing. Mumbling a hasty apology, he then turned quickly toward his room under the pretext of making space for his younger brother to tidy up. Once inside, he locked the door, leaned against it, and slowly crouched down, gasping for breath. It was all incredibly thrilling. The forum notice before him had vanished, replaced by a page clearly displaying images and text. The layout resembled that of a popular forum. At the very top, the post cover boldly displayed a sentence in black on a white background. Attention newcomers, this is not your imagination. You have not been poisoned by mushrooms. The bold black text stood out starkly. Zhuyan did not click immediately. Instead, he slowly scrolled down. As his gaze reached the bottom, the page began to scroll upward in a surprisingly user-friendly manner. Are there any veteran players? What exactly is Kwanghuan Lu 2? After my sister unfortunately died in the novice dungeon, I assumed her death was just a sudden, ordinary one. Zhuyan read 2 pages. Of 10 posts, 8 were bewildered questions. He hesitated, then scrolled back and found the thread titled Newcomers, Please Note. After staring at the cover for 3 seconds, Zhuyan smoothly entered the post and saw the full text. I am a player. I have already gone through 2 rounds of dungeons. What I want to say is this is not an illusion. Do not doubt what you see. There is no hallucinogen on the badge or the card, and you have not been food poisoned. Zhuyan examined the article with earnest attention. I know a small number of people will feel brainwashed or dizzy. When the game begins, do not panic. Make good use of your ability. And above all, do not call the police, do not go to a psychiatric hospital, and do not tell others around you about everything you experience. Do not expose your identity and do not reveal your ability. From experience, this is as far as I can help. The post had been made 5 days earlier. Zhuyan felt conflicted. For an instant, the sheer absurdity of it all almost made him laugh. The post was right. Any sane person facing such voices and images would likely suspect visual or auditory hallucinations. He scrolled down through the comments and found many avatars blackened. I found the envelope at an internet cafe outside the complex. I'm an addict with a rotten life and little left to lose. I chose to become a player. I'm leaving my address and name. I'm alone. Tomorrow, please remember to call the police to collect my body. The comment had been posted 2 days earlier. The avatar was black, and the username read user deleted. Zhuyan glanced and saw a full address down to the door number and a name. In a residential complex he had never heard of. He opened his phone's map, and to his surprise, the complex actually existed. The photos showed a relatively shabby old downtown. Outside the gate sat a rundown internet cafe. Zhuyan fell silent. Things that can be verified in reality cannot be dismissed as mere illusion. I found my card on my sister's desk. My sister died suddenly a few days ago. I couldn't pass the novice dungeon. This is my last 10 minutes. Good luck, stranger. The comment had been posted 2 days earlier. The avatar was black, and the username read user deleted. Zhuyan glanced and saw a full address down to the door number and a name. In a residential complex he had never heard of. Some found them in the pockets of newly bought clothes, some inside received gifts. One person's envelope had been tucked among banknotes withdrawn from the bank. All sorts of stories, each more absurd than the last. OP is right, don't call the police. Our area seems to be a hotspot. My neighbor called the police, and the officers took away the cards and badges. Calling the police won't affect the novice quest. It will only expose all your private information. I paid to inquire. The officers found no trace of Lanhan Gongyi Dian. That shop does not exist in reality. Lanhan Gongyi Dian. No trace. Zhuyan scanned the thread and noticed the poster's account had also been deleted. After flipping through and finding no concrete advice helpful for the novice dungeon, Zhuyan exited the thread. At this point, he no longer believed that faith or doubt could change anything. If it were all an illusion, choosing to become a player would alter nothing. His final destination would still be a psychiatric ward. But if it were real, would choosing to be a player earlier mean he could fuse with and familiarize himself with his ability sooner, thereby gaining an advantage in the novice dungeon? After all, judging by the proportion of black avatars and user-deleted entries on the forum, the novice dungeon survival rate was barely 40%. Even lower than the 50% split of a provincial exam. Zhuyan continued to browse, darting in and out of posts. He found a comment that validated his suspicion. I advise everyone to choose to be a player in advance. This lets you fuse with your ability earlier. Don't underestimate this. Your everyday talents are not your abilities. The sensation of using an ability is entirely different. Zhuyan exhaled softly. He calmed himself, took the badge from his pocket, and following the instructions carefully pressed it against the pad of his left index finger. 1, 2, 3. The door was slammed with frantic knocking. Zhuyan turned as his aunt's voice carried from outside. "The meat and vegetables I ordered are here," she shouted. "Hurry downstairs and get them." Coming, Zhuyan answered. A rich warmth seeped into his palm. He looked back and saw the badge melting in his hand like chocolate. A golden liquid trickled into his skin, heat traveling along his veins, flowing to his soles, and rising to the space between his brows. "You have chosen to become a player," the pleasant female voice announced. "After the badge has merged, please place the ability card in your palm." Zhuyan kept his palm upward and rose cautiously. The golden liquid was quickly absorbed. The bird that had hovered in the fluid shrank into a small black tattoo, set at the very center of his palm. Zhuyan rubbed at it. The mark did not fade, as if it had grown from his skin. The doorknob rattled. His aunt tried and failed to open the door, her voice edged with anger. "Zhuyan, are you deaf?" Zhuyan slid his left hand into his pocket and gripped his ability card, making sure it pressed tightly against his palm. He opened the door, offered an apologetic look to his aunt, and hurried out. "They'll be right down. Sorry." He felt the once rigid card soften in his hand like thick glutinous rice paper. "Why haven't you packed your things?" His aunt exploded the moment he opened the door. Get out. Get out. When you take your things back, you'll kneel for me. You are not to eat dinner without my permission." After so many years, Zhuyan had long learned to ignore his aunt's sudden fury. The ability card fused faster than he had imagined. Halfway down the stairs, floating text appeared in front of his eyes. "Ability fusion complete. Impersonation LV. 3. You can imitate the behaviors of level 3 and below horror creatures and make them believe you are one of them. This section has no time limit. You can subtly alter your aura to deceive level 3 and below players, making them believe you are someone else or a horror creature. This section has no time limit. The thrill was intoxicating. Each dungeon run, you can hide your player tattoo for 1 hour. So you can play both sides. This ability seems very useful. Suffice it to say, in a critical moment, pretending to be an ally before a horror creature can truly save your life. Zhuyan felt a small surge of excitement, but quickly suppressed it. No. He could not let his guard down. After all, the novice dungeon's survival rate was only around 40%, perhaps even less. Player Zhuyan nickname may be changed after passing the novice dungeon player level LV. 0 a level 0 player with a level 3 ability. It meant he could deceive creatures up to level 3 despite his low rank. An extraordinary talent. In a few steps, Zhuyan had reached the spot. He lifted the plastic curtain of the delivery stand and took a package of vegetables and meat from the pickup rack. The bag wasn't sealed. There was a small opening. Zhuyan saw it. A small black envelope lay inside, its golden pattern identical to the one he had received. This was his aunt's. Had she had that same strange dream? His heart quickened again. He glanced around to ensure no one watched, then swiftly opened the bag, removed the card from the envelope, and read. "Your ability is complaining. You are an older mother devoted to scheming for your oversized infant of a son, a woman simmering with resentment. You often berate and complain about others. This is both proof of your misfortune and your method of making others as unhappy as you are." Zhuyan knew a crisis was approaching. He ought not to laugh aloud with glee, yet it was so perfectly scornful he could not help it. "Current ability level LV. 2 because your rhetoric is absurdly ludicrous." Zhuyan laughed more heartily. He was about to take out the game badge for a look when the pleasant female voice spoke again. "Please note, player, your novice dungeon, Shay Shur Taizi, is scheduled to commence in 2 hours. Horror creature level LV. 2 ordinary pseudo-people. Dungeon objective, survive 2 hours. Dungeon location, Bailu City, Anyuan Village, Residential Complex, Building 3, Room 601. A remnant smile lingered on Zhuyan's face, but his thoughts raced. The dungeon location was exactly his aunt's home, and his aunt had also received a badge and an ability card. Judging from the scheduled start time, he and his aunt should be in the same dungeon. The dungeon name Shay Shur Taizi felt like a sly, perfect jab at the state of his aunt's household. Pseudo-people. Zhuyan's heart sank slightly, and yet he felt a curious thrill. The sensation was delicately mixed. 2 hours later, around 6 o'clock, was precisely when his uncle and younger brother were due to arrive home. If everything was real, then who would the pseudo-person be replacing? Zhuyan slipped the card into his pocket. He stood still, clutching the envelope, lost in thought. He and his aunt were assigned to the same scenario. Yet judging by the scenario's bitterly ironic name, they were unlikely allies, more likely adversaries. Under these circumstances, deciphering his aunt's abilities became imperative. Zhuyan could cross-reference the description on his own ability card with the capabilities he had absorbed upon fusion. Likewise, his aunt's ability card would bear a comparable description. A method to inflict upon others the same misfortune you endure. This strongly suggested her complaints could influence players, or even horror entities, in their actions. Whoever she complained about would suffer calamity. Zhuyan continued reasoning. His level 3 ability could affect horror entities up to level 3. His aunt's level 2 ability therefore likely impacted entities at level 2 or below. Glancing at the time display on the nearby parcel locker, he realized he had lingered nearly to the limit of his aunt's patience. He tucked the black envelope into his pocket alongside the card and carried the groceries upstairs. Such items were best kept from his aunt's sight. Given her temperament, seeing the ability card and insignia would only ignite a furious outburst, and she would instantly lay all blame squarely upon Zhuyan. At that point, kneeling on a washboard would be the mildest consequence. If his physical condition and mental composure deteriorated, how could he possibly face the trials ahead? When survival hung in the balance, Zhuyan could not afford such self-inflicted torment. As for his aunt, after all, she had raised him for over a decade. It would be best if she lived. Yet Zhuyan himself was barely clinging to safety. He would never recklessly volunteer aid. He composed his expression carefully, and deliberately paused before the hallway mirror as he ascended. Then he imagined himself transforming into his younger brother, stature rising, facial contours flattening. Effortless, as natural as breathing or swallowing, as though this power had been woven into his very being since birth. And the effect was instantaneous. Zhuyan watched wide-eyed as his reflection shifted seamlessly. Face, posture, aura, all mirroring his brother with uncanny fidelity. Damn, Zhuyan felt as though his eyes had just been struck. Yet he had to admit, it was an extraordinary ability. He loved it. Had it all been illusion, he truly would have felt a pang of regret. With a mere flicker of intent, he watched his reflection gradually revert, restoring his familiar features unchanged and unmistakably his own. He gave one final check to ensure the admission notice remained securely concealed, then entered the apartment with practiced nonchalance, meeting his aunt's irritated gaze heeded as he swiftly gathered his belongings. He owned little, only a few changes of clothes. Pausing briefly, he added his power bank and charger to his backpack. If trouble erupted tonight, Zhuyan held little faith in either his aunt's or his own luck. Both of them might die. Should he somehow survive, this home would no longer be safe for him. He would leave the moment the scenario ended. As the sun sank westward, the aroma of cooking permeated the air, filling every corner of the space. Approaching 6 o'clock, fragrant dishes were brought one by one to the dining table. Sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried peas, spicy sour chicken wings. Zhuyan swept the floor obediently, denying his aunt any pretext for scolding, while glancing upward at the clock, waiting with quiet resolve. It was now 5:49 p.m. The antique wall clock's hands crept forward with languid precision, and from the stairwell Zhuyan heard heavy, deliberate footsteps drawing near. The moment his aunt set down the final dish, a simple stir-fried green vegetable, the security door echoed with rhythmic knocks. Zhuyan returned the broom to its place and stared tensely at the entrance. "They're here." Beaming, his aunt briskly wiped her hands and hurried to open the door. Oh my! Whose little prince has come home today? At this critical juncture, Zhuyan knew he shouldn't. Yet he couldn't resist. His gaze flickered stunned toward the shabby imperial palace. He'd known it. "Mom!" A hoarse voice reached Zhuyan's ears. His slender tall brother squeezed through the doorway and lifted his head, locking eyes with Zhuyan. His brother's expression lacked its usual arrogance, replaced instead by raw, palpable terror. He didn't even pause to remove his shoes. He lunged desperately to slam the door shut, but his aunt moved swiftly, blocking him with practiced ease, her face radiant with affection. "Oh baby, your dad's still outside." Firmly guiding his shoulders, she tried to steer him toward the sofa to soothe him. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Tell Mom all about it." Zhuyan immediately surmised the cause. Judging by this reaction, had his brother also received a black envelope? Just steps away, his brother wrenched free from his aunt's grip. He dashed toward the door, but it was already too late. A portly, middle-aged man with a rounded belly stepped inside and locked the security door behind him. Instinctively, Zhuyan focused his will inward and silently commanded, "I am a pretender." Instantly, his aura shifted, subtly yet unmistakably. He raised his eyes to examine the man entering, while his aunt's soothing words and his brother's hysterical cries filled his ears. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why did you let him in? He's not my father." The man's features and bearing were indistinguishable from those of Zhuyan's real uncle. Zhuyan could see the oily sheen glistening on his skin beneath the light. "What's gotten into you, child? Did you quarrel with your father?" The sole distinction lay in his eyes and his expression. Those eyes were cold, vacant, fixed first on Zhuyan, then shifting slowly to his aunt and brother. Then the man's facial muscles contorted into a cruel, unnatural smile. Altogether he, or rather it, resembled a slaughter machine, ravenous with hunger, forced to operate within rigid mechanical constraints. Yet those constraints could command murder at any moment. "You don't understand." His brother shrieked, bolting into the kitchen for a cleaver. "He's not my father. I'm going to die, Mom. I'm going to die." His aunt panicked. She rushed after him, desperate to grasp what had unhinged her beloved son. "Uncle," cracked his neck and strode forward to assist his wife. Zhuyan took 2 measured steps forward, just enough to avoid appearing isolated or suspicious. Everything was real. They had no choice but to move forward. No matter how harrowing the path, Zhuyan would press on, fighting for a sliver of survival. 5 minutes remained. His brother's screams grew more piercing, more desperate. "Mom, I got a game card." The cleaver was snatched from his brother's hand by the pretender, Standing frozen, his brother sobbed uncontrollably, tears and snot streaking his face. I figured it out. Everyone who died suddenly lately received a game card. We're inside a horror scenario right now. And the man who came home with me isn't my father. His brother roared, fingers digging deep into his aunt's shoulders. Zhuyan noticed his aunt's complexion had drained from sallow yellow to deathly pale. Amidst the extreme tension and dread, a faint illicit thrill surged within him. Subtle, barely perceptible, yet undeniable. Zhuyan bit his tongue, sharply forcing his focus back to the present. Son, have you lost your mind? Come sit down. We'll talk this through calmly. What game card? Did someone at school bully or threaten you? Zhuyan glanced once more at the clock. 3 minutes remained until the scenario officially commenced. Judging by his aunt's reaction, she had yet to hear the female announcer's voice. Impossible. His brother cried in anguish. I checked the forums. People say new player scenarios are usually group-based, meaning everyone participating receives a card. Zhuyan hadn't encountered such a post. He stood ready, prepared to activate his ability at a moment's notice. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remained. Mom, you did receive it, didn't you? A large black envelope. Your ability written clearly upon it, sealed with a golden insignia. Mine says bullying. And the moment you open it, a synthetic voice announces your ability. His brother gestured wildly. Yet his aunt's expression was utterly hopeless. What envelope? She asked cautiously, her face etched with the tender concern of a devoted mother. Have you been brainwashed by online rumors? Was someone bullying you, forcing you to read nonsense? Bullying. A large black envelope. Your ability written clearly upon it, sealed with a golden insignia. Mine says bullying. And the moment you open it, a synthetic voice announces your ability. His brother gestured wildly. Yet his aunt's expression was utterly hopeless. His aunt's frustration mounted, until finally her temper flared. What kind of school is this? How do these teachers even teach? My son is being tormented, and everyone turns a blind eye. I'm calling right now. I'll file a formal complaint with the Education Bureau. Son, you. Enough. His brother slammed his palm onto the dining table, splattering sauce across the surface. Can't you understand plain language? Sweat beaded on Zhuyan's palms as he observed, tense and watchful. 10 seconds. His brother whirled around, his fierce, unblinking glare locking directly onto Zhuyan. Zhuyan, did you orchestrate this? You got something, didn't you? Why does Mom know nothing? Why hasn't she even heard the scenario notification? 1 second. In the center of the room, his aunt suddenly shrieked. A sharp cry of shock, as if struck by unseen force. Zhuyan heard it too, the woman's voice clear and resonant, echoing once more. New player scenario, who is the Crown Prince, has officially begun. Scenario duration 2 hours. Zhuyan focused his will. This time he would retain the pretender's aura, while perfectly assuming his brother's exact appearance. Within this household, Zhuyan was likely the one who understood his aunt-in-law most profoundly. His younger brother saw only her doting affection and overbearing ambition for his success. Zhuyan, however, had long endured her deep-seated suspicion, chronic anxiety, and obsessive yearning for stability. Now her tranquil life had been shattered, violently, painfully, just as described in that beginner's guide he had read. Some players experience mental disorientation, even vertigo. His aunt-in-law, though, would not confront the cruel truth. She would instead fight desperately to restore order, no matter how illusory, even if that order were but a mirage. With these two conditions converging, Zhuyan realized he could manipulate everything with relative ease, simply by performing the illusion his aunt-in-law so desperately craved. So he decisively assumed the role of her beloved son. Her expression turned instantly to terror. Who's there? Why is everything spinning? What sound was that? She demanded, lifting her gaze to locate its source. Zhuyan stepped forward at once, shoving his startled brother aside, and steadied her. Mom, what's wrong? His movement was sudden. His brother staggered backward, unprepared. What the hell? He began to curse, but froze mid-sentence upon seeing Zhuyan. Before him stood not the brother he knew, Zhuyan, but another version of himself, identical in face, hairstyle, height, and attire. The only differences lay in those eyes, and the subtle shift of expression. His brother stared rigid, then abruptly whirled toward the impostor seated across the table. Identical. That indescribable mechanical hunger, cold, ravenous, merciless, was identical. His brother's expression shifted from shock to raw dread. How? But he was Zhuyan just moments ago when I walked in. Who the hell are you cursing? Seizing his brother's hesitation, Zhuyan snapped back, and wrapped a protective arm around his aunt-in-law, who clutched her head in pain. Can't you see Mom's suffering? You lose it the second I walk through the door. What the hell are you even trying to do? He pulled out a chair and guided her into it. Then he turned to the impostor and spoke, in the exact imperious tone his brother always used. Dad, can you serve the rice already? Stop standing there gripping that knife. I'm starving. His aunt-in-law sat beside him, breathing raggedly like a bellows. The cascade of shocks, each striking closer than the last, had left her dazed, while that sharp, unmistakable female voice still echoed in her ears. It felt deeply unnatural, and instantly summoned the memory of last night's grotesque dream. Before she could gather her thoughts, two suns stood before her. She couldn't comprehend it. Only the chilling certainty that she'd been thrust without warning into a waking nightmare. This is... She stared incredulous first at Zhuyan, then at his brother. Zhuyan shot the impostor a hard glance. He wasn't sure how intelligent it was, or whether it could cooperate in this charade. Yet it had retrieved his brother from outside, and locked the door behind them. Zhuyan surmised it at least understood human speech, and perhaps retained fragments of his uncle's memories. So he chose clarity. What are you waiting for? He tilted his chin toward his brother. A sneering, distorted gesture. Can't you see this one's gone mad? He thinks he's me. He blocked my entrance and bullied Mom. You're spouting nonsense. His brother shrieked. Mom, don't believe him. He pointed at Zhuyan. We'll only survive if we kill him. Zhuyan's pulse spiked. Was his brother's objective truly to eliminate the false crown prince? Alarm bells blared silently within him, even as his posture and expression remained perfectly controlled. He turned his gaze to the impostor. The impostor seemed to grasp the meaning, its cold, glassy eyes fixed on his brother. Seeing the shift in its expression, Zhuyan swiftly mimicked his brother's habitual tone, reinforcing the cue. Dad, your nephew's staging a rebellion. Don't just stand there. Knock some sense into him. In that brief span, his brother regained his composure. The dungeon's title, The True and False Crown Prince, combined with Zhuyan's current conduct made the stakes unmistakable. His own objective was clear: eliminate the false crown prince, and survive. That meant killing the figure standing before him. The real Zhuyan might already be missing, or dead. Like his father. This thing was an impostor, and this dungeon held only two players: himself and his mother. His brother's gaze faltered slightly, not at the thought of killing a person but at confronting an impostor. Then in the next breath he lunged, snatching up a chair and swinging it down with lethal force. What was there to fear? This dungeon's impostor was level 2, and so was his ability humiliation. He could easily overpower such creatures. I'll kill you. Zhuyan leapt backward. Dad, the chair missed him entirely. From behind, the impostor seized his brother's waist and dragged him backward. His brother stumbled, crashing to the floor, the chair slamming down onto his own foot. Shit. A subtle shift flickered across the impostor's face, mirroring his uncle's expression with eerie fidelity. It was a low-tier impostor, incapable of precisely identifying player count or intent within the dungeon. Yet it comprehended spoken language, retained fragmented human memories, and could mimic behavior. More crucially, it could distinguish its own kind. From the moment Zhuyan entered, using his performance talent, it perceived him not as prey but as kin, not consumable, but equally driven by hunger. Moreover, this kin clearly ranked above it, capable of shapeshifting, likely wielding a high-tier artifact enabling flawless replication of human form. Its mimicry of humanity, and its command over human behavior, also surpassed its own by a wide margin. Moments earlier, this superior impostor had instructed it to discipline the player. And players were food. To the impostor, that directive signaled tacit permission to claim and consume. Enough. Uncle's voice emerged icy and edged with quiet triumph. Sit down and eat. Zhuyan exhaled, then regretted not securing a weapon beforehand. His aunt-in-law glanced between him and his brother, who struggled to rise, her mind utterly unraveled, her thoughts scattered, incapable of coherence. Overwhelmed by pain, she instinctively turned to the one figure who appeared most stable, her husband. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she whispered loudly, "What's happening to me? You've been deceived." His brother roared. Frantic, he surged forward and gripped her arm. "Mom, you heard the game broadcast, didn't you? What's your ability? Your objective? They're all imposters. We must clear the dungeon to survive." Zhuyan too burned with curiosity about his aunt-in-law's mission, yet now was plainly not the time. She stood on the precipice of collapse, lips trembling, hands shaking, her clouded eyes drowned in terror-filled tears. Could it possibly be true? She pressed her palms to her temples, praying the disorienting vertigo of mental violation would fade. Surely, this was only a dream. She gazed at her brother. His jaw clenched, his expression terrifying, and for the first time gently pushed him away. Then she turned again to her husband, voice fragile, hopeful, loudly. "What's going on?" Zhuyan shot his brother a wary glance, and acted instantly. "If you're not sick, shut your mouth," he barked. "Who the hell do you think you are calling her mom? Just call her aunt like you're supposed to, dumbass. You're really pushing your luck." This classic retort was his brother's signature move, and Zhuyan delivered it flawlessly. His aunt-in-law blinked, stunned. Uncle let out a cold, derisive laugh. "Looks like you've lost your mind." Though Zhuyan knew the impostor had accepted him as kin, hearing those words sent a chill down his spine. So uncannily authentic was the tone of complaint, indistinguishable from his uncle's usual grumble. The impostor's eyes locked unblinkingly onto its prey. With stiff, deliberate motion, it extended one arm, gripping his brother's arm and forcing him back into his seat. Zhuyan glanced at his aunt-in-law. The impostor wasn't foolish, its words served as a perfect sedative. Exactly what she needed to hear. Her expression softened ever so slightly. She looked from Zhuyan to his brother, then almost pleadingly turned to the impostor. "Then, Why do they look exactly alike? The impostor tightened its grip on his brother's arm. Alike, where? It sneered, though inwardly it acknowledged the resemblance. Yet it could still distinguish food from kin. Impatient for the meal, it improvised freely, drawing loosely on Uncle's memories. Look closely. Your son is sitting right beside you. His brother seethed, terrified. After all, a level 2 horror entity was no match for a level 0 player. Without using his ability, escape from that grip was impossible. Yet to activate humiliation, he needed to initiate physical aggression. Survival instinct surged, overriding all hesitation. Beneath the table, he drove his foot down, crushing the impostor's instep. The grip loosened. He wrenched free and lunged once more at Zhuyan. I'll kill you. Clatter. Auntie's carefully prepared dishes tumbled to the floor, plates shattered, splattering vegetable juices and porcelain shards across the tiles. Zhuyan knew he couldn't overpower his younger brother, so he swiftly snatched up a chopstick and darted backward. In that instant, his mind raced with lightning speed. Auntie had just shoved his brother aside, then rushed heedless and desperate to seek help from the pseudo-human. Her psychological defenses were already crumbling. So, if all went smoothly, he could fully exploit Auntie's latent ability, the very power she herself didn't even know she possessed, to subdue his brother. Zhuyan cried out urgently, Mom, he's trying to kill me. Save me. If things went awry, the chopstick could at least blind an eye. Enough, Auntie shrieked. An astonishing surge of strength erupted from her slender frame. She sprang upright, intercepting her younger son and shoving him backward with fierce resolve. The stool clattered over. His brother, now unhinged, raged just as Auntie usually did. What are you doing? You fucking... Shut up. Auntie snapped, you lunatic. Your mind's broken. It worked. Zhuyan clutched the chopstick tightly behind her back, eyes sharp and unblinking as he assessed the shifting tide. Refusing to let his guard down for even a breath, he watched Auntie erupt in furious tirade. To her, her son was now the sole architect of her shattered peace. You're sick. I don't care who you are. You're sick. You've infected me. You're not my son. A dull, suffocating weight settled deep in Zhuyan's chest. He knew this was likely the effect of Auntie's complaint ability. Yet this time the complaint wasn't aimed directly at Zhuyan. Its full force struck his brother instead. Zhuyan glanced at him and saw his face drain of color, his already pallid lips turning ashen. His brother opened his mouth weakly, but Auntie stood rooted there, unleashing a torrent of scathing words. Do you have any idea how hard I worked today, slaving over all these dishes? And this is your ungrateful attitude? I don't give a damn about your stupid games. I've suffered from chronic anxiety and nervous exhaustion, and you know it. All phrases she normally hurled at Zhuyan. This shock has triggered hallucinations. Flashes of sight and sound. Zhuyan exhaled softly, almost imperceptibly. Auntie was psychologically fragile. Her capacity to absorb reality was thin, her inner equilibrium already frayed. When reality abruptly warped into something grotesquely illogical, she wouldn't question its truth. She'd simply recoil, convinced she'd lost her mind, or slipped into a dream. Oh, and layered atop that, the new player debuff, disorienting indoctrination dizziness. Auntie gasped, gulping air in ragged bursts. Zhuyan hurried forward to steady her. Mom, calm down, he mimicked his brother flawlessly. Sit. I'm starving. The sheer force of complaint left his brother's features hollow and lifeless. His brother glared, eyes rolling upward, limbs trembling violently. Not from weakness, but from pure, incandescent hatred. Zhuyan felt no pity, only raw, trembling relief at having narrowly escaped death. This spoiled, infantile tyrant had long plotted murder. Their conflict was absolute, life or death. For heaven's sake. Auntie clutched her chest. Don't think I'm ill and can't read your eyes. Shut up, his brother roared. Impulse reckless and fatal. That single shout seemed to drain every last ounce of his strength. The pseudo-human uncle seized his brother once more and forced him back into his seat. This time resistance was nearly non-existent. Sit still, the uncle commanded sternly, his expression indistinguishable from the real man's. Yet Zhuyan sensed something else. Something sharper, hungrier. Those murky black eyes locked onto his brother's throat. A slow, involuntary swallow rippled through the pseudo-human's throat. We're family. Why must dinner descend into chaos? Our son rarely comes home, just once a week. We must return to our task. Then it turned to Zhuyan, its tone acquiring a faint mechanical deference. May we begin eating? As its gaze fell upon him, its expression shifted again, subtly, unervingly, its hunger momentarily receding. Even was that a stiff, grotesque flicker of sycophancy. Zhuyan's stomach clenched tight with tension, though he couldn't pinpoint why. That look bore no resemblance to how one regards an equal. He'd seen it before. In the classroom, when the teacher's pet addressed the instructor with that same brittle, eager deference. Had it mistaken him for a superior? Zhuyan had no answer, and no time to search for one. He knew with chilling certainty what eating meant to a pseudo-human. In a flash of instinct, he nodded, concealing his shallow, rapid breaths, forcing his posture into casual ease. Of course, we may eat. Granted permission, the pseudo-human's lips stretched wide, pulling into an eager, ravenous grin. His brother grasped the horror in that moment. Mom! He screamed, surging forward with desperate, dying strength. Save me. Scold him. I'm exhausted. I'm going to. A final piercing shriek tore from his throat. Too late. He'd grabbed the kitchen cleaver upon entering, only for the pseudo-human to wrench it away. One heartbeat ago that blade had slammed, ringing metallically, straight into his spine. Zhuyan's face blanched, yet he dared not close his eyes. Auntie froze, crimson droplets speckling her cheeks. His upper body soaked in vegetable sauce writhed in agony. His eyes burning with hatred and disbelief so potent they seemed ready to ignite. That gaze, however, was not fixed on Zhuyan, but on Auntie. He couldn't comprehend it. Why was his own mother so stupid? He possessed a Tier 2 ability, far surpassing his Tier 1 peers. He should have cleared this trial. He'd even wrested himself free from the pseudo-human's grip. It was his mother who killed him. Auntie rose slowly, dazed. Then, after several silent seconds, let out a strangled cry. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed limp and unconscious. No wonder. The scene was unspeakably brutal. Zhuyan's heart hammered wildly. He dug his nails into his palms, fighting off the primal urges to scream, vomit, or faint. No, those reactions were not those of a pseudo-human. He had to maintain this state. Preserve the demeanor expected of a pseudo-human. The pseudo-human lifted its head from the table. Its mouth smeared crimson. Won't you partake? Its voice had shed all traces of humanity. His brother's hand dangled over the plate of spicy sour chicken wings. Iron-rich stench mingling nauseatingly with savory aroma churning Zhuyan's gut. He bit down hard on his tongue. He couldn't vomit. Not yet. Not while the ordeal remained unfinished. He wanted to live. He had to endure. Keep moving forward. Gritting his teeth, Zhuyan twisted his head to check the clock. 40 minutes had elapsed since the trial began. He needed to survive for 2 hours. Of course. His stomach churned. But he imitated the pseudo-human's cadence precisely. However, I require absolute silence while dining. I shall consume my meal in my room. Please do not disturb me. The pseudo-human addressed him as Your Honor. Zhuyan couldn't tell if it signaled sycophancy or mere protocol. Out of caution, he avoided reciprocating the honorific. Yet, the pseudo-human accepted it without question. This high-tier entity's deference had become almost absurd. It would never dare intrude. The pseudo-human lowered its head again, crunching, slurping, gnawing with wet rhythmic intensity. Zhuyan dragged Auntie's unconscious form into the bedroom, locked the door, and hoisted her onto the bed with labored effort. He hadn't recovered from the trauma. Not even here behind closed doors. He dared not vomit, dared not weep. 75 minutes remained before he could truly escape this place. Until then, the safest path was twofold: conceal his distress from the pseudo-human, and prevent Auntie from truly waking. From the living room, the sounds of feeding continued unbroken. Zhuyan counted each second, each minute stretching like an eternity. With only 2 minutes remaining, the chewing ceased. A soft, respectful knock sounded at the bedroom door. Zhuyan heard a voice. Hushed, reverent, impeccably courteous. Thank you for your generosity, honorable senior pseudo-human. Truly you radiate unparalleled charisma. Have you finished your meal? Shall we depart the trial together? An exceptionally sophisticated pseudo-human. Charismatic. Yet why did he leave such an impression on the other? Zhuyan could not fathom it. Still a novice, he dared not speak freely for fear of exposure. Zhuyan glanced at his reflection on the smartphone screen, confirming his pseudo-human guise remained intact. He swiftly covered his aunt with the quilt, then slipped out the door and closed it behind him. Crimson stained the pseudo-human's chin and spread upward to its collar. It had clearly feasted. I'll take it, Zhuyan said, hoisting the small backpack already packed on the sofa. The safest course now was to follow the pseudo-human's lead and let the trial continue unfolding. He still recalled the forum post he'd read just before entering the trial. One comment stood out. A player's final message. He had only 10 minutes left, having failed to clear the trial. Given the wave of sudden deaths, Zhuyan surmised that upon trial completion, a 10-minute revival window likely followed. His younger brother, consumed by hatred toward both him and their aunt in his dying moments, would, if revived, almost certainly erupt in violence given his extreme temperament. Zhuyan refused to risk being dragged down with him. The pseudo-human strode to the window and peered outside. The monster trolley has arrived, it announced. You must hurry. 1 minute remained. Zhuyan joined it at the window and immediately spotted the bus parked before the fruit stand downstairs. If one could even call it a bus. To Zhuyan it resembled a colossal shaggy green monster skull propped upright by a cluster of short bony protrusions emerging from its stumpy neck. Its mouth remained tightly shut, while 4 eyes whirled restlessly. He watched as an exquisitely crafted doll hopped toward the trolley. Then the skull's sealed jaws parted wide, revealing plush velvet seats and tiny round tables within. Oh, no time left. The pseudo-human declared. I can't wait for you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Goodbye. It spun around, hastily twisted open the door it had previously locked from the inside, and vanished down the pitch-black stairwell at breakneck speed. Zhuyan lunged to follow. But in the next instant a woman's voice rang out crystal clear, filling his entire world. Congratulations, player Zhuyan. You have cleared the beginner trial. You have returned to the real world. Rewards will be distributed in 10 minutes. The thrilling paradise eagerly awaits your return. The front door still gaped open. Yet unlike a second ago, the stairwell now glowed warmly under amber light. A chill of dread crept up Zhuyan's spine. Had the stairwell he'd just fled, and this one, existed in separate worlds? Had he followed the pseudo-human, would he have forfeited his return to reality forever? He glanced back into the living room, only to find the dining table still in disarray, overturned plates and chairs unchanged. His younger brother lay unconscious on the sofa, stirring faintly on the verge of waking. Without hesitation, Zhuyan dashed into the stairwell, withdrew his letter of admission, and sprinted downstairs. Silent, swift, and breathless. He left the door ajar. Closing it would only hasten his brother's awakening. Moments after Zhuyan descended, his younger brother jolted upright from the sofa, gasping awake. As if fearing he'd missed a word, the mellifluous female voice chimed again, repeating the announcement verbatim. Regrettably, your beginner trial has ended in failure. The horror entity, pseudo-human, has consumed all your life energy. You have 10 minutes remaining to compose your final words and settle your affairs. His brother's last memory of the trial was searing pain across his back, and his mother's scream. Staggering to his feet, he found most traces erased save for the wreckage of dishes and toppled food on the table. Seconds later, the bedroom door creaked open. His aunt stood there, dazed and hollow-eyed. At the sight of her son, she burst into tears and rushed forward, clutching him fiercely. My son. Mom was terrified. I had a nightmare. I dreamed you were. Get away. His brother shoved her hard, his gaze burning with pure loathing. He seized her collar and slapped her across the face, the crack echoing sharply enough to reach Zhuyan, still hiding downstairs. With no subway station nearby, Zhuyan simply found a secluded spot and hailed a taxi. The cab was still 300 meters away. The neighborhood's poor sound insulation worked perfectly. He could eavesdrop safely from the shadows. Why didn't you believe me? Why? I told you. I'm going to die. You watched me die with your own eyes. You even received the game card. You just refused to believe me. Now look. Now I really am dying. I'm going to die. Zhuyan heard a violent clatter. Something smashing over and over. Upstairs, his aunt's face was blank with bewilderment. Yet she remembered the nightmare. Vivid. Unshakable. Everything had felt utterly real. She looked from her son to the dining table, finding it strewn with chaos. Aside from her son standing whole before her, the scene matched the dream exactly. Come to think of it, she couldn't recall how she'd ended up in bed. Just now she'd hallucinated. Those words too, something about a trial, congratulations on clearing it, rewards awaiting distribution. Tonight's events resembled a meticulously detailed nightmare. So chilling she dared not dwell on them. Zhuyan watched the taxi draw nearer, ears pricked for footsteps in the stairwell. Silence. Absolute quiet. His aunt was likely paralyzed by terror, refusing to confront the unbearable truth of losing her son, a second time retreating instead into numb denial. Upstairs. His aunt's lips trembled as she clutched her son tighter. Where is your father? In my dream there were two men. Tell me. Which one are you? Tears and snot streaked his brother's face. He'd shattered completely, slapping his mother's cheeks left and right, spitting furious, incoherent curses. I told you. Don't ignore the envelope. You killed me. Why don't you die instead? Why don't you die? The taxi arrived. Zhuyan cast one last glance at the apartment building, then leapt and slammed the door and sealed his escape in one fluid motion. Only when the engine roared to life and the building receded into the distance did he exhale slowly, shoulders finally loosening. He checked the ride-hailing app's navigation, then booked the nearest train ticket to Anwu City. Precisely on schedule. His university lay in that city. Whatever else happened, heading there remained the most practical choice. Having done all he could, Zhuyan gazed out the window at streets blurring past, consciously letting his shoulders drop and his chest expand. Seeking calm, however fleeting. He wondered whether his aunt had cleared the trial, or whether she'd report her son's death to the police. Either way, he never wished to see or hear from her again. 8 minutes later, the familiar female voice chimed, melodious and precise. Zhuyan sat upright, instinctively gripping his backpack tightly. Once again, congratulations, Zhuyan. You have successfully cleared the trial. Who is the crown prince, employing an exceptionally inventive approach. Results most gratifying. Below is the overall outcome for the trial. Who is the crown prince? Total players 3. Cleared 2. Deceased 1. That meant his aunt survived, and his brother perished. Recalling the carnage on the dining table, Zhuyan gagged, dry heaving once violently. All right? The driver glanced back. Zhuyan waved, dismissively, ears straining to catch every syllable of the voice's broadcast. You rank first. Highest score. Base rewards follow. Rest days 10. A cold premonition prickled his skin. 10 days hence he'd be thrust back into another lethal trial. Perhaps worse than the last. And beyond that, this cycle would almost certainly persist, endless trials, relentless survival. Naturally, you may choose to enter a trial early. That freedom remains yours. Not a soul would choose that, Zhuyan thought bitterly. Newcomer encouragement bonus 50000. Bonus credited to your account balance. What? This? Zhuyan genuinely needed and welcomed. He tentatively opened his payment app and gasped. His balance, once barely a few thousand, now hovered just shy of 60000. That meant his first year's tuition fees and living expenses were secured, at last. A surge of elation flooded him. He stared transfixed at the digits, rechecking, daring to believe it was real. The woman's voice continued its broadcast. But Zhuyan felt nothing but radiant, unburdened joy. You may convert your balance into thrill currency. Please attend closely exchange rate and procedure follow. The sole officially sanctioned currency of the Joyous Wasteland is bone gold coins, bone silver coins, and bone copper coins. 10 bone copper coins equal 1 bone silver coin. 10 bone silver coins equal 1 bone gold coin. Zhuyan instinctively mapped the denominations onto familiar units 110 and 100. It was easy to remember and intuitive to grasp. At the current exchange rate 1 yuan equals 1 bone copper coin. Truly 110 and 100 simpler still. The Joyous Wasteland remains in its earliest phase of integration with an initial exchange rate of 1-1. Shortly your personal player dashboard will be activated. Please remain patient and listen attentively to the full broadcast. Zhuyan would of course do exactly that. The rewards brought him considerable relief. Though his lungs still constricted under pressure, he could now cling unreservedly to his backpack. You may view your city's map and proceed to the Hall of Mourning to exchange currency. The Hall of Mourning, is that the name of the bank? Zhuyan committed it to memory. From what he recalled, the sudden death incidents had not yet spread across the entire East Asian region. Only within his own city. It was merely the sheer number of inexplicable fatalities here that had drawn widespread attention. He wondered whether Anwu City, the seemingly safe metropolis, would even have a Hall of Mourning. A woman's voice snapped him back to awareness. I shall now continue broadcasting your remaining rewards. There were more. Instinctively Zhuyan sharpened his focus. Player level LV. 1. Still fragile yet already sprouting. Ability acting level LV. 4. Thus he had truly entered the main path. For detailed explanations, please access your player dashboard. He had leveled up. A small thrill surged through him, only to be instantly tempered by the chilling thought advancement meant confronting stronger monsters. A forum post for newcomers claimed the beginner dungeon posed little difficulty. He wondered what awaited him 10 days from now, or perhaps even sooner, or perhaps not even 10 days, and you have received a uniquely special reward. At that very moment the taxi sped along the expressway. In the distance Zhuyan caught sight of the bold characters, South Railway Station. His heart thudded fiercely within his chest. Within the beginner dungeon we have implemented the ability seizure mechanism, a singular opportunity for most players to acquire multiple abilities. Players whose abilities are seized will remain unaware that you have taken theirs. What? Surely not. Was he to seize his aunt's and younger brother's abilities? Zhuyan froze for a second. A wave of tension coiled upward like creeping vines tightening around his lungs. This sensation, emerging from death only to ascend in power, stirred within him a faint electric thrill. An obscure euphoria flooded his heart. Unconsciously, he gripped his backpack tighter. Sliding his hand into his trouser pocket, he discovered, intact, that his aunt's ability card and his player badge remained untouched. The taxi drew ever closer to the station. Zhuyan noticed a long queue forming outside. But the train was still on schedule, so he could take his time unhurried. Mulling it over, he found himself oddly eager for the next broadcast. Check your palm, the driver reminded, twisting his head. Left palm, specifically. Oh, this again happens every time. Who knows what madness they're up to? Zhuyan pressed his forehead against the window and spotted a lookout post ahead manned by several fully armed officers. His left palm bore the player tattoo. Clearly that was precisely what they intended to inspect. Fortunately his acting ability could conceal the player mark for 1 hour. That hour applied to in dungeon time, but he had no idea how it functioned outside the dungeon. Gazing at his left palm he willed it, and watched as the black bird dissolved like ink in water, vanishing gradually from his skin. The broadcast resumed. Zhuyan refocused intently. Just as in nature's food chain you may consume downward, rank by rank. In Who is the Crown Prince? You achieved the highest score. Zhuyan's pulse raced. The woman's voice asked, do you wish to seize the ability complaining? 2 crimson characters abruptly materialized before his eyes, one reading YES, the other NO. To refuse such an asset would be sheer folly, especially since this ability resided in his aunt who already loathed him utterly. Zhuyan fixed his gaze decisively upon the word yes. Confirmed. You have acquired the ability complaining, currently at level 3. Though still far from relaxed, he felt euphoria surge once more. Do you wish to seize the ability bullying? Zhuyan selected yes again. Their vehicle now approached the officers closely enough for him to see them scrutinizing passengers' left palms. Confirmed. You have acquired the ability bullying, currently at level 2. The instant the ability manifested, contradictory sensations intensified. Pleasure laced with unease. This intoxicating duality held him spellbound. He dug his nails hard into his palm, forcing the addictive rush to subside. Reward distribution complete. Gaze upon your left palm for 3 seconds to log in to your player dashboard. The woman's voice faded. The taxi glided forward smoothly. The driver cooperated, stopping beside the officers and rolling down both windows. Please extend your left hand for inspection, said the officer in charge. He appeared young, unscarred by the brutal trials of any beginner dungeon. Zhuyan complied, extending his left hand. The officer produced a bottle of makeup remover and swabbed Zhuyan's palm. Ha! Zhuyan was stunned. Had others already attempted this method to flee the city? The officer offered a gentle smile. Just routine procedure. No offense intended. Where are you headed? Do you have your ticket and ID? I'm enrolling at Anwu University, Zhuyan replied. Both my ticket and ID are digital. He pulled up the relevant pages on his phone, also displaying his official admission letter. An unusual name, the officer grinned. All right. Go ahead and get through security. He'd passed. Zhuyan exhaled in quiet relief. The taxi halted seamlessly outside South Railway Station. Without delay, he broke into a brisk run toward the platform. Timing was perfect. The train departed in just 15 minutes. Of course, Zhuyan had no way of knowing this. Meanwhile, 9 kilometers away in a crowded apartment building, his aunt cradled her son's lifeless body, and her mental fortifications shattered completely. She shook his limp form frantically, her wails echoing through the entire building. In that moment, she finally accepted the horrifying truth. None of it was illusion. It was all real. Yet it was already too late. Zhuyan. Her anguished, ear-splitting shriek finally roused the neighbors. Residents rushed upstairs, then promptly called the police on behalf of the woman now utterly unhinged. Minutes later, officers arrived and swiftly examined both victims' left palms. Take them in, ordered the senior officer immediately. Interrogate, file statements, conduct autopsies. See if anything about them stands out. His aunt was ushered roughly into the patrol car. Sobbing in a daze, she suddenly remembered something, and in nervous desperation clutched the sleeve of the officer beside her. Officer, I swear my son was murdered, killed by that accursed nephew of mine. The officer, older and seasoned, barely blinked. Please calm yourself, he urged gently. It may not be your nephew. The reality behind this case likely surpasses your imagination. We know. Some people appear to be your kin, but aren't. Her hands trembled violently. Having lost her son, she had, belatedly, grown sharper, more perceptive. I know. She recalled those voices she dismissed as auditory hallucinations. Her face was bruised and swollen. Her son's final furious blows before death. At that moment she wished, desperately, that he would strike her again harder. I heard a broadcast voice. She stared wildly at the officer, babbling urgently. Listen. There were 4 people in that room, my husband, my son, and that damned nephew of mine. The officer regarded her with quiet sympathy, letting her sob on. My husband wasn't really my husband. I knew that, but my nephew was truly my nephew. Then during the broadcast, that voice declared there were 3 players. Overwhelmed, she collapsed into ragged, shuddering sobs. You saw the scene yourself. Just me and my son. That makes 2. My nephew must be the 3rd player. He killed my son and fled. He's probably already left the city. The officer nodded. Over the past 2 weeks, the precinct had handled numerous similar cases. At first he'd been shocked, but now he understood instantly. It would be stranger indeed if the nephew had stayed. He won't get far, the officer smiled faintly. Leaving the city requires palm inspection. He can become someone else? She cried. You don't understand. He transforms. He turned into my son, then manipulated me, using his ability to kill my own child. The officer's expression hardened. He looked her directly in the eye. What is your nephew's name? Interception, of course, was now impossible. Leaning against the train window, Zhuyan purchased a steaming cup of taro milk tea from the attendant. The high-speed rail sliced through fields cloaked in utter darkness. His reflection, and those of fellow passengers, sharply mirrored on the glass. At last Zhuyan allowed himself to relax, fully easing the tension that had gripped him all night. Scenes from the beginner dungeon flickered through his mind. He began mentally recalibrating, guiding his taut muscles one by one into deep, deliberate release. In reality, he was already famished. Yet the image of his brother's death, mingled with the scent of blood and vegetables, lingered in his mind, making him utterly disinterested in food. He couldn't even control his focus. His attention involuntarily fixated on these gruesome scenes. Zhuyan forced himself to take a few sips of milk tea. It was unhealthy, but it provided calories. The sweet and rich flavor melted in his mouth as he relaxed on the chair, pulling out a coat from his backpack to wrap around himself. Once his shoulder and neck muscles could naturally relax, Zhuyan gently stared at the palm of his left hand for 3 seconds, entering the player center. Several translucent red blocks jumped onto his retina, with bold white text emblazoned across them. At the top was personal information and settings, followed by forums, horror maps, and the online shop. Zhuyan's gaze lingered here for a moment, before he entered the personal information interface to continue browsing. Inside, his nickname, level, and abilities were neatly listed. In the top left corner, there was even an avatar. The avatar was also him, but depicted in a rough oil painting style, with his face and features looking like a melting candle. Player nickname Zhuyan modifiable, same as your forum nickname. Player level LV. Zhuyan didn't want to go online with his real name. He stared at the first line for 3 seconds, and the 2 characters Zhuyan flickered before turning into a blank space. Please concentrate and silently recite your new name. A small line of red text prompted. and accurately envision the characters. Quite convenient. Zhuyan decisively changed his name to user cancelled. That's a good name. With this name, if someone tried to post about him on the forum, they wouldn't even know how to do it. He then tried to focus on his avatar, and after 3 seconds, everything in his view vanished. In the center of his vision, a red camera button appeared. Currently, more functions are undeveloped, only allowing for photo taking to change the avatar. Zhuyan adjusted his coat to block the light. Then he closed his eyes and took a picture of pure darkness. The next second, the red text jumped out prominently. Avatar changed successfully. Now no one could tell whether he was dead or alive. Zhuyan leisurely continued scrolling down, checking his abilities, while also inspecting the palm of his hand once again. An hour had long passed, yet his palm remained clean. Zhuyan felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant that outside the instance, the small ability of hidden player mark truly had no time limit. I'm certain he doesn't have that mark. A young officer in a police station, 100 kilometers away, spoke with conviction. This was the officer in charge of Zhuyan's routine check. At this moment, he stood in the police station's conference room, his thick brows slightly furrowed, as he carefully recalled his first encounter with Zhuyan. 2 officers sat at the conference table facing Zhuyan's aunt and an older officer. He hasn't changed his appearance. This is the face from the documents. The young officer repeatedly confirmed the ID in his hand. The lighting on my side was very bright. There's no way I could be mistaken. I also checked his palm with makeup remover. The officer clearly remembered Zhuyan's dazed expression. Oh, he also presented electronic identification and a university admission notice. Upon hearing this, Zhuyan's aunt froze. She instinctively blurted out, "University admission notice? He wants to stay here and work. What university?" Her voice was sharp and distorted, piercing through the originally solemn atmosphere of the conference room. "Don't you know?" The young officer asked curiously, "Aren't you the guardian?" An officer nudged him slightly. "The family situation is quite complicated." The officer said in a low voice, "Xiao Guan, don't provoke her." The young officer then lowered his head to review the simple information in his hands, yet Zhuyan's aunt started a bitter tirade. "That little brat. He ruined my whole family. I should have chopped him up at the start. Letting him attend high school was a tremendous grace. If it weren't for the higher salary for high school graduates at that factory, I would have sent him to middle school. Now he even kept it from me that he's going to university. His rotten life was exchanged for my son's." Xiao Guan glanced up. "Child labor is illegal." An officer kicked him. Xiao Guan shut his mouth and continued reading the information. The data indicated that the male head of the family died suddenly on the afternoon of the incident at a certain hotel. Because it was a Pabithy-hour room, the body wasn't discovered until 7 o'clock at night. The police station confirmed the identity, but by then Zhuyan's aunt had already entered the instance and her phone was unreachable. On the other side, Zhuyan's aunt, broken down, shouted and lost her ability to think completely. "I don't care whether it's legal or illegal. He killed my son and you didn't say it was illegal. Someone must want to harm us. It has to be Zhuyan. My son always talked about game cards. It must be Zhuyan who sent him the card to drag him down. Why didn't I receive that thing?" The officer ignored her and continued reading the data. Zhuyan was their nephew who had gone downstairs twice that day to pick up 2 packages. The first time was for the admission notice and a small black envelope. The second time was to get groceries. The surveillance clearly showed that he unwrapped another black envelope, and he swaggered away, stuffing the card and badge into his pocket. "Did you not receive anything?" The officer looked up to confirm with Zhuyan's aunt. "No integration either." "No." Zhuyan's aunt yelled. "I don't know anything." The officer raised his head, signaling the older officer to take Zhuyan's aunt away to rest. He then turned to the young officer standing up. The deceased was still in high school with no records of receiving any packages. According to the deceased's mother's testimony, the deceased likely obtained the card through other means and integrated it. The deceased was the brother. The deceased's mother was the aunt. The young officer's expression changed. The leader had already briefed him on the key points of the aunt's testimony. Based on the instant situation described by the aunt and his own interactions with Zhuyan, this person had a very strong psychological quality, maintaining calm and immediately escaping the scene after surviving a very low survival rate in the novice instance. Zhuyan very likely intentionally left the aunt's ability card to ensure his survival in the instance. This was a very dangerous player. What could his ability be? Is it transformation or deception? "We have already notified Anwu City," the officer said. "Zhuyan will be intercepted as soon as he arrives." The young officer nodded, waiting for the leader's next instructions. "Guanen, go prepare. We will set off in 10 minutes to cooperate with the interception in Anwu City." On the high-speed train, Zhuyan carefully read the description of his upgraded abilities. Impersonational. For you can mimic the behavior of level 4 and below horror creatures, making them believe you are one of their own. This part has no time limit. You can slightly alter your aura, confusing players of level 4 and below, making them think you are someone else or a horror creature. This part also has no time limit. Each instance you can hide your player tattoo for 1.5 hours. This is quite delightful. Even level 4 and below can be dealt with. Zhuyan glanced again at his empty palm, confirming that his hidden ability was indeed unrestricted outside the instance. Complaining LV. 3. You can insult, shift blame, and conduct other personal attacks on a specific target indicating that they are the cause of your misfortune, thereby weakening their spirit and extracting their power. The extent of the target's influence is determined by their level. Currently, players or horror creatures at level 4 can be completely unaffected. This ability does not affect you personally. Zhuyan had witnessed the power of this ability. His brother was a level 0 player, and at that time a level 2's complaining could completely strip him of his ability to resist. It's quite practical, easy to execute, and very interesting. Zhuyan took a sip of milk tea, deciding to find an opportunity to try it himself. He scrolled down the page, still needing to check the details of the ability humiliation. But suddenly a pleasant female voice rang out, startling Zhuyan to look up. "Hello, player. A new instance you can enter has been detected." Guanan had not come, no police cars circled nearby. Everything was calm and beautiful. The evening breeze was warm as he walked past a lit glass office building and hailed a taxi at the corner. After the instance, "Who is the prince?" ended, "A surviving player caused you trouble." The female voice continued. "Your actions have attracted heightened attention from human organizations, and they have decided to pursue you. In 6 hours, the instance cat and mouse game will begin. The location for the instance is Train G3075. Do you wish to participate in the instance cat and mouse game? Heightened attention implementation of arrests." Zhuyan understood. The fact of his brother's death was evident, and his aunt must have reacted. Adding to the earlier broadcast of the 3-player situation, Zhuyan realized that she must be blaming her son's death entirely on herself. The police's decisive action indicated that his concealed player identity had definitely been exposed. Zhuyan wanted to ask if staying to participate in the instance could mitigate some of the impacts in the real world. For example, could he avoid going to the police station for tea? He silently contemplated this idea, but the female voice did not respond to him. "Please make your choice as soon as possible." Zhuyan thought for a moment and still chose yes. He did not know what the police were planning, but he was unwilling to compromise like this. In reality, he had no choice. If he didn't enter the instance and confronted them directly, in reality the consequences would only be more severe. Entering the instance would undoubtedly carry the risk of death, but it could also yield more information. After clearing the instance, he could also receive rewards. Zhuyan inexplicably recalled the nearly addictive contradictory feeling from the previous reward distribution. No, this isn't right. He must remain calm, he told himself as he pinched his palm and concentrated. "Please note you will enter the instance cat and mouse game in 6 hours. Horrifying creature level LV. 3 ordinary impersonator. A level 3 impersonator." His role-playing was already level 4, and complaining was also level 3. These 2 abilities were sufficient to deal with horrifying creatures, and Zhuyan couldn't help but feel relieved. What identity would this impersonator present to him this time? Instance task: conceal identity and exit an Wubei station. Do not get caught by the police. Instance time unlimited. Instance location: Train G3075. Carriage 7. Carriage 7 was precisely where he was situated. The lighting in the carriage was soft, and the seats were comfortable, appearing unrelated to the horrifying instance. Zhuyan tried to make his breathing longer until his abdomen relaxed again. At any time, he should maintain his composure and keep his mood steady. After confirming the broadcast had ended, he patiently read through his last ability. Humiliation LV. 2. Your physical violence against specific targets will leave them feeling lethargic all over. This ability is ineffective against horrifying creatures and players of level 3 and above. This ability is ineffective against yourself. This ability was much better than fighting. Fighting could only target a specific point, while this ability seemed to attack one point but actually affected the whole body. The downside was its low level, making it ineffective against the next instance's level 3 impersonators. He adjusted into a comfortable position against the back of the seat and entered the player forum. The forum, as always, had very few people, and Zhuyan patiently scrolled through the posts, feeling that the number of blacked-out avatars had increased. He was there to find information on impersonators. In the last instance, the impersonator had been exceedingly polite and flattering towards him, even complimenting him as charming, which should not have been a coincidence. What exactly had triggered the impersonator's reaction to his behavior? If this was true, then if he replicated that behavior once more, he could greatly increase his survival rate in cat and mouse game. Time had passed 10 o'clock, and the main lights in the carriage dimmed. The ambient lights flickered softly, and Zhuyan shrank towards the window, taking another few sips of hot and sweet milk tea. He noticed that after activating his player account, a magnifying glass-shaped search button appeared at the top of the forum. He tried staring for 3 seconds, mentally inputting impersonator into the popping search box. No one had posted. There was only a player with the nickname impersonator, and their homepage was empty. It seemed that everything was still in its infancy, and even a theoretically common creature like impersonator had yet to be summarized. He returned to the homepage and patiently searched through the comments. "I was eaten by an impersonator. So terrifying, goodbye world. In the novice instance, the impersonator ate my mom and she let me live. I'm so sad, our abilities feel helpless against the impersonator." Zhuyan navigated through these desperate comments, and after a moment of reading, he barely found a relatively useful comment. This was a comment under an experience-seeking post, and the poster had chosen to become a player in advance, wanting to know how to clear the novice instance. My novice instance took a long time. It was in a classroom, and we had to face a dozen impersonators, each of varying levels. I observed something that might help you. The impersonator group operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, where higher levels directly command lower levels. We based our judgments of each impersonator's approximate level on this rule. At first, those with higher abilities handled the advanced ones, while those with lower abilities dealt with the lower ones. Later, we focused our efforts on defeating one advanced impersonator, allowing it to command and manipulate those lower-level impersonators. Only 5 of us out of 13 died. Zhuyan became interested, so it should be that his certain behaviors perfectly matched the characteristics of the advanced impersonator. Was it because his role-playing level was 3 at that time, so the impersonator regarded him as a level 3 impersonator? Zhuyan thought about it and found it unrealistic. Role-playing only serves to obscure, and according to the ability description, the stronger the role-playing ability, the higher the level of horrifying creatures it can deceive, but that was all. Zhuyan closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and carefully recalled all the details regarding the impersonator's attitude in the instance. Outside the window, the night was dark. Guanen propped his heavy eyelids, which felt like they were about to fall asleep from exhaustion, and gazed at the empty seat beside him, sensing a bad premonition. Time was pressing. The fastest way from where they were to Anwu City was by high-speed train. The ticket for this train was expensive, but not a detour. Calculating it out, he could arrive an hour earlier than Zhuyan, enough time to meet and coordinate with the colleagues in Anwu City. Thinking about it, it would be a brief and convenient journey. However, he always felt something was off about his leader. First, he seemed drowsy. A leader, who usually had severe insomnia, actually fell into a stupor in the taxi. After waking up, he was drenched in cold sweat, and when asked questions, he became evasive, as if frightened by something. 15 minutes after getting on the high-speed train, he directly went to the restroom, and it was almost half an hour. Guanen wanted to ask, but he was simply too exhausted. He held on to the edge of the seat, and before he could stand up, he fell into a deep sleep. Loading abilities. Congratulations on becoming one of the first batch of internal test players. On train G3075, Zhuyan slowly opened his eyes, forming a rough guess. Looking back, when the impersonator first entered the door, their attitude towards him was normal and indifferent. However, after Zhuyan changed into his brother's appearance and indicated to the impersonator, their attitude clearly shifted. If this logic holds, then the key lies in Zhuyan transforming into another person's appearance in front of the impersonator. Therefore, being able to change into more than one form must be the trait that the impersonator finds attractive. So this time he would demonstrate this skill again to verify it. He needed to find a way to be alone with the impersonator. Cat and mouse game. Would the role played by the impersonator be the cat? Zhuyan slowly exhaled, formulating a strategy that gave him confidence, and he felt the tension in his scalp ease. Since the event had yet to occur, overthinking was pointless. It was better to rest. Zhuyan stared at his palm for 3 seconds again and closed the player page. He set an alarm clock, feeling the sturdy backrest of the chair, supporting the back of his head, which was reassuring. Gradually, Zhuyan fell into a deep sleep. At 4 in the morning, the faint tremor of the alarm roused Zhuyan groggy. He opened his eyes and let the soft lamplight gradually fill his vision. A bit of rest had sharpened his spirits considerably. Once his mind was mostly clear, he rose on tiptoe and went to the lavatory for a quick wash. The train was hushed, or most passengers slept with only a few reading lamps aglow. Would everyone aboard be drawn into the instance? Those awake, however, looked composed. Not like players. Outside, the window darkness remained unbroken. After washing, Zhuyan walked from car 7 toward car 8. He already knew the police station was hunting him and intended to surround the train, but those officers themselves were unaware. In such circumstances, passing as a crew member made it less likely he would be noticed. There were few attendants on the night train. His car 7 had no attendant at all. Zhuyan deliberately kept walking until he reached the rearmost car 15. He did so simply because the train was long. If the officers intended to encircle and search car by car, Zhuyan posing as an attendant from car 15, while actually in car 7, would be hard to detect at once. At the junction between car 15 and 14 stood a young attendant in uniform. "Hello." Zhuyan greeted softly and studied her silhouette closely. "Hello." The attendant started and turned. She looked weary but still offered Zhuyan a smile. "May I help you?" A badge hung at her chest bearing the name Zhongli. Zhuyan noted that detail. He watched her small gestures, trying to mimic them believably. He invented an excuse. "Oh, I was just asking where the dining car is. I'm starving." His tone was easygoing and the attendant was amused. "The dining car is forward in car 6, she said. "You've walked the wrong way. But our breakfast doesn't start until 6. She glanced at her watch. "It's 4 o'clock now." Zhuyan lingered, staring at the attendant without moving. Lingering while staring often makes staff volunteer more information. He needed details, at least the shift rules, to avoid being exposed. "We have instant noodles now," the attendant kindly reminded when he did not move. "If you're truly hungry, you can have some." Zhuyan asked, "Do you only eat at 6 too?" "We rotate shifts," the attendant replied casually. "I've already eaten." Shift schedule. The instance began at 5. He had to ask the exact rotation time. Otherwise, if he appeared as a night attendant on a day shift car, other crew would quickly sense something amiss. So grueling, Zhuyan murmured, fishing for more. Sister, this journey is over 10 hours. Besides shift swaps and meals, don't you rest? The attendant laughed, taking him for a friendly, curious college boy. She kindly explained, we rest by rotating shifts. For example, I can take a break at 6. He had the information he wanted. Night attendants only rest at 6, meaning he could confidently assume a night attendant's guise. Moreover, night crew were scarce. As he walked, not every car had someone. The junction between car 7 and car 8 was empty. He could exploit that gap. Thank you, sister, much appreciated. Zhuyan thanked her politely and turned back. 30 minutes remained before the instance began. After confirming no one was watching, Zhuyan slipped into the restroom again. 5 minutes later, a young attendant opened the door, her face marked by the fatigue of a night shift. A voice from the dream had been repeating something like ability loading complete and still echoed in his head. It would not stop. Guan felt as if he had been brainwashed. A voice from the dream had been repeating something like ability loading complete and still echoed in his head. It would not stop. Guan felt as if he had been brainwashed. He turned and met his superior's face. Little Guan, are you all right? The leader's eyes were hollow and staring. The muscles of his face were taut in an unnatural way. As the announcement of the train's arrival sounded, some people rose and gathered their belongings toward the doors. Amidst the bustle, the leader gripped Guan's arm and dragged him into the flow. Don't dawdle. Get off now. There was an indescribable discord beneath the leader's casual tone. Our colleagues are already here to meet us. On the platform, officers in black uniforms stood scattered, and a few police dogs were present. We'll go after Zhuyan in an hour, the leader whispered with barely concealed delight. I'm starving, he said. A level 1 player, their flesh was slightly more palatable than a novice's. That was the first choice, followed by level 0 players and ordinary people. What did you say? Guan flinched. The leader glanced at him, then habitually produced his work ID for the arriving colleagues. I'm hungry, the leader repeated. Even though it had consumed the true owner of the skin, it still felt ravenous. It accepted 2 breakfasts handed over by a colleague and passed one to Guan. You eat a bit, then come with me onto the train to find Zhuyan. Sorry, sir, a simple-faced colleague said politely. Our breakfast shop isn't open yet. This is all we have to tide us over. In the plastic bag between bread and milk lay a small black envelope. Time ticked away. The train slowed, and the announcement that the station was approaching echoed through the cars. It was now 5 in the morning. The instance Mao Shu Yoshi had officially begun. Zhuyan stood by the door, maintaining his composure and watching the platform intently. About a dozen officers stood scattered along the platform in black uniforms. Conspicuous. With careful observation, Zhuyan recognized a familiar face. It was the young officer who had checked his documents the night before. Even from a distance, the officer's expression was off. His face was unnaturally grave. The muscles beneath his eyes were tight, charged with an inexpressible fear. Yesterday he had been casual and jocular, while checking documents, allowed to leave the city to assist with the case. Only a few hours later, he looked as if death hovered over him and he could not speak. This was certainly a newcomer selected for the night's internal test. Beside him stood an older officer. His expression was rigid, his hollow eyes filled only with hunger. Zhuyan tensed without realizing it. A simulacrum. The train has arrived. Passengers, please prepare to disembark. Some travelers rose with luggage and moved toward the doors. Surprised faces appeared among them at the sight of so many officers. Why are there so many police? Zhuyan imitated the expression in time, letting the same perplexity cross his own features. The train doors opened. Guan stepped forward and pushed onto the carriage, shouting, "Police station conducting an operation. Please stay on board and do not leave." Passengers stirred uneasily. Zhuyan quickly fashioned a roll and helped to keep order. 3 minutes later, the crowd settled. After asking about the operation's timing, some resignedly returned to their seats. Guan cast a grateful look at the young attendant. Time was tight for him. He had even opened the black envelope in the station restroom. The opening surprisingly was going smoothly. At least the passengers had been detained. Zhuyan keenly caught the look of relief on Guan's face. He reacted instantly, tensing his brow and letting his muscles tremble in a frightened display. This officer before him was likely the cat in the Mao Shu Yoshi instance, a novice player. Know the enemy, know yourself. He needed to win the man's trust and draw out his mission. At that moment, the simulacrum had entered the carriage. It seemed to have another target and only glanced indifferently at this comrade. Zhuyan slid close to Guan, lips trembling, and whispered, "Officer, must I stay here? I don't feel well, could I?" Guan glanced at the attendant. The young woman looked haggard, her eyes rimmed with tears and her face bearing that unspeakable fear. The same state head seen on the platform. A flicker of caution rose in his chest. Was she a novice like him, or one of those who could take another's form? Someone like Zhuyan. Yet Zhuyan should not have known about this arrest operation. Moreover, according to the station's records, novices generally received 10 days rest after their starter instance concluded. "Where do you feel unwell?" Guan asked, his gaze pausing briefly on the attendant's badge. The format was standard. The name Zhang Li was clearly printed. That specific detail eased some of his wariness. Zhuyan trembled. Perhaps I'm too tired. I've been hearing things, he mimicked Zhang Li's tone. A voice keeps brainwashing me. Officer, I feel like I'm going to vomit. Guan En recalled the unceasing echo of the woman's voice. He felt brainwashed and he met her gaze. The face of the female attendant grew increasingly pale and haggard. Zhuyan's palms started to sweat. He reached into his pocket where there remained his aunt's player badge, a ability card, and a black envelope. These items that he hadn't managed to deal with could serve as props for deceiving the officers. Guan En instinctively felt that the female attendant was not pretending. If she were pretending, she might slip up and say something like, I was pulled into a dungeon. He had seen some suspects fabricate coherent and detailed testimonies to gain trust. However, this woman before him appeared flustered, dazed, and incoherent, fitting the state of someone who had suddenly suffered a shock. He glanced towards the door. His colleagues were still stationed there, while his superior was inspecting the carriage. Strangely, the passengers showed no signs of fear or panic. They had not been pulled into a dungeon. Could this female attendant be one of his few allies? Guan En asked, Ma'am, when did you start hearing things? Did you receive anything? Zhuyan gave a small dry heave. He recalled his aunt's state when she first entered the dungeon and improved his intelligence based on that. I heard it while I was working. The item, it was black. Zhuyan's complexion paled even further. Officer, it's hard for me to describe, it's too complicated currently. Show me the item. Guan En furrowed his brow. I understand what's going on, don't panic for now. In those hallucinations there must be a player task, right? What is the task? This woman should be one of the players, but time was pressing, and he had no time for psychological counseling. He could only first verify her player task, then direct the player to cooperate with him. Cat and mouse game. He was the cat and Zhuyan was the mouse. If he wasn't mistaken, the others were either assisting the cat or had simpler tasks. Zhuyan, pale-faced, trembled as he placed a gold coin in Guan En's palm. It was evident that he and the officer had the same intention. This officer wanted to extract his abilities and tasks, then make a decision more favorable to the cat. Since that was the case, he could just compare notes with the officer. However, his aunt's ability card could not be given away. If he did, it would surely expose him. Is this it? Zhuyan said, there's another card. I casually put it in my bag during my shift. These things I got while. Do you remember your task? Guan En had no time for idle chatter. Zhuyan pretended to hesitate for a second. In that brief moment, he glanced into the carriage. The fake person had already found his empty seat. Unlike the previous level 2 fake person, it raised its nose and sniffed lightly, as if it could detect some scent. Then decisively it turned and headed straight towards carriage number 8. Level 3 fake person, keen sense of smell, could distinguish specific scents. However, the fake person did not return to look for him, but followed the route he had taken. Could his disguise conceal human scent? Zhuyan felt a slight alertness. He focused his mind, attempting to mask the human scent, then returned his attention. My task, he revealed, a hint of confusion just right, is to assist. Cooperate with the police and catch the mouse. Officer, do you know anything? A person, Guan En said in carriage number 7, a boy about 18 or 19 years old with long hair. He is quite handsome. Have you seen him? Like Zhuyan, Guan En also noticed his superior's movements and instinctively glanced into carriage number 7. As expected, he did not see Zhuyan's conspicuous face. However, Guan En was not too anxious. The entire train was surrounded by their people, and no one could leave. He continued to turn his gaze towards the female attendant, finding her frowning, her forehead seeping cold sweat from panic. I have seen him. I've talked to him, but I don't understand. She looked at Guan En, her eyes welling with tears. Guan En's heart stirred. She had seen him and even spoken to him. This was an important clue. Guan En wanted to ask further, but Zhuyan grabbed his sleeve, feigning ignorance of the world. Now was the time. He needed to confirm Guan En's task. Officer, do you mean that all of this is real? Zhuyan trembled, his lips glancing at the fake person's back, interrupting Guan En, who was also eager to ask. Do you have a task too? Is your task also this? Guan En could see that the panicked female attendant had begun to regard him as a lifeline. He said, it is true, you need to complete the task. Observing the female attendant's expression, Guan En reassured her, you don't need to worry too much. My task is quite similar to yours. Mine is to assist my companion in completing the task and survive. In an instant, Zhuyan's mind twisted around. To him, the officer's beginner task seemed quite difficult. From a logical standpoint, as an officer, Guan En's companion would be the fake person. From the perspective of Crazy Paradise, as a player, Guan En's companion would be Zhuyan. Such a confusing concept could easily lead to misjudgment. A slight misjudgment could lead to death. If he were this officer, he would be thinking about how to deceive both sides and exploit the bug. Yet this older brother before him was calmly comforting a suspected scammer female attendant. Zhuyan nodded, eyes reddening, pretending to calm himself down. I understand, he said, so our tasks are to find the person the police are looking for. To sound realistic, he asked a question a newcomer would ask. Then what the broadcast mentioned about the fake person is. On another note, Guan En's life or death had nothing to do with him. He only needed to find a way to exit in a suitable identity. Yes, we need to find someone. Guan nodded, watching the fake leader stop in front of the restroom. The fake person was both his superior and his companion. To him, the underlying theme of this game was to team up with the fake person to capture Zhuyan, who was also a player. It was cruel, but the dungeon was a life-and-death matter. He could use his abilities to ensure Zhuyan was not eaten by the fake person, preventing him from dying in such a painful manner. But once they left the dungeon, whether he lived or died was not his concern. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, he spoke to me. Zhuyan returned to the point, recounting his conversation with the real attendant honestly. He made small talk with me, asking where the dining car was and if I had any shifts to rest and eat. I told him the shift times. Zhuyan observed Guan's expression, noticing he was deep in thought. He walked to the other side of the carriage towards carriage number 15. Zhuyan glanced at the connection between carriages 8 and 9. There was the restroom where he had spent a long time. The fake person had already entered, and it seemed he would soon come out. Let this foolish thing deal with the real attendant. He needed to find the fake person and leave here without anyone noticing. Guan quickly understood. This Zhuyan was cunning. From the conversation with the attendant, what he wanted was the female attendant's shift information. It was simple because by doing so he could disguise himself as the female attendant, making it harder to be unmasked. Going to carriage 15 was just because it was the farthest away. Guan did not hesitate any longer, striding towards carriage 15. Zhuyan hurriedly followed, rushing towards the fake person he was so eager to see. The fake person came out of the restroom empty-handed. Guan quickly stopped, shouting, "Boss, the person should be in carriage 15. We need to go check it out." Guan's gaze was fixed on the fake person's face. Zhuyan, taking advantage of Guan's inattention, yanked the fake person's sleeve hard. This wouldn't do. This fake person had great utility. The fake person felt itself being pulled and turned its neck to glance at its kind. Now was the time. Zhuyan pretended to retreat in fear, ensuring the fake person's body would cover him, placing himself in Guan's blind spot. Then his face quickly morphed back into his original appearance. The fake person's head, which was about to turn, halted. It looked at Zhuyan, and as Zhuyan's face gradually reverted to that of the female attendant, a hint of confusion and awe appeared on its stiff face. "Are you the boss?" Zhuyan indicated, wanting it to follow him. "Shall I take you to see the surveillance?" The figure with hollow black eyes gazed intently at Zhuyan's ever-changing face, understanding his words. This kin could actually transform into Zhuyan, which defied logic. The figures could adopt various appearances based on the number of skins they had. Could it be that the level 1 player it had been thinking about had, in just a few hours, already transformed into someone else's skin? The figure simulated a look of disappointment. Zhuyan stepped onto the soft carpet, observing the changes in the figure's demeanor, feeling somewhat anxious. It must not make a mistake. It had to keep pace with him. The figure stared at Zhuyan, trying to discern whether this was merely a trick of the transformation ability from the officer's memories, or if the other truly was kin. "Leader." Guan felt a bit anxious and approached the figure. "Come on, leader, we need to go or it will be too late." He intended to kindly remind the female attendant. The poor female attendant was not like him. She did not possess extensive information regarding the instance. She seemed to naively believe that the figure was just an ordinary NPC replacing a human. This wouldn't do. As a police officer, he couldn't save Zhuyan, but he could still use his third-level ability to assist players who shared the same stance. With this in mind, Guan pulled the figure once more and reminded it, "Zhongli, listen to my command and stay in car no. 7 for now." "That won't do." Zhuyan cursed, internally annoyed at the meddling. Without the information from the figure, he estimated they wouldn't even get the train out. Moreover, if he was lucky, he could use the figure to play tricks on the officers again and further distract their attention. Zhuyan subtly indicated to the figure, shaking his head gently and forming the words "stay here" with his lips. The figure stared at Zhuyan for a long time before understanding. The female attendant in front of him had vacant eyes and her muscles were subtly tense. The scent emanating from her was devoid of any human fragrance, replaced instead by a faint odor of decay and rubber. Clearly she was a genuine figure just like him. However, the other party's language system seemed to be more agile than his. Moreover, the other possessed the skin of Zhuyan. In the memories it inherited, Zhuyan was a player who had definitely passed the novice instance with a level of at least 1. This figure had at least the skin of a level 1 player, combined with its natural acting skills and agile responses. It was likely that its level was not beneath his own. The figure pouted unhappily. Ultimately, it obediently turned its head and said to Guan, "You take the people to car no. 15 first and control the suspect. He'll go check the surveillance." Just like that, Zhuyan felt a surge of joy. After all, his little trick had worked. Guan wanted to struggle a bit more, but what about this attendant? "Let her come with me." I said it's my way or the highway." The figure's voice became sharp, drawing the attention of the passengers in the carriage. "Move immediately. Right now." Guan paused for a moment. "All right." After weighing the options, he gritted his teeth and turned toward car no. 15. His task was to assist his companions in completing the mission. Currently, both Zhongli and the figure were considered his companions. Zhongli's task was to assist the police department in capturing the mouse, which aligned perfectly with the tasks of the figure and himself. He aimed to minimize casualties. As long as they completed the mission, they wouldn't die. "Zhongli, be careful." Zhuyan responded quickly, hurrying to pull the figure towards car No. 6. The commotion they had just caused had already drawn the attention of the officers stationed outside. If they brought the figure into the restroom to interrogate it right in front of them, that would be a death sentence. Better to move forward. You stupid thing, Zhuyan muttered under his breath, activating his talent, complaining. What are you spinning around like a headless fly for? Is the fold in your head your large intestine? Zhuyan pulled it along, quickly crossing car No. 7, and opened the door to car No. 6. It was empty with only 2 officers present. Zhuyan jogged quietly, cursing under his breath. Having you in raving joyful land is like having history in a pot of porridge. I'm about to be killed by you, you'd better have some awareness. Between car No. 6 and car No. 5, there was an empty restroom. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Zhuyan quickly pushed the figure inside, then hid himself in as well and closed the door. Due to the power of the talent, complaining, the figure's state was not very good. Its legs bent like soft rubber, and apart from a crazed hunger, all that remained was fear of Zhuyan. As an ordinary figure, its brain was not complex to begin with, and now it was even less capable of thought. The figure classified this as pressure from a higher existence, even though it always felt something was off. However, it was unwilling to think any further. It felt miserable because offending such a powerful higher existence meant that its meal was undoubtedly ruined. May I ask, how did I offend you? The figure weakly inquired. Zhuyan did not answer this question. Time was pressing, and he needed to extract more information from the figure as quickly as possible. You babble too much. Who is the leader responsible for this operation in Anwu City? He asked bluntly. The first sentence was again a slight complaint, and the figure weakened further. Zhuyan's question puzzled it. This was not a common question in raving joyful land. Shouldn't it be warned not to touch food? The figure turned its simple brain and still chose to respond truthfully. His name is Lu Mingli, it said. What is his specific position? Director. Is he on site? The figure shook its head no. Is he attending a meeting out of town today? Or is he remaining locally to supervise your work? Locally, the figure replied. That made things easier. Zhuyan rummaged through the figure's belongings and found a work ID and a mobile phone. What are you doing? None of your business. Zhuyan stuffed the work ID and phone into his pocket. Soon, that new player will come looking for you. By the way, what is the new player's name? Guanen, the figure replied. Zhuyan noted the name and decisively handed Guanen over to the figure. Alright, Guanen is your food. The figure's rigid expression changed slightly, and even its brain, weakened by complaining, became much more relaxed. There can actually be food. Zhuyan keenly caught the glimmer of joy on the figure's face but remained tense and did not dare to relax. Just continue to play the role of his leader. If he asks about me, just say I took you to check the surveillance. The figure's joy became even more apparent. It nodded, its tone becoming more sycophantic. Don't worry, sir. Taking advantage of the figure's good mood, Zhuyan pressed on with one last question. He had noticed that ordinary figures generally had simple minds. They only appeared terrifying, their thinking ability existed but was limited. You are quite perceptive, he said, finally. Flatter me a couple of times. I love hearing it. I promise not to touch your food. Just tell me, how did you recognize that my level is higher than yours? You have skins. You can transform. Upon hearing promise not to touch your food, the figure hurriedly flattered him. You have 2 skins, indicating you've experienced 2 instances and devoured 2 players. No wonder the figures in Who is the Prince are so respectful. So it mistook him for the latter. You also possess a natural tone, advanced expressive ability, and acting skills. Although you don't smell bad enough in other aspects, you far surpass ordinary figures. Zhuyan understood. He nodded and finally ordered you stay in the restroom for now. In 5 minutes, if your food hasn't arrived, you go to car No. 15 to find him. Then you tell him that something was discovered in the surveillance room and take him to the front to check the surveillance. These steps were merely to buy time. He did not know what the officer's ability was. He also did not believe that the figure was necessarily the companion in the young officer's task. Zhuyan's true task was to avoid being caught by the police department. From the perspective of unified wording, if the companion of the young officer was indeed a figure, then why didn't his task directly state police department? A companion with a task likely referred to Zhuyan, who was also a player. However, Zhuyan found no need to remind them. In the cramped restroom, the air was suffocatingly foul. Zhuyan's mindset was far from relaxed. His internal organs felt tense from anxiety, and his breathing was shallow and hurried. He could only thank the heavens for being alive and could not care for others. The light shone on the figure's face as it used its stiff muscles to simulate a genuine smile. Okay, it replied, its tone completely distorted. Thank you, I am utterly enchanted by you. I will take him to check the surveillance and then eat him. Perfect. Zhuyan's tense insides relaxed a bit, but his body remained taut. He signaled for the figure to stay here, then quickly opened the door and stepped out of the restroom. The moment the door closed again, he transformed into a uniformed officer who was on the phone. Zhuyan strode down the train car, its lights newly reignited, speaking on the phone with deliberate confidence, drawing curious glances from several passengers. He held his head high and shoulders back, consciously projecting calm self-assurance, as he walked straight through carriage No. 5 and came to a halt at the connecting doorway. Two officers stood guard at the threshold, and Zhuyan's bold approach instantly captured their attention. That familiar visceral tension surged within him once more. He forced himself to relax. If he truly were an officer, he ought to embody that authority without hesitation. Master this moment, and then move forward. Frowning slightly, he swiped twice across his black-screened phone, with practiced nonchalance, then approached the doorway with natural unhurried strides. Director Liu is arriving unexpectedly. Mimicking the mannerisms of a synthetic human impersonating a police officer, Zhuyan embodied stern gravitas to uncanny perfection. His brows knotted so tightly they could crush a fly, his gaze sweeping over the two officers with sharp, unyielding authority. Maintain composure. When Director Liu Mingli enters, you'll conduct the standard ID verification per protocol. In truth, activating his innate ability complaint would also secure his exit. Yet complaint meant total exposure, irreversible and unmistakable. And these two officers stood outside, fully visible to everyone around. Any anomaly in their behavior would alert nearby colleagues instantly, triggering a coordinated response, drawing every available officer to apprehend him. Worse still, it would drastically shrink the narrow window he had left to react to unforeseen complications. So Zhuyan chose the gentlest, most plausible route: performance. Two highly trained officers permitting a superior to pass. Anyone witnessing it would simply assume exigent circumstances warranted the exception. They blinked, startled. They knew Director Liu Mingli took this matter seriously. But why was he coming now? Sir, when did this happen? Did we just call you? One officer asked. Zhuyan murmured, frowning again. Offering no explanation, only retrieving his official badge from his pocket and displaying it clearly before them. This is an exceptional case. I'm going up to meet him personally. Remember, the suspect is exceptionally cunning. I've already briefed Xiaoguan. He'll notify the rest. The subtext was clear: stand down. Yet fearing ambiguity, Zhuyan clarified further, remain posted here. Do not divert your attention. The two officers exchanged a glance, then fell utterly convinced. A genuine superior officer naming Director Liu Mingli with precision and producing authentic credentials brooked no doubt. This exception applies not only now, but also to Guan En and later to Director Liu himself. Zhuyan pressed on, unwavering. Guan En, block him if possible. No one may enter the train from this point onward. Not even if they claim authorization. Anyone admitted must undergo rigorous badge verification. Understood. Their expressions hardened. No trace of suspicion toward Zhuyan, only heightened vigilance at the director's imminent arrival. Yes, sir. Zhuyan nodded, stepped forward, and set foot upon the solid, unyielding concrete of the platform. Instantly his heart leapt. He suppressed the urge to sprint, instead quickening his pace with controlled urgency up the descending staircase leading out of the station, only breaking into full flight once certain he was beyond sight. The station lay eerily vacant, unnervingly, inexplicably empty. Advertising panels glowed along both walls, some flickering erratically, their lights buzzing and stuttering between brightness and dimness. Zhuyan suspected this place, like the hallway and fruit shop from his previous trial, was not true reality but something else entirely. He raced toward the exit. Yet the corridor stretched far longer than anticipated, as though deliberately elongated. He cursed the mission's cruel design. Fortunately, this was no ghost loop or liminal nightmare. No anomalous signage, no disorienting geometry. It was merely extended. Nothing more, nothing less. Reaching the exit would simply cost him more time. Gritting his teeth, he sustained his pace. He dared not pause. He knew stopping was unthinkable. All he could hope for now was that Guan En bought him more time. At that very moment, Guan En stood locked in a furious confrontation with the real Zhongli, his head throbbing. 3 minutes earlier he'd arrived at carriage no. 15. His eyes scanned the exit, and there she stood, a stewardess whose posture, expression, and uniform matched Zhang Li's down to the finest detail. Overwhelmed, Guan En lunged forward and seized her wrist. Zhuyan. The sudden grasp startled Zhang Li completely. She whirled around, instinctively trying to wrench free, a motion Guan En misread as attempted flight. Without hesitation, he activated his ability, precise suppression. Zhang Li froze immobile, her glare blazing with indignation. Officer, what on earth are you doing? Guan En smiled faintly. Zhuyan, you're quite the actor. You even went all the way to carriage no. 15. Most wouldn't think to look there. Indeed, the stewardess in carriage no. 7 was also a player, an extraordinary coincidence within this trial. Had the real Zhang Li not fallen ill and initiated conversation with him voluntarily, he never would have headed straight to carriage no. 15. Instead, he'd have followed procedure, accessing surveillance footage via official clearance. Zhang Li stared, dumbfounded, her mouth opening and closing wordlessly for nearly 3 seconds before comprehension dawned. Officer, what do you mean, Zhuyan? What's happening? A second officer, hearing the commotion, immediately stepped forward to assist. Zhuyan, Xiaoguan, you've located the suspect. Guan En glanced at the immobilized Zhang Li. Likely so. It's complicated. Zhang Li understood now. A suspect? What crime had she committed? She wasn't some Zhuyan. She was Zhang Li. Panic flared. She couldn't let herself be wrongfully accused. Officer, you've mistaken me. I'm Zhang Li. I'm not who you're looking for. I don't even know him. Guan En studied her closely. Concluding this was yet another masterful act by Zhuyan. Truly astonishing. So flawlessly identical to the original. Without hesitation he cuffed her and signaled his colleague to accompany them toward the surveillance room. This is almost certainly Zhu Yan. Still, we can't afford complacency. Tu Zhongli aboard one train demands extreme caution. Let's go forward. Guan En turned to his colleague, whose expression shifted from disbelief to stunned awe. Damn, Xiao Guan. Someone actually possesses such an ability. Though Anwu City personnel had reviewed case files, none had witnessed such phenomena firsthand. His colleague's reaction was entirely expected. Guan En simply nodded, offering a quiet smile. At least one of them must be genuine. And this trick isn't Zhu Yan's first attempt. Either way, he's already slipped up. Guan En paused, patiently elaborating. Our team holds the perimeter. There's no way he escapes this train. The most direct path now is surveillance verification. We need to confirm. His words were cut short by an urgent female voice. Officer, I am Zhongli, she cried. Having listened intently, she'd formed an incredible hypothesis. This young officer's veiled remarks implied someone bearing her exact likeness had infiltrated the train and assumed her identity. But she was Zhongli, diligent, law-abiding, never stepping out of line. Terrified of being falsely condemned, she blurted out every detail she could recall. Officer, I'm registered in Heng'an District, Anwu City, and my identification is right here in my pocket. For the past 4 days I've been aboard this high-speed rail. On this exact route, nearly always stationed on board, sleeping in crew dormitories near the stations. I've committed no crime, and know nothing of this so-called suspect. Officer, if you doubt me, check my documents. As the words fell, an unsettling feeling enveloped Guan En's heart. How could someone announce their identity and willingly show their identification card? Could the true suspect, the real Zhu Yan, truly reach such a level? Or could it be that Zhu Yan could even alter something like an identification card? This ability, could it really be so extraordinary? While Guan En hesitated, a colleague cleverly stepped forward and pulled out an identification card from the crew member's pocket. Take a look at this. He handed the card in front of Guan En. At first glance it appeared authentic, with all the features of thickness, gloss, color-changing security, and the name Zhongli printed neatly in the center. Guan En's heart skipped a beat. He snatched the identification card, turning it over and over. The texture felt right, everything was right. Damn. In an instant Guan En's expression turned grim. He quickly ran through the details in his mind, and the more he thought the more ominous it felt. The Zhongli in Car 7 only showed the player badge but did not present the ability card. It was indeed possible that Zhu Yan had melted away the player badge and the ability card. However, Guan En clearly remembered the information he had reviewed last night. His aunt's ability card and badge had also been completely taken by Zhu Yan. The other Zhongli not showing the ability card might very well be because the ability card listed his aunt's abilities. Guan En felt a chill in his heart, regretting his carelessness. A confused, desperate person from the Eastern District of Asia encountering a lifeline in the form of a police officer would be most unusual if they didn't reveal everything. But thankfully Zhu Yan was still on the train. Guan En gritted his teeth and turned to his colleague. You take Zhongli and come with me right now. We need to go to the monitoring room immediately. Seeing Guan En's sudden change in demeanor, his colleague's expression also shifted. As Guan En marched forward with great strides, his colleague hurriedly followed behind with a pale-faced Zhongli. What's wrong, Xiao Guan? The colleague recognized something was amiss and wore a serious expression. What should we do? Meanwhile, in the underground passage, Zhu Yan was running, as if competing in a 1,000-meter race. Who knows why the exit suddenly seemed so far? He was nearly exhausted, yet still about 20 meters away from the ticket checking point. Zhu Yan was running fiercely, each breath causing sharp pain in his right ribs. It was impossible, the journey was still long. His task was not merely to check out, but to leave the entire North Station. Who knows how much longer it is from the ticket checking point to the main gate of the North Station. He had to keep going. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't stop. Zhu Yan looked at the increasingly close ticket checking point, the pain and fatigue making it hard for him to breathe. His legs felt as heavy as lead. The billboards around him flickered at the edges of his vision, creating a flurry of snowflakes. The task was indeed not an easy one. It was clearly designed to ensure that the imposter had a full meal. It was possible that when it was the imposter's turn to traverse this path, it would return to its normal length. Zhu Yan crouched down and crawled through the empty ticket checking point. The cold ground made him struggle to get up, switching from running to a brisk walk. The sudden stop had drained him a bit, but thankfully he finally finished the underground passage. Zhu Yan gasped for breath, maintaining his walking speed while surveying his surroundings. Everything at the train station was normal. The liquor advertisements were still lit and the hall was very clean. The exit was brightly lit and Zhu Yan squinted, seeing the sunlight and the pedestrians outside. In stark contrast to the empty station, a small flame ignited in his heart. Having come this far, he could not give up. Zhu Yan strode towards the main entrance. Once his heartbeat calmed down a bit, he began to jog again. Guan En rushed towards the front of the train, feeling increasingly anxious. We need to check the surveillance, he said coldly. It's highly likely he tampered with the footage and will drag it out until we are exhausted or drop our guard before making his move. From what his aunt said last night in an agitated state, Zhuyan's ability is one that is very deceptive but has weak offensive capabilities. Moreover, based on his previous performance, he probably did not have the confidence to directly attack the police officer and then leave. Guanen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and voiced all his concerns. Zhuyan is very cunning. He has seen too many of us already. My superior, those colleagues standing outside. Last night his aunt emotionally emphasized that Zhuyan sacrificed his own brother to the imposter in exchange for his own safety. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't resort to the same trick again, sacrificing another innocent bystander to the imposter for time to act. Once he successfully blends in with the passengers and we have no surveillance, he can transform into any one of us without restraint. Then it would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, his colleague's expression changed drastically. Xiao Guan, he said while pulling Zhongli, turning his head to look at Guanen. Given this, is it possible he has already transformed and left with our people? Guanen had already reached the position of car 5. He turned to glance at the entrance. The colleague on duty showed no signs of abnormality and was still diligently watching. What reason would he have to leave? Guanen furrowed his brow, continuing forward. It is possible, but we have regulations that no one is allowed to leave the compartment. There is food and drink on the train, and there are restrooms. What reason could he have to go out? His colleague thought for a moment but couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. True. Then don't be too anxious, Xiao Guan. As long as the person is still on the train, we can handle it in any way. Guanen was certainly anxious. Now the facts were laid bare before him. He had been played by Zhuyan. Every word from that fake Zhongli could be deceiving him, yet Zhuyan successfully extracted his subtask using these lies and led him to car 15, buying himself time. If he didn't catch Zhuyan in time, his task might fail and his life could very well be lost. Zhuyan. Guanen gritted his teeth, and in a moment of distraction, he crashed directly into the imposter coming out of the restroom. You! Guanen stumbled from the collision. Under the warm yellow lights, the imposter's hollow eyes radiated intense hunger, staring at him without moving. It was seriously counting the seconds. Once 5 minutes were up, it would immediately come out to find the food it craved. The imposter looked at Guan, and its mouth slightly stiff, pulling upwards into a grin. That high-level imposter really kept its word, and did not touch its delicious food. How delightful! Guanen paid no mind to the imposter's expression. His own abilities were sufficient for his self-preservation. He was more concerned about his task and Zhuyan's whereabouts. Guanen grabbed the imposter's arm and asked, "Where is the female crew member who was with you and Zhuyan?" The imposter immediately recalled Zhuyan's instructions. The meaning of the high-level imposter was that it could take Guanen to the monitoring room to enjoy its feast. The imposter licked its lips and said, "She is in the monitoring room watching the surveillance. I came out first." Guanen's heart sank. Indeed, surveillance. He had no time to investigate whether the imposter had eaten anyone, nor did he care about his colleague and Zhongli. He bolted towards the front of the train. The imposter watched the figure that had willingly presented itself, licking its lips again. It took 2 steps forward, but heard a puzzled voice from outside the door. "Ha, leader." The officer on duty scrutinized the imposter and then glanced at the passing colleague. "You're back. When did you come back?" "Leader, didn't you say Director Liu was coming?" "Where is Director Liu?" "What?" Ni's colleague instantly sensed something amiss and lunged forward, seizing the officer by the arm. "And no, that's not right. Explain yourself clearly. When did our supervisor leave?" Just now." Xiao Guan said the supervisor had been here the whole time. "Still in the vehicle?" And he turned sharply toward the pseudo-human and demanded, "Supervisor? What Director Liu are you talking about?" The pseudo-human's mind drifted hollow and unmoored, and starving its stomach all but vanished. Thoughts of anything beyond food were unbearable. Director Liu, it knew that name, Lu Mingli, and the powerful, alluring pseudo-human had asked about him, but what did it matter to it? It couldn't fathom it anyway, and vacantly the pseudo-human stared after Guanen as he sprinted, and then lifted its leg to follow. "What Director Liu?" Nit tossed the words over its shoulder, leaving the 2 stationed officers frozen in mutual disbelief. "I know nothing of any Director Liu. Handle it yourselves." The pseudo-human strode across the plush carpet, vanishing swiftly down the business-class aisle, its uniformed back unnervingly rigid. And the 2 officers and their colleague exchanged glances. All 3 faces paled. 2 seconds later they spoke in unison. "Didn't our supervisor just step out moments ago?" "And he told us himself. Director Liu was coming. Who did you let out?" And as the colleague voiced the question, the answer struck him like lightning. Beads of cold sweat bloomed across his forehead. "Damn it, Jin. Just 1 or 2 minutes earlier Guanen had insisted Zhuyan had no reason to leave the carriage. He had to still be aboard. Now he felt a pang of second-hand shame for Guanen. And Guanen, come back?" And gritting his teeth, the colleague burst into a sprint. And meanwhile Zhuyan's legs barely lifted with each stride. Yet he dared not stop. Sweat drenched his brow. Ni's ribs screamed with every breath, each inhalation, a jagged wound across his body. His lungs felt lacerated. Tiny knives carving inward. leaving his face deathly white, air refusing to enter. And but salvation loomed. Only 50 meters remained. Zhuyan clenched his jaw, suppressing the agony. And he held his breath and surged forward once more. Nade entered this trial not to die, but to survive. Frame by frame, Guan reviewed the surveillance footage, and with every second dread coiled deeper along his spine. And the feed was intact. Zhuyan hadn't tampered with a single frame. The flaw lay entirely with him. Nade fatally underestimated a high schooler who appeared utterly devoid of worldly experience. Nat 400, M. Zhuyan approached Zhang Li in carriage 15 and struck up conversation. 50 minutes later, a new Zhang Li stood boldly at the entrance of carriage 7. Calm, composed, awaiting their arrival. And then, like a fool, he'd let himself be dismissed by her. All the while, Zhang Li manipulated the pseudo-human openly, right before his very eyes. Then Zhuyan assumed the guise of their supervisor, striding confidently out the train door, vanishing from the camera's gaze. The flaw lay entirely with him. Nade fatally underestimated a high schooler who appeared utterly devoid of worldly experience. Nat 400, M. Zhuyan approached Zhang Li in carriage 15 and struck up conversation. There was still time, and he could still win, and live, and no more hesitation. He whirled around. Just as a saliva-dripping pseudo-human lunged straight at him, Guan twisted aside. No time even to summon his ability. And he shoved past the stationed officer and fled the train, the wind roaring in his ears, carrying his colleagues' frantic cries. Guan, he lied. Said Director Liu was coming. Hey, wait for us. And Guan didn't look back. And he barreled down the descending stairwell. The officer's voice cutting off abruptly behind him. Holy hell, he's fast. Ni's colleague swore, already barking orders. And split up. One group holds position here, or the rest chase him down. He issued the command without pause. As the officer sprinted out, with dogs snarling at their heels, he pivoted toward the pseudo-human inside the surveillance room, now standing again. Supervisor, we must. And he never finished. Before him, the supervisor tore open its own mouth, beyond human limits. Its jaw split vertically down the center of its skull, revealing rows of glistening needle-sharp teeth, slick with drool. And ravenous, its periorbital muscles tightened, pressing downward upon those stagnant, lifeless eyes. Food. Nit needed food, even if not a player. Ni's colleague's eyes widened, his heartbeat stuttered. And passengers shrieked. Panic erupted. Chaos swallowed the corridor. In that frozen instant, the pseudo-human lunged and sank its fangs deep into his throat. And crimson exploded like fireworks. Guan heard none of it. The underground passage wasn't long. With every ounce of strength, he cleared the ticket gate in mere seconds. Bursting into the waiting hall. Every system hummed normally. Faded advertising boards flickered cheerfully overhead. Yet the hall stood utterly empty, except for one figure sprinting desperately toward the exit. Zhuyan. Guan roared, hurling himself forward without restraint. And to his eyes, Zhuyan was already perilously close to the station exit. One step, maybe two, no more than 5 and 20 meters. And Zhuyan heard the raw, ragged shout. He knew it was Guan, but he didn't turn. If Guan faced the same distance, he couldn't possibly have closed the gap so quickly. Ni's suspicion was confirmed. And that accursed Joyous Paradise had selectively amplified only the distance Zhuyan himself needed to traverse. Zhuyan ground his teeth, accelerating again. His heart threatening to tear free from his chest. And damn it, had he not wasted time circling twice? Had he impulsively used his complaint or humiliation abilities at the outset, alerting the precinct immediately? And given the speed disparity, he'd have been dead long before now. 10 meters, 5. And Guan's footsteps thundered closer, almost upon him. And to Guan, Zhuyan seemed to crawl, nearly motionless. Almost there. And Guan reached out, aiming for the hem of Zhuyan's jacket. Yet in that final decisive moment, he failed. Zhuyan surged across the last 2 meters, and broke into the pale morning sunlight, and he wheeled around, bracing his hands on his knees, gasping deeply. Then appraised Guan through an invisible barrier. To Zhuyan, Guan's world behind him was pure void. No echoing station, no flowing crowds. Only blackness. Sweat traced paths down Zhuyan's face. He lifted his gaze. Eyes slightly upturned, edged with quiet disdain, as he offered Guan a slow, breathless smile. Guan stretched his hand forward. Yet an immovable force halted his fingers. Between them hung an unseen pain, like glass. He could hear Guan's voice perfectly. Yet they stood barely 10 centimeters apart. And Guan stared at Zhuyan's face, and felt despair rise vast and suffocating. Mission failed. And was he going to die? And Zhuyan kept smiling. And, brilliant work, buddy, he panted. Your life. My gift. Guan frowned, momentarily baffled by the words. And then, Na's silken feminine voice detonated inside his skull, announcing the trial's final verdict. Trial, cat-and-mouse game, concluded. And congratulations, Guan. You have successfully completed the mission and cleared the novice trial. What? And cleared. Nade actually survived. And stunned, Guan turned toward Zhuyan, only for the scene to dissolve around him. He was no longer in the station, but back aboard train G3075. and simultaneously Zhuyan heard the same soothing announcement. Relief washing over him like warm tide. Euphoria rose like gentle amniotic fluid, lapping over his calves, climbing slowly, soothing muscles and organs strained beyond measure. And pain dissolved. Joy bloomed. Pure, unfeigned, and deep. Congratulations. User logged out. And damn. And Zhuyan was struck for the first time by how poorly chosen his nickname truly was, having just cleared the trial yet still jolted by a sudden shock. You have completed the Dungeon Catan mouse game with exceptional finesse, guiding your companion to victory and securing full success. N. You have returned to the real world. Rewards will be distributed in 10 minutes. Wild Joyland eagerly awaits your return. In the blink of an eye, Zhuyan's surroundings transformed entirely. Guan and the suffocating darkness vanished, replaced instead by a bustling railway station at dawn thronged with commuters. Zhuyan slowly rose to his feet. A middle-aged woman hurried past him, her heels striking the floor with crisp, rhythmic clicks. She suddenly glanced down, then swiftly turned her head back toward Zhuyan. And young man, your bag fell. And Zhuyan felt as though he had crossed lifetimes. He looked down, to find a black backpack resting quietly at his feet, the very one he'd abandoned aboard the train during his escape. Faint crimson light from a nearby billboard shimmered across its dark surface. And Zhuyan hoisted it onto his shoulder and noticed above him a festive liquor advertisement glowing brightly. Aromas drifted from breakfast stalls on both sides. Delicate, abundant sounds filled the world. And Zhuyan stretched his muscles and walked steadily into the sunlight. The morning sun was gentle. Not fierce but warm as a tide, soothing and serene. And Zhuyan lingered briefly in its embrace, then resolved to find shelter elsewhere without delay. For now he remained a fugitive, wanted by the police. Lingering here would be unwise. As he walked, he attentively listened to the woman's voice echoing through his earpiece. He sensed this dungeon mode differed markedly from his previous novice trial. In his own novice dungeon, only players and simulacra existed. This time, however, numerous non-player entities populated the dungeon. Had Wild Joyland forcibly drawn innocents into the trial? Or were they merely illusory NPCs conjured by Wild Joyland itself? Zhuyan walked beneath the sun, absorbing warmth like a parched soul. And what truly was Wild Joyland? Your companion performed exceptionally, single-handedly carrying you to mission completion. Knock hold, a motionless female voice announced within Guanen's mind. He heard it, but stronger than triumph surged a wave of anguish gripping his heart whole. Ni's colleague lay collapsed on the floor, head and nearly half his body gone without trace. Dark crimson fluid soaked deep into the carpet. The mangled remains resembled a clinical anatomy model. The simulacrum responsible had vanished without a trace. The original passengers had been evacuated. Yet over a dozen operatives remained standing grimly in a tight circle. Wounds marked them all, some minor, others severe. Several stared sternly at Guanen, their comrade who had inexplicably reappeared, defying all logic. And Xiaoguan, what in heaven's name happened? What exactly happened to your superior? We all saw it. And Guanen's lips whitened from the force of his own bite. That morning he had made too many errors. And this carnage laid bare a brutal truth from the outset. He had mistaken which side was the cat, and which the mouse. His companion referred not to his duty as a police officer, but to his kinship with others like himself. Nan Zhuyan, the cunning, treacherous figure he'd presumed, had grasped that truth from the very beginning. Just as Zhuyan claimed. If not for him, Guanen's life would have ended there and then. Yet his colleague was innocent, was not even a player. Because Guanen misread the mission, panic overriding reason, he failed to suppress the simulacrum with his abilities. And thus his colleague died. And Guanen, what truly occurred last night? Who is this Zhuyan? Was all of this caused by him? And as these questions collided in his mind, the woman's voice and his colleague's urgent inquiries rang out simultaneously. You have returned to the real world. Rewards will be issued in 10 minutes. Wild Joyland eagerly awaits your return. In past trials, only players perished. Would his colleague survive? Guanen's heart clenched, then plummeted hollow and heavy. And outside, pale dawn light spilled across the platform where travelers suddenly appeared, waiting silently to board. Yet inside the carriage nothing changed. Ni's colleague did not revive, even for 10 fleeting minutes. And he lay motionless in his grotesque final posture, provoking shrieks of terror from passengers who glimpsed the horror beyond the window. We apologize. The voice chimed, unervingly human. And we are merciful. But our mercy extends solely to players of Wild Joyland. Zhuyan, of course, knew nothing of any of this. And exhaustion and hunger gnawed at him after hours of relentless flight. Though still trembling from the adrenaline of clearing 2 dungeons within 24 hours, he bought a fragrant golden brown jianbing guozi and a bag of soy milk, and forced himself to eat, replenishing his reserves. Anwu City was vast. Zhuyan pulled out his phone, searched quickly, and zeroed in on a historic district. Maps indicated ongoing demolition, aging infrastructure, yet pockets of surveillance blind spots remained. He could not ascertain the current state of train G3075, or whether simulacra had begun feeding on humans. Nor would he gamble on Wild Joyland's promised rewards. If he reached the old district before the police mobilized, he'd at least gain precious time to prepare, should disaster strike. and Zhuyan rose, scanning the surrounding security cameras. He angled sharply toward the exit, passing a shadowed corner beneath the staircase, where an elderly man rested, and Zhuyan observed him carefully. When he emerged moments later, he was stooped, frail, unmistakably aged. He hailed a taxi, watching the railway station shrink in the rearview mirror, his fingers unconsciously tightening on his coat hem. And 5 minutes later, the woman's voice sounded precisely on schedule. Zhuyan gazed out at streets bathed in morning light, focusing intently, praying for something useful. Once again, congratulations. User logged out. Compliments grow tiresome. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. N. Overall results for the Dungeon Catan mouse game. Total players 2. Both cleared the trial. 1 civilian deceased. N. During police evacuation, several individuals were displaced into non-real space, resulting in multiple disappearances. 1 dead, multiple missing, and Zhuyan's thoughts stalled, then flooded with the image of the simulacrum vanishing into the pitch-black stairwell from his last trial. At the time of evacuation, Wild Joyland had not yet restored the platform, so when crowds dispersed, they simply vanished. And clearly this trial had dragged innocence into Wild Joyland itself. And 1 death, and had the simulacrum denied Guan En fed instead upon an ordinary civilian, Ni's younger brother's shattered form surged back into memory. Zhuyan's face involuntarily contorted. Among participants, you ranked first with the highest score. Base rewards follow, N rest days 10, and your 2 rest day allocations may be stacked, totaling 20 days. You may elect to enter a new dungeon ahead of schedule. And fine, this was irrelevant. He'd be arrested the moment he stepped foot on campus anyway. N. Dungeon clearance bonus 400,000 yuan. Not bad. And with this sum, he could exchange part of it at the Hall of Mourning, reserving only tuition and basic living expenses. And but, did he even still have the chance to attend school? Additionally, recognizing the hardships you face in reality, we have granted you a special item. And Zhuyan's eyes lit up. A subtle, intoxicating euphoria washed over him. He felt its pull again, instinctively craving its grip. Nah, special item. A true surprise. He sat upright slowly, and whatever it was better than nothing. And, congratulations. You have acquired the one-time use item Concealed Unleashed. Item usage instructions follow. And, please remain patient. Listen carefully to the broadcast. Zhuyan perked up his ears. The item Hidden and Unrevealed can completely conceal 2 key pieces of information within a matter and redirect attention to a larger event, ensuring that the matters of concern to the user will not be scrutinized in the short term. A female voice rhythmically announced the instructions, pausing at just the right moment. This item can monitor specific events, but the user must input the key information they wish to delete themselves. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Zhuyan felt a sense of novelty. He had never seen anything like this before. It was unprecedented for him. The 2 key pieces of information that could be deleted were actually input by himself. A mix of joy and secretive thrill surged within him. This meant that if the input information was appropriate, the item's effect would be greater than he had imagined. Zhuyan looked out the car window at the rush hour traffic and unconsciously relaxed his brow. The maximum delay time for the event is 2 years. The specific duration depends on the content you input, as well as your subsequent efforts. Please continue, don't stop. 2 years. Zhuyan curved his lips and couldn't help but laugh. 2 years would certainly be the best outcome, but the instances were continuously arriving. In such circumstances, if he could delay it for 3 months to half a year, he could rest easy. The taxi turned a corner, passing by a coffee shop already open and lit up beneath the department store. People looked weary as they rushed to their morning shifts. Everything seemed quite normal. But Zhuyan knew that the reality he was in was being eroded by Carnival Paradise, and at dawn on Wu City, had already experienced its first incident. At this rate, 3 months later, the police station would be overwhelmed with work. Even by the time Hidden and Unrevealed reached its limit, they would have no energy to fuss over such trifles. The item has been automatically sent to your phone. Please use it within 2 days. Phone. Don't rush, be patient. The female voice said. Zhuyan restrained the urge to immediately check it out, planning to wait until the announcement was complete. I will continue to report the remaining rewards. Player level LV. 2. Currently you can withstand 75 of player skill attacks. This means that among the beta players, 75 of them only possess level 2 abilities. Ability is determined by one's inherent talent. Am I really quite the actor? Acting ability level LV. 5. From level 5 to 6, 3 beta instances are needed. Zhuyan felt quite satisfied. To think positively for a player who has only cleared 2 instances, a level 5 ability is already quite good. Complaining ability level LV. 4. Your aunt cannot even come up with a sophisticated term like large intestine in the brain. Bullying ability level LV. 2. Keep up the good work. Among the 3 abilities, the only one Zhuyan had not used was bullying, which was also the only ability that had not leveled up. It seems that in order to upgrade an ability, it must be frequently used. Reward announcement completed. Good luck, player. See you next time. The female voice disappeared, and Zhuyan's world returned to tranquility. Anwu City is vast, and there are still 30 minutes until they reach their destination. Zhuyan couldn't wait to take out his phone to check, and indeed the time displayed on the homepage had changed. A strange and eye-catching app had appeared. A delicate black caged bird pattern on a light gold background with each feather of the bird vividly detailed. Compared to other simply designed logos, it was simply on a different layer. Below the icon were the striking red characters for hidden and unrevealed. The method of distribution was quite innovative and novel. Zhuyan opened the app and the phone interface turned a pale yellow. In the center of the screen, the black caged bird flapped its wings repeatedly. Zhuyan stared at the icon for a while. Is this a sign of loading? A few seconds later, the bird's movements stopped and several lines of prominent text jumped out. Congratulations, lucky player. After monitoring, we confirm that you are trapped with the specific event described as follows. It was indeed monitoring just now. This was quite interesting, and Zhuyan felt a sense of novelty once again. His gaze eagerly dropped down, and he finally beheld the complete description of the event. Event illegal escape. You deliberately concealed your player identity, defying official intentions, and left the eroded city, causing the police to pursue you across city borders. Zhuyan stared at the bright red text several times, confirming his earlier speculation. The item from Carnival Paradise described its arrival as erosion. What would the reality look like after being completely eroded? Specific reason for capture. The police believe that your escape may bring the erosion of Carnival Paradise elsewhere, presenting a survival crisis for humans in other cities. While Zhuyan helplessly leaned his head against the car window, allowing the warmth of the sunlight to slowly seep into his scalp. If the police regarded those inexplicable sudden deaths as part of an epidemic, this concern was somewhat understandable. The subtitles emitted a Shakespearean lament. Injustice, your name is Zhuyan. Zhuyan glanced at the driver and replied in a voice too soft to be heard. How about me? My name is user has logged out. The subtitles swiftly erased that line. After monitoring, it has been confirmed that a larger event with enough influence to overshadow illegal escape has occurred near you, detailed as follows. Event death of officer. In the instance cat and mouse game, you experienced a pseudo-human devoured half of a non-player identity officer. Carnival Paradise does not provide resurrection opportunities for non-player humans, nor any benefits for a 10-minute farewell message, let alone preferential treatment for a complete corpse. The red text pierced Zhuyan's eyes and a chilling dread exploded above his head. Earlier, when the female voice was announcing, he thought that officer's death would be just as tranquil and natural as others. But if the officer were to return in a state of half a body directly to the train, if such a scene were witnessed by the crowd outside the train, it would be entirely different. Even if the situation could be controlled externally, it would surely attract considerable attention within the police station. The red text pierced Zhuyan's eyes and a chilling dread exploded above his head. Earlier, when the female voice was announcing, he thought that officer's death would be just as tranquil and natural as others. Friendly reminder: these two incidents are not entirely unrelated. On the contrary, they are intertwined and complex in nature. There is a high probability of a chain reaction. Players must seriously consider which information needs to be concealed. In the future, players need to take proactive action and not give up. Zhuyan sat up straight, unconsciously leaning closer to the phone screen. Do not give up. Of course he would not give up. The scope of information concealment includes the erasure of data and the blurring of related individuals' memories. Players, please input. The pitch-black screen flickered and all the subtitles disappeared. A blank symbol blinked on the screen and the phone keyboard popped up from below. Zhuyan maintained the page, looking out the window, pondering for a moment. The taxi was stuck on an overpass and Zhuyan could see the distant gray old town. The old-looking buildings were stacked layer upon layer, squeezed together block by block. Some buildings were connected by sky bridges, just like the two matters monitored by hidden and unrevealed. If the police were to investigate the event death of officer, they would trace back to the reason for Guanen's business trip, thereby leading to the event illegal escape. The reason for Guanen's business trip was the event illegal escape. This is not a singular piece of information, so hidden and unrevealed cannot erase it. Zhuyan could not simply sever the connection between the two matters with just two pieces of information. This was an unavoidable link. All he could do was conceal himself. Zhuyan redirected his gaze and carefully typed 2 lines into his phone. The name of Xiao Yin Zhuyan. The appearance of Xiao Yin Zhuyan. Without identity information or facial records, the police station could not directly identify him. According to the description of the artifact hidden without trace, the memories of all involved individuals would be altered, and objectively he would vanish from every database. In other words, even if the police traced their way to his aunt, they would still be powerless against him. Moreover, hidden without trace concealed only information related to the incident, leaving all his other activities unaffected. He could walk freely in broad daylight, enroll in school, enter dungeons, gather intelligence. No need to hide or flee. 3 months. He could endure it. After reviewing his plan once more, and confirming no flaw remained, Zhuyan gently tapped the confirmation button. Instantly that secretive euphoria surged again. A faint electric tingle coursing through every neuron, filling him with unprecedented delight. It felt as though he were merging with some vast unseen force. The thought flashed across his mind, jolting him instantly awake. Zhuyan pinched the web between his thumb and index finger, anchoring himself back to reality, refusing distraction. Under the stark white light, Guanen's forehead was damp with cold sweat. Outside train G3075. No passengers remained. Only temporary barricades and newly arrived officers. The corpse had been removed. Officers combed the entire train but found no trace of its head. In the relatively spacious carriage No. 6, an officer lowered his phone and fixed Guanen with a grave stare. "I've just received critical instructions," he said, lips pressed, thin eyes flickering with quiet sympathy. "Guanen, you must already know what this concerns. Your superior's body has been recovered." Guanen nodded. "Yes," he replied, calm despite the tremor beneath his voice. "I learned of it this morning. That voice forbade me from speaking it aloud. Had I shown any sign of distress, I would have died within 10 minutes. The officer nodded. "Consistent with existing data. Given the gravity of this case, you must remain in Anwu City for investigative cooperation, for some time." He glanced out the window at the bustling officers, then shook his head. "There's always one or two who refuse to comply. Wasn't your team dispatched here to apprehend someone? What was that person's name again?" "His name is..." Guanen furrowed his brow. He knew the name. It was extraordinary, unforgettable. But what was it? No matter how hard he strained his memory, it slipped away. He shook his head. "Sir, I can't recall it right now. It's logged in the system. You can review it upon returning." The officer responded with a terse nasal hum. "I've alerted the others. We'll locate him as soon as possible. I suspect this individual is far from ordinary. Take some time to recover. Then file the most detailed statement you possibly can." At the center of Zhuyan's phone screen, the caged bird struggled once more. Zhuyan watched its frantic wing beats, until text reappeared on the screen. "Confirmed player. Artifact hidden without trace is now active. With optimal execution duration 2 years. 2 years, the maximum possible." Zhuyan exhaled deeply. This meant success. However, your choice will trigger amplified panic. Please prepare yourself mentally. Remember, act decisively, and persist to the end. With a shatter, the blackness fractured at its center. The app icon burst like fireworks, scattering into fragments before dissolving into the screen's kaleidoscopic hues, vanishing entirely. Zhuyan released another long, slow breath. Guanen's superior had become a pseudo-human, meaning the true superior had died during the night. Regardless of how Guanen had traveled to Anwu City, it confirmed that Rapturous Utopia had silently infiltrated another location overnight. Its timing eerily synchronized with Zhuyan's departure from the city. Once the true superior's corpse was discovered, Zhuyan's guilt, fleeing the city without authorization, thereby allowing a horror dungeon to escape, would be irrevocably sealed. There was no turning back. He must not be captured by the police. As for the amplified panic foretold by the dungeon, well, he would meet each threat as it arose. The taxi descended lazily from the expressway, winding through narrow alleys before stopping beside a dilapidated bus stop. Zhuyan stepped out and deliberately took obscure paths toward a hostel hidden within a crumbling corridor building. The hostel had no front desk. Only online reservations and door codes entered upon arrival. This minimized human contact. More crucially, several blind spots in the surrounding surveillance network offered Zhuyan ideal cover to restore his original appearance. 20 minutes later, he collapsed onto the hostel's sofa, fatigue seeping steadily into his mind. With the crisis resolved, he finally allowed himself to empty his thoughts, to rest, truly rest. He forced himself upright for a hot shower, then fell onto the soft bed, still humming with the warmth of the hairdryer. His eyelids growing heavier grain by grain. Until his facial muscles fully relaxed, Zhuyan sank into deep, unbroken sleep. Meanwhile, inside the police station, a young officer scrolled through his mouse, searching again and again. "How is this possible? This makes no sense, sir." He could retrieve Guanen's official travel records and work files. Yet the suspect's dossier contained neither name nor photograph. Only blank fields and a pure white image. "What's wrong?" A senior officer leaned over his shoulder. "Refresh it a few times. Such files couldn't have passed review. They'd never be submitted this way." The officer refreshed repeatedly, but the blanks remained immovable, as if welded into place. "Strange, sir. This shouldn't be a system bug." The officer frowned. "I remember seeing this file. The suspect's name and face were striking, unforgettable. I recall he was called. Yet the very features and name that had once imprinted themselves so vividly now dissolved beyond reach. It was like knowing gold lay locked inside a box, yet seeing only the lock with the key long lost." The officer dismissed it. "Call and ask. Or better yet, don't we have a relative of the suspect here?" He pointed to the aunt's name and ID number, and the string of digits following the suspect's name. "Pull her household registration record, and verify the ID number independently." The officer didn't hesitate. He dialed immediately. 10 minutes later, he hung up, brow furrowed. "Sir, they found nothing. No household record. And the officer sensed something deeply amiss. "And what?" "The ID number appears invalid," the officer replied. "They entered it 5 times. Each time no match found." The officer's frown deepened. "Neither the household register nor the ID checks out." The officer nodded. I'll call the reporting party again for verification. Strange. Surely they double-checked the ID when uploading. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the officer remained rooted in place. The call connected. The officer courteously stated his purpose. From the other end a woman erupted. Shrill terchoked piercing every ear in the room. Oh, thank heavens. You've finally caught that little bastard. He'll never escape. Not even to the ends of the earth. He deserves death. Officer. Make him pay for my son's life. I'll haunt him beyond the grave. The officer patiently repeated, Ma'am, do you recall his name? His ID number? Do you remember that? The aunt nearly blurted it out. Then faltered. He's called. Oh dear, what was it? A name once second nature now vanished utterly from memory. She scoured her mind. But it was hollow as barren as her wallet. I'm sorry, officer. I can't recall it. Wait. I'll check the household register. The officer and his superior exchanged a silent knowing glance. Odd indeed, the senior officer mused with a dry chuckle. Guanen claimed the same. Still, household records should suffice. 5 minutes later, the aunt's wails filled the room sharp enough to pierce the skull. Officer. It's gone. His name and photo. Vanished from my household certificate. I don't understand. This can't be. Those records must exist. Officer. Could there have been an error on your end? His ID number remains intact. Surely that's enough. You may speak. The officer slid the mouse and stabilized the page. Now the computer was set on the page with the Foundation Establishment certificate number. Aunt was at the other end nervously reporting the numbers, her voice trembling. The officer leaned closer to the screen, examining each number one by one. Identical. Every single number was identical. Are you sure? The officer asked, glancing back at his superior. The officer realized something and signaled for the officer to turn on the speakerphone. I'm sure, Aunt hurriedly replied, carefully reporting the numbers again. The officer leaned in, pointing at the screen, rechecking once more. This time his brow furrowed tightly. Ma'am, do you have his contact information? A phone number or WeChat ID will do. Aunt reported another string of numbers. It's all fine, the officer confirmed. Thank you for your cooperation. Once the call ended, he personally input the search in the system. As expected, the search results were indeed a blank. The officer's expression grew increasingly serious. The inability to find a name corresponding to the certificate number indicated that this person's identity information had completely vanished. The phone number search also yielded nothing. Report immediately, he decisively instructed. Report to the higher-ups. This matter is very serious. The officer immediately stood up from his seat. I'll go right now. Master, may I ask why? The officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I've reviewed the case files from that city. It may sound unbelievable, but the person we are after likely possesses the ability to hide his information. There's an even more serious possibility, which is that he might be connected with powers beyond our imagination, intertwined with them. He could even be one of them. He rushed out, forcing the officer to follow. Master, I'll go find Guanen to confirm this issue right now. Zhuyan had slept for about 10 hours, replenishing his energy. When he opened his eyes in the soft bedding, it was already 7 o'clock at night. At 7 o'clock, the old city was bustling. Zhuyan opened the window to look outside. Milk tea shops, barbecue stalls, and various small restaurants were brightly lit and lively, with the sounds of cooking mingling with the aroma of food penetrating his ears and nose. Feeling hungry, Zhuyan finally sensed a long-forgotten appetite. He went downstairs with his original face and casually found a small shop that smelled good, ordering a bowl of beef fried rice and a hot soup. At the moment, it seemed that the police station had not taken any further action, and the concealment would help hide all of his appearance information. In this situation, using his own face to move around was actually the safest. A large plate of fragrant fried rice was served. As Zhuyan devoured it, he stared at his palm for 3 seconds before opening the player center. Familiar 4-colored blocks jumped out. Personal information and settings, player forum, horror map, and online store. The announcement after the novice dungeon ended was still fresh in his mind, the female voice stating that horror currency and human currency could be exchanged for each other with a currently low exchange rate. However, Zhuyan had to follow the map's instructions to go to the nearest morning hall. This time Zhuyan chose to stare at the horror map for 3 seconds before entering to view it. Mushroom soup. The boss lady pushed over a bowl of steaming thick soup, saying enjoy. Zhuyan murmured his thanks. He was highly focused. The horror map interface was overwhelmingly shocking, rendering him speechless. In fact, the horror map was not simply a flat map, but 2 parallel layers, each layer suspended in midair like a 3D model. The distance between the 2 layers was about 30 centimeters, and the tall buildings, short houses, and street lamps were all clearly visible. The upper layer of the map featured the familiar architectural style of reality, while the crazy Joyland thoughtfully used a black caged bird to indicate Zhuyan's current position. Above this layer of the map, the red words floated: uncorrupted world, Anwu City. Zhuyan looked closely and noticed that some locations were tied with thin red lines. These red lines connected them to certain buildings on the lower layer of the map. The buildings on the lower layer were mostly strange. Zhuyan saw residences densely packed like a beehive, short buildings resembling melted candles, and various houses sprouting peculiar horns or tentacles, almost as if they were living entities. Some buildings tied with red lines had already been uprooted, slowly being pulled upwards by the red lines. What was this? Did the red lines imply that a certain force was forcibly connecting them, suggesting that the two worlds would eventually merge? Would the merged world become bizarre and strange like the scenes in Crazy Joyland? Zhuyan thought of the legend of the matchmaker, then was frightened by this hellish thought. The aroma of frying beef helped cushion the horror he felt from this scene. Zhuyan blinked, surveying the warm and bright little shop before returning his gaze to the two layers of the map. In the layer belonging to Crazy Joyland, a giant building resembling a head caught Zhuyan's attention. The top of this head was unusually pointed, with a mass of black hair eerily floating around it. Its eyeballs, lips, and teeth looked as if they had been melted in a furnace, at first glance resembling a man crying with his mouth wide open. The 4 red characters for Morning Hall floated glaringly in the center of the head. At present it had already detached from the layer of the Crazy Joyland map, connecting at the top with the base of a building in the uncorrupted world. Zhuyan grabbed the mushroom soup and took a sip, trying to focus on the junction of the two buildings. Indeed, the map at the junction expanded, and Zhuyan was astonished to find that the interior furnishings were displayed clearly. So when encountering maze-like dungeons, could he cheat? Zhuyan silently read the suddenly appearing red text. After verification, there are currently no dungeons in this area, and it can display the original furnishings. Well, cheating was not an option. The red text twisted, transforming into a line of new location guidance. 5th Month Street, Wanxiang Square. Basement level 1, Wee Cafe. Today's passphrase, silence is the way home. There's a passphrase. Zhuyan's curiosity was piqued. Who do you say the passphrase to? Is there a presence of horror creatures in this seemingly ordinary cafe? Note the mall is open until 10:30 p.m. The morning hall does not provide accommodation. Please pay attention to the time if you need to go. Zhuyan finished the last bite of his beef rice. He checked his phone. The time showed 7:50. It would take about 30 minutes to taxi to Wanxiang Square. If all goes well, he should be able to enter the morning hall by 8:30. 2 hours should be enough. Zhuyan did not hesitate and immediately called for a taxi. Meanwhile, at the police station, the lights were bright. Guanen sat among the experts in the special case group, a thin layer of cold sweat on his back. This was too unbelievable. On the screen in front was video surveillance of train G3075, and all other footage related to Zhuyan found elsewhere, including when Zhuyan picked up the envelope at the delivery station. Strangely, all the footage had already lost the clear figure that Guanen remembered. Instead, there was a rather blurry shadow. Not only was the face unrecognizable, but even the height, build, clothing, and hairstyle were completely unclear. Moreover, this shadow was very faint, almost blending into the background. The officer leading the meeting had a stern expression as he read out the general results inferred by those present throughout the day. Based on the biological traces, fingerprints, left on train G3075, we can conclude this was a real person, not one of those horror creatures players speak of. The officer picked up a sealed bag containing the collected fingerprints and a strand of hair. Regardless of the suspect's purpose in coming here, he brought this unknown thing, one that threatens public safety, into Anwu City. Guanen recalled the line from his memory. Your life is thanks to my gift. He replayed the entire instance in his mind and could not shake the feeling that something about that phrase was wrong. But as a police officer, he could not overstep. Guanen stared at the officer on the stage and swallowed the urge to speak up. We suspect that the newbie instance involving Guanen and his superior was triggered precisely because of his escape, and that in turn led to today's massacre. This referred to Guanen and his leader. He pressed his lips together, unable to interrupt, forced to continue listening. In the future, deaths and sudden fatalities caused by unknown forces will only increase. We must apprehend this person before the situation spirals beyond repair. For his selfish desires, he has brought an existential crisis upon the people of Anwu City. The words landed with weight. The officer's brow tightened. The precinct would show no mercy to someone who might stand opposed to all humanity. Outside the station, a taxi sped past. The chatty driver glanced at the illuminated office building and, feeling familiar, began gossiping with the rear seat passenger Zhuyan. The station's busy too. That morning's incident must have thrown them into chaos. Zhuyan's guard snapped, taut, his previously scattered attention sharpening. He asked casually, what happened? The driver reacted with alarm. My God, you haven't heard. There was a dead body on a high-speed train at the North Station today. So many cops were there, people even filmed it. If even the driver knew then, during the 10 or so hours he had slept, the matter had rapidly inflamed. Zhuyan kept his face composed and listened as the driver rambled on. I still have it on my phone. The cop died horribly, his head was gone. Oh, I have a relative in government. He heard the rumors and said a task force was formed. They declared martial law across the city this morning. No one can leave. You don't know anything. Zhuyan forced a smile and shook his head, telling a lie. I really didn't. Still, the driver's words brought Zhuyan up to speed with the latest outside developments. In any case, it would be wise to be cautious these days and keep a close eye on relevant developments. After all, erasing one's name and face greatly increases the difficulty of a manhunt, but there remain fingerprints, hair, ID numbers, addresses, and the like. I'm a college student, sleeping in bed from dawn to dusk. If the precinct, as the Yinnerbufa app suggested, regards him as some contagion that endangers humanity, Then they might deploy vast forces and use the collected biological data to screen residents. Ah yes, you look like a college kid. The driver glanced at Zhuyan in the rearview and returned his gaze. You studying out of town? That's a problem. There's traffic control now, everyone has to stay put. People are furious that they can't leave the city. Check online earlier, I could still find complaint posts, don't know if they've been deleted now. Zhuyan opened his phone and scrolled. There was nothing on the trending lists, and the few scattered posts returned errors when opened. If a traffic lockdown of this magnitude isn't trending, it means the authorities are deliberately suppressing it. It shouldn't last too long, Zhuyan replied. After all, it's a lockdown. The taxi stopped. The mall was tall and new. The ground floor display windows looked wide and neat. Who knows, the driver said. But don't expect to leave for 5 days. Take care. Zhuyan opened the door as the driver muttered under his breath into his ear. How can someone be both handsome and so forgettable? I looked at him the whole way and couldn't remember a thing. Zhuyan pushed open the mall doors and descended the escalator into the dazzling warm light. The mall seemed built within the last 2 years. Its high ceilings and grand layout lacked the oppressive worn feel of an older shopping center. From the escalator, he saw the basement full of trendy tea shops and bars he had never dared enter. Without the map's guidance, he would never have suspected this to be the location of Idao Hall. He wondered whether the policeman named Guanan would bother to open a map. If he did, the precinct surely would not leave this place unexamined. Zhuyan remembered the woman's repeated commands. Keep moving. Do not stop. This time her voice gave no prompt, which meant the precinct had not yet acted. This was a good opportunity to exchange currency. He thought, cheerfully winding his way toward the shop, standing at the very center of the basement. The deep brown shop was formed into a strangely twisted cylinder that pressed up against the ceiling, evoking a massive tree root stripped of its branches. It looked especially conspicuous amid the mall's pale interior, its cream-colored tiles making it resemble an island. A huge "We" sign slanted across the trunk, glowing a faint blood-red light. Zhuyan could not tear his eyes away. He approached slowly, his body shrinking with nervousness. What might Idao Hall contain? 2 dark glass panes were inset into the shopfront. The interior was dim and lit only by candlelight. After circling once, he found the entrance where a pretty girl stood in a coffee-colored skirt suit. On seeing Zhuyan, the girl gave a somewhat stiff smile, doing her best to mimic a human tone. Hello, dear sir. Would you like to come in for a cup of coffee? A simulacrum, according to the level 3 simulacrum on train G3075. It possessed a skin which meant it had endured at least one instance. The girl's gaze betrayed a fierce hunger. Zhuyan's brows involuntarily drew together. He felt a wave of discomfort. Are the customers who enter this cafe truly all right? Zhuyan pulled his thoughts back and with a calm face spoke the passphrase. Silence is the way home. The simulacrum's expression shifted instantly. Its mouth twitched in disappointment before it turned and opened the door to usher Zhuyan inside. Welcome. Once the door closed, the simulacrum looked around and no longer suppressed its voice. Please follow me, player. The shop smelled faintly of rust. There were no other patrons. A huge crude chandelier hung from the ceiling, dozens of real candles stuck to it, burning fiercely. Zhuyan thought the fire authorities would never allow such a thing. He asked, has any player come in today besides me? The simulacrum glanced at him sadly. No, it said. You are even the first customer. God, I don't know why. Such a good location, yet no food. People. Probably the smell is unbearable, Zhuyan thought. It was like an uncleansed crime scene. Still, the absence of people meant the precinct had not been here. He followed the simulacrum girl behind the counter and watched as she opened a hidden compartment and reached in to press a button. Only I can open this, she murmured. The simulacrum muttered. Sigh sadly, I will soon be unable to open it either. The counter floor trembled and then began to rotate downward. Zhuyan steadied himself and asked curiously, why? Because I'm starving, the simulacrum said plaintively. By the rules, I cannot eat you now. I hate you, player. Its hollow eyes fixed on Zhuyan's face with intense attention, as if he were a dish on a plate. Zhuyan felt his stomach churn unpleasantly, a sudden urge to disgorge his dinner. He still could not discern what distinction Idao Hall made between hosting horror creatures and hosting players. Moreover, Kwanghuan Letu offered an online shop which implied the existence of online accounts. If he were to open an account, it would have to be a player account. That was why he maintained his player guys to enter. Otherwise, he would have had to transform into a simulacrum and go in to end their appetite for human flesh once and for all. They stood upon a platform roughly a meter thick. It began to sink slowly, and Zhuyan gradually glimpsed the full expanse of AI Dao Jiting. The place was far grander and more cavernous than Zhuyan had imagined. Truly majestic, sights he had never witnessed assaulted him. He stared captivated as a vast, overwhelming force once more engulfed him. A coldness seeped out from his core. The chill laced with a faint numb warmth radiated from his chest into his limbs and skull, making Zhuyan tremble uncontrollably. Yet an intense pleasure followed swiftly, and Zhuyan found himself grinning involuntarily, a surge of joy rising within him. The two sensations braided together, an unprecedented satiation drowning him. He realized he was becoming addicted. This thought erupted, dousing Zhuyan with a bucket of cold water. Addiction. In an instant, the abnormal bodily sensation vanished as if it had never been. Zhuyan pulled himself back to awareness. He clenched his palm and focused intently on everything around him. They were positioned at the very top edge of AI Dao Jiting. An enormous chandelier as long as 2 stories hung down from the blackened dome and hundreds upon thousands of white candles burned upon its frame. The candlelight outshone those in the Wee Cafe by far. The entire hall glowed with illumination. Irregular crimson crystals were strung along the chandelier, and from a distance they resembled a cascading waterfall of blood. The hall was divided into 3 tiers from top to bottom, with a wide-open void in the middle that allowed Zhuyan to see the full breadth of each level. Though called 3 tiers, their combined vertical span equaled 10 stories. The second and third tiers bore deep brown thorn-like railings, upon which perched a variety of grotesque repulsive creatures. From where he stood, the beings at the hall's floor seemed like ants. Wow, Zhuyan murmured, turning to gaze at the aerial corridors that linked the floors. Just watch. You have no right to go to the second or third tiers. The construct, ill-tempered and ravenous in appearance, jabbed at Zhuyan. The third tier is the Shun Yuan Ji Tong Club. It admits only exceptionally wealthy or powerful horror entities. Their platform neared the 3rd floor. On the corridor stood a woman in an ornate deep red gown. Her skin was sallow and gray, her entire body oozed rot and decay. As Zhuyan scrutinized her, his eyes stung fiercely, and a wave of dizziness swept his head. The construct rubbed its hungry belly and mocked, "Pathetic player. Feeling ill. This is the price for staring at high-level horror beings." Zhuyan crouched to steady himself, feeling his vision slowly return. The platform was slick and unguarded, there were no railings, and he had no desire to fall. "Who is that?" he asked. "What sort of creature dressed like an 18th century noblewoman stricken with syphilis?" "I don't know," the construct said stiffly. "My memory is limited." The platform descended to the lower level. A construct wearing a male facade waited there, gesturing for Zhuyan to follow. When Zhuyan stepped onto the smooth black floor, the small platform resumed its ascent at its original pace. "Greetings, player," the construct intoned. It spoke with mechanical formality. "You wish to exchange currency. You must open a personal account and bind mall payment." Indeed, an account was required. Zhuyan nodded and listened on. "We have several tiers of account types." The construct led him toward the counters. The counters rose high and stretched in a long line, separated from the outside by what looked like thin panes of transparent glass. Behind the counters, dozens of exquisitely crafted doll-like automatons worked in unison. Zhuyan saw one busily counting coins the size of half a palm. The construct explained calmly and indifferently, "The account opening threshold is 500 bone gold coins." Zhuyan quickly converted the sum, about 50,000 yuan. That matched the reward from his first dungeon run. The tens of thousands from the second run could be kept for living expenses. 5,000 bone gold coins grants tier VIP status. 5,000 bone gold coins, by current exchange rates, amounted to 500,000 yuan. 50,000 bone gold coins grants tier VIP. Zhuyan pondered. The leap was vast. 50,000 bone gold coins equaled 5 million yuan. 100,000 bone gold coins is a tier VIP. The construct continued, roughly 10 million at current rates. "I need not elaborate further, sir. No player currently possesses more than that." Zhuyan nodded and asked, "Do different VIP levels receive different privileges?" "Naturally, player," the construct replied. "With 5,000 bone gold coins as a tier VIP, AI Dao Jiting will grant you a rental slot in Kun Yao Street. All else remains unchanged. 50,000 yuan only to have a rental slot in Kun Yao Street." Zhuyan converted the figures silently. "What is Kun Yao Street?" he asked immediately. "How does it differ from other places?" He had never heard of it nor studied the map closely. If players are caged birds, would Kun Yao Street be the district where they cluster? The construct explained awkwardly, "You need not worry, player. Kun Yao Street will only manifest in about 5 months or half a year. When it appears, it will be one of the few districts without dungeon incursions and horror creatures hunting about." Just as he had suspected, it was a player haven, albeit the lowest among such districts. Zhuyan glanced at the construct and noticed a sudden gleam of hunger flash in its eyes. Occasionally some dungeons award these non-encroached residences, though the chances are rare. Zhuyan chewed on the remark mentally and committed it to memory. In the future, safe housing would be a scarce commodity. Yet, although the construct did not say so outright, Zhuyan doubted that Quanghuan Letu would be so benevolent. Could those players really survive by renting in Kun Yao Street? And tier VIPs receive? Zhuyan asked politely, pressing on. Tier required 50,000 bone gold coins, 5 million yuan. Tier grants both rental and permanent purchase eligibility in Kun Yao Street. The construct said, "Reach a tier and you may go to Jinlong District." A tier VIPs receive rental and permanent purchase eligibility in Jinlong District. It continued. That was 10 million. Zhuyan let out an odd exclamation, ignorant of the world's ways. 10 million merely to obtain a single qualification. "Of course, we will also grant rental and permanent purchase qualifications in Kun Yao Street." Zhuyan hummed in acknowledgement. Caged bird, caged bird. The names of those districts together evoked a sense of inevitable entrapment. There was no future at all for a player in Guanghuan Lu 2. Oh, naturally, any VIP account must maintain assets. Should your balance fall, we will downgrade you as appropriate. Great. In other words, 10 million must sit idle in the account and 1 must pay extra for housing. Terrifying. Zhuyan pinched his palm, scanned the construct beside him, and fell silent. He thought he might return another day under a different guise to glean more. The construct guided him to a counter window and smiled at one of the delicate-looking dolls inside. New player account opening, it said. Player, will you open a VIP account or an ordinary account? You may upgrade later. Zhuyan answered, ordinary account. Ridiculous. 50,000 would be more than enough. 50,000 he could never muster even if he sold himself. He only had just over 90,000. If the police station offered a reward of 410,000, he might scrape together the 50,000. The doll fixed him with glassy eyes and a chill ran down Zhuyan's spine. Very well, player, it said coldly. It spoke with clinical haste through a torrent of formalities. Zhuyan pricked up his ears to catch every instruction. Please extend your left hand and present your player badge. We will issue both a physical card and an online account. If the card is lost, you may come to AI Dao Jiting with your left hand to report and reissue. If the left hand is lost, there is no remedy. Once activated, the personal center will display your balance and settings. The balance will reflect the amount you exchanged this time. That portion of your assets has no maintenance requirement and is freely spendable. Understood. Ordinary accounts are not subject to the 500 BNA gold coin maintenance or card cancellation. After the online account is opened, future clearance rewards may be received directly as bone gold coins or issued as uncorrupted world currency instead. That was convenient. It would save him from returning to AI Dao Jiting. Once the station took notice, it would be odd if they did not post plainclothes officers around Wanxiang Square. Very well. Zhuyan replied and signaled his understanding. He decisively extended his left hand and watched the enormous doll lower its head, its cold glass eyes align with the tattoo-like mark on his palm. While Zhuyan busied himself opening an account, the meeting at the police station had not yet concluded. The lead officer stared down at his colleagues with a grave expression. From previous contacts and confrontations, we have concluded that the suspect possesses a strong counter-surveillance awareness, a resilient psyche, and operates with meticulous caution. In such circumstances, we must not alarm the quarry. That is why I oppose mass SMS notifications for the population survey as a pretext for door-to-door calls. Guan concentrated, a thin bead of sweat forming on his brow. At present, we have narrowed down some possible areas, focusing on residential districts around the train station and several urban villages. According to Guan's testimony, the suspect is about 18 years old, a freshman at Xishan University. Your life was spared because of me. Did he truly stand as an enemy opposed to humanity? The officer on the stage paused and began to assign follow-up tasks. Tonight, Xiao Mo's team will remain to continue monitoring North Station surveillance and further sweep the lockdown areas. Additionally, we strongly suspect the suspect's ID number is genuine, yet we cannot retrieve a corresponding name in the system. If the number reported by his aunt and by an agency in another city are the same, then this is nearly beyond doubt. The officer picked up a small device from the table and examined it. Once specific areas are locked down, our plainclothes officers will visit under the pretense of meter inspections or anti-fraud outreach. Check everyone's physical ID or household registration first to rule out suspects. It was an utterly blunt method born of helpless necessity. The officer felt a pang of regret. If the crisis posed by this suspect were not so grave, obscuring one's name and appearance might indeed have deceived the world. Alas, this matter was not simple. Guan, you are a player. First go to the designated isolation site in the outskirts, and do not contact anyone during that period. The isolation site is stocked with living and survival supplies, and there is a phone for communication. Once you hear the broadcast notification, contact us immediately. Guan nodded and said, I will obey orders. The officer continued, double-check with Team Huang and review the map. We will immediately take people to Idao Jiting. Inside Idao Jiting, Zhuyan rose from the soft leather chair, clutching a golden card in his hand. At the card center was a black bird trapped in a cage. The exquisitely wrought creature actually moved. As Zhuyan studied it, it beat its wings within the cage, a sight that filled him with despair. Zhuyan pressed the card firmly into his jeans pocket, ensuring there was no chance it would fall out. The homunculus led him through a hall teeming with strange creatures. Even after they returned to the platform, Zhuyan found himself oddly fascinated by a grotesque corpse gnawing on a horse's leg. The homunculus girl stood on the platform. The once smooth plane of her face had sagged into nasolabial folds. She looked terribly famished. What would happen if they attacked players in the hall? Zhuyan asked. He asked. The homunculus pressed a button at the wall, and the platform began to rise slowly. They would fill their bellies, she replied plaintively. Oh, there would be no punishment, right? Zhuyan asked tactless. Survival of the fittest. What kind of punishment could there be for that? She answered. Zhuyan understood but did not stop questioning. I'm so weak. Why don't they attack me? The homunculus rolled her eyes slowly, a perfect eye roll. Still, she answered with sarcasm. You have a healthy self-awareness. It's the current rule of Idao Jiting. If it weren't for that rule, you'd have been reduced to a pulp and left. The homunculus touched her belly. Left here. What a thing to say. Eat things. The homunculus muttered, her tone taking on a strange cadence. They can't eat players, they won't waste the effort. The rule can only change after some time. Zhuyan seized upon that murmured fragment at once. How long is some time? Would it be as long as the 5 to 6 months until the arrival of Kanyojia? Or sooner or later? The homunculus knitted her brows. How would I know? Zhuyan did not press further this time. That information alone was sufficient. Protecting players who opened accounts was little different from a pig farm sparing its piglets. The platform rose into a cafe thick with an unpleasant stench. With a click it sealed shut, fitting perfectly. Through the dim glass Zhuyan watched a mother tugging a perpetually squalling little boy. Everything outside seemed tranquil and beautiful, imbued with a solid sense of everyday life. Zhuyan left the wee cafe and inhaled the fresh cool breath of the air conditioning. To linger in a scentless air-conditioned mall was sheer indulgence. He went next door to the tea shop and ordered an iced fruit tea, watching the noisy little boy bound toward the homunculus with the sagging face and yank at her skirt. The homunculus immediately bent down smiling and carried the boy into the shop. The iced drink slid sweetly across his lips. Zhuyan turned his head away, having already foreseen the boy's fate. He lifted his drink and stepped outside. A few paces later, he heard the mother's terrified scream. The next second, a female voice from the loudspeaker suddenly sounded, interwoven with the scream. Zhuyan frowned and quickened his pace against the flow of people. Good evening, player. An instance you may enter has been detected. There it was again, at that previous instruction. Do not stop. Had not been spoken in vain. Still this time felt better than before. At least he had slept and eaten his fill. The last time a new instance opened it had been because the police intended to arrest him. What reason could there be this time? Had the police finally come to Idao Jiting? Player, please leave Wanxiang Guangchong within 3 minutes. The woman's voice said calmly. Otherwise you will forfeit the opportunity to enter the specified instance. As expected, the police were very likely to arrive within 3 minutes. If so, this instance should have nothing to do with them. What then could it be? In any case, Wanxiang Guangchong was no longer safe. Zhuyan jogged up the escalator and before reaching the upper floor cast one final glance back. A ribbon of crimson snaked from the wee cafe's grotesque storefront. Sucking and chewing sounds mixed with a woman's unraveling sobs. A bold onlooker peered forward and 2 seconds later recoiled and screamed. Zhuyan paid it no mind. He dashed for the mall exit and out into the August heat. Across the street he could see several police cars. Very well, the woman's voice said. Congratulations. You have preserved your precious opportunity for the instance. The light turned green. Zhuyan crossed the zebra crossing and hurried in the direction opposite the police cars. After the instance Mao Shu Yoshi ended, you chose to use in air bu fa. Your information was concealed, which has drawn intense attention from human institutions. The woman's voice announced this with a lilting calm. Zhuyan took a sip of fruit tea. The cold drink slid down his throat and steadied his racing heart. He had already encountered death. He felt far calmer than before, his body no longer so taut. He understood all the woman's words. What came next? Human institutions conclude that your ID number is traceable, meaning you do not possess the ability to alter physical documents. Well, he indeed did not. But Kwanghuan Lutu had been triggered. Did that mean he might have another chance to change things? Of course, that ability can be granted to you. Startled then elated, Zhuyan's steps faltered and his focus sharpened. In 3 hours, the instance Tunchi Bieshu will commence. Instance location: outskirts, quarantine zone, Villa No. 12. Do you wish to participate in the instance Tunchi Bieshu? This ability, you may possess it. Zhuyan was utterly captivated by those words. And could it grant him the power to forge a perfectly compliant official document, or acquire a certain artifact? A scorching gust swept across his face, as Zhuyan was carried forward by the surging crowd. He lifted his gaze toward the towering skyscrapers around him, their facades studded with shimmering points of light. His heart hammered fiercely in his chest. The offer lay right before him. How could he possibly refuse? And the situation had grown dire. There was no path of retreat, and even the faintest glimmer of hope demanded his full pursuit. Crimson glyphs, yes and an O, floated before his eyes. Without hesitation, Zhuyan chose, yes. Attention player, you will enter the dungeon The Devouring Villa in 3 hours. Dread entity level LV. 45. The man-eating house landlord. And how novel. Zhuyan's thoughts followed the broadcast, his brows lifting instinctively. Did LV. 45-inch signify a fluctuating rank between 4 and 5, or conceal something more ambiguous? And the announcement continued uninterrupted. Dungeon objective: slay the man-eating house landlord, and seize the most precious treasure within the villa. Dungeon duration unlimited. And dungeon location: Villa No. 12, remote quarantine zone. And the broadcast ended. Zhuyan sipped his chilled fruit tea, the icy sweetness soothing his throat and steadying his composure. Zhuyan pulled out his phone and searched remote quarantine zone. As he walked, it was a secluded cluster of villas on the outskirts of Anwu City. surrounded on all sides by mountains roughly 700 meters from the nearest subway station according to the map. Even here, so far out, there's still a subway station, Zhuyan murmured softly. Yet, taking the subway would take 3 hours. Far too long. Arriving late meant certain death. He stood now near the city's center. A taxi ride would take only 50 minutes. Ni's footsteps echoed over weathered concrete slabs as he paused before a bank and summoned a ride-hailing vehicle. From this vantage, precisely 50 meters away, rows of police cars sat neatly aligned. Under the veil of night, the neon-lit facades of malls and shops bathed the streets in an eerie brilliance. Zhuyan watched people sprint toward him, their faces twisted in raw terror. A young couple hurried past, pale as ash, trembling on the verge of vomiting, and he just chewed them up. Right there. It's horrifying. And let's go stock up at the supermarket then. Feels like some kind of zombie virus. In that brief span, the pseudo-human had already devoured 2 people. And the car arrived. Zhuyan wrenched open the door slit inside and urged the driver to depart immediately. More and more people fled outward. Soon the roads would be gridlocked, and the driver stomped on the accelerator, veering onto a narrow lane. And whoa! What on earth is happening here? Zhuyan shook his head, feigning total ignorance. And he sat rigidly in the rear seat, every fiber of his being focused inward. And this mission from the Joyous Paradise proved unexpectedly intriguing. Vague monster tears were tolerable, but being tasked with slaying a dread entity, that raised the stakes considerably. Zhuyan needed to use every moment before the dungeon's commencement, gathering intelligence, assessing usable skills, inventorying available artifacts. Outside the window, the city pulsed with vibrant nocturnal energy, its luminous skyline breathtaking. Yet Zhuyan paid it no mind. He stared at his palm for 3 seconds and entered the player forum within his interface. Useful fragments could still be unearthed in the forum's threads, if one sifted carefully enough. And last time, a single comment beneath a post had enabled him to effortlessly subdue a level 3 pseudo-human. Zhuyan fixed his gaze on the search icon above the forum and typed, "Man-eating house landlord." And nothing returned. And he paused, then searched separately for landlord and man-eating house. Under landlord, most posts recounted landlords transforming into pseudo-humans. Others described sudden deaths or eviction threats. None held relevance. And under man-eating house, only one post appeared, authored by an account named Nightmare Bookstore. Unlike ordinary player accounts, its name glowed in vivid crimson. Unnerving, almost sinister. Its avatar was a parchment scroll covered in cryptic looping sigils. Zhuyan opened the post. It was a brief advertisement posted just last night. And, breaking news, Nightmare Bookstore has received formal accreditation to operate within the player forum. So this was likely a shop run by a dread entity itself. And was it a special account affiliated with the Joyous Paradise? And Zhuyan scrolled downward. Are you tormented by your ignorance of dread entities? And do you remain utterly unfamiliar with the customs and lore of this new world? And have you survived several dungeons purely through brute force and blind luck? Nightmare Bookstore proudly presents Coexistence with the Forbidden. It resembled an encyclopedic compendium, and Zhuyan read on intently, until at last the words, Man-Eating House, emerged. This volume catalogs over 300 dread entities, including but not limited to pseudo-humans, cursed cadavers, sentient dolls, witches, demons, the slender figure, embroidered shoes, and man-eating houses. Interesting. This held promise. N. Total pages 1444. Comprehensive coverage. Note: weaknesses of dread entities are deliberately omitted. Such disclosure violates strict protocol. Current price 2 bone coins. For details, visit the in-game marketplace. And the post included several images. Zhuyan flipped through them. Richly illustrated, linguistically accessible, flawlessly rendered. He navigated to the comments section hoping for reviews from purchasers. Yet the post bore negligible views, 0 likes, and not a single comment. The account's homepage displayed only 3 advertisements. One being this book, another a collaboration with the Demon Department Store. N possibility, undeniable. Zhuyan exited the forum and launched the in-game marketplace. Its interface was stark, elegant, and intuitively organized. At the top categories gleamed clearly: weapons, artifacts, healing items, provisions, and tomes. Just as he prepared to browse, a line of crimson text flashed abruptly: N. Welcome player. N marketplace access operates on a tiered system. Your personal player rank and ability rank determine which items become available to you. And so higher ranks unlocked broader selection. Was that the rule? Currently you may purchase up to 10 items across 4 categories. Choose wisely. And the message flickered once and vanished. Zhuyan leaned forward, involuntarily, eyes locked on the screen. And under weapons, artifacts, only one item appeared. A plain-looking short dagger priced at 20 bone coins. He opened its details page. The description was concise: N. Short dagger available to players rank 2. Inflicts damage upon dread entities ranked level 4 and below. Universal elixir available to players rank 2. Cures injuries inflicted by dread entities ranked level 4 and below. Zhuyan scrolled to the provisions category. Their provisions offered greater variety. 7 items in total: human limbs, a human head, a human torso, char siu rice, and lemon black tea sets. The first 3 cost 3 bone coins each, the latter 2 3 silver coins. both purchasable by rank 2 players. And for once Zhuyan fell silent inwardly. Where precisely did those limbs originate? And didn't most players get consumed outright upon entering dungeons? And he glanced briefly out the car window, irritated, bemused. They still traversed the city's arteries. Strolling pedestrians dotted the sidewalks, and their translucent figures overlapped grotesquely with the marketplace's fragmented limb illustrations. Zhuyan's brow furrowed, absurdity rising like bile in his throat. He wrenched his gaze away, recentering his focus. And objectively speaking, these provisions struck him as far more practical than that unassuming dagger. Throw food at a dread entity. Perhaps survival truly hinged on such improvisation. And Zhuyan exhaled softly and tapped open the tome's category. The final listing hovered serenely in midair, and coexistence with the forbidden. It reveals no weaknesses, but it reveals much more. Zhuyan hesitated no longer, and he studied the purchase button for several seconds. Then, following the crimson prompt, pressed the player mark embedded in his left palm against the interface to complete payment. Instantly weight settled upon his thighs, and he looked down. A thick hardcover tome roughly A4 sized had materialized silently across his lap. Its cover burned crimson, embossed with the familiar black bird caged in ink. Zhuyan turned on the flashlight of his phone, using the faint white light to flip through the directory, reading each entry carefully. The pages were unusually soft and thick, resembling human skin. Man-eating house, a type of horror creature that is not very common but also not rare. Zhuyan silently recited in his heart, continuing to read the neat writing. They feed on the flesh and blood of players. The higher the level of the man-eating house, the more players it needs to consume. It can also be humans or untainted livestock, but never horror creatures. It cannot consume any horror creatures. If one were to disguise as a horror creature, would it be possible to deceive the man-eating house? Feeling a bit dizzy reading on the tram, Zhuyan took a sip of sweet fruit tea to ease himself and continued reading. However, the man-eating house cannot capture wild players or humans on its own. Many man-eating houses located deep in the mountains will light up at night to attract passing pedestrians. Thus, Carnival has implemented unified management of the man-eating houses. Zhuyan gasped lightly upon seeing the next line. Equipping each man-eating house with a landlord. The landlord can be any other horror creature. So this landlord of the man-eating house is actually 2 bosses. The LV-45 announced by the female voice earlier corresponds to the 2 levels of the 2 horror creatures. So his task to kill the landlord of the man-eating house actually means killing 2 entities. A chill ran down Zhuyan's back, feeling somewhat horrified. He wasn't sure he could have thought of this layer without buying this book. The landlord can sign a rental agreement with the relevant department of Carnival. A rental agreement. This is interesting. Zhuyan continued reading. For a very low rent, one can own a fully equipped man-eating house, but must ensure the man-eating house has meals every cycle to keep it in a good mood. Otherwise, the man-eating house will make noises due to hunger. The house making noises means it's hungry, Zhuyan repeated in his mind. The landlord needs to feed the man-eating house by putting food into its mouth, completing the feeding. This section about the man-eating house ended here. Zhuyan closed the book, gazing at the silhouettes of trees rushing past outside the window, feeling a slight relief from his motion sickness. The vehicle had already hit the highway, speeding towards the dark mountains. Zhuyan raised his hand to massage his tense scalp, slowly chewing on the sentences. The last sentence was intriguing about the mouth of the man-eating house. Could it be that only specific parts of the man-eating house could eat people? Where could the weakness of the man-eating house be? And the landlord, he didn't even know what the landlord was. How could he possibly kill both of these entities, one at level 4 and the other at level 5? Up until now, aside from his abilities, Zhuyan had no suitable weapons. He returned to the online store and spent 40 bone coins to purchase a short dagger and a bottle of universal potion. These 2 items could deal with level 4 monsters. With them, Zhuyan felt a bit more confident. He sipped the fruit tea, feeling the sweetness gradually fill his mouth, bringing a hint of joy. After relaxing a bit, Zhuyan refocused his attention to check the description of his upgraded abilities. Disguise LV-5. Congratulations, your ability has undergone a qualitative change. You can disguise as any horror creature, but can only deceive horror creatures of level 5 and below. This part has no time limit. You can partially alter your aura to deceive players of level 5 and below, making them believe you are someone else or a horror creature. This part has no time limit. Each time you enter a dungeon, you can hide your player tattoo for 5 hours. Zhuyan felt a bit happy. The difference between level 4 and level 5 is that level 4 can only disguise as horror creatures of level 4 and below, while level 5 has no such restriction. In other words, if Zhuyan encounters enough high-level horror creatures, he can completely use their appearances to intimidate others. Convenient and useful, and also quite novel. Zhuyan adjusted his state and continued reading the explanation for the upgraded ability complaints. Complaints LV. For, you can insult, shift blame, and carry out personal attacks on a specific target, pointing out that they caused your misfortune, thereby weakening their spirit and drawing from their strength. Currently, players and horror creatures of level 4 and below will be affected by this ability. This ability does not affect you. Humiliation has not leveled up, so there is no need to check it. Zhuyan focused on the bright red letters in his field of vision, pondering. His task is to kill the horror creatures of level 4 and 5. His strongest ability is the level 5 disguise, which can deceive horror creatures of level 5 and below. However, disguise does not have offensive capabilities, and level 4 complaints only weakens spirit and draws strength, which seems not fully lethal. Humiliation is only at level 2 and very limited. In this round, the only thing Zhuyan can rely on seems to be the short dagger from the online store. Level 5 creatures aside, but for level 4 creatures the dagger should definitely work. Zhuyan lowered his head, curiously flipping the silver-gray, steel dagger back and forth. Meanwhile, about 8 kilometers away from him, in a government vehicle also heading to the quarantine zone, Guanen, who had originally been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sat up straight, incredulously listening to the suddenly appearing female voice broadcast. "Hello, player. We have detected a dungeon you can enter. After the dungeon cat and mouse game ends, you will completely lose all memory and data regarding a certain person." Guanen's expression gradually turned serious. Will the mysterious player that the police station has been searching for appear in the next dungeon? Of course, someone feels that this is not enough. He chooses to take the risk to go to your quarantine zone to gain another advantage for himself. Guanen listened quietly, his attention highly focused. In 2 hours and 20 minutes, the dungeon devouring villa will begin. The dungeon location is suburban quarantine zone villa number 12. Guanen was taken aback. This was his originally planned quarantine location. "Do you wish to participate in the dungeon devouring villa?" He glanced at the leaders in the front row and unhesitatingly chose yes. The broadcast was quite clear. That person participated in the dungeon to gain more benefits for himself. Now they have lost each other's identity information and the surveillance can no longer capture it clearly. This is obviously leveraging the power of Carnival. If the other side really manages to gain more, then the difficulty of the police station's work will greatly increase. Even though there are many doubts about spreading dungeon pollution, the other side is still a player. It is still necessary to bring him back for a statement. The bright red text disappeared and Guanen's palms were sweating with anxiety. He wondered how difficult this dungeon would be. He had too many questions in his mind. If he could successfully take this person away, would at least some of these questions be solved? Please note, player, that you will enter Dungeon Devouring Villa in 2 hours and 20 minutes. Horror creature level LV 45, landlord of the man-eating house. Dungeon task: kill the players who threaten the safety of the landlord of the man-eating house and protect the most precious treasure within the house. Kill. Guanen's heart skipped a beat, and the scene of his colleague's death from this morning suddenly jumped into his mind. He gripped the armrest, gagging slightly, feeling bile rising in his throat. To directly kill the person who saved his life and become the ghost of Carnival. Who would want that? Guanen closed his eyes, his heart pounding like a drum. After a moment, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Zhuyan was completely unaware. He concentrated and read once more the pages concerning Shi Renwu, the man-eating house. After committing every detail to memory, he leaned back into the rear seat and adjusted himself into a comfortable posture. He gently placed his awareness on his breathing, ensuring he could enter the instance with a relatively relaxed mind. 10 minutes later, the taxi drove into a pitch-dark villa district, slowed, and stopped at the entrance of a narrow lane. "The house is on your right." The driver turned to Zhuyan and pointed down the lane. "Follow this all the way to the end, the car can't go in." Zhuyan followed his finger. A few sparse streetlights cast disjointed patches of light on the road. The villas along the way were pitch black like man-eating beasts. The driver, uncertain, asked again, "You're coming here, right?" It was not hard to understand his hesitation. The place was unnaturally desolate, even the vegetation was withered. Most of the trees were newly transplanted bare saplings that in the night became thin, clawing silhouettes. "Yes, here," Zhuyan confirmed. He took his book, his equipment, and the nearly finished cup of fruit tea, stepped out and watched the taxi nimbly turn a corner and disappear. The surroundings grew quieter still. Zhuyan eased his breathing and stepped lightly onto the lane, moving toward the villa at the far end. Gradually he saw a patch of light, the light issuing from the villa on his right. He turned and stood cautiously at the iron gate of villa number 12. The house differed greatly from the others. From the outside it was noticeably smaller, its walls a little askew and its profile sharper. The light came from the carved glass window of the attic, colorful and vivid against the deep black below. Through the glass Zhuyan could make out a clear, hunched silhouette. It seemed this was the landlord. Zhuyan thought for a moment, then casually hid the book in his hand in a flower bed outside the garden. The cup drained to the dregs he placed beneath it. Then Zhuyan cleared his throat and rang the garden gate bell. The attic figure straightened, appearing tall and peculiar. He, or it, came down with an unexpectedly agile speed. Zhuyan soon heard the creak of a door and the scuff of heavy shoes crossing the garden. Seconds later the heavy iron gate groaned as it swung open. Even prepared, a wave of nervousness flooded him. Zhuyan instinctively tensed every muscle, then forced himself to relax. "Who is it?" asked a somewhat hoarse voice. There was something peculiar in the tone. The speaker seemed unfamiliar with forming a question. The interrogative note rose in an awkward, unnatural way. By the weak streetlight Zhuyan examined the landlord and gripped the small knife in his pocket. It was a terrifyingly old man. The skin of his face oxidized and wrinkled, hanging slack. His complexion was a bluish pallor like gray-tinted paint. The gaunt body was wrapped in a long red bathrobe and he smiled at Zhuyan. So late. Do you need lodging? Zhuyan watched the rotten gums in its mouth and felt a wave of disgust. The phrasing was strange. The other seemed unable to tell whether the Zhuyan before it was a player or an ordinary person. To it, did those categories mean anything different? Zhuyan's thoughts raced. To be conservative, he answered dutifully and simply. Yes. May I come in? Are you the owner here? The man's mouth stretched wider, his murky blue eyes fixed on their prey. Of course. It said. I am the landlord here. Normally there is a fee to stay. Then its tone sharpened and rose, becoming abrupt and anxious. Do you have gold coins? Are you a player? With his senses focused, Zhuyan immediately detected the implication behind the questions. Gold coins. Player. The grotesque creature linked the two, and the change in its tone was abrupt and conspicuously unnatural. Zhuyan looked into its murky blue eyes, and the tension that had tightened his body loosened. This was not an opponent worth straining over. Its emotions fluctuated too wildly and too openly. Zhuyan had observed humans, his aunt, his brother, classmates, and online friends. To humans, obvious emotion meant instability. Instability meant revealing flaws, making one easy to manipulate. Gold coins. Player. Zhuyan let the two keywords roll over in his mind again. He watched the landlord calmly, and an intriguing hypothesis formed in an instant. The book Coexisting with Forbidden Things said landlords pay a tiny monthly rent to hold Shi Renwu, the man-eating house. If the landlord so eagerly coveted a player's coins, perhaps it could not afford the rent. Gold coins. Zhuyan tossed back the question. What gold coins? For humans, such a question could draw out more details. He had to try. This grotesque creature seemed foolish, and getting it to blurt things out should be easy. About the size of half a palm. The landlord's slack eyelids suddenly opened as it extended a gray, shriveled hand and gestured. Bone gold coins. Quanghuan Lutus bone gold coins. Do you carry any on you? As the landlord spoke, Zhuyan recalled the doll's warning in AI Dao Jiting, the Hall of Mourning. If your card is lost, bring your left hand. If it severed his left hand and took it to AI Dao Jiting, it might seize his possessions. Zhuyan's thoughts shifted. He concealed the player mark on the palm of his left hand. He kept silent, pretending bafflement as he looked at the landlord, brow furrowed and eyes squinting. The landlord babbled on. 3 bone gold coins. Give me 3 bone gold coins. I know you're a player. Oh, give me bone gold coins and he'll tell you how to get through. Bone gold coins, but only 3. Zhuyan seized the blind spot at once. Even if he were ignorant, 3 bone gold coins could not amount to a great sum. This was clearly the desperation of poverty. Could it really pay the rent? Zhuyan had an idea of the situation. He shook his head and took 2 steps back. Are you all right? I don't know anything about players or gold coins. I only want to stay the night. If that's so, I should go find another place. First make an excuse to leave, then return disguised as a higher-level grotesque to test and exploit the landlord's possible flaw. If all proceeded smoothly, this instance would not be difficult. The landlord's face suddenly darkened and its eyelids drooped again. Its murky blue eyes locked onto Zhuyan with a cold stare as it stiffly cocked its head. Cunning players, it had seen many before. Some players pretended innocence to try to keep their money. Whether I charge or not is another matter. Don't leave yet, don't move. Let me see your left hand, child. Zhuyan slowly extended his left palm, wearing a politely puzzled expression. He watched the landlord pull a handkerchief from its pocket and rub it against its own left palm, and could not help but find it mildly amusing. Guanin had tried this trick long ago. The landlord scrubbed Zhuyan's palm with force. Yet however it wiped that left hand, redolent with a rich meaty scent, remained spotless without a trace of any mark. The landlord's face shifted from faint expectation to disappointment. Its sagging features trembled with anger. Zhuyan watched the landlord's frustrated expression, and a cool, indifferent pleasure welled up in his chest, flowing delicately through every vein. He felt an unprecedented ease. The landlord, furious, shoved the filthy handkerchief back into its pocket. Zhuyan seized the moment to withdraw his hand and step back. I'm leaving. Goodbye. The instance hadn't yet begun. Of course he could leave. He had arrived more than 2 hours early, and that time was not to be wasted. This instance might, like the previous one, include other players with opposing stances. The identity of a horror creature could yield far more information. Only by exploiting every possible informational advantage could his chances of survival grow. What? The landlord emitted a wet, phlegmy sound from its throat. But in an instant, an unforeseen change occurred. The monster lunged forward and clamped onto Zhuyan's arm, dragging him with immense force into the garden. Who gave you permission to leave? The landlord snapped sharply. You are not allowed to go. Once you come, you stay. Damn humans. Though not a player who would drop gold coins, it would not go away empty-handed. At least it could help fill the belly of its Shi Renwu cannibal house, could it not? Besides, there were 2 big catches tonight. You will stay here overnight. The landlord rasped. Observe the rules here. There was nothing in the garden. Zhuyan was dragged across a barren patch of lawn. Alarm bells rang in his mind and his thoughts spun rapidly. Unexpected things had happened. No surprise there. But what could he do to get the landlord under his control and utterly reverse the situation? Meanwhile, the official car rolled over the asphalt and came to a silent stop at the entrance of a footpath inside the quarantine zone. Inside, Guanen toyed with a voice recorder as he spoke with his superior on the phone. Remember this, record every word that person says as much as possible. Ensure your own safety first. Complete the instance objective thereafter. The officer's tone was grave. Be extremely careful. Do not become distracted. Guanen replied, understood. Our people infer that if that mysterious player is present, if he truly is a tool used by Kwanghualidu to spread the contagion. The officer paused briefly. Then this instance could very well involve more than 2 players. Only once you are completely safe should you attempt to collect the other's fingerprints, hairs, or other biological evidence. I've redeployed Team Huang. He will bring people. They'll arrive in 10 minutes. That player won't get away. Guanen knew this was his superior expressing concern for him. Between the lines, the message was clear: come out alive. But what if the instance has only 2 players? What if, like last time, only one truly survives? Silence fell on the other end. Of course, the officer had considered Guanen's question. Such a possibility did indeed exist. From all the known dossiers, that mysterious player had progressed remarkably quickly since the emergence of Kwanghualidu. An item in his possession able to affect reality was unprecedented. He very likely had been chosen by Kwanghualidu. But if Kwanghualidu truly spread through those it chose, then given Kwanghualidu's brutal survival of defeatist nature, the task of spreading might well fall upon Guanen, who would have to directly kill the mysterious player. Guanen was far easier to control than the mysterious player. Much easier. The officer answered with decisive firmness. Prioritize completing the instance objective and guarantee your own safety. Guanen said nothing. After a few seconds, he gave a careful and smiled. Don't worry, boss. I'll finish the mission. Meanwhile, Zhuyan was dragged into the house. The shabby interior fittings stood in stark contrast to the home's modern exterior. Zhuyan concentrated, taking in the furnishings: a soft ragged cloth, sofa, yellowed peeling wallpaper, worn floorboards, and a dust-layered fireplace. The air inside was stifling and poorly ventilated, as if the innards of a century-old dwelling had been forced into the shell of a contemporary villa. The floorboards creaked for no reason, and the unlit fireplace crackled and popped. He almost immediately understood what the book Coexisting with Forbidden Things meant when it said the Shirenwu would make noises. It seemed the house had been hungry for a very long time. The landlord began to tug him toward the stairs. Zhuyan hastily spoke up to buy a little time. Wait, what's with this player business? The landlord's footsteps halted. It turned its head sharply and fixed Zhuyan with cloudy eyes for a long moment. The stare was icy. The landlord did not answer, only its throat bobbed with hunger. Zhuyan understood. That look meant that horror creatures ignored ordinary humans, for they were the least valuable and the easiest prey to deal with. The only information he could plausibly extract while posing as an ordinary human would be learned by risking himself. By testing to find the mouth of the Shirenwu. That would do. The Shirenwu did not kill horror creatures, and Zhuyan possessed the ability Banyan impersonation. He could use that to escape. If he acted convincingly, a mild pleasure washed over him again. That faint electric current returned, linking to every part of Zhuyan and bringing a subtle, obscure delight. It was addictive. Zhuyan squeezed his palm hard to wrench himself away from the sensation, forcing his attention entirely back to the present. If he performed well, he could leverage the Shirenwu's nature to accomplish a change of identity. In the dim, pallid light, the landlord finally twisted a grotesque smile. Player, aren't you staying overnight? Don't mind that. The fetid arm released Zhuyan. It lifted a gaunt hand and pointed to the stairs at the back of the house. Zhuyan noticed the Shirenwu's noises intensifying. Come upstairs with me, child, the landlord croaked. They'll show you your room. The landlord's eyelids drooped, concealing the hungry ferocity in its eyes. It wasn't only the house that hungered, the landlord itself was ravenous. This one could be split in two, it thought, half for itself, half for that damned house. Zhuyan no longer dallied. There was no point in further delay or in trying to coax words out of it. The landlord would not say more. On the contrary, he might enrage it and prompt it to kill right there in the parlor. After all, the landlord was a horror creature, and Zhuyan did not know whether it was grade 4 or grade 5. If it were grade 5 provoking, it would bring him no benefit at all. First, his strength was insufficient to win in combat. Second, he knew nothing of the house's weaknesses, of its most precious treasures, or whether other players might be present. None of those 3 pieces of information even cast a shadow yet. Zhuyan nodded and indicated for the landlord to lead the way forward. Very well, he said. I'll go with you. As the landlord shuffled ahead in its slippers, he immediately invoked his grade 4 ability, Baoyuan Complaint. Stepping across the creaking floorboards, Zhuyan kept his voice as low as possible so the landlord could not hear. The house's exterior is barely acceptable, but inside it's a ridiculous mess. Like a toad leaping off a cliff pretending to be Batman, with 7 gourds hung in the yard to pose as dignitaries. Directly probing the risks of the house is somewhat less risky than directly probing the landlord. The cannibal house is nearly incapable of hunting for prey by itself, which is why it has a landlord who can act flexibly. Zhuyan's ability Complaining is only effective against level 4 and below terrifying creatures. If he carelessly probes the landlord and the landlord happens to be level 5, Zhuyan cannot take that gamble. He followed the landlord up the old staircase, observing the house's reactions carefully. If the house is level 4, then after complaining it should be too weak to make a sound. Clack. The stair board in front of Zhuyan suddenly jumped as if it were protesting loudly. Subsequently, the wooden floor of the entire house shook even more violently, like someone who had been greatly offended and was stomping in anger. So the cannibal house is level 5. It's so noisy. You really do resemble a toad. Zhuyan muttered a quiet complaining. He intended to conclude that the cannibal house was level 5. But as soon as he said that, the previously noisy house gradually fell silent. The wooden boards of the staircase wanted to jump, but unfortunately they could only lift their heads before falling back down as if their strength had been drained. Zhuyan's heart sank. He followed the landlord and slowly climbed to the corner, calming his mind to observe. The cannibal house, which usually made crackling sounds, had not made any violent noises as before. The crackling sounds had indeed weakened, significantly sounding weak and feeble. Alright, the house is level 4. It was just that the first complaining did not drain its strength, while the last complaining was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhuyan looked up, seeing the landlord's red old bathrobe swaying in his line of sight, and he couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. The landlord is level 5. Unlike the cannibal house, which cannot hunt by itself, the landlord can move freely, making it even more difficult to deal with. And a level 5 being is one that even a dagger and aggressive abilities cannot contend with. What to do? While pondering, the landlord firmly grabbed Zhuyan's arm, pulling him upward. Hurry up, kid, it said irritably. It turned on the light on the second floor, and the dust and smell of blood that hit Zhuyan made him wrinkle his nose. The second floor was even more cramped than the first, with a narrow corridor connecting several doors and another staircase at the end. The landlord's force was too great. It dragged Zhuyan to the door closest to the staircase on the second floor and fished a key out of its pocket. This is your room, kid. The landlord's voice was eerily cold, echoing in the dimly lit corridor. Zhuyan could even hear the sound of drool swirling around the landlord's sharp teeth, causing his heart to tighten slightly. This was not his room, it should be the mouth. The door lock clicked and clacked, and Zhuyan's free hand tightened around the dagger in his pants pocket. So far things were proceeding as he had predicted, with no second unexpected event occurring for the moment. However, with one hand pinned down, he had to be extremely cautious to turn the tables. Zhuyan quickly calculated. The old wooden door let out a grating creak. The landlord couldn't wait any longer. It kicked the door open and forcefully pushed Zhuyan into the dark center of the room. You can only eat half. It shouted sharply at the house, leave half for me. Now's the time. Zhuyan focused his mind and instantly activated his ability acting. In the next second, he fell hard into a slippery, disgusting trap filled with slime. At the same moment, the landlord lunged at him, and the trap immediately sensed something was off, forcefully pushing Zhuyan back. In the darkness, the landlord's mouth opened. Zhuyan could see the drool glistening coldly around its rotten teeth, just a foot away from his face. Enough, he shouted decisively. His voice transformed into a slightly hoarse female voice. Perhaps due to the activation of the upgraded acting ability, or perhaps because acting inherently had this feature. Zhuyan did not know. He had never dared to act as a high-level terrifying creature that he had only crossed paths with once and had never even heard its voice before. In the dim light, a clear fear suddenly erupted in the landlord's murky eyes. It quickly tilted its body, missing Zhuyan. Zhuyan felt relieved. With the thrust from behind, he stood firmly on the old crumbling carpet of the room. The slime in the cannibal house's mouth seemed corrosive, and Zhuyan felt a prickling itch spreading across his back. This itch was intense, threatening to turn into pain. But he could endure it. He had to endure. He needed to keep playing this game. Zhuyan elegantly turned around, looking down at the landlord, who was crawling on the ground. You? The landlord trembled hoarsely, seemingly rolling around on the ground, its red velvet robe stained with gray marks. In its eyes, the human before it had swept away its previous weakness and annoyance. No, this was not a human. This was a woman dressed in a luxurious deep red gown, the Rococo-style skirt occupying nearly half the room. Her entire body was decayed and rotten, her skin a bluish gray, and her hollow eye sockets gazed at it like an abyss. You? Why would you? The landlord glanced up at Zhuyan, its sagging facial skin folding into an expression of fear, mixed with a hint of confusion. Zhuyan did not miss this faint glimmer of doubt. This decayed woman was the suspected syphilitic noblewoman he had seen on the 3rd floor of the Hall of Mourning. At that time, the fake lady had mocked him for staring at high-level terrifying creatures, and had casually mentioned the Abyssal Eye Club. Zhuyan was truly out of options. Although they had only crossed paths once, acting as someone he had seen was far more convincing than acting as a high-level fake person he had imagined. He bit his tongue hard, forcing himself not to tremble due to the increasingly severe pain and itch on his back. You really consider yourself someone important? What right do you have to question the tastes of the Abyssal Eye Club? Zhuyan coldly glanced at the landlord, throwing the question back at it with a meaningful sigh. The rent for the cannibal house hasn't been paid. I see your house looks like it hasn't eaten in a long time. He observed the landlord, and it was clear that the words Abyssal Eye intimidated it. The landlord did not suspect him and trembled even more. I am sorry, please spare me, madam. I didn't mean to default on the payment. Indeed. Zhuyan calculated in his heart. The use of the term default indicated that at least a month had passed without payment. He maintained his silence. In such a scenario, silence often tormented the other party's mindset, leading them to speak more. A few seconds later, the landlord bowed even lower. Madam, I didn't mean to starve it. No, I didn't mean to use you to feed it. It clenched its teeth. Who knows what kind of twisted interest a high-level eerie creature has in impersonating humans. I have a side mission tonight. I will fill its belly with 2 players, I swear. 2 players? This was new information. Zhuyan raised an eyebrow. Who else could it be besides him? Were they also from the police department? Outside the main entrance, Guanen bent down to pick up an inconspicuous milk tea cup from beneath the flower bed. The cup was covered in shadow, rendering it invisible if he were to knock on the door directly. However, due to his professional demeanor, Guanen instinctively surveyed his surroundings. He lifted the cup, focusing his gaze. It was a 500 milliliters milk tea. To be more precise, it was a cup of fruit tea that had only a little left at the bottom. Fresh condensation clung to the cup's walls, and the heat-sensitive paper label affixed to it displayed the order-time beverage name and flavor. Refreshing guava tea, 0 calories, non-slushy. The order was placed at 8:50 this morning at the center store of and Wuang Square. Wangxiang Square is the location of the morning hall where a tragic incident occurred not long ago. Who would come all the way from the morning hall to here? Guanen hid the milk tea cup behind himself and rang the doorbell. Upstairs. Zhuyan still wanted to say something, but the timing seemed off. A clear doorbell chimed in the garden, and a somewhat familiar voice inquired loudly, "Is anyone there?" The landlord raised their head as if encountering a lifesaver. "Madam, it's a player." It hurriedly said, "I'll go open the door right away. I promise to make up the rent today and to feed. Get lost." Zhuyan's words were succinct. He lowered his head, fiddling with his fingers, and advised the landlord, who was rushing to the door, "After the player comes in, you can roll back up, you fool." The landlord walked away with a submissive demeanor. The moment the room door closed, Zhuyan immediately took out the bottle of universal potion from his pocket. It was no longer an itch but a severe pain. Thankfully, he had purchased this bottle of potion in advance from the marketplace. Zhuyan gritted his teeth and poured the potion over his back and injured arm while casually glancing at the darkened room. It seemed that his role had deceived this house. The mouth that should have been in the center of the room had vanished, appearing instead as an unremarkable patch of dusty carpet. The potion sizzled over the wound, emitting a sound akin to boiling water. Zhuyan felt the unbearable pain subside, replaced by a rapid growth of flesh that itched. He sighed in relief and quickly walked to the window, watching the stooped landlord slowly open the front door. Outside the door stood a familiar figure dressed in casual clothes. The street lamp at the entrance illuminated this person's face, clearly making Zhuyan's heart skip a beat. It was none other than his old friend Guanen. This guy had come here to participate in the instance, and the police station must be aware of it. Zhuyan instinctively adjusted his position, glancing further away. I wonder if the female voice broadcasting before Guan and entered the instance mentioned any preliminary reasons. If Guanen knew that another player in the instance was the person the police station was looking for, Zhuyan heightened his vigilance in his mind, staring at Guanen, who followed the stooped landlord, surveying the surroundings. No, he not only had to survive but also had to find a way to escape completely under the police station's nose. With this in mind, Zhuyan cracked open the tightly shut glass window, leaning in to try and hear the commotion downstairs. "Player," the landlord rasped, stumbling through the garden with Guanen. Its face looked terrifyingly gloomy, as if a flame was burning within its withered chest, filled with anxiety. "Before you enter, I need to check your left hand." Guanen did not reply, immediately silently surveying the house and garden before him. Clearly this landlord was the boss. If it was judging players based on their left hand, then Guanen recalled the scene where he wiped that person's palm with makeup remover. Would this familiar figure turn into a false person or an ordinary human like before? "I am a player," Guanen said, cautiously observing the landlord's reaction. He revealed his left hand, displaying the mark of a caged bird. The monster trembled slightly, but not out of nervousness. Rather, it seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It then turned around, its face exuding a decaying aura, revealing an eager expression. "Come in quickly." The landlord reached out, firmly grabbing Guanen's arm, dragging him towards the door. This scene was clearly witnessed by Zhuyan upstairs. He maintained the form of a terrifying creature and cautiously stepped over the thickly dust-laden carpet, silently turning the wooden door handle. Like the previous instance, Zhuyan knew nothing of Guanen's position and mission. However, based on the experiences from the first 2 instances, Zhuyan understood that their positions were likely to be opposing. However, Guanen had already crossed paths with him, witnessing his abilities in role and his common tactics. The dim yellow lights in the corridor were still lit. Perhaps the cannibal house had regained some strength, as the green old lampshade had begun to emit a faint creaking sound. "Shut up," Zhuyan whispered, threateningly activating his ability complaint. "I was just speaking the truth before, and you have a problem with that? It's truly impossible to understand. If you're sick, go get treated." The lampshade fell silent. Zhuyan's thoughts raced. He absolutely could not let Guanen see him at this moment when he had no information in hand. He dared not underestimate a police officer, especially one who had witnessed his ability to roll as a false person. He had no understanding of this house, and he lacked any trump card to confront a level 5 landlord. If Guanen exposed him, it would be a huge problem. Zhuyan tried to twist the doorknob of the adjacent room, and as expected it was locked. He must rely on the current identity of role to conceal himself well. Then while Guanen and the landlord were talking, he would see if he could find more clues. Among the 3 rooms on the second floor, aside from the room where the cannibal house's mouth was located, which the landlord had opened, the other 2 were securely locked. Downstairs, the sound of the front door opening could be heard. Guanen's voice sounded somewhat distant. "Am I the first player to come from here, uncle?" Zhuyan smiled slightly. He was now a high-level terrifying creature, and the landlord believed it, completely ensuring that it would not expose its existence in front of another player. Zhuyan focused on the movements downstairs nimbly, and quietly making his way towards the staircase at the end of the corridor. That led to the attic. He clearly remembered how fast the monster landlord had been when coming down to open the door for him. It likely hadn't had time to lock the attic. Where the landlord often sat, there should be more information, right? Where was the rental contract mentioned in coexisting with forbidden things? No, the landlord's sticky and vague voice came from below. "Stay here and don't move. I'll pour you a glass of water." Zhuyan climbed the old wooden ladder stealthily. At the end of the wooden ladder was a small platform, the bare carpet stained with dark marks. Behind the platform was a slightly ajar wooden door, which was already quite old, lacking the modern doorknob of the downstairs door, secured only by a heavy copper lock that twisted open. Zhuyan examined the position and shape of the bronze lock, then swiftly pushed open the wooden door and slipped into the room. Instantly a putrid stench, thick with stale, suffocating dust, flooded his nostrils, triggering a brief, involuntary gag. He clapped a hand over his mouth and nose and quickly surveyed the cramped attic. Though narrow, the space was surprisingly well illuminated by a dozen tallow candles burning steadily on their holders. A battered chair, its original color long since erased by time, sat askew beside the window, facing a small wooden desk with drawers and a large locked wardrobe. The wardrobe, he would almost certainly be unable to open it. Without hesitation, Zhuyan strode toward the small desk and gently pulled open its drawer. Downstairs, Guanen watched the landlord turn and enter the kitchen. From behind his back, he withdrew a plastic cup and scrutinized it closely. The other party had already arrived. But not in the living room. Where then had they gone? What precisely was unfolding? Upstairs, Zhuyan focused, intently scanning several yellowed sheets of paper inside the drawer at lightning speed. The paper matched that of coexistence with forbidden entities. Its texture identical, its script warped and alien. Yet to his surprise, he found he could read it fluently. Lease agreement for the flesh-eating house, and Lessor Supreme Authority Council of the Jubilant Utopian Lackey Play Ghoul. What lower tier, and he had found it. A document of critical importance, the lease agreement itself. The landlord was none other than Plague Ghoul. What? Zhuyan committed the name to memory. The lessor hereby leases to the Lackey 1 flesh-eating house, designated A066, situated within the rift between reality and the abyss, the precise location subject to the will of either the lessee or the lessor. This dwelling may bond with any horror entity sustaining its flesh and essence. Any horror entity that secures shelter through this covenant must understand the house is me, and I am the house. Should the flesh-eating house sustain injury or destruction during the lease term, this agreement shall terminate immediately, and all horror entities bonded to it shall suffer catastrophic repercussions. Zhuyan's heart hammered uncontrollably. So, if he could extract its weakness through cunning interrogation and then destroy the level 4 structure, the level 5 landlord would also suffer. Would it be downgraded at least 1 tier? He continued reading. Upon activation of this covenant, the lessee gains full knowledge of the house's secrets, including the precise nature and location of its vulnerabilities. Yet for the mutual safety of the lessee and the flesh-eating house, once the covenant is sealed, the lessee is forbidden from disclosing those vulnerabilities to any other being. Fine, Zhuyan thought wryly as he pressed on. This prohibition implied the Jubilant Utopia possessed methods capable of silencing the landlord entirely. Damn, all that excitement for nothing. The lessee shall deliver fresh human flesh or untainted livestock meat every 50 days to flesh-eating house A066. And trivial detail, but Zhuyan noted it nonetheless. What did this mean? Would even livestock soon become tainted? And monthly rent for flesh-eating house A066 amounts to 1 bone coin payable on the 15th day of each lunar month. The lessee may not default on payment for more than 3 months, a total of 3 bone coins. Currently, the lessee has defaulted for 3 months. Zhuyan studied the numeral enclosed in square brackets. It had originally read 2. But as his gaze fell upon it, the digit flickered upward to 3, then held steady. He recalled today was precisely the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. Everything aligned. No wonder the landlord was frantic. No wonder it demanded exactly 3 bone coins outright. Yet the landlord remained incapable of revealing the house's weakness. Should the lessee default for more than 3 months, the lessor reserves the right to confiscate all property belonging to the lessee. Should the lessee prove unable to fulfill the rent obligation, the leasing rights to the flesh-eating house may be transferred. All prior debts shall thereafter be assumed by the new lessee. The agreement ended there. At the bottom, beneath the dual signature blocks, lay a complex blood-red sigil. And another mark Zhuyan had never seen before, a grotesque visceral imprint resembling a rotting flayed corpse. Beneath the agreement rested 2 blank copies of the flesh-eating house transfer agreement prepared in duplicate. Zhuyan skimmed them, briefly confirmed their core terms mirrored those of the lease agreement, then carefully restored the pages to their original arrangement and slipped them back into place. He eased the door open with practiced silence, reset the lock to match its prior state, then descended the stairs swiftly and returned to his original room. Downstairs, Guan concealed the milk teacup and accepted a cup of tea from the landlord. From its murky, viscous surface rose a nauseating coppery stench. He did not drink it. Instead, he lifted his eyes and asked politely, "Uncle, am I the only player here tonight?" And the tall, pallid figure, its flesh partially decayed, slanted him a sidelong, contemptuous glance. This time it chose a different reply. "There are 2 players," it rasped. "But the other arrives later." Guan offered a courteous smile and thanked him. "Thank you, uncle. NIS, there truly only one resident in this household." That settled it. The child had already arrived, and once again concealed the mark on his left hand, infiltrating under the guise of a non-player. Guan shifted subtly, ensuring the landlord could not glimpse the hidden milk teacup behind his back. His opponent was notoriously cautious, rarely careless. So, what identity had he assumed this time? Guan held the teacup tightly, resisting the urge to reach into his uniform pocket for his police badge, or to his lower back where his sidearm rested. The flesh-eating house, as its name implied, consumed people. If the mysterious player were merely masquerading as an ordinary human confronting a horror entity vastly superior in power, one that fed on flesh, he would not survive long. Thus only one conclusion remained: the player had once again disguised himself as a horror entity. Guan and a mere level 1 player lacked access to coexistence with forbidden entities, a resource available only to level 2 players like Zhuyan. The living room lights trembled erratically. Guan stared fixedly at the grimy, shadow-choked stairwell, his mind unrelenting. The landlord fixed him with a vicious, knowing grin. "Sit still. Right there, boy," it commanded icily. "You know full well what happens to players who leave without permission." "Like this?" Nit's head snapped sharply to one side, the broken vertebrae piercing through slack, mottled skin in a jagged, grotesque protrusion. The severed head locked its gaze onto Guan and spoke, voice glacial. It watched satisfied as revulsion and fear flickered across his face, then turned and began ascending the stairs. Players were easiest to control through fear. They feared death above all, and were bound by the rules of the trial. Once assured they would not flee, it could ascend and report to its mistress in peace. At that very moment the mistress, Zhuyan, stood calmly within the room. Having read the lease agreement, an audacious plan was crystallizing in his mind. At least based on the evidence at hand, the plan contained no obvious flaws. Outside the door, the landlord's stiff, labored footsteps drew nearer. Zhuyan maintained the guise of a horror entity and peered through the window, studying the scene outside with meticulous attention. The villa was not tall, so the field of view was extremely limited. From the window he strained his gaze. The furthest he could see was a street lamp beyond the courtyard wall, and even the path outside the gate was hidden by the wall. There were still many visual blind spots. In the next move, concealing himself would be easy. A wooden door opened behind him. Zhuyan assumed an imposing posture and turned to gaze at the trembling landlord. "Plague white," he said coldly, watching the landlord's gaunt body shiver. It seemed feasible. Zhuyan kept his heart in his throat, not daring to relax for a moment. He dared not casually call Wote by name as a plague white, uncertain whether it would seem strange for a high-tier horror entity to address a lower-tier one so familiarly. Zhuyan spoke softly. "As of today, you are 3 months behind on rent. 3 bone gold coins, plague white." What's tall frame seemed to shrink even further. 3 bone gold coins. Only 3 bone gold coins. For it, of course, this was a fortune. Yet beyond its fear, it did not understand. It could not fathom why this matter would rouse a wealthy high-tier horror entity. If, as the madame claimed, this were some whim of the Shenyuan Jitong Club with those high-tier horrors, given their ways, truly let it go. A bone-chilling cold hovered over its head, and the landlord trembled more violently. "I already have a player here," it explained. "I saw his left hand. I could cut off his left hand. But its hope was dashed." Zhuyan scoffed and extinguished that notion with disdain. "What if the player hasn't opened an account? Take his left hand to Idao Jiting to open one. Without the player's presence." He watched that face pale as ash collapse further. A secret despair crawled up from the folds of its skin. Zhuyan was not at ease either. A fine sweat ran down his spine, making his t-shirt stick slightly. Lacking offensive power, he had no choice but to exploit every scrap of information he knew. To trick, deceive, and bamboozle. Every step now was a pivotal move toward executing his plan. Each had to be taken with extreme care, with no room for error. He could not reply now. Not yet. He had to wait a little longer. Zhuyan patiently waited until despair wholly consumed the landlord's clouded eyes, then let out another measured, faint laugh. "In your state, you should find someone to take over soon. Humph, this rotten house, and you are so lowly that at first you couldn't even recognize my disguise. Tonight you've made one blunder after another. I no longer wish to linger here." Though he spoke thus to the landlord, the oppressive aura of the high-tier being before him had not diminished in the slightest. Frightened, it bowed its head respectfully, and listened as Zhuyan delivered the final sentence. I will send a subordinate I trust to come and inspect shortly. You'd better be careful. If it's still like this then, no place will be acceptable. Zhuyan sneered and continued to make his meaning clear. You should transfer it to a new tenant at once. The lease contract read, this house may bond with any horror entity becoming an extension of its flesh and blood. If any horror entity uses this contract to secure abode, they must know the house is me and I am the house. Unfortunately, Zhuyan was not a horror entity. Yet the contract did not prohibit the tenant from being a player. Furthermore, even a sublease contract bearing the seals of both parties was in the hands of the man-eating house landlord, which to Zhuyan meant only one thing, that the sublease requiring both imprints took effect immediately and did not require the tedious formalities of opening an account at Idao Jiting. Zhuyan looked down at the landlord's trembling back and performed the final part with convincing realism. Bring that player up here. He said stiffly, lock him in a room. Don't let him see me, or my inspector. The landlord shuddered. It bowed respectfully and left the room seized by fear, anxiety, and an inexplicable unease. Everything made sense. By the rules it had fallen into arrears. The landlord of the lease came to warn and inspect in accordance with protocol. Only this time there was an added little amusement courtesy of the Shenyuan Jitong. There was nothing amiss. The only wrong thing was that if the fees were not paid, everything that belonged to it, including itself, would cease to exist. He must curry favor with that madam and her inspector. The wooden door closed softly, and Zhuyan exhaled. Without full certainty, he could not confront Guanen Hedon. Though he possessed 4th and 5th tier abilities, he was still only a level 2 player. If Guanen's power turned out to be a level 3 or 4 offensive ability, and he was determined to seize him, an encounter would be fatal. He had to use the landlord to lock the man away in a room and keep him out of sight. Zhuyan opened the window and quickly assessed the height of the second floor and possible footholds. The landlord descended the stairs, tightening its mouth. Seeing Guanen sitting obediently on the sofa, it snorted, and with a flash of anger hauled him up from the couch. Come here, it snarled. I'm taking you to your room. Behave. During the 2 or 3 minutes when the landlord went upstairs, Guanen had focused his mind and sifted through every lead he could push. That the landlord left him, a player, waiting downstairs while it went upstairs was itself abnormal. From the dossier's head read, and his own experience in Catan Mouse games, most horror entities seemed unaware of the existence of missions. Their sole purpose was to devour all players. If he were truly the only player in this house, the landlord's normal response would be to fix its gaze upon him, or lock him up, and once the instance began, consume him. Not to politely pour tea, contrive to keep him calm on the parlor sofa, and then hurriedly leave him while it rushed upstairs. The landlord's thin chest heaved. Guanen noticed the layer of skin over its ribs trembling slightly. Clearly the landlord was in a foul mood. It shouldn't be. Before it went upstairs it had been perfectly fine. This horror creature was hiding something. What exactly caused its mood to shift so rapidly? Guanen did not resist. He calmly turned his gaze to its face and stared into those murky eyes. It seemed the mysterious player had repeated his trick. By presenting himself as a non-player, he had earned the old monster's trust and even subdued it. Let's go, Guanen told the landlord, pondering his next move. We're going to my room. The landlord snorted and released his collar. It led Guanen upstairs. Guanen stayed focused, secretly gripping his sidearm. He had not forgotten the bubble teacup. It was an important piece of evidence. The suspect's biological trace remained upon it. On the other side, Zhuyan had already climbed out of the window the moment he heard the landlord drag Guanen. He had to finish everything before Guanen reached the upstairs, pressing the doorbell again, just as Guanen stepped into the room. If the landlord took Guanen to the adjacent room, Guanen would still be able to see his departing figure through the window. He carefully closed the window from the outside, hanging onto the empty air conditioning unit, cautiously reaching for the next foothold. He had to act quickly without stopping. Fortunately, the exterior of the villa was deliberately made to look like a rough European-style small building with uneven window edges and sills protruding out. Since the ground below was bare grass, Zhuyan didn't have to worry about being scratched by bushes when he jumped down. He quickly leaped onto the lawn and sprinted to the front gate, hiding well by the wall. The landlord dragged Guanen, climbing the last dusty step. The hunger in its eyes was about to overflow, staring at Guanen, as if looking at a plate of food that was ready but too hot to eat. It was truly on the verge of starving. Could it eat the player ahead of time? But the dungeon hadn't started yet. If it were to devour the player at this moment, the landlord swallowed hard. That wouldn't do. It would face the punishment of the frenzied paradise. Guanen did not miss the landlord's gaze, which was clouded like frosted glass, sending a shiver down his spine. He instantly heightened his vigilance, yet the landlord merely yanked him off balance, cursing as it pulled a key from its pocket and unlocked the door. Get inside, it shouted angrily, shoving Guanen into the room. Seeing Guanen awkwardly collapse onto the dirty carpet, which was too filthy to discern its original color, the landlord sneered and turned back. Be good, kid. If you look outside, you're dead. Guanen paused momentarily in his attempt to get up. If you look outside, you're dead. This was a command unrelated to the dungeon or food. Guanen stared at the clumps of dust clinging to the carpet fibers, suddenly realizing something. What was the big deal about looking outside? When he sat in the living room, the window on his right side allowed him to see the entire lawn. But at that time, the monstrous landlord hadn't warned him against looking outside. It was only after going upstairs and coming back down that it yanked Guanen up and issued this warning. It was evident that it had received some specific instruction from a mysterious player. This mysterious player wanted to escape without being seen by Guanen. Perhaps it was worried that its player's level was lower than Guanen's ability level. In that brief moment, Guanen felt a lightness in his heart, almost breaking into laughter. He watched the monstrous landlord's back as it opened the door and shouted, "Wait," outside the courtyard wall. Zhuyan recalled the behavior of the fake manager he had seen in the Hall of Mourning, while pulling out the book Coexist with Forbidden Things, looking for information about the plague ghost. Indeed, there was a mention, albeit just a short segment. The plague ghost of being transformed from those who died from a major plague, prefers filthy, humid environments, and is selfish, greedy, and suspicious. Low-level plague ghosts are very foolish, while high-level ones are extremely cunning. Zhuyan remembered that the rental contract labeled the landlord Walter as a low-level entity. He chuckled softly and continued reading. Plague ghosts can unknowingly transmit deadly plagues to humans. If strange symptoms suddenly erupt in your area, be cautious. Oh, so it's likely that I have already been infected. But compared to the dungeon before him, this issue could wait a bit longer. He continued reading until the last sentence. The names of plague ghosts are often obscure and they do not actively disclose themselves. This is due to the fact that most plague ghosts originate from the medieval period when theology and philosophy determined this characteristic of them. Zhuyan's heart stirred, recalling something. He quickly concealed the book and entered the player center, purchasing 2 human legs from the online shop. These would serve as a gift for the landlord and an excellent prop for the next act. Time was running out. He had to press the doorbell quickly, not allowing Guanen any time to interact with the landlord. If the accounts matched, everything he had worked hard for would be in vain. Zhuyan stood up with the 2 legs in hand, focused his thoughts, and activated his ability Disguise again. Inside the room, the landlord froze, its head twisting at an incredible angle. Guanen met the landlord's gaze through its featureless eyes and climbed up from the ground. "Are you having some trouble?" Based on his deductions, this mysterious player had disguised itself as a terrifying creature to manipulate the landlord. However, the mysterious player was not without flaws and could be exposed. The landlord's level was LV 45. Meanwhile, the mysterious player at most had a non-aggressive ability at level 5 with a player level of 2. As long as the landlord made a move, it would immediately be revealed. Guanen preferred to believe that this mysterious player had deceived the landlord by observing or employing some means to obtain critical information and grasped the landlord's soft spot. He raised his eyes, seeing the landlord's pale, layered face slightly trembling, its brow furrowed, and its long claws clenched into fists, appearing quite enraged. "None of your business. If you dare to, as expected, I can help you," Guanen immediately said. It didn't matter how the mysterious player had obtained this information. What mattered was that he could try to extract it from the landlord. "I know the details of the next player because my ability is detection." Guanen fixed his gaze on the reflectionless eyes lying. He couldn't detect, but he could deduce. The landlord's eyes narrowed. "Let's cooperate. I know another player has arrived, disguising as a terrifying creature to deceive you." Guanen couldn't finish as a sudden doorbell interrupted him. He paused for a moment, shaking the cup in his hand. "Terrifying creatures don't drink this. It was found in the flower bed outside your front door." The room was dimly lit, and in the faint light from outside, Guanen saw the landlord's face twitch violently. Its eyebrows lowered, the center of its brow wrinkled, and the muscles around its eyes stiffened. This was a look of suspicion. Guanen stared intently at the landlord's face. The monster and humans surprisingly shared the same expression. This was a critical moment that determined the success or failure of his mission. He couldn't miss any detail. "The one who came in before me was actually a player. It was just now." Guanen gritted his teeth, taking a gamble. "The one who just disguised as a high-level terrifying creature and deceived you. You don't get to butt in, kid," the landlord shouted. Yet despite the bravado, he dared not be negligent. He abruptly slammed the door shut, locked it, and immediately went to take a peek into the adjacent room. The door was closed, the window was shut, but the lady was already gone. He sniffed the air gently, and a thread of suspicion began to expand in his heart. Could what that player said be true? If it is, how could the one in the room have left without a trace? He initially thought the other party wanted him to bring the player up to leave grandly through the front door. But the monster landlord wiped his nose and shuffled down, wearing slippers. This method of leaving was quite sophisticated for a horrifying creature. The landlord strode across the living room, yet the doubts in his heart remained unshaken. If that player was deceiving him, then why did he know that a high-level horrifying creature had just been there? Why did he know he was in trouble? The landlord glanced suspiciously at the front door. However, if the other party was as weak as the one upstairs, then it would be easy to handle. Just beat him up, and wouldn't that clarify everything? As the footsteps of the horrifying creature drew closer to the front door, Zhuyan's heart began to race. The name of the plague ghost is seldom known. This is dictated by medieval philosophy and theology. Although the book did not specify, Zhuyan had a bold guess. He had read a bit of the Bible where God named all things for Adam. In that era, knowing a name equated to wielding authority. If medieval philosophy and theology refer to this, then the name Plague Ghost Walter would hold significant meaning for him. Zhuyan smiled and took a step back, watching as the door was forcefully yanked open. The landlord's grim and tense face suddenly appeared at the doorway, his arm raised, high claws slicing through the air as they viciously swung towards his head. Zhuyan was startled, and an immense sense of crisis surged through him in an instant. His mouth moved before his nearly blank mind could react, and he sternly spoke while nimbly leaping backward. "Walter!" He narrowly dodged the onslaught. The claws of the plague ghost swiped past just a few millimeters from his forehead, allowing Zhuyan to catch a whiff of the foul stench emanating from it. 2 seconds later, Zhuyan's heart raced wildly, the thrill of having survived overwhelming him with a desire to tremble. He maintained his composure and looked at the plague ghost, whose half-face was bathed in the dim yellow light of the street lamp. The muscles around its eyes strained to open, its murky eyes widened, and the fleshy folds on either side of its face trembled in fear. The name. This well-dressed pseudo-human knew his name. In extreme terror, the plague ghost even forgot its previous doubts. Zhuyan's peripheral vision swept towards the tall courtyard wall, guessing that the officer was at the window of the room, eager to get out. In just a few minutes, the plague ghost's attitude towards Zhuyan shifted from compliance to outright aggression. Something must have happened in between, or perhaps the officer must have said something. "Walter!" Zhuyan called its name again, watching with satisfaction as the pathological tremors of the plague ghost dissipated towards its shoulders. "You'd better take me inside first, then slowly explain this matter," he said, coldly stepping over the tall, hunched landlord and back onto the lawn. Zhuyan was eager to interrogate the plague ghost, immediately to know everything, but he couldn't. He needed to push his plan forward and keep everything moving. He could find a way out, and Guanen certainly could too. Zhuyan believed the other party wouldn't be foolish enough to confront him by climbing down the window as a beginner player. However, he also did not trust the plague ghost. What if the plague ghost had not locked the room? Zhuyan strode towards the house, not daring to waste a moment. He was holding the 2 legs wrapped in white cloth, emanating the overpowering stench that horrifying creatures could not resist. "Originally, I sympathized with your plight. After I verified the information about this cannibal house, I even specifically brought this." He lifted one of the cloth bags in his hand, wrinkling his nose in a place where the plague ghost could not see. "Unfortunately, you are not fortunate enough to enjoy it. This is for the house." Zhuyan stepped over the threshold and gently complimented. "Oh, what a beautiful house." He turned to glance at the still trembling landlord behind him, lowering his voice to a level that could not be heard upstairs, and began to hint. "You'd better be clear about reality, Walter. Stop shaking so much. Let's get down to business." It was imperative to be quick. Delaying a minute meant increasing danger. "First, let me see your legal documents," he commanded coldly, including the lease agreement and the sublease agreement. "Then tell me about the dungeon before it starts." "Hurry up." The landlord hung his head and looked at him, becoming more hunched. The fear brought by knowing the name was unprecedented. He could only respectfully lead Zhuyan up the dim, narrow staircase through the stuffy and unpleasant narrow corridor. Zhuyan deliberately glanced at the door. The room where the cannibal house mouth was located was empty, while the doors of the other 2 rooms were tightly closed. He couldn't determine which room Guanen was locked in or if he had come out. Zhuyan followed closely behind the landlord, heading straight for the wooden stairs leading to the attic at the end of the corridor. "There's the scent of players." Once they were a distance away from the 2-room doors, Zhuyan spoke in a voice that Guanen could absolutely not hear. "You locked the players up, didn't you? I don't want anyone to hear what they shouldn't." The landlord removed the heavy lock from the attic and pushed open the ajar door. "Please, rest assured." Its hoarse voice trembled slightly from fear. Now thinking about what that player had said to it before, it felt foolish. Clearly the previous lady knew everything. Even the subordinate sent by the lady knew the precious name it cherished. The other party could incite its thoughts with some unknown piece of trash. Why couldn't it have waited? Why did it have to strike first? "I locked them up." The plague ghost entered the stifling attic, deeply bowing to Zhuyan, mimicking his manner by lowering its voice. "Please, let me get you something." It was too smelly, truly too smelly. The original rotting smell mixed with the meat stench of the 2 legs made Zhuyan feel as though his face might turn green. Why did he buy those 2 human legs? Zhuyan desperately suppressed the urge to retch, comforting himself that one could grow accustomed to the smell over time. He watched as the landlord closed the large door, tremblingly retrieving the familiar stack of agreements from the drawer. The plague ghost did not notice anything unusual. It handed the stack of human skin paper to Zhuyan, watching as the pseudo-human, who was not very high in level, carefully looked through each page, softly murmuring to itself. Oh dear, this house is indeed a good house." Zhuyan feigned a look of regret, showing great interest in the cannibal house. But what a pity, 3 months of unpaid rent. Probably never even filled their stomachs. He looked at the landlord and lightly sighed. "This house is truly a burden for you, Walter. Unlike you, I've always wanted a living house that I can move around as I please. This is also why I was eager to take on this commission and come here." The murky eyes of the plague ghost seemed to brighten a little. It had been incredibly unfortunate today, First it was targeted by the Eye of the Abyss, then toyed with by a big shot disguised as an ordinary person while being warned about overdue rent. Then it was mocked by the player who struck at the pseudo-human capable of calling its name. Now this pseudo-human seemed to have shown a fondness for the cannibal house, since entering which was truly a surprise. A surprise that could save it from peril. Zhuyan walked to the old chair, frowning awkwardly, mimicking the pseudo-human. His goal was not just the cannibal house, but also the treasures within. This plague ghost still had room for suppression. What a pity. 3 bone gold coins. $300 after all. 3 bone gold coins are still money, Walter. On the other side, a few minutes ago Guanen hid behind the window and witnessed everything. From the moment he saw the false entity swaggering in with the landlord timidly following behind Guan and knew something was amiss. Where exactly did the problem lie? The instant the landlord opened the door, Guanen clearly saw it make an attacking motion. However, just a few seconds later that mysterious player regained control of the situation. Guanen pondered silently for a moment, leaning closer to the door to listen intently to the commotion coming from downstairs. He didn't hear any conversation, only the sound of hurried footsteps ascending. These chaotic steps passed through his room, interspersed with murmurs that Guanen couldn't quite make out. Guanen gritted his teeth, retreating back to the window to cautiously glance outside. The yard was bare, and the dim light filtering from the living room cast a murky yellow-green hue on a small patch of grass. Guanen assessed his landing point and opened the window. He didn't know how that player had managed to do it, and analyzing the reason now was pointless. Everything had already happened, and there were about 10 minutes left before the instance began. Time was running out. If the other side had timed it perfectly, they could strike just as the instance started. Then not only would they escape, but he would also die. Guanen climbed out of the window, skillfully stepping onto the first landing point. The earthy smell of mud assaulted his nostrils. He didn't want to die. On that basis, if conditions allowed, he hoped to bring that mysterious player back alive. That phrase, "your life is granted by me." Guanen gritted his teeth and slowly moved his body. A gamble. As long as he could resolve everything before the instance began, his goal could be achieved. In the attic, the plague ghost landlord looked at the conflicted expression on Zhuyan and frowned, nervously gripping the hem of its clothes. "Yais," it clumsily replied, "but it's also about the money." But this was a state of tension and disappointment. Zhuyan stared at it, forcing a stiff smile. The smell in the attic was overwhelmingly foul, nauseating. He wished for a swift resolution, but at this moment he had to display immense patience. "What do you want to say, Walter?" Upon hearing its name, the landlord shivered slightly. I mean, please, can you make an exception, sir?" This plea was so humble that the landlord's towering figure seemed to shrink instantly. It hunched its back like a student who had made a mistake. "This house is a good house. You see, it has never been noisy. And, the landlord gasped for breath. "And there's a low-level player in the house. I can leave the player in the house to you. Could you? Zhuyan stared at the landlord, feeling that its matte eyes were on the verge of tears in the dim light. Could that offset the 3 bone coins? What a joke, that's 300 coins. Could that useless Guanen be worth 300 coins? Zhuyan pretended to contemplate, furrowing his brow. "A player? What would I want a player's meat for?" He pointed at the 2 human legs he had carelessly tossed on the ground. "This is the most common thing in my storeroom. A player who isn't even level 5 isn't enough, Walter." Seeing the plague ghost's face turn pale, Zhuyan deliberately paused for 2 seconds before changing his tone. Time was running out. Of course I can take over your house, but it will be all of your house, including these." Zhuyan made a face of disdain, surveying the surroundings. The shabby furniture and everything else. The expression of the plague ghost changed. "You aren't taking anything with you, sir. I can give you one of the legs I brought. This won't deceive me. You and this house are both starving, so it's not unfair to you." Seeing the plague ghost struggle again, his tone became harsher. "Don't forget your situation, Walter. You have no way out." The plague ghost did not speak, panting for a few seconds. "All right." It eventually yielded, pulling out 2 sublease contracts. This false entity knew its name and could not resist too much. This greedy false entity, taking advantage of the situation to seize its treasure. Bastard. But it was unwilling. The words Walter echoed in the landlord's mind with terror. It trembled, uncontrollably driven by desire, daring to stare directly into the abyss-like eyes of the false entity. "I don't want anything. However, you must pay me an extra 2 bone coins." "Mister, this house isn't worthless either." Zhuyan smiled. 2 bone coins. He only had an electronic account, not physical bone coins. Would he accompany this plague ghost to the morning hall, already surrounded by the police, only to be discovered as a player and be torn apart? No way. Zhuyan watched as the plague ghost pulled out a tattered feather pen from its pocket, signing its name on the 2 sublease contracts, feeling a surge of excitement. 2 bone coins. He slowly enunciated, allowing his thoughts to wander. The landlord extended its right claw, pressing the first seal in the designated spot. Zhuyan noticed this detail. The mark of the horrifying creature was on the right side. The player mark was on the left. He needed to find a way. Only after the landlord pressed the second seal did Zhuyan finally manage to squeeze out a smile on his stiff face. After the instance ends, if the house is undamaged, of course I can pay you. Isn't that fair, Walter? The plague ghost still seemed a bit frightened. It trembled and said, "What if you default? I want to see you here." Zhuyan finally understood why the plague ghost was described as foolish and greedy in living with forbidden things. Greed was real greed, even scared to such an extent and still making demands. Foolishness was genuine foolishness, risking its life for a bit of gain. If the one standing in front of it were indeed a high-level false entity, wanting to seize the house, such behavior might lead to the plague ghost's head being severed immediately. However, Zhuyan was just a poor level 2 player. "No problem, Walter." He agreed coldly, taking advantage of the plague ghost's trembling from fear to snatch the sublease contract and feather pen from its hands. He lowered his head, hurriedly signing his name in the new lessee column, while continuing to instruct slowly. "Walter, you know there's an instance here." The second name was already signed. Zhuyan ensured he was far enough from the plague ghost so it couldn't see the branding process. "I believe." He pressed the palm of his left hand onto the human skin paper, feeling the spot where the player mark was becoming very hot, as if the flesh was burning. It hurt, but he endured it, maintaining a stoic expression, as he locked eyes with the plague ghost, preventing it from focusing on whether he was using his left or right hand. As the burning sensation dissipated, he quickly tucked away the first contract and began to stamp the second mark. "You should be smart about this, hide well, and don't obstruct the progress of the instance." The burning sensation erupted again, but this time Zhuyan felt something different. Information about the cannibal house surged into his mind, causing his brain to throb painfully. Level for a very dilapidated, extremely hungry, lacking strength. Its weakness was in the attic, specifically that old armchair. Zhuyan nearly lost his composure from the pain. This pain did not alleviate with time. On the contrary, after the burning sensation faded, a greater force attempted to surge into his body, squeezing him uncomfortably. Perhaps releasing this house made the landlord feel relieved. It straightened its hunched back, as if sighing, disregarding Zhuyan, and lunged at the thigh on the ground, starting to feast. It was so hungry, so very hungry. "Walter, the house is mine. I want the key." The plague ghost made slurping noises as it ate. It was completely oblivious to Zhuyan's strange actions of peeling off its clothes, even cooperating by removing the sleeves on both sides. Zhuyan suppressed his nausea and pain, rummaging through the pockets of the red robe. Aside from a bunch of keys, there were other strange items he couldn't identify. He glanced at the former landlord, who, aside from the pair of slippers on its feet, was completely naked. This concluded the search. He no longer needed to worry about the plague ghost carrying away anything valuable in its pockets. Zhuyan casually placed the red robe on a chair and kicked the plague ghost's body. "Take it downstairs to eat, Walter. Go to the room where the mouth of the cannibal house is located. Don't dirty my eyes." If the cannibal house no longer exists, then where can there be a landlord? What if the infected ghost discovers something? He wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. If the death of the cannibal house means the house will collapse, then it can be crushed as well. "Walter, what are you dawdling for?" Walter lifted his head from his thigh. Damn it, his body was already in enough discomfort to withstand such a scene. "Hurry up." Under Zhuyan's stern urging, Walter stood up from the ground. Taking advantage of the moment he had his back to Walter, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. According to the time on the phone, there were 6 minutes until the instance started. Zhuyan again scrutinized the naked infected ghost from head to toe, confirming that it was left with only slippers. "Take off the slippers. They're mine too." On the other side, Guan crouched beneath the stairs, straining to hear the commotion upstairs. It's easy to get from the window to the yard, but re-entering the house from the yard is a bit of a hassle. The sound of heavy footsteps, accompanied by a strong smell of flesh, reached his ears. It was the landlord. There was only one set of footsteps. Was another player still on the 3rd floor? How did the landlord come out in such a short time? Guan's mind raced as he thought of excuses. The rustling of feet against the hard carpet grew closer, making Guan grip the gun at his waist nervously. In the next second, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Then came the creaking of the door being pushed open and the sound of it swinging. He remembered that the door to the room he was in had 2 locks on it. But there was no sound. So the landlord entered another room. It even closed the door behind it. Sure enough, the narrow corridor was empty, with only the sound of slurping and chewing filtering out from behind one of the doors. Guan tightened his grip on the gun and walked swiftly toward the stairs at the end of the corridor. The smell was truly unbearable. Combined with the force that seemed intent on merging with his body, Zhuyan felt it was a miracle he hadn't vomited. The locked wardrobe was opened by him, revealing a very simple structure with only a layer of rusty shelves neatly stacked with 5 or 6 small glass bottles and half-finished paintings. Inside the glass bottles were small blue chunks of mineral resembling raw materials for making paint. Aside from these, there was a palm-sized metal machine. The machine resembled a miniature typewriter, appearing to be a product from the 19th or 20th century, yet the metal remained shiny with no signs of rust. Zhuyan flipped the machine over and found a handwritten note attached to the bottom, the ink already rusting. "This handcrafted item I prepared can print or modify anything you need except for money. This is a treasure. So can I enroll now?" It was it. Zhuyan felt a surge of joy. He stuffed the item into the infected ghost's robe pocket and gathered the other items from the wardrobe. Although it seemed useless, it might not be other props. Zhuyan quickly searched the wardrobe inside and out, even moving it a few inches to ensure there were no hidden compartments before stopping. Alright, this place has been thoroughly searched. Zhuyan checked the time and saw there were 4 minutes until the instance began. The pressure from that force was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, as if 2 giant stones were squeezing his ribs and lungs. He gritted his teeth and walked towards the old desk. Just as he opened a drawer, he heard a soft creak. The closed attic door was opened. Who? Zhuyan paused his movements, turning his head only to meet a familiar face. It was Guanen. This guy must have climbed out the window like him, as there were 2 patches of dust on the knees of his pants. No, that's not the point. Zhuyan slowly moved his gaze up, past the dark barrel of the gun pointed at his heart, and the tense lower half of Guanen's face. Guanen's muscles around his mouth were tense, clearly nervous. Officer Guan. Zhuyan slowly raised his hands in a surrender gesture, quickly running through the available information in his mind. From the sudden change in the landlord's attitude after interacting with Guanen, it was clear that their positions were opposed. Moreover, Guanen's actions indicated he was fully aware of this opposition. Zhuyan focused his attention observing Guanen's expression. Guanen was unusually alert, staring intently at his face, as if trying to remember something. The good news was that this officer did not use player abilities against him. After one instance, Guanen's abilities should at least be at level 3 or 4. If he did use them, it could definitely have a significant impact on Zhuyan. So if their positions were oppositional, why didn't he use his abilities? Was he soft-hearted? We meet again, Zhuyan said softly, trying to gauge the officer's intentions. Guanen scoffed, feeling that Zhuyan's face awakened some obscure and vague memories deep within him. Indeed, it was this person. He stared at Zhuyan's face, desperately trying to remember some features. A small mole on the left cheek, a slender and bony nose. And there were more. But none of that was the most important right now. Come with me. Due to the high tension, Guanen's voice trembled slightly. This player was very young, even appearing quite naive, his demeanor and state starkly different from the juvenile offenders he had previously assisted in interrogations. The fact that the other party had abilities but did not use them indicated there was room for persuasion and negotiation. Everything shouldn't be like this. For minutes until the instance began. As long as everything is resolved within 4 minutes. Listen, I mean no harm. As soon as the other party makes a move, he will act. The instance starts in 4 minutes. He gazed into Zhuyan's eyes, noticing that this young man seemed to be retreating out of fear. From his expression, it was clear that this player was simply afraid. Listen, our tasks are opposing. Guanen continued. However, as long as you come back with me within 4 minutes, my task can be completed early. Zhuyan raised an eyebrow. But he just smiled a little and continued to listen. Zhuyan did not immediately respond, slowly retreating towards the broken armchair. Neither of us will die. Zhuyan did not immediately respond, slowly retreating towards the broken armchair. In his view, this Officer Guan was too naive. Guanen looked at him sincerely. I'm taking you back just to clarify some truths. I don't think you're guilty and I won't arrest you. Because his colleagues were the ones responsible for arrests. If your life is threatened, we can't possibly let you go back to your aunt's house. He looked into Zhuyan's eyes, which were bright in the dim room, curving into a smiling arc. The whole recording process won't take too long, just a few questions. There were 3 minutes until the instance began. Zhuyan gripped the armrest of the broken chair, silently watching Guanen. What is your task? To stop my actions or to kill me? Guanen's handgun remained raised, maintaining a threatening stance. Just to stop you. He lied, concealing the fact that killing was necessary in order not to provoke Zhuyan. I am on the same side as the landlord. Zhuyan nodded, maintaining his composure. He was highly focused, so he noticed. When saying the previous sentence, Guanen unconsciously blinked several times. Zhuyan's survival environment necessitated lies, so he studied micro-expressions. An increase in blink frequency is a sign of stress. This statement, just to stop you, might not be the truth. However, Zhuyan believed the latter statement, as all of Guanen's previous actions corroborated it. It was laughable, truly, he was blind to the greatness before him. The esteemed landlord was right in front of him, though the landlord's lungs and ribs were on the verge of being crushed by that disgusting force. Having learned Guanen's unequivocal stance, Zhuyan felt a wicked thrill. Much like the times he had once teased his younger brother, he found himself wanting to toy with Guanen. Is that so? Zhuyan said with a nod. But on what grounds do you suppose that if you stop me beforehand, the instance will not commence? He narrowed his eyes, watching the gun that still had its safety engaged. If we follow your plan, once the instance begins, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, we are both inside the instance and you manage to stop me. The instance will immediately deem you to have completed the objective and I will die. Guanen's brow twitched and his expression slowly shifted. Indeed, this was a real possibility. Zhuyan leaned back, amused, studying the change in Guanen's face. The other, we have already left. But if we are both alive, the instance will judge us as late and we will both die. The color drained from Guanen's face. It seemed the player was right. Guan En could not be certain whether Quang Huan Letu would be merciful as he hoped. What should he do? Guan En's hands trembled. Must he really kill? Zhuyan fixed his gaze on the gun, concentrating. This moment was thrilling and intoxicating yet perilous. The instant Guan En flicked off the safety, Zhuyan would immediately unleash his ability Chiru humiliation. You seem terribly eager to save someone, Officer Guan. Zhuyan counted the seconds. Perhaps a minute remained. He had the prize. Once he plunged the dagger through the chair, everything could end. The force trying to merge into him grew frenzied. Zhuyan paused to steady himself before speaking. Someone like you is the one who treats life as straw. I think you needn't bother putting on an air of kindness. After all, when you first spoke with the landlord, you never once considered my predicament. Guan En's lips had gone even paler. He had no defense to offer. Every deduction the player made pointed to a single conclusion: the two of them could not both survive. Only by firing could Guan En buy his own life. Yet to kill violated his identity and the moral education he had received. By contrast, he found it easier to fathom a happy ending in which no one died. Even if that meant sacrificing himself. Especially since the young man before him very likely was innocent. Time ought to be up. Zhuyan felt for the phone in his pocket. He locked the screen, pulled it out, and shot a quick glance with the corner of his eye. The instance had officially begun. He no longer needed to manipulate his opponent's mind, he could move. However, I have some good news. Zhuyan said with a faint smile, drawing Guan En's attention. I do have a way to ensure that neither of us dies. Officer Guan, why do you always owe me your life? Guan En didn't know whether to believe him. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuyan suddenly drew a dagger and drove it with swift force into the threadbare armchair. Bang! A bullet whisked over Zhuyan's bowed head and shattered the carved glass window. Zhuyan moved faster. He crashed into Guan En, and by sheer intent activated his ability Chiru humiliation. Everything unfolded within 2 seconds. Guan En felt the strength drain from his limbs. He collapsed to the floor, watching Zhuyan retrieve the fallen firearm. He strove to activate his own ability Jingzhuan Yazi precision suppression, but Zhuyan had already dashed out of the attic. His footsteps receded within moments. 2 yellow sheets of paper fluttered down upon him. Guan En struggled for breath, trying to summon strength. He felt the floor beneath him tremble and dust sift onto his skin from the beams. Guan En stared in alarm. Whether by illusion or not, the overhead beam seemed to drip and melt like candle wax under flame. Zhuyan sensed the compressing force vanish. The whole house began to quake. He sprinted down the stairs and heard the chewing sounds of Igue plague fiend abruptly stop. He cursed under his breath, grabbed the robe that once belonged to Igue and tore for the door. Nearly a minute had passed. Why had the damn house not collapsed yet? If Igue discovered everything and attacked him over a few bone coins, he would be finished. He burst into the garden and paused to catch his breath. It was the dead of night, the blackest hour. The street lamp's thin glow barely traced the outline of Shuren Wu man-eating house. Perhaps Zhuyan's knife had taken effect. The place no longer looked like a modern villa. He felt a strange curiosity. The house seemed to fuse elements from 3 or 4 different eras. The top floor was ancient, built of coarse stone. Its roof had melted like soft-serve ice cream. Beneath it, parts resembled a near-modern cottage, also softening. Through the second-floor window, he saw Igui's dark silhouette struggle upright, its head turning in baffled confusion, as if it could not understand what had happened. Seconds later, it pushed open a room door and vanished from Zhuyan's sight. Bad. It's about to discover him. Yet the instance had not declared an end. He could not leave. Zhuyan wiped cold sweat from his brow and sought a place to hide. Fortunately, Shuren Wu melted far faster than he had imagined. In a handful of seconds, the seemingly intact outer wall and all the interior fittings collapsed together, liquefying into a vast puddle of thick warm wax as they hit the ground. The hot liquid sloshed and splattered as Zhuyan brushed the stuff from his face. He saw Guan En laboriously rise from the ruins of Shuren Wu and stagger toward him. The man still clutched those 2 Zhuang Zulan papers. Zhuyan could not tell whether he had had time to read them. It did not matter. Zhuyan drew the pistol from his robe and leveled it at Guan En. Don't come any closer, he said coldly. I am not as soft-hearted as you. A larger shadow rose slowly from the wreckage. Igue. Its furious snarl mixed with a pleasant female voice in the air, and for a moment Zhuyan felt an odd relief. Congratulations, player. You have cleared the instance by an unorthodox route, ending it with notable swiftness. Guan En seemed to hear the same announcement. He froze the hand that gripped the contract, trembling further. Congratulations, player. You have once again been carried and have fortunately cleared the instance. The blurred name on the Zhuan Zulan and the mark unique to human players pricked at Guan En's eyes. Someone like you is the one who treats life as straw. The sentence echoed hollowly in his mind, leaving him dazed. Zhuyan did not lower the gun. Igue now stood fully upright, holding the last half of a human leg slick with filthy fluid. The female voice continued its pleasant broadcast. According to procedure, we should immediately teleport you back to the real world. However, given the brick-and-mortar obstacles you may encounter in the real world, we have decided to grant you a choice. You may gaze here to call Guiwu Dianxia Monster Tram and remain to wait for its arrival. Friendly reminder for you, Guiwu Dianxia Monster Tram is not as safe as Idao Jiting Hall of Mourning. You must choose your disembarkation point with caution. A crimson wheel symbol flickered into Zhuyan's field of vision. Monster trolley. He recognized it. He'd even seen it in his first trial. A massive furry monster head loomed before him. For nauseating eyes and a grotesquely wide maw, Zhuyan glanced at the pistol in his hand and made his decision without hesitation. Pointing a police officer's firearm at its owner was a grave offense. And since his fingerprints were on the weapon, it clearly belonged to him. No matter. He simply refused to return to the real world. He would inevitably be taken back, imprisoned, dissected, studied. Even sentenced. Without a second thought, Zhuyan fixed his gaze upon the wheel symbol, shoved open the garden gate, and slipped through the narrow crack with lightning speed. The flower bed stood silently beneath the lamplight. Inside the gate, plague spirit shrieked again. Closer this time. Zhuyan plunged his hand into the soil, rummaging until he retrieved the book Coexisting with the Forbidden. Please proceed promptly to the intersection, chimed a melodious female voice. In 10 minutes, I will announce your session's settlement rewards. Zhuyan longed to fly there himself. He broke into a sprint, and with a surge of will activated his ability roleplay once more. Monster trolley had arrived. It stood motionless at the pitch-black intersection, exuding a sharp, acrid stench of burnt flesh. For eyes embedded deep within its colossal skull swiveled slowly, scanning Zhuyan from head to toe. Then its enormous maw parted, revealing a small round table and crimson velvet chairs within. Zhuyan climbed inside along the monster's jagged teeth and sank into an empty seat. Its jaws closed behind him. The chair gave a soft, shuddering tremor. "Hello, passenger," whispered a voice softer than the earlier one, echoing gently through the cabin. "I am the voodoo doll. Please carefully review the station list on your table and mark your destination with the provided ballpoint pen." Meanwhile, across the threshold, plague spirit's mind was as hollow as its bank account. The viscous fluids coating its body and the grass were evaporating, but the half-eaten human leg was now utterly inedible. The courtyard lay empty. Plague spirit blinked dazedly at the slightly ajar garden gate, then abruptly recoiled, sensing something deeply wrong. Man-eating house had been destroyed. Ow! It didn't care. But it did care about the 2 bone coins it had yet to claim. Where were they? And where was that false human? Plague spirit whirled, scanning the yard, then lunged, seizing Guanen's wrist without pause or mercy. "What have you done? Player! Where is he? Where is that false human?" Guanen no longer feared plague spirit. A crystalline melodic voice resonated clearly inside his skull. "Player, prepare yourself. You are about to return to the real world." He smiled faintly at plague spirit, then swiftly slid one copy of the sublease contract into his own pocket, just as the creature snatched the other. "Why does this belong to you?" It wheezed, breath ragged. "I warned you long ago." Guanen replied hazily, still baffled by how Zhuyan had pulled it off. Yet that confusion did not stop him from delivering his final words. "You've been deceived, landlord." Plague spirit's brows knotted downward in fury. "What do you mean?" In the next instant, its grip went slack. The accursed player had vanished. The contract paper still held the warmth of human skin. Plague spirit bent urgently to inspect it, searching desperately for the new tenant's identity. But what met its gaze defied belief, only a hasty, illegible scrawl. And then, Plague spirit understood. That wasn't a monster's sigil at all. It was a player's signature. "I'll devour you. I'll obliterate you." Its roar tore through the night sky. "Good heavens, sir." A familiar voice called out. Zhuyan pulled his attention inward. He just caught the faintest echo of plague spirit's scream beyond the trolley walls. Monster trolley seemed to writhe forward in slow, lurching spasms. With no windows, the ride was profoundly disorienting. Zhuyan looked up to see a stranger-like false human pulling out the chair opposite him. Meeting Zhuyan's puzzled gaze, it hastily shifted its form, then extended its tongue to lick away dried blood at the corner of its mouth. "It's me. You hosted me last time." The false human said, its hunger-darkened eyes locked unblinkingly onto Zhuyan. It had assumed the shape of his uncle, even down to the voice. "We meet again. Where are you headed?" A strange unease rose in Zhuyan's chest. Just days ago, he never imagined reuniting with uncle like this. Suddenly, his uncle's final days surfaced in memory. His uncle hadn't cast him out. Not even after years of cold neglect. At least he'd paid a pittance to keep him fed. Whatever else he'd counted as family, this false human treated him with unexpected courtesy. Even warmer somehow than the real uncle ever had. Zhuyan recoiled inwardly at the thought. No, he was merely starved of mental anchors. Yet feeling anything but dread toward a horror entity was perilous. Absolutely forbidden. He forbade it. Zhuyan picked up the station list from the table, deliberately avoiding the question. "Good evening. And you? Where are you going?" The list bristled with dense numbered entries. Over 50 stations in total. Zhuyan traced them carefully, line by line. He spotted the familiar Hall of Mourning and the nightmare bookstore notorious for its forum advertisements. Beyond those, most names screamed Carnival Paradise. Like Scream Plaza and Living District. Now he understood the female voice's warning. Choose wrongly and you might become a permanent resident of Carnival Paradise, never to return. Well, permanent residence in Carnival Paradise was inevitable sooner or later. Zhuyan scanned the bizarre names, then zeroed in on Station No. 46, its designation deceptively ordinary. Old Residence No. 178, Meiyuan Street, Ribo District, Anwu City. Estimated arrival in 50 minutes. At least it was in Anwu City. Zhuyan found a ballpoint pen on the table and delicately checked the box beside the station name. Ah yes. The false human watched intently. When I first boarded, I misread the instructions. I thought I had to fill in an answer sheet. So I filled it in and missed a delicious meal. The voodoo doll's gentle voice chimed again. Confirmed. We shall arrive at Station No. 46 in 50 minutes. Passengers, please prepare accordingly. Zhuyan exhaled softly. Across from him, the false human, still wearing his uncle's face, bent low, meticulously shading in a station named False Human Street. Zhuyan wanted to ask about the stations, whether real-world destinations were all trials, but dared not. Such questions would betray his ignorance. The voodoo doll's voice returned, this time announcing arrival at a station in 5 minutes. What is that in your hand, sir? The false human proved unusually talkative. A plague spirit's garment, Zhuyan replied calmly. Nothing remarkable. Yet the false human's expression shifted, its features stiffening into something like awe. Plague spirit is a notoriously stingy entity, it declared, voice strained. How did you manage it? Did you seize it? What level is it? Level 5, Zhuyan answered, offhandedly unwilling to dwell on the subject. He tried steering the conversation elsewhere, only to find the false human frozen mid-posture, its black depthless eyes wide with shock. Oh, so you're at least level 6. Zhuyan improvised smoothly higher, but I prefer my rank remain unspoken. Understood, Lord. I shall sing your praises. The false human tilted its head mechanically. Forgive me. I'm nearing my stop. May we collaborate again soon. I'll certainly recommend your generosity and your power to all my peers. Meanwhile, Guanen staggered toward the intersection, his strength nearly spent. It was already cordoned off, tightly, heavily guarded. Yet he saw no sign of the figure who should have emerged ahead of him. Only tactical officers, and their blinding reflective shields, filled the street. No one paid attention to Guanen's astonished expression, nor did anyone move the shield to make way for him. Crouch down and cover your head, someone shouted. Don't move. Guanen immediately understood and crouched down in the correct manner, allowing his companions to put handcuffs on him. The ability of that mysterious player was to transform into the appearance of other things. Under these circumstances, the police department would not allow anyone else to leave easily. However, that player, Guanen recalled the figure fleeing through the garden door. Is he really still here? Take the people away first and record the interrogation. A familiar voice sounded behind him. It was the leader who had come with him. Search the other areas. Only one can survive in this instance. The yellow light illuminated the dark gray pavement, and Guanen felt his eyes dazzled, his mind in disarray. Wait! He shouted, wanting to turn around to face his leader. He's still alive. That player is still alive. Team Huang, I saw him leave. I took his belongings back. The officer known as Team Huang paused for a moment, seriously scrutinizing Guanen. Being able to call out this name indicates that the probability of this person being a disguised suspect is not high. But Team Huang still merely nodded faintly. Take him to the car first, have more people watch him, keep him quiet, and don't get too close. Others take the police dogs inside to search. On the other side, on the monster tram, Zhuyan curiously examined the furnishings and arrangements inside the car. Apart from the seemingly luxurious velvet chairs and wooden small tables, there was also a writhing car roof resembling a living creature and a chandelier made of hanging bone claws. Flames danced within the closed bone claws, and with every jolt of the tram, the light and shadow shifted. A voodoo doll made of hemp rope about the height of a human calf was walking between the small round tables, holding a tray filled with strange beverages. Zhuyan saw that a black liquid contained a shriveled eyeball floating within, nearly making him vomit. While he still hadn't gotten used to these things, the voodoo doll bounced to the back half of the car, distributing those drinks. There sat some obviously higher-level terrifying creatures. Zhuyan saw a skeleton, a wax figure that had melted partially, and a skinny creature with 4 arms resembling a human spider. They looked similar to the feeling that the plague ghost water gave Zhuyan. He guessed their levels should be around level 5. The voodoo doll jumped in front of Zhuyan and raised a hand pointing to the back. If you want a drink, you can go to the VIP area in the back. Zhuyan nodded, and the voodoo doll asked, Are you a faux person? How could you carry the virus of the plague ghost? Zhuyan recalled that while researching information about the plague ghost in Coexisting with Forbidden Things, the book had mentioned it. The plague ghost can unknowingly transmit deadly plagues to humans. Well, given his close contact with the plague ghost, he didn't believe he hadn't been infected. But there are always more solutions than difficulties. Regardless, let's play along. Zhuyan looked at the voodoo doll and tentatively asked, Is it the plague? The voodoo doll's button eyes flashed with malice, and Zhuyan could see a hint of disdain within them. Then you are quite ignorant, faux person. The plague ghost will no longer spread something like the plague. An easily curable disease. This was somewhat expected. Zhuyan thanked the voodoo doll and showed it the nightgown he was holding. It might be the issue with this nightgown. This is something from the plague ghost. The voodoo doll lowered its head and glanced at the clothing, simulating a perplexed tone. What do you want this for? Zhuyan did not respond to its question. He cleverly threw out another question he wanted an answer to. I want to ask if there's a way to kill or wash away the virus on this clothing. He certainly didn't want to suddenly die or truly become a source of infection. Zhuyan carefully observed the voodoo doll's expression and found it unabashedly revealing its malice. Its eyes were two broken black wooden buttons, and the rigid stitched feeling sent chills down one's spine. Kill the virus. The voodoo doll said softly. Oh. Haha, you asked the right question, faux person. It jumped onto the table, rigidly spun around, and displayed its ugly naked body to Zhuyan. You see, I was made by a witch during a time when certain plagues suddenly broke out. That was the Black Death. A thought suddenly popped into Zhuyan's mind. She used me to curse priests and the church while she was alive and lived a long time before dying of old age. Inopportune humor always arrives unexpectedly. Zhuyan looked at the voodoo doll, his mind in a state of temporarily ignoring all external threats. I learned that cursing priests and the church can lead to a long life. The voodoo doll stopped spinning as if giving him a fierce glare. In any case, to kill the virus you must find her. But, heh. Its expression suddenly turned cold, revealing an indescribable strangeness. If you want to find her, it won't be easy. Play a game with those foods, disgusting crossdresser. It burst into laughter, jumping and shouting on the table. The term, crossdresser, struck a chord in Zhuyan's mind, and he instantly heightened his vigilance. What does that mean? Am I recognized? Zhuyan did not show any panic. He politely asked, what do you mean by crossdresser? The voodoo doll spat at him. Faux people are all crossdressers. Zhuyan breathed a sigh of relief. You all look like food. Just like ginger that looks like braised pork. Phew. Ginger must be included in meat, but joyful earth can do without faux people. Go to heaven. Zhuyan nearly burst out laughing. He looked at the voodoo doll bouncing away in a good mood and leaned back comfortably in his chair. It had already been 10 minutes. A crisp and pleasant female voice announced in his ear, generously praising Zhuyan. Player, your performance is outstanding, truly exceptional. You have once again manipulated both terrifying creatures and humans at the same time. I am pleased to see you gradually establishing yourself as joyful earth descends. No need for excessive praise. I will now report the rewards you have obtained in this instance. Zhuyan perked up. The overall completion results of the Devouring Villa instance are as follows. Total players 2 cleared 2, both on the verge of death or mutation, because they were infected with the plague ghost virus, right? Zhuyan was already mentally prepared and felt a sense of sarcasm. He would prefer to choose mutation. Among them, you have the highest score ranking first. The basic rewards are as follows. Rest days 10 days. Current accumulated rest days 30 days. Of course, you can choose to enter the instance early. That is your freedom. Is this right? Zhuyan felt something was off. He still remembered the first time he got a day off. He thought 0 people would choose to enter the dungeon. But now he found that he seemed to be at odds with long vacations. He was on the brink of death or mutation. In this situation, if Madland didn't have a dungeon for him to enter, that would truly be concerning. Dungeon completion reward 50,000 yuan. Wow, that's a whole 10,000 more than last time. Why? Is it due to the difficulty of the dungeon, or because the completion method was spectacular? 40,000 as the base reward, 10,000 as a reward for your creativity. Alright, so it's the latter. You can choose to receive it in human currency or Madland currency. As soon as the words fell, 2 lines of red text appeared before Zhuyan's eyes. Zhuyan thought for a moment and chose to focus on Madland currency. He remembered that the mall where the Hall of Mourning was located had been surrounded by the police, and a little boy had been eaten by a fake person. It seemed he wouldn't be able to go to the Hall of Mourning to exchange currency for a long time. Moreover, Madland had given a hint that the current exchange rate was not high. If the Hall of Mourning opened later and the exchange rate increased, it would be a huge loss. All right, a pleasant female voice said. 500 bone gold coins have been credited to your account. I will continue to report the remaining rewards. Player level LV. 3. Still low level but acceptable in the current world. Role-playing ability level LV. 5. Complete 2 internal test dungeons to level up. You can enter the player center to check for changes. Alright, Zhuyan almost forgot that leveling from 5 to 6 requires 3 internal test dungeons. Complaining ability level LV. 5. To level up from 5 to 6, you need to complete 3 internal test dungeons. If you had activated this ability while joking with the curse doll, it might have rated higher. If that's all it took to level up, Zhuyan wouldn't mind saying something more hellish. Humiliation ability level LV. 3. Glad you finally used it, player. Overall, Zhuyan still felt a bit pleased. With the current levels of these 3 abilities, they were indeed a bit lacking against terrifying creatures, but they were more than enough against players. If he encountered a player-versus-player dungeon like today again, he would have the confidence to stand his ground. Zhuyan felt a wave of relaxation. Joy wrapped around him like warm amniotic fluid, and a faint electric current gently brushed against his blood vessels, bringing a conflicting sense of pleasure. Unlike previous times, this time, the sensation was even more pronounced. Even Zhuyan's facial muscles began to completely relax. It took him a good 10 seconds to abruptly awaken from this feeling. Here it comes again. This feeling was addictive. But addiction is not a good thing. Zhuyan bit his tongue hard to refocus and continued to listen to the broadcast. Today's broadcast seemed particularly long. The female voice rang cheerfully in his ears like some sort of melody. And congratulations on obtaining the treasure you need. I will report the usage method and origin of the treasure. Zhuyan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He reached into his robe and grasped the small typewriter lying amidst a pile of clutter. This was a beloved invention of an art student. He attempted to use this toy as a stepping stone to a certain art academy. However, the professor in charge of admissions saw through his prank and returned the item along with the application letter, resulting in the art student failing to be admitted. Zhuyan's thoughts froze for a moment. What does this thing have to do with art? Madland found this little item interesting, so it stole it. After endowing this little item with power, it gained stronger printing and modification capabilities than before. You just need to place your identity card into the designated spot in the machine, and it will generate a brand new unique card for you. And it can fabricate a background for you, producing matching documents. Is this really that impressive? Zhuyan was startled. He wanted to take a good look at this interesting little thing, but the female voice continued reporting. Once all documents are gathered, Madland will automatically fill in all your new information in the human system. New information will not overlap with old information. However, we will retain your school information and other necessary parts. Zhuyan's heart raced. Does this mean that he can completely sever ties with the identity of Zhuyan and the things Zhuyan had done? He need not be cautious anymore, and he wouldn't have to worry about the police checking his biological information, living anew under the sun. You will undergo a rebirth walking under the sun again. Even as the sunlight is about to fade, Zhuyan instinctively grasped the small cold machine. This news even diluted his worries about imminent death or mutation. Finally, I will bring you the last reward of this dungeon and explain the relevant matters. And Zhuyan began to greedily hope it was about the plague ghost virus, and reality indeed fulfilled his wish. Madland has decided to grant you 10 days of plague immunity time, a special privilege for players. During your contact with plague ghost, you unfortunately contracted the plague. According to the original process, you would die horrifically within a day. Zhuyan recalled the legends and studies about the Black Death from the Middle Ages and felt a mix of emotions. Of course, he was afraid of dying, but he also felt that his lifespan had not yet run out. Player, I'm sorry. The outbreak of the plague will greatly accelerate the integration process of Madland, so Madland will not actively provide you with any dungeons to trigger. Such action contradicts the purpose of Madland. Zhuyan keenly seized upon the word actively. Just because Madland does not provide actively does not mean he cannot actively seek out. Compared to death, he would rather choose to mutate into a plague ghost. But if he could survive, he did not want to become a man-eating monster. There was still a chance, a glimmer of hope. He held his breath. However, during the plague immunity time, you will not manifest any symptoms. During this period, you can seek out dungeons that can save you and find a way to enter them to obtain what you need. Player, you should be grateful for the generosity and mercy of Madland. This broadcast is now over. Good luck. The female voice fell silent. Zhuyan leaned back gently in his chair, not saying a word. He was glad he took this electric car and talked to the cursed doll. That was a very useful clue. The world is vast and life and death are paramount. Zhuyan opened the book Coexisting with Forbidden Things and searched for the witch in the index. Witch page 735. Which, like the plague ghost, is one of the famous products of medieval Europe. The book wrote this. Of course, medieval Europe was an era that produced a large number of terrifying creatures. The uniqueness of the witch lies in that they compiled and organized the famous Key of Solomon, although much of what has circulated in the world is quite absurd and riddled with errors. Yet, it can still be inferred that they could make deals with higher-level demons through certain channels. At the same time, because witches tend to be clean, they often reside in deep mountains utterly at odds with terrifying creatures like plague ghosts. They harbor considerable hostility and appetite towards humans, though they love cats. The section on witches ended here. There was still time before getting off the bus. Zhuyan thought for a moment and began searching for demons. Page 825. Zhuyan glanced around, and after confirming that there were no terrifying creatures paying attention to him, he relaxed and continued reading. Demons are a type of advanced beings that appreciate humans with desires and directly feed on human spirit and vitality. There are many kinds of demons. Some have horns while others wear cloaks, and most of them are transparent. Very intriguing. Zhuyan felt curious and continued reading. Witches serve as intermediaries for communication between them and humans or other entities. This is indeed very similar to the legends. The dealings of demons are based on barter, with both parties being equal. They can give you anything you desire, such as a baby, gold and silver treasures, youthful beauty, or a healthy body, even lifespan. Well, it seems they cover everything from life, aging, sickness, and wealth. Upon seeing this line of text, Zhuyan felt slightly reassured. This meant that as long as he could find a witch, there was hope for survival. Correspondingly, demons will also take away what you cherish. If you wish to trade with demons, please seek out a witch by yourself. It is worth mentioning that witches and their cats are very fond of consuming humans. The explanation ended here. Alright, the last line provided additional information about the cats that witches favor. This cat was clearly not an ordinary house cat, as Zhuyan initially thought it resembled some kind of terrifying creature. However, compared to having no clues at all, being able to find this information right away was already quite good. Zhuyan closed the book, raised his hand to press his forehead, trying to calm himself down. That night, from the hall of mourning to the instance swallowing villa, his mind was under high tension. After getting into the car, the sound of a female voice announcing made him feel a bit uneasy. Only when he found a general direction for solving the problem did this tension ease slightly. After relaxing a bit, mild headaches and fatigue surged through his body. If this weren't on the monster tram, Zhuyan imagined he would have set an alarm and gone straight to sleep. But that wasn't possible. It seemed that there were no phones in Carnival Paradise, and setting an alarm would attract too much attention. Moreover, sleeping on the monster tram was too dangerous. Zhuyan could only try to relax his mind, as much as possible taking out the small typewriter he held in his hands to examine it. Only then did he realize that above the handwritten note on the bottom of this object, there was an inscription etched into it. The engraving was shallow, and Zhuyan could only see it with the aid of light reflection. Please open here and place the items or paper that need modification inside. If the items are too large, please fold them. Zhuyan fumbled around and finally pressed a rather inconspicuous loose spot. With a pop, a long strip sprang open from the bottom of the small typewriter, revealing a gap inside. Zhuyan was startled by this peculiar and interesting design. He carefully examined this slot-like object and took out his ID card from the pocket compartment. After cautiously glancing around, Zhuyan secretly slipped the document inside. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt the front of the hard card become soft like a piece of dough. The next second, the card was sucked in with great force. A card the size of a business card popped out from the top of the machine, filled with dense writing. The handwriting was already very aged. Just like the rental contract and the sticker at the bottom of the typewriter, Zhuyan found that he could understand it. Hello, friend, using my treasure. What is this? Where is my ID card? Zhuyan stared blankly as he read further down. If a terrifying creature uses this, it will not pop out. Therefore, you must be a player or an existence like us. Zhuyan froze. Not a terrifying creature, but an existence like us. What is this? What does it mean to be an existence like them? In this world, besides humans and terrifying creatures, are there other existences? Write your city address in the blank space, dear friend of deep fate. This thing will automatically generate location indicators. If you also wish to resist the encroachment of Carnival Paradise, please come to the designated location to find us. We welcome fated ones to join Zhuyan Mountain. Additionally, I like milk tea, small cakes, fried chicken, small barbecues, preserved meat, clay pot rice, braised pork, and fried pork chops. Damn, is this for real? Zhuyan took out the old-looking card, examining it back and forth. Judging by the style of the typewriter and the aging of the ink, the art student seemed to be someone from a long time ago. However, the ink and handwriting of the last line about food looked much newer in comparison, as if it had been added later. So what is Zhuyan Mountain? Being able to mention it even suggests that the other party has some knowledge of modern human society. If the art student is not a terrifying creature, then what could possibly live so long? After much consideration, Zhuyan took out the feather pen from the pocket of the plague ghost's robe and wrote down a very vague address. Anwu City. He didn't know what was going on, but he was curious. The paper quickly responded, this time with several simple addresses. 13 Shiyuan Street, next to the tailor shop. 25 Majia Road, beside the old house. At the deepest part of Chifeng Lane, between No. 38 and No. 37 residential houses. C building of Shishan University stairwell. Please pay 1 bone copper coin and say the activation password. What is this new thing? Zhuyan felt curious again. This activation password reminded him of the access password for the Hall of Mourning, but what about these addresses? Beside the old house in the middle stairwell. What could be in those places? This time's activation password, move forward. Please keep this card safe to obtain the latest password. The card slipped to the ground and Zhuyan bent down to pick it up, stuffing it alongside the savings card from the Hall of Mourning into a spot where it definitely wouldn't fall out. Since this thing requires payment and activation, it wouldn't hurt to check the designated address later. If it truly is an existence that poses no hostility to humans, perhaps Zhuyan could still gain something. After the card fell, the typewriter began clattering away again. From its front end, a brand new ID card was slowly pushed out. On the other side, the police department had thoroughly searched the entire quarantine area. Several police dogs sniffed back and forth along the path Zhuyan had taken, but consistently stopped at the intersection, barking wildly at one particular spot. The entire villa area was illuminated brightly by powerful flashlights, yet there was no sign of the person the police department was looking for in any corner. Surveillance in the quarantine area indicated that indeed a faint shadow entered the instance along with Guanen. However, during the footage from this period after the instance ended, they couldn't even see a blurry shadow, as if this person had never appeared at all. No one could figure out what was going on. That player who had been tightly surrounded by them suddenly vanished into thin air. Damn! Huang Team wiped his sweat with his hand. With things being this way, where could he possibly run to? The middle-aged man standing beside him shook his head. Based on the information we currently have, it is indeed possible that Carnival Paradise could have teleported him to a relatively far location. However, the likelihood is extremely low. Generally, it's just local transmission. This is really strange, Huang Team complained. But you don't need to worry too much, the middle-aged man said. We have already locked in several areas. Tomorrow morning our people will begin a thorough search, checking documents house by house. As long as he remains here in this city, he won't be able to escape. The police car bearing Guan En thundered toward the nearest precinct. A few minutes earlier, a soft female voice had finished announcing the instance rewards and other details, and the memory left him drenched in cold sweat. That plague exemption time was a perk granted only to players. Who could say whether it might nevertheless spread to others when he showed no symptoms? The problem was to be safe against the possibility that he had become a Zhuyan changed entity, and to prevent deceit or trickery they had clamped his mouth shut. For the first time, Guan En felt anxious and despairing about his own people. He shrank back deeper into the police car, a cold bead of sweat tracing his cheek. The Guiwu Diancha's wide maw opened several times, each intake bringing a new strange odor aboard. All the stops it made were stations of Quanghuan Letu. Zhuyan saw an abandoned wax museum stacked like fragile shells, stone houses layered and webbed with cobwebs, and a toy shop window so delicately fashioned it might have come from the human world. All the while, the art student's typewriter toiled away dutifully. Aside from an ID card bearing the name Zhuyan, it also produced a brand new household register, 2 death certificates for immediate relatives, and a property deed. The photo on the ID showed a face somewhat like Zhuyan's. He brought the card nearer and saw only slight differences in brows, nose, and lips, yet the expression instantly read as far kinder. Incredible, the art student's skill. Just as he was about to offer a mental bow of thanks, the Quanghuan Letu broadcast woman's voice sounded ill-timed and precise. Congratulations, player, the woman said. We detect you have completed most of the data modifications. Yet the typewriter had already fallen silent. Zhuyan gathered all the documents, including that intriguing property deed. He had no time to inspect it closely, but a house is not something that can be conjured from nothing. What on earth was happening? I will explain some of the key points, the pleasant voice continued. Zhuyan had already tucked the typewriter back into Yigi's clothing and sat up straighter. The Guiwu Jiansha was almost empty. The rear VIPs had all disembarked. He reckoned he had at most 10 minutes until his stop. We have implanted your new information into the human system. Zhuyan listened intently, straining his ears. Your old identity information cannot be mapped to your new identity. The new information will not directly overwrite the old. Previously retained biological data will be erased. They had forged him a new identity. It was in a way a windfall. Please amend the admission notice as soon as possible and prepare for the next instance. If you can survive. Zhuyan exhaled a long, fierce breath. He packed his things and at last heard the announcement for his stop. Stop 46, Anwu City, Ribo District, Meiyuan Street No. 178 has arrived. The voice of the Wugu doll was softer than its appearance warranted. Passengers, we advise you to leave the instance before it ends. Do not stray into the human world. Fares will be deducted automatically later. Zhuyan recalled the first time he had encountered the Guiwu Diansha. The instance had not ended then, and a pseudo-human upstairs had told him the tram had arrived. Judging from this broadcast, the Guiwu Diansha could stop only where an instance descended and within Quanghuan Letu. He rose to his feet and the vehicle's jolting and swaying ceased. The roof opened once more. Outside was a brick wall. At its center stood a small double door to a residence, a lamp glowing beside it, and a little iron plaque reading, Meiyuan 178. Zhuyan checked the seat one last time to make sure he had left nothing behind, then leapt down. The Guiwu Jiansha receded from view. He leaned against the wall and heard at once a sound of chewing and the broadcast. A dense metallic smell of blood drifted into his nostrils. Players, please note, we will immediately teleport you back to the real world. Zhuyan braced himself and did not rush to alter his appearance. In truth, merely appearing here was dangerous. The Meiyuan 178 massacre had already occurred. Tomorrow or the day after someone might report it. If the precinct checked the surveillance footage, they might discover had been present. Yet his original face had been erased as a segment of data. The broadcast had said the new information would not directly overwrite the old, that the two identities would remain independent and the old data would still be usable. If he kept his original appearance and used his old phone number to hail a cab, the station would still be unable to pin him down. Zhuyan gripped his robe as the scene before him flickered. The nauseating chewing vanished, replaced by the thin chirr of summer insects and wind ruffling leaves. He followed the yellow glow of the street lamp and moved farther away. This seemed to be a cluster of century-old buildings, narrow lanes where cars never passed. Zhuyan took out his phone, found the nearest main road, and hailed a taxi. Behind him came the wrenching cries of a woman and child, which knotted his chest and quickened his steps. It seemed the instance would explode here as well. He wondered what had happened to his aunt. Meanwhile, at the precinct, the harsh lights left the interrogation room stark and colorless. Several officers, together with team leader Huang, sat behind the table and listened as Guan En spoke the last lines about the instance in a calm tone. In truth, he had not told them everything. He had meant the moment his restraints were released to tell them about Igwe and the plague exemption time. But when the words reached his lips, he clammed up. Should he really reveal it? The plague exemption time lasted only 10 days. If Guanen wanted to survive, he needed to find quickly an instance that offered vaccines or other tools. Yet, if he told the truth, would he still have any chance of entering another instance alone and living through it? Under standard precinct procedure, he would be placed under strict isolation. Everyone who had contact with him would be quarantined and their movements severely restricted. An outbreak was a terrifying thing. Especially an unknown, potentially incurable plague so closely tied to Kwanghuan Letu. The station would likely clamp down at the source. If he confessed, his fate would likely be to die in a small house and have his body burned along with the structure. Xiao Guan, anything else to declare? Captain Huang asked. Guanen shook his head. He thought of the look the player had given him in the instance. The gaze had been resolute, indifferent, untouched by the authority of a police officer. Perhaps that player had long since foreseen Kwanghuan Letu's inevitable descent. Whatever the case. Nothing else, Guanen said, shrugging off the fog in his mind. He could not die. He was his parents' only son. If Kwanghuan Letu's fall was unavoidable, why should he be the first to perish? Captain Huang, am tired, he added, and keenly noticed a faint dark spot on Huang's arm. He lifted his eyes and saw a matching spot on the right side of Huang's neck. Those marks had not been there earlier in the day. This was very likely the plague. I haven't slept for a day and a night. I want to go back and sleep. The taxi came to a steady stop by the old street. It was the early hours of the morning and the sky was still dark. Aside from the streetlights, everything else was pitch black. Zhuyan followed the route in his memory, winding and avoiding the cameras as he climbed the old stairs of the tenement building. Finally, he was back. Zhuyan entered the small guesthouse, turned on the light, and felt a long-lost sense of relaxation and fatigue. The room and clothes of the virus ghost were too filthy. He desperately needed a hot shower and a deep sleep. As he thought this, Zhuyan slowly washed up and snuggled into the comforter of the air-conditioned room, sinking deep into sleep. Perhaps he was too exhausted, for he did not dream. He was awakened by a series of knocks on the door at 7 a.m., with someone outside faintly calling out. Zhuyan groggily got up, and while passing through the living room, casually stuffed the clothes and documents left on the coffee table into the cabinet. He took a few steps forward when the person outside called out again. This time Zhuyan heard clearly. Hello from the community. We are here for anti-fraud promotion. Is anyone at home? Zhuyan instantly reacted and nearly burst into laughter. The copy had already appeared sporadically in Anwu City. It was precisely the time for the police to be alarmed. At this juncture, an anti-fraud promotion. They likely came to conduct a sweep. After all, it wasn't difficult to pinpoint the general area he was in. With a thought, Zhuyan changed his appearance, not forgetting to hide the player mark in his palm. There's someone here, he called out, opening the door. Outside stood two men wearing red vests emblazoned with the community's name. Zhuyan quickly assessed the two from head to toe and silently mocked them in his mind. Damn, they came quickly. Hello. One of the taller, middle-aged men greeted him politely, showing his work ID to Zhuyan. This was Team Huang. He faced Zhuyan, ensuring the mini-camera on him captured Zhuyan's entire face. We are here for anti-fraud promotion. It will only take 5 minutes. If he hadn't been staring at Zhuyan's face the whole time, Zhuyan would have believed it more readily. He nodded casually and asked, how do we promote? The middle-aged man was prepared and pulled out a stack of questionnaires and a pen. Just cooperate and fill out the questionnaire. Then we need to record an ID card. He added, noticing Zhuyan's evident state of having just woken up. Just think of it as helping us complete a task. If it's inconvenient for you, then it's fine. Huh? Zhuyan instinctively froze for a moment. If it's inconvenient, he would be listed as a suspect. He scratched his head, naturally circling back. It's fine, but I have to find my ID card. That's no problem, Team Huang replied with a friendly smile. Thank you, young man. This young man before them met all the criteria of the person they were looking for, from his demeanor to his age. If he lived alone, that would fit even better. Seeing Zhuyan had begun to seriously answer the questions, Team Huang glanced slightly into the room. You live alone. Where are your parents? Oh, Zhuyan lifted his head slightly. My parents are no longer around. No longer around. The younger man confirmed keenly. What do you mean by that? You don't look very old, your parents. If they were indeed deceased, then all the hard conditions would match. Oh. Zhuyan looked up at him, sincerely explaining. My parents passed away, sorry. He handed the completed questionnaire to the middle-aged man and turned back into the room. Wait for me. I'll go get my ID card. Team Huang and the young man exchanged nervous glances. Both parents having passed away matched up. If there were any issues with the documentation, this person was most likely the one. Both parents having passed away matched up. If there were any issues with the documentation, this person was most likely the one. Team Huang was a bit surprised, momentarily pausing. Is this really it? Was the other party just bold enough to gamble that they wouldn't act? Oh, all right. Team Huang remained polite, not showing any signs of abnormality. He looked down at the ID card. It was well-crafted with all security features intact, absolutely not a fake. The photo on the ID card matched the person as well. The name Zhuyan also did not align with Guan En's description of a strange name. Team Huang took out the machine in his hand to input the ID number. The machine displayed no errors or warnings, and the name that popped up was Zhuyan. Team Huang felt a bit disappointed. He took a photo of the ID and returned it thanking Zhuyan. "Thank you, young man. This is fine, you can go back to sleep now." Zhuyan replied with a few dismissive sounds, far too tired. After the door closed, he dove back into the blanket, falling into a deep sleep once more. "Are you sure the camera captured his face clearly?" In the car, Team Huang confirmed with his colleague once more while holding his phone. The mini camera on him transmitted in real time, allowing the footage to sync to the police station's computer for his colleagues to see. "Is it completely clear? No shadows, no blurriness?" "Absolutely clear, Team Huang," his colleague replied, "and I can still remember his face clearly now. This is definitely not that player." Team Huang glanced irritably at the dark spot on his arm. He had no idea when this thing appeared. It startled him when he woke up that morning to find the large area of light shadow. It felt like it was trending towards becoming a mole. Team Huang sighed. "All right, this Zhuyan's ID number has been noted down. I'll check his family situation later. I remember before the devouring villa copy started, Xiaoguan had a hint that the player would obtain more items." "Right, I remember that too," his colleague replied. "Do you suspect he used an item?" Team Huang exhaled. "It's fine. I had him fill out a questionnaire and took a pen. We still have biological information to verify." "Got it. Oh right, Team Huang, I'd like to request some time off this afternoon." His colleague's words seemed normal, but the content sounded a bit strange to Team Huang. "I have a large patch of spots on me that seem to be turning black. I'm afraid it's a skin condition. I want to get it checked out." Zhuyan woke up again, and it was already 2 in the afternoon. The warm sunlight streamed through the glass, and Zhuyan heard the pleasant chirping of birds. The only downside was that his phone vibrated, persistently forcing his mind back to wakefulness. Zhuyan stretched lazily and turned on the screen of his phone. Some messages were from the group chat he had joined online, while others were news alerts from apps and notifications from unfamiliar numbers. Zhuyan opened his phone and first clicked on the group chat that had exploded with activity. He received messages from this group purely because the group owner foolishly added all members. "Wake up family. All members. Family, is there anyone from Anwu City or Bailu City?" Bailu City was where Zhuyan had lived previously, and his aunt was still there. He slowly climbed up, noticing the group owner was as excited as if he had gone mad. "I can't believe it. I'm so excited. I suspect the world is about to end. Let me explain. I'm currently in Anwu City, and I have a cousin in Bailu City. He encountered something incredibly bizarre." This statement was met with a flurry of question marks from other group members. Everyone knows Anwu City hasn't been peaceful lately. First, there was a cannibal incident last night, and then traffic control followed. Honestly, I suspect these are all precursors. My cousin received a strange envelope containing a badge and an ability card. Wow, he even said he heard a broadcast. He also entered a place called the Player Forum. He told me that horror is about to descend. Zhuyan still remembered the warning he had seen before entering the forum: "Do not disclose your personal information. Do not reveal anything about the Joyous Pleasureland or your identity as a player." This person must have read that warning before joining the forum. Intrigued, Zhuyan climbed out of bed, began washing up, and slowly scrolled upward through the thread. The group admin grew visibly excited. "Holy hell. I'll explain it all to you. In theory, since the Joyous Pleasureland would inevitably descend, such a privacy warning might not even be necessary." Zhuyan paused, then shook his head. To him, the warning felt less like protocol, and more like one of the Joyous Pleasureland's rare, genuine acts of mercy. If even people like his aunt and younger brother possessed abilities as potent as complaint or bullying, then far more extraordinary powers must surely exist. What if someone wielded an ability like steal another's power? Or kill a player to restore vitality? Revealing one's identity online would amount to a death sentence. Then there was the Hall of Mourning. It was common knowledge that any player could withdraw money there, simply by presenting any left hand regardless of whose it was. In the early descent of the Joyous Pleasureland, when societal order would be violently shattered and not yet reassembled, chaos on an immense scale was inevitable. Zhuyan had no doubt cornered and driven to madness people would absolutely organize raids, to forcibly register others and sever their left hands. After all, according to the pseudo-humans of the Hall of Mourning, one needed 5,000 bone coins, equivalent to 50,000 yuan, to qualify for the lowest tier housing in the Cuneo Street district. Moreover, those 5,000 bone coins could not be spent. They had to remain frozen in the account. A moment's reflection revealed just how enormous that sum truly was. Having finished washing up, Zhuyan hastily combed his hair twice. After delivering an ecstatic, breathless explanation, the group admin unexpectedly posted 2 photographs inside the chat. They were unmistakably a player badge and an ability card, captured so clearly that the text on the ability card was fully legible. Zhuyan glanced at them once more, marveling silently at the sheer eccentricity of human abilities. This particular ability was named Muddying the Waters. Its description read: due to excessive slacking off at work, the user can evade monster detection within horror dungeons by blending into the chaos, thus feasting peacefully amid the communal pot. As soon as the images appeared, the group erupted in mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha. This has to be the boss's prank. Yeah, I think so too. The admin's still young. Don't take it too seriously. The admin countered firmly, no. It's absolutely real. Haven't you heard? There have been countless sudden deaths in Bailu City lately. All of them reportedly failed their dungeon trials. Also, I'm in Anwu City. My friend's neighbor, a family of 3, died suddenly last night. Zhuyan could almost picture the admin spitting words across the screen. The incident's been suppressed. Nothing appears online. But I swear it's true. It happened at Meiyuan No. 178. My friend said she heard sobbing last night. It lasted 8 or 9 minutes. Then fell silent. Zhuyan quietly nodded in agreement. Check the news. Bailu City has already declared a full lockdown. Doesn't that make it obvious? A lockdown? Zhuyan exited the chat window and opened his news app. Indeed, it was true. Unlike previous exit checks, this was an outright unambiguous citywide quarantine. No entry, no exit. The official reason cited a special epidemic, though no further details were provided. The comment section beneath the headline had evidently been scrubbed clean. No one dared mention terms like dungeon descent or joyous pleasureland. Only bewildered passersby asked what disease could cause mass sudden death, and why authorities refused to disclose specifics. The admin wrote, I'm asking whether anyone in Anwu City has received the same badge and ability card. Something also happened yesterday at Wanxiang Plaza, a major shopping mall here. That's the cannibalism incident I mentioned earlier. My friend saw graphic footage in a WeChat group. Likely why it spread so fast. The dungeon has descended. Zhuyan skipped past his peers' debates over whether the admin was truly insane, or merely fantasizing about lying down and waiting to die, and focused solely on the admin's words. He wanted to know what had become of Wanxiang Plaza, but the admin ignored the question entirely, abruptly steering the conversation back on course. So, has anyone else received these items? Friends? Heh. This is thrilling. I'd like to pre-book a teammate. The admin wrote, I'm asking whether anyone in Anwu City has received the same badge and ability card. Something also happened yesterday at Wanxiang Plaza, a major shopping mall here. Zhuyan closed the chat window, straightened his clothes, and headed downstairs with his phone, searching for food. He had read the text messages from unknown numbers, all sent by the police bureau, identical in content. The police alert warned citizens against visiting Wanxiang Plaza in the city center. Anyone hearing strange sounds or receiving black envelopes was instructed to immediately report to the nearest public security bureau outpost. Standing on the staircase, Zhuyan scrolled briefly, but found nothing else. He tried searching for news about yesterday's events at Wanxiang Plaza. The term appeared censored, vanishing from every search engine. Zhuyan slipped his phone away and stepped slowly into the sunlight. Midsummer afternoon blazed with merciless intensity. Even the streets of the old town stood nearly deserted at this hour. Outside a steamed bun shop, a woman briskly stacked bamboo steamers while chatting with a man beside her. The video I saw terrified me. At first I thought they were doing some trendy cosplay thing, at Wanxiang Plaza. Wanxiang Plaza. Zhuyan instantly seized the keyword. He strode into the shop and ordered a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of wonton noodles. The woman wiped the greasy plastic tabletop and gestured for him to sit. Then she turned back, exactly as Zhuyan hoped, and resumed her conversation with the man. Hey, I'll show you. Look. The basement and ground floor are littered with bodies. Blood pools everywhere. The video played on speaker. The male cameraman spoke in panicked tones. I don't even know what happened, but the police sealed the place off. Let me break it down for my loyal viewers. Zhuyan pricked up his ears. He was one of those loyal viewers, and he intended to listen closely. So I was just here with my wife minding my own business, when suddenly chaos erupted downstairs. A child died. Officers arrived and intervened. But then something uncanny occurred. People burst out of the basement cafe and began devouring others. I didn't dare film it. 10 or more emerged, and yes, they ate them. So they were pseudo-humans. 10 or more pseudo-humans feasting on flesh. Had employees from the Hall of Mourning simply stepped out for a snack. How brazenly overt. How utterly shameless. Look at all this red covering the floor. The video ended there. The woman clicked her tongue, setting down a steaming basket of dumplings before Zhuyan. How tragic. It scared me half to death. Guts spilled, open entrails exposed. The man nodded in agreement. My elder brother watched the footage too. He said they even bit several officers, unfazed by bullets, and after feeding holed up inside the cafe. Back to the Hall of Mourning, Zhuyan murmured inwardly, then wondered almost idly whether humanity could ever unearth the Hall of Mourning by digging 3 meters deep. The woman clicked her tongue, setting down a steaming basket of dumplings before Zhuyan. How tragic. It scared me half to death. Guts spilled, open entrails exposed. The entire street's been cordoned off. At least dozens dead. His wonton noodles arrived. The man and woman kept chattering, speculating endlessly. But Zhuyan had already tuned them out. He sat beside the aging air conditioner beside the greasy table, and after confirming no surveillance cameras, watched his back, discreetly stared at his left palm for 3 seconds, triggering access to his player personal interface. After completing the dungeon devouring villa, both of his abilities were upgraded. Zhuyan opened the ability page to check the specific details. This time the ability impersonation did not upgrade. Zhuyan scrolled down to check complaints and humiliation. Complaints LV. 5. You can verbally attack a specific target with insults and blame, pointing out that they have caused your misfortune, thereby weakening their spirit and siphoning their strength. The degree of effect on the target is determined by their player level. Currently, players at level 5 can be completely unaffected. This ability is ineffective on yourself. Well, unlike the original impersonation, it seems this complaints ability can only upgrade mechanically. Zhuyan continued reading. Humiliation LV. 3. Your physical violence against a specific target will leave them feeling completely drained. This ability is ineffective against horror creatures and players of level 4 and above. This ability is also ineffective on yourself. Zhuyan felt it was acceptable. According to the virtues of Frenzied Paradise, the horror creatures he would encounter in subsequent dungeons would definitely not be only level 3. However, this ability is also a great self-defense technique against players with ill intentions. He picked up a soup dumpling and slowly slurped the sweet meat juice inside. The man began to complain to the woman about the situation outside the city, mixed with accented rumors that reached Zhuyan's ears. Personally, I suspect they're trying to capture a terrorist organization for counterterrorism, so no one is allowed to leave the city. It's hard to say. My relatives said the epidemic from Bailu has spread recently. That's definitely not possible, the man said emphatically. How far are we from Bailu? If it were to spread, it would first expand to the surrounding cities. Oh dear, now it's causing panic. Zhuyan listened while entering the online mall to see if there were any new products. The plague exemption period is only 10 days, and he still needs to find the witch. What was that message from the police department? It was a letter. What was it about? Zhuyan quickly flipped through the pages and found that the mall had updated a usable item for level 3 players and above. It was a savings silver ring, and the product details were as simple as ever. The plague exemption period is only 10 days, and he still needs to find the witch. What was that message from the police department? Cover the player mark on the ring for 3 seconds to complete the binding. Friendly reminder, do not wear it on the left hand. Zhuyan remembered this lazy craftsman. Their player badges were also made by this store. Not wearing it on the left hand is probably because the left hand is easy to get cut off. Who knows, I certainly haven't received anything. The man's voice reached Zhuyan's ears. It could be a threat letter from a terrorist organization. The price of this savings silver ring is 200 bone coins. Zhuyan swallowed a wonton absent-mindedly, hastily imagining a bit. 1 square meter of space 5 meters high can store quite a few supplies and items besides food. Moreover, food can also be kept warm and fresh. This price for portable space is indeed not expensive, mainly because it is so convenient. Zhuyan decisively purchased it and casually slipped the silver ring that suddenly appeared in his palm onto his right hand. The ring automatically adjusted to fit, and Zhuyan followed the instructions to cover the player mark from his left hand over his right ring finger. 3 seconds later, he felt a slight heat flowing up his finger, slowly seeping into his heart. You know, in this day and age where are there still terrorist organizations? Zhuyan picked up another soup dumpling, his eyes also scanning for keywords related to witch in the player forum. He hadn't forgotten what he needed to do. With only 10 days of plague exemption, if he couldn't enter a useful dungeon, he would really be doomed. Compared to the last cannibal house, this time's results were actually more substantial. There was information. Zhuyan excitedly trembled, breaking the skin of the soup dumpling. He hurriedly leaned in to slurp the meat juice while browsing the striking red words in his view. These posts about witch all came from the same player. Unfortunately, this player not only had the same avatar as him, but also shared the same name, becoming a user has been deregistered. Zhuyan flipped through, and these posts seemed to describe the same event. Hello everyone, I am an enthusiast of metaphysics, having studied Western metaphysics continuously before the dungeon arrived. In my circle, people like me are called solitary witches. Today I cleared the novice dungeon, but my colleague sacrificed. These details were not important. Zhuyan continued reading and found the girl to be somewhat eccentric. I encountered some extremely absurd events, so I want to seek help and ask if there are any brothers or sisters like me. After my colleague's death, I returned home and performed a magical ritual linking with the Archangel Gabriel, asking him to give my colleague a good resting place and to inquire about the situation. I have never made a mistake in this ritual, but this time it feels different. The girl left 2 blank lines here filled with some chaotic symbols. It was evident that she was unable to remain calm at this moment. Then I received a broadcast prompt asking me to enter the dungeon. But... Here again was a long string of chaotic symbols or numbers. Zhuyan jumped over and continued to read with trepidation. My dungeon task is completely different from last time. The original text was the witch came with a cat. Let her help communicate with it and compensate accordingly. I don't understand. Previously, when I was given rewards, it clearly stated that I could choose whether or not to enter the dungeon. Zhuyan read quickly, fast enough that he couldn't catch his breath. It directly told me that the witch will come knocking in 30 minutes. No choice. I had no choice. They didn't let me choose. Help me, someone help me. Zhuyan had already passed 3 dungeons, but he was still frightened by the madness, chaos, and despair emanating from this text. He shuffled aside to distance himself from the air, conditioning vent, took 2 big gulps of wonton soup, trying to dispel the sudden chill that clung to him. I used the lesser key of Solomon, it shouldn't be wrong. I strictly followed the steps. He couldn't see the rest as it was all garbled. Zhuyan took a deep breath. The name Lesser Key of Solomon was something he had seen in a similar context in the book, Coexisting with Forbidden Things. The book's original title was The Key of Solomon. Was there a connection between the two? His gaze fell to the comments section where the few comments simply urged her to remain calm and asked if there were more clues. So Zhuyan clicked on the player's homepage to view her second log. I'm sorry I got a bit carried away just now. The time is too tight and the intensity of the dungeon is overwhelming. I am feeling a bit overwhelmed. I want to share some other content and I hope everyone can help me. I truly want to survive. Zhuyan finished his meal. He scanned the ordering code on the table and ordered 2 more boxes of soup dumplings for takeout before continuing to browse the posts. The witch's level is 4, which perfectly matches my ability level after the upgrade. There's no need to hide it anymore. Let me tell everyone that my ability is one of deception and brainwashing, allowing those beings to believe me for 10 minutes. Zhuyan silently sighed at the absurdity. However, abilities are generated based on the player's innate talent. So does this mean the girl usually engages in deceitful behavior? He couldn't help but recall the magical ritual mentioned in the previous post, smiling meaningfully. My colleague's ability is also a type of loafing around which is quite useless. Zhuyan thought of the group owner in his phone, his cousin who also had a loafing ability. What worries me is that my task mentioned not only the witch but also another entity. The task did not disclose its name, but it showed that its level is also 4. What is it? Has anyone encountered such a situation before? I want to perform another ritual to connect with another angel, but I dare not. Chains, what chains? Zhuyan would genuinely laugh when he felt utterly speechless. It seems this player is sending themselves into a frenzy of madland. This post is only this long, and in the comment section, apart from a few I don't know and I've never encountered this, there is one comforting reply. I can only say based on my experience that the boss levels in the current closed beta dungeons generally do not exceed the player's ability level. Even if it does exceed, there must be weaknesses. It won't just be a guaranteed death trap from the start. I've observed several people and it's always the same without exception. Indeed, Zhuyan quickly read backward. Of course, if there are players in your dungeon with abilities higher than yours, it won't necessarily follow your level. At the very least, your current ability can completely cover and your ability is not lacking. Good luck, player. Zhuyan recalled some details from Coexisting with Forbidden Things. The witch can communicate with demons, serving as a bridge between demons and humans. Demons can trade with humans but will take away the most precious thing from that person. The it in the player's task is very likely the demon. In that case, everything matches up. The female player directly performed a magical ritual bypassing the witch and making a request directly to the demon. Whether the demon fulfilled this request is unverified. However, the demon used this as a reason to approach together with the witch to collect a reward. In the comments section, the girl replied to the player who gave suggestions. Okay, after the dungeon starts, I will take some time to post again and see if I can describe the situation. Can you help me? The player's reply was simple, sure. Zhuyan returned to the homepage wanting to open the third post. At this moment, the woman from the soup dumpling shop approached, tied the plastic bag containing 2 paper boxes tightly, and placed it in front of him. All set, 2 boxes. She smiled at Zhuyan, saying, "You can freeze them and reheat them the next day when you want to eat." The post obstructed part of Zhuyan's view. He couldn't see the woman's face clearly but still politely thanked her. The woman turned and left, muttering to a man. "Sigh, once my mother-in-law comes to replace me, I'll hurry to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. You have no idea how many people are in my family." Zhuyan stood up from the table carrying his 2 portions of food out. He did not exit the player forum, squinting his eyes to survey the street drenched in sunlight through the gaps in the red text. Zhuyan also had a need to stock up, and it was greater than that of an average person. Because he truly knew that the future would be chaotic for a while, and during that time food would inevitably be in short supply. However, Zhuyan did not dare to buy in bulk like in novels, ordering hundreds of takeout meals to be delivered home. Firstly, the police had already come today, and there must be plainclothes watching the area. Secondly, even without plainclothes, such conspicuous behavior would easily attract attention. However, just now, judging by the tone of the soup dumpling shopwoman, there should be quite a few people stockpiling. In this situation, Zhuyan could also stock up. Even if he bought a little more, it wouldn't attract attention. Zhuyan took out his phone and searched for nearby large supermarkets. Time was tight and he was unwilling to wait for delivery through online shopping. He walked toward the bus station while browsing the follow-up sent by the female player. The witch just came bringing a black cat with her. She seems to be human, looking very beautiful and warm-hearted. After she arrived, she introduced herself, saying she existed since the Middle Ages and that girls should unite. She also said she was very glad to see modern women living so well. How could she really be so kind? After all, in Coexisting with Forbidden Things, the witch had quite an appetite for humans. Here, humanity made no distinction between men and women. Upon reading this, Zhuyan's heart skipped a beat. The witch's tricks are quite common. When he used to test others with a small account online, he often emphasized a certain experience. Then he would pretend to resonate with the other party as someone of the same kind to quickly draw closer to them. I told her about it, and she comforted me saying it could be resolved. I just made a wrong link connecting to the demon instead. Is it a wrong link, or does the world simply not have angels? The bus at this point was quite empty. Zhuyan chose a seat at the back by the window, ensuring that sunlight could fully pour over him. With a thought, he discreetly stored the food in his ring and leaned back comfortably against the chair, continuing to read the text in his view. She told me to calm down, so now I am sitting on the sofa writing these words. She is rearranging my altar, explaining while she goes. Her black cat is sniffing me. She asked if I have a cat. Oh, she said she wants a normal gray cat, and mentioned that all the cats from her place have red eyes which look ugly and their fur shines unnaturally. This should be considered some idle chatter by the witch to lower the guard, corroborating that the witch's cat is different from normal cats in coexisting with forbidden things. Her black cat makes me feel scared. She herself, however, is very approachable. I took pictures and uploaded them. Zhuyan returned to the top of the post to browse the pictures behind the cover. The first image shows the witch arranging the altar, appearing as a very beautiful blonde woman in white, though her stiff smile looks somewhat eerie. The second image is of the black cat by the female player's feet. This cat isn't thin, but its glossy short fur clings tightly to its skin, and its dark red eyes are squinted like crescent moons, making it look like a giant black rat. What should I do? On one hand, I feel very safe, or on the other hand, I am vaguely uneasy. Things can't be this simple, right? Oh wait. She told me it wants something which can't be controlled, and can only be decided by it. Some small garbled text appeared after this line. She said she could help me talk to it, but she would need to take some reward. Her cat bit my leg and it feels like my thigh is gone. I am certain that my thigh is gone, but she assured me she would talk to it. The subsequent garbled text began to increase, and the girl's tone was far less excited than in the first post. That voice appeared again. It said it wants to eat my... What? I didn't hear clearly. Oh, but the cat took away my other thigh. I feel so sleepy. My neck seems to be broken. Zhuyan's gaze fell downward, skimming through a large amount of garbled text before reading the last sentence. I woke up. Help. The system is notifying me that the task has failed, and there are only 10 minutes left of survival time. Zhuyan exited the player's profile page, feeling a slight dizziness. Fortunately, sunlight swiftly dispelled the discomfort. He searched the keyword, demon, once more, finding nothing, and then closed the player forum decisively. It is known that magical rituals can summon demons, and thereby attract witches. While this offers a shortcut to locating a witch without exhaustive searching, the risk remains alarmingly high. Demons will arrive in person to claim their payment. Witches will seize the opportunity to exploit the chaos. Demons feed upon human psyche and vitality. Witches devour flesh and blood directly. A single misstep could lead to death as sudden and disorienting as that of the female player described in the forum post, her mind unraveling before she even grasped how she had lost. Zhuyan rubbed his ears, consciously relaxing himself. Just then, the bus announcement chimed with perfect timing. He stepped off the bus. The bustling flow of pedestrians and the sun-warmed pavement beneath his feet restored a sense of safety. A tangible, grounding reassurance flooding back into his chest. Without hesitation, he headed toward the vibrant, imposing supermarket, resolving to purchase fresh groceries while pondering his next move. Inside, the city's central hospital screams mingled with the crashing of objects piercing through the tightly shut clinic door. Then thick purplish-black fluid began seeping from beneath the threshold, spreading slowly down the corridor. Oh no! A cry erupted in the hallway, igniting waves of panic among the crowd. Emergency alarms blared alongside doctors' urgent shouts. A young nurse dashed out of the clinic and sprinted forward. Crash cart! She cried. Room 12, crash cart now. The clinic door remained ajar, revealing the horror within. Upon the simple examination bed lay a grotesque, indistinct figure. His open police uniform saturated in deep purple-black blood. Chunks of blackened, necrotic flesh sloughed off his body. From afar, he resembled a chocolate bar rapidly melting away to expose its skeletal frame. A fresh wave of shrieks tore through the hallway. Someone's dead. Someone yelled. Looks like contagion, run. Everyone get out now. The crowd surged toward the emergency exit. There's another one downstairs. I saw it myself when I came up. I spotted several officers arriving together. The patient was an officer too. What kind of illness is it? Same symptoms. Same symptoms, replied the voice. Better wear your masks. The blood's everywhere and the lobby was already in chaos. Zhuyan knew nothing of this. He was busy stuffing chocolate bars, compressed biscuits, and instant meals into his shopping cart. Filling part of it openly, then slipping additional items discreetly into his ring storage. His ring already held rice flour, cooking oil seasonings, and a modest supply of fresh produce. Online delivery was possible, but given the encroaching speed of the carnival lands, stocking up at the supermarket felt far more reliable. As he selected items, his thoughts turned again to the epidemic. Another way to locate a witch was to descend from the Hall of Mourning in the 10,000 Faces Plaza directly into the carnival lands. Yet could his meager level 5 ability performance truly withstand the scrutiny of every monster lurking within the carnival lands? Absently, he reached for a bag of tomato-flavored potato chips. Bulky, but delicious. He'd puncture the bag to release air before stowing it in his ring. Purchased. What if he deliberately researched ritual procedures, set up his own altar, or even rented one, to lure a demon? His hand drifted absently into the shelf's depths, grabbing a few more packages. Should he also buy generators or small appliances? No, he ought to focus on what truly mattered. For if he chose this perilous path, another major concern would arise. Both the witch and the demon would be level 5 entities. Moreover, based on intelligence extracted from a plague specter during his previous dungeon, the Devouring Villa, the witch and demon, serving as this dungeon's final bosses, would know the exact number of players involved. Judging by the female player's post, the witch was no fool. Quite the contrary, it possessed acute vigilance. Zhuyan strongly suspected that its initial approach, closing distance with seemingly harmless dialogue, was precisely intended to prevent players from deploying abilities against it. If that were true, he grabbed a case of mineral water, and several more surreptitiously. If both the witch and the demon knew there was only one player, and if the demon had already pinpointed his location ahead of the witch arriving first to rebuke him for presumption, could any disguise possibly deceive them? Zhuyan dared not gamble. Worse still, demons fed directly on human vitality and mental essence, and performance offered no defensive capability whatsoever. Should the demon simply ignore his guise and brazenly drain his life force, he would be exposed instantly. The very thought left him utterly drained. He pursed his lips and pushed the overflowing cart toward the household goods section. Towels, toothpaste, mugs, bedding. All needed in abundance. The supermarket's warm white lighting and orderly shelves radiated quiet comfort. Were it not for the sudden descent of the carnival lands, he would never have found himself here, stockpiling supplies. For a moment, a complex tide of emotions washed over him. Thus, the dungeon itself would not officially register Zhuyan as a participant. The summoned demon and witch might even drop to level 4 grumbling, or level 3 bullying. Entities he could actually contend with. Was that a strength? He picked up 2 towels, and quietly slipped 2 pillows into his ring. Alright then, witch and demon. If he could secure a lower-level player as an assistant, matters would become significantly easier. That player could perform the ritual to summon a demon, while Zhuyan feigned total ignorance, lingering outside uninvolved. Thus, the dungeon itself would not officially register Zhuyan as a participant. The summoned demon and witch might even drop to level 4 grumbling, or level 3 bullying. Entities he could actually contend with. 3 minutes before the dungeon's activation, he would transform into some terrifying entity and enter precisely on schedule. At that moment, he might, or might not, be forcibly drawn into the dungeon as an official participant. The sole distinction between these outcomes lay in rewards. Participants received them, non-participants did not. Nothing more. Non-participants earned no extra rewards, but in life-or-death moments such calculations held no weight. So long as the assisting player explicitly instructed the demon to grant Zhuyan a healthy body, or a relic capable of eradicating the plague, that would suffice. This plan sounded marginally more viable than the first. Its greatest flaw, the utter lack of a trustworthy, mutually interested ally. He tossed several tubes of toothpaste and a bundle of toothbrushes into the cart, and added 2 mouthwash cups. What else remained? Among those sharing his predicament, only Guanen came to mind. But Guanen struck him as rigidly righteous, and Zhuyan sighed heavily. More crucially, Anwu City was vast. He had no idea where to find him. In the end, Zhuyan hauled 2 bulging shopping bags, straining to free one hand to hail a taxi. The old urban district where he lived was just minutes away. Yet as Zhuyan dragged those heavy bags out of the cab, he spotted a figure he never expected to see. Guanen. On an August evening, the sun still hung high and sweltering air stagnated between the aging corridor-style apartment buildings. There stood Guanen, at the very spot where Zhuyan had twice alighted from taxis, fully clad in long sleeves and trousers wrapped tightly against the scorching heat. His face, however, remained fully exposed, relaxed, and unhurried at the roadside, as though waiting for someone. Damn it! What was he doing here? Zhuyan cursed inwardly, maintaining the visage of Zhuyan as he walked past without glancing sideways. A surveillance camera covered this intersection, and he dared not reveal his new identity or appearance. Even if he wished to seek Guanen out, he could not approach him directly. Doing so would unravel every effort he'd made thus far. Zhuyan hurried back to his guest house, stowing the purchases into his spatial ring, while pondering slowly, had Guanen come to scout, or to lure him out? Impossible. Under normal circumstances, Zhuyan would only grow wary upon seeing Guanen, and veer as far away as possible. The precinct certainly knew that, so this must be abnormal, meaning Guanen had disclosed the existence of the plague immunity period. If the precinct had scrutinized all available clues through Guanen's player profile, and deduced that Zhuyan might need Guanen, they could indeed have dispatched him, boldly standing here in plain sight. But according to the original broadcast, the plague immunity period was a personal privilege granted exclusively to players. Guanen could remain symptom-free for 10 days, but that did not mean he carried no virus. Nor did it mean he posed no risk of transmission. Others nearby could still fall ill. After all, Carnival Haven treated non-players with utter indifference. That much was evident from the mangled corpse in Catan Mouse game. Would the precinct dare gamble that Carnival Haven would spare non-players, allowing Guanen to stroll freely through the streets? Zhuyan smiled faintly. He stepped out once more, slipping through the dim, unmonitored stairwells. In this scenario, he found it far more plausible that Guanan had deliberately concealed details about the plague ghost, simply to survive. Standing there so conspicuously, almost begging to be noticed. This was surely intentional, a calculated ploy to draw Zhuyan's attention. Still, plainclothes officers must be everywhere. If the precinct feared Guanan, would tip him off, why had no one intervened? Zhuyan reverted to his true appearance and wove through the labyrinthine alleys of the old district, where surveillance was patchy at best. Guanan remained motionless at the same spot. Zhuyan approached and tapped his shoulder. "You came looking for me." Guanan offered a quiet smile, eyes fixed intently on Zhuyan's face, straining futilely to imprint its features. "Yes." Guanan cut straight to the point. Glancing sideways at Zhuyan, he realized. Even the subtle curve of his nose eluded memory. Lead the way." Zhuyan guided him through narrow, crumbling lanes. "No plainclothes. Since you knew I'd come for you, you must already suspect the truth about the plague immunity period." Guanan cut straight to the point. Glancing sideways at Zhuyan, he realized. Even the subtle curve of his nose eluded memory. Zhuyan uttered a single neutral syllable. "I need you this time," Guanan continued. "And since you chose to meet me, you must need me too." Zhuyan stayed silent. After a pause, he asked, "What have you uncovered? What do you need from me? And why are there no plainclothes here?" Guanan followed him into a pitch-black derelict bicycle shed, clearly abandoned, cluttered with broken shared bikes. "The plague has erupted," Guanan said. It first broke out in a patrol officer who went door to door through this neighborhood. "Officer Huang." Zhuyan nodded, recalling the two men who'd knocked on his door that morning. He studied Guanan. The man's eyes gleamed as brightly as during their first meeting, yet deep red fatigue shadowed his lower lids. "I infected him," Guanan murmured softly. "Though everyone believes it was you." "Fine." This wasn't the first time he'd borne such blame. Despicable, Zhuyan remarked coldly. "So you concealed your role and watched me take the fall." Guanan smiled faintly. "If you didn't take the fall, I couldn't leave, and that wouldn't help you either." Zhuyan had no retort. It was true. Without Guanan's release, his plan truly could not proceed. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for Guanan to continue. "One officer who'd met the patrolman that morning went to the hospital that afternoon and died on arrival. If you didn't take the fall, I couldn't leave, and that wouldn't help you either." Zhuyan had no retort. It was true. Without Guanan's release, his plan truly could not proceed. He reportedly began decaying mid-office. By the time they rushed him to the hospital, blood flooded the entire lobby. He died on arrival too. For a fleeting moment, sorrow flickered across Guanan's face, then vanished, smoothed away like smoke. Several officers and medical staff developed identical black lesions. Only then did the precinct realize something was deeply, catastrophically wrong. They know the name Plague Ghost. So naturally they suspect your transaction with it introduced some unknown contagion into the old district. How did they arrive at that suspicion? Zhuyan interrupted again. Events were spiraling beyond expectation. His danger level at the precinct had unquestionably escalated. "I don't know what rhetoric you used to persuade the Plague Ghost to transfer the man-eating house to you," Guanan answered, slow and deliberate. "Based on my deduction, you entered as a horror entity. I found your bubble teacup buried beneath the flower bed. Damn, a careless oversight." Zhuyan cursed silently. He'd remind himself 1,000 times henceforth, attend to every detail. "I imagine your strength was insufficient. You'd have been easily exposed. Under those conditions, the Plague Ghost could never have trusted you so absolutely, not based on an empty shell alone. So you must have possessed deeper knowledge, or offered some specific condition in exchange." "I lean toward the former, but after today's events, the precinct leans decisively toward the latter." Zhuyan felt a dawning realization. "They believe you likely bargained your assistance in spreading the plague for survival, remote teleportation, or other privileges." A chill ran through Zhuyan's spine. "So now I'm doubly condemned." "Yes," Guanan confirmed. "Doubly condemned. Until you're captured, the precinct will not rest. The precinct building is now sealed. No one may enter or exit. All personnel are under immediate quarantine. The bloodstained surveillance room and the officer's office have undergone sterilization and strict lockdown. Entry forbidden." Guanan recounted the chain of events with meticulous clarity, then gave a bitter, hollow laugh. "They can no longer review surveillance footage, and all plainclothes officers have been removed for isolation observation. That's precisely why I dared appear here." He glanced outside at the tranquil, warm street, inhaling deeply the rich, savory aroma of home-cooked meals. "I can't say for sure. This area may well be quarantined soon, but I can't afford such caution anymore." Guanan held Zhuyan's gaze, and for the first time Zhuyan saw past the calm facade to the raw exhaustion and desperate despair beneath. "We're bound together. Like insects on the same thread. Like you, I simply wish to live. Death erases everything." Zhuyan needed Guanan's assistance. This time there was no room for refusal. He asked, "What clues have you found?" Guanan smiled helplessly again, gazing at the sky outside. "The Wanxiang Square is sealed and won't reopen for a week. I can't go to the morning hall, so I can't purchase anything from the online store." Zhuyan understood. Calculating that Guanan was now also at level 2, he had the authority to buy the book Coexisting with Forbidden Objects. However, without an account, he couldn't make online payments with bone gold. To be honest, coexisting with forbidden objects is indeed an extremely useful reference book. Without it, Guan wouldn't even be able to find the most basic information about witches, demons, or even plague spirits. Even the name plague spirit could only be learned from the contract Zhuyan had initially given him. The plague transmission ability of the plague spirit would only be known after hearing the broadcast at the end of the instance. Zhuyan sighed lightly, feeling a bit sorry for Guan for the first time. After the instance ends, I plan to make time to visit the morning hall. Guan brought it up but didn't delve too deeply into the topic. He quickly returned to the main subject and rapidly shared the information he had with Zhuyan. I can only ask my colleagues in Baitu City to help check the existing case files, but it seems there have been no reports of plague spirits in that area. How is the situation in Baitu City? Zhuyan suddenly became curious. In just a few days, Anwu City had already reached such a state. As for Baitu, where the incident first broke out, the authorities have implemented some policies. Guan gave him a deep look. All supermarkets, convenience stores, and food resources you can think of outside have been centrally controlled. The situation there is better than here because the police station hasn't fallen and there is no plague. Although there are many players, the predicted number of survivors doesn't exceed 5,000. They have recruited some capable players and the morning hall has been surrounded with different levels of quarantine zones established. In short, life is still bearable. It sounded like a wartime centralized distribution system, indeed quite orderly. I've also inquired about your aunt. Zhuyan looked at Guan intently. Guan truly had something to ask of him, and it seemed he had learned everything he could except for information related to the instance. She wants you dead, Guan stated plainly. But I calculated that her next instance should come quite soon. His aunt's abilities had already been stripped away. How could an ordinary person without abilities be lucky enough to survive a second instance? Zhuyan suddenly thought of the old house he had lived in for over a decade, feeling a mix of emotions. So he nodded, pressed his lips together, and used a simple reaction to express that he didn't want to continue this topic. Guan understood. I need you, he reiterated. I'm here today to try my luck. If you don't come, I'll have to wait a week to go to the morning hall, but then it would be too rushed. Indeed. A week later to open an account and buy books for research, and if that doesn't work out, it will feel like ants on a hot stove. Zhuyan glanced at Guan, and not understanding why he was still adhering to the rules at such a crucial moment. If it were him, he would risk being silenced to break into Wanxiang Square. Luckily, you showed up. Guan forced a difficult smile. So what do you need from me? I will fully cooperate with the condition that I stay alive. Zhuyan only concealed parts about taking the monster bus and encountering the voodoo doll. He informed Guan about the relevant information regarding witches and demons, patiently waiting for him to finish reading those 3 forum posts with serious mental pollution before thoroughly explaining his plans. Guan listened with a furrowed brow, taking out his phone and seriously browsing for a while. If this person is in Anwu City, we could try to use the altar at the scene of the incident. However, Anwu City is currently under strict management, and there are no reports of employees suddenly dying or solitary women having fatal incidents. But he quickly tapped on his phone screen, searching diligently again. Anwu City is so large. There should be quite a few people engaging in such superstitious activities. I've roughly figured out their thoughts and patterns. Be careful with your words. Zhuyan couldn't help but remind him. They will meticulously prepare for you. Guan didn't even glance up. It's not that elaborate. He responded, showing Zhuyan the page on his phone. Found it. It was the page of a second-hand app, and Zhuyan found it hard to imagine what keywords he had used to search for these items. Same city pickup. Crystal candles, magic wands, brass swords. Guan nodded slightly. I checked social media. These people have a strong obsession with the altars they set up and definitely won't directly rent out the space. Most of what they sell are crystal candles and similar items, and some require waiting. Finding a seller for a magic wand that doesn't require waiting for production or cross-border delivery is already quite good. Guan glanced at the phone again. This magic wand looks very similar to those used in player posts. Some people embed large crystals into these items which probably won't be usable. Alright. In such a short time, Guan had already placed an order and arranged a pickup time with the seller. Zhuyan leaned in to take a look. The total cost of these items surprisingly came to over 10,000 for Guan. Why is it so expensive? Coexisting with forbidden objects is only 200. His savings silver ring is only 20,000. They say it has good energy. Can this attract terrifying creatures? Guan frowned. You better not actually have good energy. Zhuyan almost laughed. So can you perform the ritual? He asked. The sky had already darkened and the streets outside lit up with more people gathering in the food street. Guan glanced outside and handed Zhuyan a note he had written in advance. My address. I can't perform the ritual, but I can self-study on a certain platform. I suspect that as long as it's a player, simply setting up an altar and messing around a bit will significantly increase the chances of attracting demons. After all, according to what your book and the posts say about witches, the Key of Solomon we can see is inherently flawed. But if it's a non-player, then that's not necessarily the case. It's a reasonable hypothesis. Zhuyan asked, so the little Key of Solomon and the Key of Solomon. The key is divided into the greater key and the lesser key. Guanen briefly explained. I just found out. I'm going to pick up the items right away, so I won't linger here. Do you need to prepare or rest? No need. Zhuyan shook his head. At this point, preparing has little significance. When has he ever faced an instance without adapting as he goes? All right, Guanen said. I don't need to prepare either. He took out a pen and a stack of sticky notes. Life is the priority. Let's not worry about the consequences for now. Leave me a phone number. Just make sure I can contact you. After I hear the broadcast, I will inform you immediately. Guanen's silhouette gradually receded, disappearing at the end of the brightly lit alley. Contacting via phone was a last resort. The other party seemed truly cornered, disregarding the police's subsequent investigation. 116 Quay Street, Fuyuan Hotel Room 1030. No need for ID registration. Just pretend you have already checked in. No need for ID registration. That was quite sincere. Zhuyan searched the address online. It wasn't particularly close, taking about 20 minutes by car. Considering the time for taking a taxi and waiting 30 minutes would be just right. Regardless, Zhuyan planned to head directly to the destination and find a place to wait downstairs. He simply didn't trust Quanhualutu, especially after the broadcast clearly stated that their actions were contrary to the aims of Quanhualutu. The dead female player's buffer time was 30 minutes because she wouldn't help Quanhualu to spread the plague. But what if their buffer time was only 10 minutes or even 5 minutes? Zhuyan believed Quanhualutu was capable of that. 116 Quay Street. Compared to the old town, the gray buildings here looked tall and cold, with few shops or storefronts visible on either side of the wide road. The sign of Fuyuan Hotel shone brightly in the lobby of an office building, the stark white light reflecting off the not-so-clean gray cement floor, making the already shabby front desk appear even more dilapidated. Zhuyan glanced at the time. Less than 30 minutes had passed, and it was uncertain whether Guanen had finished delivering the goods. He approached the brightly lit vending machine in the lobby and casually bought a small bag of bread to serve as his dinner. The safety passageway was located between two small elevators. Zhuyan thought for a moment, then followed a couple checking in, pressing the button for the 10th floor. They were going to exploit Quanhualutu's loophole, and since Guanen's ability level was lower, he would be the one to attract the witch. However, if he waited right outside the room Zhuyan feared, he would be automatically dragged into the instance, causing the difficulty to spike. If the distance was slightly greater and Quanhualutu went crazy and initiated a 5-minute instance while the elevator was delayed, that would be disastrous. Better to play it safe first, check the spot, then hide in the safety passageway to wait for Guanen's call. The elevator doors opened. Zhuyan stepped onto the long corridor carpeted with soft fabric, following the signs on the wall, and found room 1030 near the end of the corridor. He cautiously compared the room number with the note in his hand several times, also checking the numbers of the adjacent rooms for assistance. Confirming there were no mistakes, Zhuyan retraced his steps twice before carefully retreating to the safety passage, leaving a narrow crack in the door to lean against. He felt incredibly insecure. If he didn't do this and the door were to lock mysteriously, all his efforts would be for naught. The safety passage was dark, only intermittently illuminated by green signs. Zhuyan stood there for a while and no one came. With a thought, he transformed into the high-end horror creature resembling a noblewoman that he had seen in the Hall of Mourning. Although he didn't know the name of this madam, this identity was indeed convenient. He accepted it. At the same time, Guanen walked into the elevator on the first floor carrying a large bag. In addition to the items he had originally purchased, there were 2 pieces of cloth covered in strange runes. These were gifts from the seller, helping Guanen gather the necessary materials for the ritual. On the way, Guanen had already watched several ritual videos and memorized those steps. In the cramped, stuffy elevator, he exhaled lightly. He wondered what identity that mysterious companion would appear in. In any case, the other party was not weak and was quite clever. He stepped onto the soft corridor of the 10th floor and felt an icy, strange chill emanating from the safety door. There was a narrow crack open. Guanen glanced at it. The crack was pitch black, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. An ominous feeling arose from the depths of his heart. He steadied himself, strode back to his room, leaned against the door to catch his breath, and began to set up the altar. What was behind the safety door? Did Quanhualutu know he was up to something and had already put the witch and the demon on standby? Thinking of this, Guanen took out his phone and sent a message to the number on the note. Can you come over now? The situation doesn't look good. What's wrong with you? Where are you? Guanen had already entered the player forum, slowly arranging the altar according to the photo related to the witch. I've already got the stuff and returned. He looked at the message Zhuyan sent and felt the persistent chill behind the safety door like a shadow. Hurry up. I suspect this matter is not going to be easy. There is clearly something near the safety door in the corridor. Zhuyan jumped in surprise. He turned to look outside the door, then at the pitch-black corridor, confirming that it was just dark, and there was no chilling presence unique to horror creatures. Looking left and right, there was only him in this position. Was this thing referring to the him who was in role-playing? Zhuyan wanted to laugh. He wasn't sure how good Guanen's acting was, and decided to let him stay scared. After all, genuine emotions had no flaws. Zhuyan replied, I'm almost downstairs. The ritual still needed time. You go ahead and do it. Guan quietly sighed in relief. He asked, "How long until you can come up?" "I can reach your room within 10 minutes, Zhuyan said. "Remember to bring 2 doses of the items." 2 doses referred to 2 doses of the vaccine. Guan breathed a sigh of relief at the words 10 minutes. He would definitely make it. Now, in front of the sofa in the hotel, he had set up the altar on the low rectangular coffee table. The flickering flames gradually consumed the black candle bodies. Guan dimmed the lights and recited the first part of the prayer quite fluently. He nervously stared at the center of the table, and suddenly a breeze blew past, extinguishing 2 of the candles in an instant. In the safety passageway, Zhuyan straightened his body, silenced his phone, and fixed his gaze on the dark corridor ahead. Shoo! Something was approaching. It didn't seem to have a heavy presence. From the sound it made, it resembled a long robe floating in the air, rubbing against the ground. Shoo shoo! The faint friction sound echoed in the passage. It was slowly approaching, gradually revealing a shape in the intermittent green glow. It was a hooded cloak floating in midair. Even in the darkness, Zhuyan could discern that it was a translucent entity. It was gliding up from the corner of the stairs below, getting closer with each flicker of the green glow. Zhuyan tightened his nerves, watching the cloak slowly turn towards him, its hood's shadow completely empty. "A friend of mine, a prophet from the Eye of the Abyss, informed me that a good show would take place here." From the reactions of the previous instance plague ghost, it was clear that the name Eye of the Abyss was effective. "Madam." The voice was hoarse like a gust of wind, and Zhuyan could feel the chill contained within. However, perhaps due to his player level increasing, he didn't feel particularly terrified. "Your presence is an honor. Why have you graced this place with your presence? This must be the demon." Zhuyan adjusted his tone and sneered. "A friend of mine, a prophet from the Eye of the Abyss, informed me that a good show would take place here." From the reactions of the previous instance plague ghost, it was clear that the name Eye of the Abyss was effective. Thus Zhuyan directly employed the same tactic, focusing intently on the demon's reaction. The empty cloak seemed to quiver slightly, and the bottom of the cloak sagged even more noticeably. The Eye of the Abyss, the renowned The Eye of the Abyss Club. It had come merely to collect a reward. The demon wanted to look up at this high-end horror creature, but it didn't dare. Damn it! It was just a level 4 little demon. When did it catch the eye of the big shots? On the other side, Guan waited anxiously for a while. Aside from the 2 extinguished candles, nothing else seemed amiss. He took a few seconds to calm himself and solemnly made a wish. "I want 2 potions that can completely cure the plague brought by the plague spirit water. If that is not possible, let my friends, those who participated in the dungeon devouring villa with me, become fully healthy and never contract the plague." According to the information gathered by that person, the demon could fulfill almost any wish. Either of these 2 wishes could save lives. In the safe passage, the hood of the demon suddenly lifted uncontrollably, then immediately lowered again in fear. "I apologize, madam." Its hoarse voice sounded quite uncomfortable to Zhuyan. He did not lower his guard, but let out a sharp, cold snort. Since earlier, the pile of collapsed robes showed no sign of regaining their posture. The demon had only partially reported something, when it seemed to be interrupted by some invisible force. Zhuyan speculated that this was due to Guan making a wish in the room just now. "You must know everything by coming here, madam. I am just a small character here to collect rewards." The demon appeared quite submissive, fearing it would anger him. "A player bypassed the witch and summoned me privately just now, making a wish." Zhuyan snorted disdainfully. Yes, it knew everything, it knew too much. But he would not foolishly reveal everything. He intended to extract more information from what he already knew. A poor player tormented by the plague and his foolish companions. Zhuyan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the cloaked demon trembled like jelly. "Yes, madam." The sound as hoarse as the wind and sand rubbed against Zhuyan's eardrum. "But I only heard about that player." It seems there was only 1 player this time. Zhuyan calculated and did not immediately lower his guard. This dungeon was different from the previous 3. From the timeline of that female player's post, only after the demon reaches the player would they hear the broadcast prompt of dungeon start. The demon had not yet arrived at Guan's room, thus the female voice likely had not yet broadcasted. The demon probably also had not received any explanation of how many players were in the dungeon. Zhuyan squinted his eyes, recalling what he had said to Guan about 10 more minutes until arrival, and he decided to deceive the demon as well. "Your level is too low." He disdainfully made a remark and with a thought directly activated the ability complaining. Zhuyan did not know the demon's level, but Guan had not used abilities in the last dungeon, so his abilities had not leveled up. The pseudo-entity of the dungeon cat and mouse game was level 3, being Guan's novice dungeon, so Zhuyan estimated that Guan's ability starting level should be around level 3. With that calculation up until now, Guan's ability level was approximately level 4. Thus this demon likely only had level 4. In any case, within the coverage area of the level 5 ability complaining, there is another player nearby whose ability is above yours, you worthless creature. While Zhuyan scolded and deceived, he concentrated on observing the demon's reaction. The smooth cloak wrinkled as if the creature inside was rapidly shrinking. The demon did not know what Zhuyan was up to, but it could sense that its own power seemed to be drained in an instant. "Is it because I'm so worthless that this high-level horror creature is getting angry?" Zhuyan saw the end of the cloak collapse further, and the demon seemed more frightened. I came to watch the show. Recently Mad Carnival has been lacking some fun. It's better to stop while ahead. After all the things he wanted were still with the demon, and he needed to deceive it into granting his wish first. I will help you intercept another player, Zhuyan said, while lying through his teeth. What wishes have you received? Seeing the madam retract her terrifying anger, the demon felt as if it had been granted amnesty. It honestly confessed just a very small wish, madam. They want something that can cure the plague spirit disease. The plague spirit disease should be the plague. That phrase, a very small wish, eased Zhuyan's heart, but he quickly tensed his nerves again and focused. Because the demon was anxiously inquiring about his opinion. Madam, what kind of fun would you like me, a lowly being, to offer you? Generally, it is the witch that. The demon quickly lifted its hood to glance at Zhuyan's reaction, and hurriedly returned to its original position. The witch first deceives and numbs the player's nerves while I go collect rewards and devour their souls. Zhuyan feigned a tone of dissatisfaction. Did you directly kill the players? Yes. Yes. The demon defended, but we first tricked. You didn't fulfill their wishes. The hood of the demon shrank. Yes. Yes. But we... Why don't you shake your head to see if there's any sound of water? Zhuyan activated, complaining again. Is your brain capacity too small to hold water? The demon wanted to speak, but was mercilessly interrupted. Does this most direct despair count as despair? Where is the fun in this? I came all this way and this is what you show me. The demon's cloak collapsed halfway, and even its voice became somewhat weak. Madam, what would you like to see? The time is almost up. Seeing the cloak completely lowered, Zhuyan once again retracted his ability, complaining, and casually spoke about his plan. Fulfill their wishes. He said first give them what they want, allowing them to have a illusion of survival after disaster. This path was not considered by the demon. Currently Mad Carnival had just begun to devour this place, and all the players assigned were of similar ability levels to it. If the player's ability were slightly stronger, it might not be able to satisfy its hunger. The demon wisely chose not to express its thoughts. I will do as you say. This time with a high-level horror creature present, and this high-level being had already helped them intercept another player. It felt somewhat secure. It bowed down and sincerely praised, Madam, you are truly wicked. Zhuyan accepted this compliment, feeling a little relieved inside. He slowly turned sideways, signaling for the demon to enter the room. These two players are very cunning, he said. Once you enter the room, the wishing player will contact another hiding nearby. However, as I said, Zhuyan revealed a strange smile. As he thought about how Guanin would also be played by him, he couldn't help but laugh. I will intercept him. The demon submissively lowered its hood. Thank you, madam. I will inform the witch. Oh, I can save him some screen time. Zhuyan's thoughts shifted, suddenly recalling another matter. Ensure everything is exciting. He casually said, watching the cloak struggle upwards, then stopped the moment he spoke. I hope you can further collaborate with the witch to deceive the players. Deceive him into thinking that you can do without rewards. I just love seeing people happy for nothing. The demon respectfully agreed. Yes, madam. The addition of this phrase was because he suddenly recalled the task from the previous female player. He could not remember the other original text, only a key phrase. Compensate it with the corresponding reward. Here it is most likely referring to the demon. So if the demon statement is no compensation needed, then Guanin naturally does not need to pay with his life. He just needs to kill it before the demon changes its mind. Zhuyan felt the dagger that had once slain the cannibal house pressed tightly against his pocket. In the dark passage, the demon was bowing to him. Joy gradually surged in his heart, a familiar tingling sensation spreading from his heart to his limbs. Zhuyan pinched his palm. This emotion often appeared. It was too strange. He was addicted to it and felt a craving. Was this normal? The pain in his palm brought Zhuyan back to reality, and he focused on contemplating the current situation. Now Zhuyan was entirely capable of directly killing a level 4 demon. Even against a level 5, the ability complain could still inflict serious injury. Killing it before the demon changed its words was not difficult. Zhuyan stepped aside, watching as the cloak, half sucked in by complain, flowed like water through the crack in the door, brushing against the thick carpet of the corridor. Eventually it accurately stopped in front of room 1030, flickering and disappearing. The moment the demon's figure vanished, Guanin suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness. In that brief moment he lost his balance and fell heavily onto the carpet. The candles on the altar extinguished. The next second a hoarse voice mixed with a crisp female voice echoed in his mind. Transgress. Player, you are about to enter the instance. You dare to bypass the witch and make a wish directly to me. Player, due to the special nature of certain horrifying creatures, you do not have the right to choose whether to enter the instance this time. Guanin felt a splitting headache, his entire consciousness becoming momentarily fuzzy. The dizziness had not yet faded, and he propped himself up on his arms to sit up, biting his tongue hard. Instance. Instance. He should contact his companions. Please note, player, you will enter the instance in 3 minutes. Horrifying creature level LV. For which LV? For it. Instance task. The witch, accompanied by a cat, is on her way. Have her assist with the conversation and compensate with the corresponding reward. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Guanin felt for his phone. He had no time to think further and nervously dialed Zhuyan's number. Time was too tight. Had he arrived? Following the earlier statement, he should have already made it right. Zhuyan leaned against the security door, alertly listening to the sounds around him, as he answered Guan En's call, turning the volume to the lowest setting. 3 minutes, Guan En's voice came through the receiver filled with urgency and tension. Have you arrived? Where are you? Zhuyan was also startled by the time. Damn, this was even shorter than his previous estimate of 5 minutes. If he hadn't gone upstairs early as a precaution, wouldn't that have been disastrous? Guan En tightly gripped his phone, the white bed sheets blurring in his sight. Out of his view, a long cloak swayed, emitting a hoarse laugh. The lady was indeed right, this player had a nearby accomplice. But it was a pity that his accomplice would not appear. The demon looked down at Guan En, who was dizzy to the point of being unable to stand, engulfed by an unprecedented pleasure. Wow, so this is what it feels like to have a high-level horrifying creature's assistance. This is too exhilarating. It and the witch are both level 4, it belongs to me. Level 4, how wonderful. A direct death sentence. My task is to compensate with the corresponding reward. The wording is the same as that female player's post from last time. Oh, how coincidental. On the other end of the line, Guan En spoke rapidly about the instance information. You need to hurry, I'm afraid we might not make it. Zhuyan scanned his surroundings cautiously. The witch and the black cat had not yet arrived. Thus, he decisively interrupted Guan En. It's already too late. Zhuyan lowered his voice. The elevator downstairs is locked, and the emergency exit is also closed. Something is blocking this place. I can't come up. What? Guan En sounded confused. Hello? Hello? Zhuyan pretended there was a bad signal, his tone panicked and urgent. Wait a moment. My phone seems to be acting up. Then he neatly cut off the call and pressed the power button long. From the information Guan En provided, there was only good news, no bad news. As for Guan En's mental state, wasn't it just fine? Guan En's voice on the receiver was not small. The demon leaned in closer, able to hear about 80%. It sounded like the accomplice on the other end was just as anxious as this player before him, out of options. Of course for it. The demon took a deep breath of sweet air, waiting for the arrival of the witch. It lowered its head, admiring Guan En's gradually despairing expression, unable to help but send frantic messages to the witch still on her way. This feels quite nice. Given the current situation, they could all enjoy sweet food. In the emergency exit, Zhuyan patiently waited for a minute, hearing a series of crisp footsteps. This sound, like the rustling of the demon from earlier, abruptly appeared 2 floors down, approaching in the hollow corridor. In contrast, the witch's footsteps were faster and more urgent, like someone rushing to an appointment. Zhuyan perked up, watching a golden-haired head appear at the staircase. Compared to the intense coldness of the demon, Zhuyan found the aura of the witch to be quite warm. It was even more exaggerated than described in the female player's post. The witch illuminated the dark passage like a warm sun. Zhuyan had to pinch himself hard to remind himself that the other party was a horrifying creature. The crisp footsteps suddenly stopped. The witch stood at the staircase nearest to Zhuyan, raising her head. It was incredibly beautiful, with azure eyes resembling the sea connecting with the sky. Even her attire made it difficult for Zhuyan to immediately associate her with a horrifying creature. She wore a lovely light blue dress and a bright orange coat. The only incongruous detail was the black cat in her arms. For the first time, Zhuyan felt nauseous towards this creature. This thing was uglier than in the photos, with bulging muscles, a pointed face and mouth, and a pair of crimson eyes staring at Zhuyan, more disgusting than a giant rat. The aura of this black cat was indeed similar, cold and stagnant like the demon. Perhaps Zhuyan's aura frightened it. It curled up in the witch's coat, its glossy short fur bristling. In just a moment, the witch lowered her head again, performing a deep, kneeling bow to him. Beautiful lady, we are honored by your presence. Well, her emotional intelligence was much higher than that of the previous demon. Yet her voice, like thick industrial syrup, gave Zhuyan an unnatural feeling of suffocation. I already know the purpose of your visit. The demon has informed me, the witch said clearly, and Zhuyan detected a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Rest assured, we will provide you with the pleasure you seek. My name is He Bang. You can also... Zhuyan interrupted her as he genuinely began to feel discomfort in his throat, as if it were blocked by mud. I'm not interested in whether your name is He Bang or Muscle. The witch fell silent, her head bowing deeply. Yes, my lady. Zhuyan quickly scanned her and her cat, suddenly thinking of a possibility that had been overlooked. If the black cat is also a participant in the instance, could the pronoun it actually refer to that very cat? From the cat's reactions so far, its rank would not exceed his own Banyan role-playing ability. If that is true, it must be emphasized the black cat is likewise forbidden from accepting any payment. You know what to do, right? Zhuyan spoke, his hoarse voice making him uncomfortable even to hear. He kept up his composure, arrogantly glancing at Nuwu as he stressed the point openly. Your cat must not act rashly either. Nuwu bowed her head and preserved her posture. Yes, madam. As you command, I will first deceive the player by telling him we take no fee. Then once he gleefully takes the reward, we suddenly betray him. Nuwu could not comprehend the pleasure that the high-level horror derived from this, for it cared only for fresh food. That did not prevent it from submitting to such pressure. Especially according to Emo, this high-level horror had no intention of contesting them for food. Zhuyan was still calculating the minutes. Time was running out. He snorted in acknowledgement, pushed open the safety door first, and walked onto the carpet with his studied bearing. Nuwu followed behind him. Strangely, whenever Zhuyan could not see Nuwu's face, the warm, gentle sensation she exuded was replaced by an uncanny chill. He maintained his stance and moved silently along the long corridor until he stopped before room 1030. Inside the room, the moment Zhuyan hung up, Guanen quickly ran through the situation in his mind. The other person could not come up. He fervently wished it were false, yet he remembered the abnormal, terrifying aura at the safety door when he left the elevator. At that time, he had contacted Zhuyan, who had said he would arrive in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later roughly matched when he reached out again. The timeline matched, so it was unlikely Zhuyan had lied. It was very possible that the entity beyond the safety door had sealed the elevator and emergency passage. Emo drifted behind him. He could hear a peculiar laughter. The long cloak reflected faintly on the glass, indistinct and blurred. If Zhuyan did not come, did he still stand a chance of surviving? Guanen braced himself on the soft edge of the bed and rose slowly, watching the room's colored reflections on the window. The cloak remained hazy while his own face was clear. Guanen bit his tongue, forcing himself to concentrate as he considered countermeasures. His task was to give it the stipulated reward. If he complied, they would devour the soul and dismember the corpse. He would die. If he refused, the player would fail the quest and he would die all the same. A wave of despair slowly rose in Guanen's chest. No matter how he looked at it, either choice was a path to death. If he used his ability to force answers from Emo, click, the brittle sound of metal striking would broke his train of thought. His door opened to a figure in a blue dress and an orange jacket hurried into view. A young girl whose presence felt warm and kindly like sunlight. "Oh, my you poor thing," Nuwu exclaimed pityingly to the trembling Guanen. It set down the oversized rat-like black cat, lifted its skirt, and ran over to help him onto the sofa. Perhaps that sunlight-like warmth momentarily dulled Guanen's senses. He did not resist at once, following Nuwu's direction. He sat quietly in a corner of the sofa and assessed the room. Behind Nuwu there followed another figure, a far stranger and more horrifying being. It wore a voluminous 17th or 18th century gown, its body covered in corrosive sores. That nauseating shudder was exactly what Guanen had felt at the safety door. His thoughts grew even more muddled. Nuwu and Emo appeared to have attacked him mentally. He bit his tongue, barely keeping himself lucid as he schemed. The instance that had originally contained only 2 bosses now featured a third. Did such a twist suggest any chance of survival? Guanen withdrew his gaze and stared at the green sandcloth beneath his fingers. At this point he could only take things step by step, but he must not act rashly. If all else failed, he would use his ability and go down with them. Zhuyan did not care what Guanen was thinking, or after all neither of them could truly die in this round. Still, that nauseated about-to-puke expression was undeniably amusing. Zhuyan stared for a few seconds, stifling the urge to laugh. He pretended an elegant air as he sat on the bed's edge, watching the 2 horror creatures perform. Once the potions arrived, he would send those 2 to oblivion. "You needn't be nervous." Nuwu repeated her old trick, fetching a hotel tea bag and brewing a cup of hot tea for Guanen. "You probably do not know, little brother. You cannot speak to it directly. I am here to help you." Up to this point, everything seemed normal. Zhuyan half closed his eyes and did not relax. Guanen did not drink the tea. He glanced at Nuwu and the drifting cloak, then at the even more unnerving Zhuyan, and spoke with caution. "Who is this?" Zhuyan sneered, inwardly tempted to mimic the odd inflection a dozen times. He watched Nuwu soothingly pat Zhuyan's shoulder before rising to tend the altar. "I am an inspector from Kwanghuan Letu." The lie flowed naturally. Zhuyan listened with relish. "You are a highly talented player, so Kwanghuan Letu has shown you special leniency." Nuwu cooed in a syrupy voice and cast a meaningful look at Zhuyan's expression. His face remained unchanged. It seemed the madame was pleased with their performance so far. Nuwu waved her hand, rekindling the black and white candles on the altar. "Speak, what is it you desire?" Emo hovered in the air, trembling as it strained to suppress its laughter. Nuwu's spiel was far too entertaining. It could not wait to see the other's ecstatic delight. Guanen looked from Nuwu to Zhuyan and did not answer immediately. To him, Nuwu's expression was deeply unsettling. Its smile never reached its eyes. When it spoke, it regarded him as if he were a helpless dish set before it. Besides, the inspector, who sealed his companion's path upstairs while professing leniency. Wasn't that a glaring contradiction? This was not mercy. It was meant to numb him first, just as they had done to that female player. Yet the promise of leniency. Did that not imply that even alone he might find a loophole to exploit? If he clung to that phrase, tricked them into handing over the reward and then acted. Guanen shot a fearful glance at Zhuyan. So long as this inspector did not intervene, he might yet survive. Guanen stared at the dancing candlelight and felt a faint spark of hope. He gazed into Zhuyan's eyes, noticing that this young man seemed to be retreating out of fear. Although Zhuyan had not arrived, if he survived, he planned to thank him for providing this approach. Therefore Guanen still asked for 2 doses. "Oh, You want the potion that can prevent and cure Igwe disease. 2 portions, correct. Nuwu felt mildly bored. The sweet scent coming from this man only made it hungrier. When will this performance end? When will it finally taste steaming human legs? Yes, Guanen answered cautiously, nervously fixating on the center of the altar. I want 2 portions. Zhuyan straightened slightly. Perhaps thanks to Banyan role-playing, his mind was clear. Utterly unlike the chaotic state when the female player had posted. Neither of the horror creatures dared to influence him. The potions. Once they appeared, he would strike immediately. The demon hovered midair, its grotesque laughter echoing through the room. Vague, distorted, spectral. Look, Zhuyan did not glance at Guanen. His gaze was fixed upon the altar, for candles burned silently in the dim light, releasing an uncanny fragrant aroma. That scent mingled with the demon's low sibilant chuckle, until Zhuyan's head began to swim. He clenched his palm tightly, forcing himself to stay lucid. Observe his expression. Does he truly believe he might escape unscathed? From the demon's peculiar tone, Zhuyan sensed a flicker of anticipation. He tilted his eyes slightly, watching the bizarre cloak lower its hood. Its hollow interior now aimed directly at his skull, exhaling a frigid breath reeking of decay. Zhuyan felt nauseated. He appears ready to strike. That voice hissed almost against his ear. The cold breath grazed his earlobe. A sharp sting flared, and Zhuyan realized something was corroding his flesh. The he referred, of course, to Guanen seated on the sofa. Yet Zhuyan did not look toward the sofa. Instead, beneath the gloom, he noticed a small wisp of black mist slowly coalescing within the demon's hood. Madam is most ingenious. His earlobe burned with increasing agony. Gritting his teeth, Zhuyan watched as the smoke thickened into 2 slender, needle-thin tubes. Were it only myself and the witch here, I would dare not act thus. Truly, Madam is kinder. I would serve Madam without reservation. The demon's voice sharpened to a piercing shriek, and the translucent cloak abruptly lunged toward the altar, carrying that bone-chilling, flesh-corroding cold away with it. Wait a moment, my dear, murmured the witch, her voice cloyingly sweet as she offered Guanen. Rigid on the sofa. A serene smile. The black cat circled Guanen's tense form, nuzzling affectionately against his calves. Its mouth split unnaturally wide, and a glistening thread of saliva trailed from its razor-sharp fangs. Guanen lifted his leg, evading the cat's touch. Zhuyan saw him bite his tongue again. All right, he said, his gaze wary as it flickered toward Zhuyan. Thank you. His ability could suppress one entity at a time. The floor-to-ceiling window stood open, though unarmed if he froze the witch first, then hurled her swiftly from the balcony. An even more ideal tactic would be to use her body as a shield against the inspector's assault. Would it succeed? I have already spoken with it. The witch swallowed hard before the altar. You may rest assured. If no reward is promised, none shall be given. As she spoke, her unnaturally blue eyes studied Zhuyan's reaction with quiet intensity. Zhuyan stared at her, cold and motionless. He felt warm liquid drip onto his shoulder, and only after the witch turned away did he dare lift a hand to touch it. It was flesh. Half his ear had melted like butter. The dissolution crept outward, and with it pain burrowed deeper, sharper into his marrow. Zhuyan longed to scream, felt sweat trickle down his temples. But he dared not. His life hung in the balance. The mission was but one final step from completion. His gaze locked onto the demon, now drifting behind the altar, watching as it slowly extruded 2 slender tubes from within its hood. Judging by Guanen's stance, he would seize both vials outright. Guanen was Zhuyan's sole ally in this arena. He had to coordinate perfectly. The moment Guanen reached for the vials, that was when Zhuyan would strike. Compared to the witch, the demon had already been weakened by 1 round of the complainer's assault, and was thus less formidable. Moreover, the demon floated in midair while the witch stood grounded. Clearly the latter was the easier target. If he attacks us, you will intervene, won't you, madam? The demon's rasping voice reverberated inside his skull, leaving him lightheaded. Of course I will. Kill the witch first, then kill you. Through the agony, Zhuyan wrenched a grim smile onto his face. Perhaps that ghastly grin aligned precisely with madam's persona. For the demon laughed once more grotesquely. This time the laughter sounded blurred, accompanied by a strange guttural retching. Zhuyan watched the 2 formed tubes lengthen, steadily emerging slowly from beneath the hood. If a head resided beneath that hood, the tubes would emerge where a mouth ought to be. Zhuyan silently prayed they carried none of the demon's gastric fluids. Here it comes, cried the witch, elated. The black cat arched its back, emitting eager rumbling growls, its luminous red eyes locked fiercely on Guanen. Guanen stared at the altar. 2 slender tubes, each terminating in a small vial, dropped from the demon's hood, landing with eerie precision at the center of the tablecloth. At the soft plop, Guanen shot upright and lunged toward the nearby altar. Simultaneously, the witch's horrifying shriek pierced Zhuyan's eardrums. She was pinned by an invisible force. Her vivid blue eyes whirled wildly in their sockets. Her hands remained frozen, atop the altar, fingertips still pressed to the cloth. Only her expression conveyed fury and terror. Was this Guanen's ability? How formidable! Within 2 seconds, the witch's gaze snapped violently toward Zhuyan, her saccharine voice twisting, distorting its final syllable, shrieking with unnatural sharpness. Madam! Was this the spectacle the abyssal gaze had awaited? Even this elite horror creature, had not foreseen the players striking ahead of schedule. Before the words faded, Zhuyan moved. Time was too short to divert attention toward the demon. He only registered the black cat leaping onto the sofa, hurtling toward Guanen's exposed back. Guanen clutched both vials, clearly anticipating the assault. He seized the witch's garment and thrust her sharply across his front. Brilliant! Zhuyan exhaled sharply in relief. In the next instant, his dagger drove deep into the witch's chest. The distorted shriek cut off abruptly. The cat's claws grazed Guanen's skin. Now, the impact transmitted through the witch's body into Guanen's arms, and the moment he sensed that force, he instantly redirected his power, freezing the black cat in place. Its talons slashed a long, ragged gash across Guanen's back before it crashed stiffly onto the floor. Guanen did not know if he would die, but he had no mind left for distant futures. The witch could no longer harm him, the black cat could not slay him. At the very least, this was a promising beginning. All of it unfolded in under 10 seconds, so swiftly the demon failed to react. Its chaotic laughter died mid-breath. Then, in the sudden silence, a crisp, brittle sound shattered the air. Zhuyan gripped the dagger's hilt, feeling the witch's body grow searingly hot. Crack! A fissure bloomed where the blade had pierced her, racing instantly upward across her face. The witch's cerulean eyes rolled wildly as she raised a hand, trying perhaps to caress her cheek, but the cracks denied her even that. They erupted like spring bamboo, crackling, splintering. Her body fracturing rapidly until within mere seconds she collapsed into a heap of porcelain shards. The black cat let out a piercing wail. Zhuyan ignored it, deactivating his roleplay ability. Just then a tremor of dread ran through him. The cat's sudden attack had deviated entirely from what he'd anticipated. Now, the witch's body lay utterly destroyed. Zhuyan's dagger pointed straight at Guanen. Breathless with tension, Guanen dared not inhale. The woman's purplish-gray face, riddled with sores, visibly smoothed and reformed, settling into a visage wholly unfamiliar to him, yet deeply instinctively known. Now, the witch's body lay utterly destroyed. Zhuyan's dagger pointed straight at Guanen. Breathless with tension, Guanen dared not inhale. The cloak still hung suspended in midair. After this cascade of upheavals, it finally stirred, thick black mist coalescing beneath its hood. The mist gradually hardened into a long, probing proboscis as the demon lunged at Zhuyan, its furious shriek reverberating inside his skull. Traitor! Enough, fool! He cried, his face ashen, activating his ability Humiliation. Though only level 3, even its activation offered a sliver of psychological reassurance. The power of complaint froze the demon in place for a single breathless second. Seizing the opening, Zhuyan charged forward, only to feel the gaseous proboscis pierce through his body like spectral vapor, churning his stomach with searing agony. And the hood now faced directly at Zhuyan's chest. With every ounce of strength left, he drove his short dagger deep into the back of the hood, immediately sensing life force draining from him, vision blurring at the edges. Hiss! At the very periphery of his fading sight, candlelight flickered, illuminating the demon's body, rapidly shriveling into desiccated husk. The cloak collapsed inward like a deflated flotation ring, and the sharp stabbing pain in Zhuyan's gut vanished instantly. Seconds later, he cautiously drew in deep, ragged breaths, realizing, only then, that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Guanen stood beside him, steadying him with one hand while reaching for his pulse. I thought you wouldn't come, Guanen whispered, voice trembling. Hang on. We'll get you to the hospital once the dungeon ends. Zhuyan pushed him away. No need. There's still a loose end to settle. Suppressing the urge to vomit onto the carpet, he crawled toward the grotesque black cat. Both the witch and the demon had already died, having pledged without demand for compensation to relinquish their claims. Guanen's task was to pay it its due reward. If it referred solely to the demon, the dungeon should have concluded long ago. Yet Guanen spoke of waiting for the dungeon's end, meaning no completion prompt had sounded. The trial continued. Thus Zhuyan's earlier suspicion proved correct. The black cat counted as it. It had attacked Guanen precisely when Zhuyan engaged the witch. Clear evidence it remained unbound by the mutual agreement between Zhuyan and the witch to forego payment, asserting instead its own separate claim to recompense. That was precisely why the dungeon had not ended. Zhuyan let out a cold, mirthless laugh and pressed the dagger's tip firmly against the cat's throat. I know you understand human speech, he said, voice glacial. You may choose your reward, a human leg or an arm. He named no specifics, neither what the reward entailed nor who would decide it. Might makes right. Here Zhuyan held dominion. So long as the cat accepted the terms, the bargain was sealed. Choose one or the other. Refuse and you die. The cat wailed, a raw, mournful cry. Zhuyan seized its scruff in a firm grip. 2 cries for a leg, 1 cry for an arm. The cat froze, transfixed. Its crimson eyes locked onto Zhuyan's. Then quick and sharp, it emitted 2 desperate howls. Good, Zhuyan said. No reneging. Break that promise and I'll kill you. He opened the in-game marketplace and purchased a human leg, dropping it before the cat. As the transaction completed, an unexpected female voice rang clearly in his ear. Congratulations. User account deactivated. Zhuyan flinched again. Yes, he'd chosen that name himself, but each announcement echoed like a funeral knell. Though you did not formally enter the dungeon, your ingenuity enabled your friend to overcome mortal peril, indirectly securing the item plague elixir. Zhuyan glanced sideways at Guanen, who blinked, stunned, then exhaled faintly, relief softening his features. Clearly he'd heard the broadcast too. Zhuyan glanced sideways at Guanen, who blinked, stunned, then exhaled faintly, relief softening his features. Clearly he'd heard the broadcast too. Replenish your energy, he explained, settling cross-legged onto the carpet beside Zhuyan. Thank you. This time truly. Zhuyan slipped the candy into his mouth. Its sweetness brought immediate comfort. The woman's voice chimed brightly. Additionally, you have earned the black cat's recognition and its admiration. Ah, what? Zhuyan turned, only to find the hideously malformed feline still present. It strained, awkwardly tearing at the human leg with frantic urgency. Its scarlet pupils dilated wide, fixed upon him with unnerving devotion. Zhuyan gagged, nearly choking the candy back up. What's wrong? Guanen asked, concern sharpening his gaze as he scanned Zhuyan up and down. Do you have a history of gastritis? No, I'm fine. Thank you, Zhuyan replied, voice dry. He was merely aesthetically sensitive. The cat's ugliness was genuinely unbearable. Player, do not scorn the cat's appearance. The voice murmured as if reading his thoughts. Unlike ordinary cats in the human world, a witch's familiar reshapes its visage to mirror its master's true countenance and essence. Ah! Instinctively Zhuyan turned to survey the witch's shattered remains scattered across the floor. He crawled over, locating fragments near the golden hair, especially facial shards, and began piecing them together. What is it? Guanen asked, still visibly shaken. His expression caught between exhaustion and unspoken questions. Yet he withheld inquiry, wisely choosing instead to assist Zhuyan in reconstructing the witch's face. Though colors remained vivid, the assembled visage bore no resemblance to the witch's former delicate features. A massive crooked beak-like nose dominated a triangular asymmetrical structure, every feature skewed as though struck hard by a fist. In 10 minutes I will announce the dungeon's consequences, and your rewards. The voice concluded crisply. Now gather the cat, its meal, and the demon's cloak, and exit this room. We shall return you to the real world. Zhuyan stared at the cat, frozen mid-gorge, devouring flesh with unsettling relish, and almost asked whether its dietary preferences could be adjusted. Despite the creeping dread, he rose, bent down to retrieve the gray-black cloak, its material indeterminate, and with distaste gripped the cat's scruff, hauling it upright. What are you doing? Guanen recoiled. Zhuyan offered a faint smile. I'm leaving, he lied. This is a mission assigned by Carnival Paradise. Wait, hold on. Zhuyan ignored him. He pulled open the door, hearing Guanen's words rush after him, rapid and urgent. Why did you lie to me? How did you know you'd transform like this? How did you know it would terrify the others? How did you know to wait for them in the hallway? Zhuyan paused. The hallway truly had been coincidence. As for the rest, he saw no reason to answer. To do so would be to strip bare the fragile, fraying edges of his own precarious footing. This had been nothing more than a temporary alliance. In reality, Guanen stood diametrically opposed to him. Zhuyan turned, and saw Guanen standing motionless in the center of the room, pale, his expression clouded with confusion and doubt. Also, Guanen's gaze fell upon the black cat in Zhuyan's grasp. Why take this horrifying creature? What task has Carnival Paradise given you? Hey! The door slammed shut. Zhuyan strode forward, clutching the rigid cat under one arm and the cloak in the other, just as his vision flashed white. In the next instant, the plush carpeted corridor dissolved, replaced by a pitch-black emergency stairwell, its eerie green exit sign flickering erratically. Player, you have returned to the real world. Please remain focused and await further broadcast. The hideous black cat stirred back to life and wrenched free from Zhuyan's restraint. The instance ended and the power that had gripped it vanished. It lifted its face and mewed softly at Zhuyan. In the dim light, he found to his surprise that it did not look quite so ugly. Yet it remained ugly. Worse, the thing ate human flesh, which made his skin crawl. In any case, Zhuyan had obeyed the broadcast and taken the black cat with him. What became of the cat afterward was no longer his concern. Zhuyan thought briefly and stuffed the demon cloak and the Weni Yaoya into his ring. While the black cat curiously inspected its surroundings, he ran down the stairs faster than he ever had, reached the 7th floor, and pressed the elevator button for down. The security door slammed shut behind him. Standing in the empty corridor, Zhuyan looked around and did not see the ugly black cat. Good, he breathed out. He went down to the lobby, bought a drink from the vending machine, and stepped back into the unkind night of Quay Street. Guanen had not come, no police cars circled nearby. Everything was calm and beautiful. The evening breeze was warm as he walked past a lit glass office building and hailed a taxi at the corner. Old Town, he told the driver. Just drop me anywhere. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. He could have walked home. Fine. The driver glanced over his shoulder. Pets allowed, but if the cat soils or vomits on the seat or scratches my upholstery, that's 200. Disturbing my driving is not allowed. Something felt off. Zhuyan followed the driver's gaze and turned his head, suddenly unsettled. That's the rule. The driver floored the accelerator and turned on the music. Disturbing my driving will be 500. A gentle love song filled the car, but Zhuyan had no mood for music. On the bamboo mat beside him lay a black cat with a strangely unfamiliar face curled obediently. The very cat he had left behind. He had not seen it at all on the way here. Zhuyan screamed inwardly. Now the cat stretched its forelegs in comfortable ease. Its fur had become warm and fluffy. Probably because it was still hungry, the cat kept licking its now delicate mouth. Its black pupils were dilated into perfect roundness. It had become appealing, but it ate people. He could not possibly keep it. Zhuyan glared, the cat glared back. He edged away and warned, "Come any closer and I'll stew you." The cat squeaked in a clipped voice. Zhuyan did not understand cat speech, but he knew trouble when he heard it. He glanced at the driver, then grabbed the cat by the scruff and pulled it toward him. With the music as cover, he hissed threats at the cat in a low voice. "Don't follow me," he said, drawing a short dagger. "Follow me again and I'll kill you." The shrunken cat struggled free, then landed elegantly on Zhuyan's thigh. Its tail arched into an impossible curve, forming a large letter M. He stared at it stunned. "Mia," the cat said. His threats failed to land. Effaced with that adorable, truly feline face, Zhuyan could not bring himself to strike. He began to tell himself again that it ate people, but then a clear broadcast tone seized all his attention. "Hello, player. You participated in the instance Ta in a unique manner and greatly advanced its progress. Therefore, I will normally report the instance clearance and announce your special rewards." The love song continued to warble. Zhuyan glanced down at the cat, whose fur was subtly changing color, and decided the reward was the more important matter. He was sure he could deal with this creepy creature. Kill it if need be. He leaned back and watched the street scenes outside grow livelier. The overall clearance result for the Ta instance is as follows. Total players 1. Clearers 1. You did not qualify for the instance's base rewards, but your special rewards are as follows. Rest days awarded 4 days. Because you used several rest days earlier, after consideration we have rounded your total rest days. Current accumulated rest days 30 days. Zhuyan had no objection to 30 days for now. Given the way things were going, using even a week would have been a decent outcome. Of course you may choose to enter an instance early. That choice is yours. No. This was seldom a choice but a desperate gamble for life. Special assistance reward 30,000 yuan. You may claim it as human currency or in Guanghuan Leta currency. That was an unexpected consolation. Zhuyan remembered Guan En's mention that the morning hall would open in 7 days. After thinking it over, he chose Guanghuan Leta currency. If the morning hall opened, every entering player would likely be forcibly registered. With his circumstances, registration and address check, and questions about the novice instance. If they found an old district and an unexplained sudden death, he would almost certainly be exposed. He had enough human money for now, and with exchange rates potentially rising, choosing Guanghuan Letu seemed the safer bet. 300 bone coins have been credited to your account. A pleasant female voice announced it. Player level LV. 4. This is our special courtesy to you. Generous indeed. Zhuyan muttered his gratitude inwardly. Leveling him up even though he hadn't entered an instance was an unexpected delight. Performance ability level LV. 5. 1 more beta instance required to upgrade. After the previous instance Devouring Villa ended, the broadcast had said 2 instances were needed to upgrade. This time only 1 was required. Another surprise for Zhuyan. Complaining ability level LV. 5. 2 more beta instances required to upgrade. Bullying ability level LV. 4. Not a weakness. Balanced development. Looking over it, all 3 of his abilities had improved. Apart from missing out on the base monetary reward, participating in the instance had yielded little difference from an ordinary run. Moreover, he had taken the demon cloak left behind. He wondered what use that thing might have. Additionally, congratulations on obtaining the items Weni Yaoye and EMO cloak, and on acquiring the horror creature cat. Wait, what did that mean? He did not want to keep a man-eating monster. Zhuyan lost his composure. He glanced at the black cat beside him now with a white tail tip and protested in a small voice. Can I not have this cat? Disappointingly, the female voice continued its pleasant mechanical broadcast and ignored him entirely. Before further details, a reminder: during your killing of the EMO you were fed upon and lost a significant portion of life force. As a result, your remaining lifespan is less than 2 days. However, since you are currently the first player to have slain a horror creature, we will grant you a choice. Zhuyan immediately recalled the thin probe that had pierced his stomach. The device the demon had used to siphon life. Indeed, in that moment he had been in a haze. Yet to have his life reduced to less than 2 days was a cruelty he had not expected. What choice would Guanghuan Letu offer now? You may choose to live out these Lestantuo days as a player. Alternatively, you may choose to fuse part of the power from Guanghuan Letu, the Trembling Joy, to replenish your lifespan and obtain a different path to advancement. Please note, this is a supreme honor afforded only to a very small number of players. The highest honor. Zhuyan repeated the phrase, silently finding it faintly absurd. The broadcast's wording was peculiar yet unambiguous. Trembling bliss originated from the ecstatic realm. Accepting it would grant Zhuyan an additional path to advancement as a dungeon boss. The taxi had already entered the bustling downtown district. Neon lights still glowed from storefronts along the street. crimson, emerald, and gold, vivid and clamorous, sharply stimulating Zhuyan's eyes. He certainly did not wish to live only 2 more days, but if accepting trembling bliss led to consequences worse than death, he would choose death without hesitation. Moreover, dwindling lifespan was not the true crisis. Psychological collapse was. The red selection prompt did not appear in Zhuyan's field of vision. He waited patiently for the next broadcast, hoping for further information. If you accept trembling bliss, you shall assume the identity of a dungeon boss, under the designation of a human player. Wow. That meant acceptance would instantly confirm the police station's suspicions. Ecstatic Realm's description did not state he would replace the demon or be corrupted into some horror entity, but rather that he would act under the name of a human player. Incredible. Incredible. In other words, should Zhuyan truly accept, his name would appear in dungeon logs as user deactivated. Zhuyan couldn't suppress an eerie smile. Untimely yet involuntary. You shall be granted unrestricted harm-free access to the ecstatic realm. You must regularly visit the recitative platform to purchase a cup of coffee and select your dungeon boss assignment. Recitative platform. The name bore the unmistakable stylistic signature of the ecstatic realm. Zhuyan focused intently, ears pricked. Each time you complete a boss assignment, your trembling bliss will evolve, and your player level shall rise accordingly. Zhuyan understood. Accepting trembling bliss would not strip him of his status as a player. Instead, he would simultaneously bear the identity of an ecstatic realm boss. His player level would advance through boss assignments, but completing standard player tasks would not enhance trembling bliss. Once trembling bliss reaches a certain tier, horror entities will recognize you as kin. However, your dietary composition will gradually shift. He understood. He would slowly transform from consuming pork to consuming human flesh. Player, make your choice. Do you accept trembling bliss and become a hunter? This time, vivid crimson characters flashed across his vision. Zhuyan fell silent. Hunter. The driver continued humming cheerfully. The cat, whose tail tip had turned white, lay placidly upon his lap, purring softly. Yet those sounds seemed muffled behind a thick, impenetrable barrier. Zhuyan's entire awareness narrowed to the 2 stark characters before him. To refuse meant sudden death in 36 hours, rendering all prior endurance at his aunt's home, all effort after receiving the card, utterly futile. To accept meant becoming the ecstatic realm's blade thrust deep into the heart of his own kind, transforming irrevocably into the very thing humanity loathed most. Yet acceptance offered respite and exclusive passage rights into the ecstatic realm. The former implied a chance to find a solution. The latter promised access to far richer intelligence than others possessed. Neon lights pulsed garishly around him. Zhuyan blinked, then fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Yes. Congratulations, the woman's voice declared, calm and measured. A searing heat erupted suddenly from the center of his left palm. So sharp, Zhuyan gasped, drawing in a ragged breath. The driver's humming ceased. His head tilted slightly backward. Zhuyan made no sound. The agony was so immense it felt as though his viscera were dissolving. The scorching force surged violently into his heart, then raced up his right arm, burning relentlessly until it reached the center of his right palm. It felt as though hundreds of fine needles had pierced each alveolus in perfect symmetry. Zhuyan convulsed in the back seat. Yet the excruciating pain in his chest robbed him of voice. And within that torment, an irresistible euphoria bloomed. Faint electric currents charged with rapture flooded his limbs and marrow in an instant. This pleasure dwarfed all prior emotional surges. Far more intense, far more overwhelming. For several seconds, Zhuyan's mind went utterly blank, until the cat let out a light, airy cry, its tone blurred by tinnitus, snapping him back to consciousness. His vision swam indistinct and hazy. He could not tell how long passed, until at last the searing agony began to recede, evaporating like mist. Zhuyan remained curled in the seat, his shirt clinging damply to his sweat-soaked back. He wiped cold sweat and tears from his face, breathing deeply, filling his ravaged lungs with air that, though stale, was mercifully breathable. The driver glanced back once more. You're not ill, are you? Don't fall sick in my cab. Zhuyan assessed his body's changes, then waved dismissively. I'm fine. Compared to before, the transformation wasn't overt, merely heightened vitality. And yes, his right palm throbbed with a fierce burning ache. Zhuyan relaxed his posture and examined the new mark on his right palm beneath the passing streetlights. An exquisitely rendered emblem, a drawn black bow arrow nocked and ready. And within that torment, an irresistible euphoria bloomed. Faint electric currents charged with rapture flooded his limbs and marrow in an instant. What came next could wait. For now he had secured time. Player, you have successfully integrated trembling bliss. The woman's voice brightened with delight. We hope you strive diligently, and soon join our ranks, contributing meaningfully to the ecstatic realm. First, however, we ask that you consume the plague elixir. Zhuyan had stored the plague elixir inside his ring. With a thought, he summoned the slender vial fitted with a long straw. As the car moved, shifting streetlights and tree shadows danced across its surface, revealing the pale pink liquid within. The plague elixir prevents and cures plagues inflicted by plague spirits, even when the affliction has reached terminal stages. Zhuyan drew hard on the straw and drained the vial in one swift pull. To his astonishment, the strange elixir tasted unmistakably of lychee. The woman paused, then resumed her broadcast with the next directive. Please use the demon cloak with due care. The demon cloak is favored attire among certain demons. It enables demons to develop elongated oral proboscises, facilitating faster, more efficient siphoning of human life force. A weapon designed expressly against players. Zhuyan willed the cloak into his hand. Its texture lay between silk and coarse linen, more precisely akin to burlap slicked with viscous slime or sludge. Additionally, the demon cloak carries an overwhelming demon aura. Wearing it, you will almost certainly be mistaken for a wandering demon. Excellent. Should he encounter horror entities ranked level 5 or higher, when mere roleplay would no longer suffice, the cloak stood an excellent chance of saving his life. Zhuyan ran his fingers over it twice. The uniquely repulsive texture both unsettling and strangely fascinating. As for the horror entity cat, the woman's voice lifted buoyant and cheerful. Cat chooses its master. The cat appeared to hear. It arched its tail and rubbed gently against Zhuyan. Lifting its face, he saw it had transformed into a striking calico, its forehead marked with a perfectly symmetrical stylized trident shape. Zhuyan was profoundly stunned. He didn't look like that, did he? Regrettably, cat's dietary habits are not entirely subject to its master's influence. The woman's tone carried a subtle mischievous glee. Though its palate will strongly converge with yours, you must still provide it with human flesh. This sustains essential nutrients required by horror entities. If regular consumption of human flesh were unnecessary, Zhuyan could reluctantly accept the arrangement. He turned his head to glance at the cow-cat gazing up at him with feigned innocence, and gave its vision a failing grade. This was an outright insult to his appearance. Revert to pure black, he whispered threateningly to the cat, glancing briefly at the driver seated ahead. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The cat stared back at him with round, unblinking eyes, utterly indifferent to his threat. It leapt onto Zhuyan's lap and rolled over, exposing its soft, vulnerable belly. Moreover, cats are natural predators of plague spirits and harbor no fear of pestilence. Once a cat chooses its master, its cultivation rank synchronizes perfectly with that of its owner. At this, the broadcast emitted a crisp, unmistakable chuckle. Lastly, a brief clarification for your benefit. Your cat refuses to change color. It perceives you as possessing a deranged, hypervigilant caution. This very trait is why it chose you. Please consult your player personal center. We eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Perhaps his fusion with tremulous ecstasy had altered the interface of his personal center as well. The broadcast concluded entirely. The ride had 7 minutes remaining. Zhuyan paused briefly, then deliberately fixed his gaze upon the palm of his left hand for 3 seconds, activating the player personal center. Before the interface fully loaded, a crimson text box surged into Zhuyan's field of vision. Detection confirmed: you have fused with tremulous ecstasy. We will preserve your player personal center and mark upon your map the designated passage leading to ecstatic utopia. Attention, complete the horror novice trial without delay to unlock access to the hunter personal center. These instructions were straightforward. The horror novice trial was evidently analogous to the standard novice dungeon encountered by new players. By logical extension, upon completing this trial, Zhuyan would gain the ability to enter the hunter personal center simply by gazing upon the palm of his right hand. The crimson text box lingered in Zhuyan's vision for an extended moment before dissolving. He tapped to open the horror map. The familiar two-tiered map unfurled across his vision, translucent yet luminous, piercing through the leatherback driver's seat and glowing faintly within the cramped cabin. On the display beside the driver's right hand, crimson dots pulsed rhythmically to the beat of music, interweaving seamlessly with the crimson threads linking the two map layers. Those threads were contracting, imperceptibly yet visibly, drawing the lower layer ecstatic utopia gradually upward. At this pace, Anwu City would be saturated with overlapping dungeons within 3 months at the latest. Zhuyan observed silently for a while, then shifted his attention to several locations he recognized. Within just 2 or 3 days, the overlapping spatial zone between Hall of Mourning and Wanxiang Plaza had noticeably expanded. Elsewhere, several buildings along Meiyuan Street were beginning to interpenetrate with miniature structures emerging from ecstatic utopia. Aside from Hall of Mourning, what drew Zhuyan's attention most was a newly manifested clock. It floated like a lunar disk in the midair of ecstatic utopia. A circular timepiece whose face bore a grotesquely exaggerated, thickly painted human visage locked in manic laughter. Proportionally, the clock was colossal, nearly half the size of the weeping giant skull housed within Hall of Mourning. Positionally, it hovered directly beneath Anwu North Station, the very site of Zhuyan's second dungeon trial Catan mouse game. Given this rate of convergence, it would soon breach the surface. What was it? A future dungeon? Or perhaps a celestial timekeeper destined to replace the sun within ecstatic utopia? Zhuyan steadied his breath and refocused on the map. Upon the Anwu City layer, several vivid fluorescent green icons now gleamed prominently. Each icon resembled a bow and arrow motif, identical in form to the one embedded in Zhuyan's palm, differing only in hue. Beside each arrowhead hovered the words, "Designated Passage." Zhuyan counted them one by one. Exactly 10 in total, scattered with extreme irregularity. 5 clustered near his future university, Shishan University. The remaining 5 were distributed as follows: 1 in the Old Town district where he currently resided, 1 in the already collapsed Meiyuan Street, and 3 others scattered across locations unknown and unvisited to Zhuyan. Clearly these marked the exclusive gateways into ecstatic utopia. Zhuyan fixated on the icon located in the Old Town and zoomed in. Passage location room 401, building 5, Shiqiao Lane. Beneath the dining table, Zhuyan fell silent. Then a quiet, radiant surge of joy welled up within him. The nearest passage lay not elsewhere, but inside the very guest house where he now lived. What extraordinary fortune! He continued reading downward, encountering a line of fine print. You now share our objective. This passage is a special privilege granted exclusively to you. That explained it. After all, Zhuyan had effectively become a piece upon ecstatic utopia's board. Activation method: press the icon on your right palm firmly against the floor for 1 second. The ride was nearly over. Zhuyan scanned the text once more, then closed the player center. At last he had returned to his own world. The gentle hum of the vehicle, the ambient music, and the driver's off-key humming filled his ears. Gazing out the window, he watched the increasingly familiar weathered streets glide past. A subtle weariness settled naturally into his mind. This time he cradled the cat in his arms and moved with meticulous caution through every blind spot of surveillance, ascending the aged concrete stairwell. 2 hours later, Zhuyan lay contentedly in bed, the cat beside him, cleaned, dried, and gleaming with soft, healthy fur. He knew many tasks remained unfinished, such as visiting the recitative platform or addressing the folded paper card. A discarded sketch by a failed art school applicant that he'd casually tucked into his pocket. Every address inscribed upon it belonged to Anwu City, even one situated within the grounds of his future university. Zhuyan would need to investigate what lay there, but for now, nestled in the cool embrace of air-conditioned serenity, wrapped in plush yielding blankets, drowsiness claimed him. He mentally reviewed his pending tasks, each flashing by like scenes in a lantern-lit procession, before slipping swiftly into deep slumber. 10 hours later, safe warm darkness shattered under the distant muffled wail of sirens. Zhuyan stirred awake, blinking groggily as sunlight pierced the heavy curtains. As consciousness sharpened, the sirens resolved into distinct tones. Police and emergency medical units. Police and EMS. Outside his building, yesterday Guanen had confirmed that the virus remained transmissible even during the plague immunity interval. To evade surveillance, they had traversed nearly the entire urban village on foot. Earlier still, Zhuyan had eaten steamed buns, boarded a public bus, and traveled to the supermarket. So this virus... He threw off the covers, sprang from bed, and yanked the curtains wide, peering down through the glass. The narrow street appeared evacuated. At the entrance of his residential unit stood staff clad in full biohazard suits. Across the way, every snack stall stood shuttered and silent. The steamed bun shop nearby stood agape, its threshold oozing a large, unervingly darkered viscous slurry down the stone steps. No one dared approach the shop. Not even the cordon stretched taut 10 meters from its entrance. Zhuyan shifted slightly, just enough to glimpse within the slurry several ivory-white skeletons still clinging to sinew and charred blackened flesh. Though death had grown no stranger to him, such a sight still churned his stomach, especially knowing the woman's demise had been wrought by his own hand. In the future, countless more lives would fall by his doing. Nausea coiled like thick, suffocating mud in his gut. He could bear it no longer. He bolted for the bathroom and vomited violently. What should I do? Zhuyan suddenly remembered that about 10 days ago, he was just an ordinary high school graduate. He wanted to live, but not as a completely soulless brute. Seeing a stranger die because of him only left Zhuyan feeling that his psychological defenses had been severely shaken. Things have escalated to this point, and if it continues to develop, not to mention what level the hunters and players could reach after the fusion of trembling ecstasy, he would first be consumed by his own mental fatigue. This won't do. Zhuyan stood up from the toilet and turned on the faucet. He tried to wash up, quietly forcing himself not to think about anything. 10 minutes later, Zhuyan, dressed neatly, sat on the sofa, quietly eating a piece of cake that was freshly baked at the supermarket yesterday. A cat jumped beside him, pawing at his shoulder and stealing half of the cake. Zhuyan paid no mind. He savored his breakfast, feeling his reason, which had just been overtaken by emotions, gradually returning. After confirming that he could think normally, Zhuyan pulled out from his pocket the card from the failed art student. The old handwriting made him feel an inexplicable familiarity. Hello friend, using my treasure. If a horrifying creature uses this, it will not activate. Therefore you must either be a player or a being like us. If you also wish to resist the invasion of Mad Joyland, please come to the designated location to find us. We welcome those fated to join Fangsuan Mountain. Additionally, I like milk tea, small cakes, and chicken fillet. The food mentioned later isn't the point. That sentence about resisting the invasion of Mad Joyland is. Trembling ecstasy should also count as a type of invasion from Mad Joyland, right? I wonder if Fangsuan Mountain has any solutions. Zhuyan opened a bottle of mineral water, sipping it while thinking. The fact he could confirm for now is that the failed art student and Mad Joyland are indeed not on the same team. Otherwise, when Mad Joyland gave him that printer, they wouldn't have said it was stolen from the art student. It should be fine to go down and ask. Zhuyan made up his mind, leaning back on the sofa, wanting to calm his mind a bit more. However, a voice suddenly rang out, forcibly pulling him back to reality. Is anyone in 401? It was a loud-voiced woman who didn't knock. From the neighborhood office. What is it? Zhuyan responded while transforming into the appearance of Zhuyan. Having the experience of the previous covert visit, he instinctively began to act, inquiring about the situation like a completely unaware ordinary person. I'm here. May I ask what happened downstairs? He stood up from the sofa and walked toward the door, but the woman outside stopped him. Don't come over to open the door, she shouted in terror. Absolutely not. Was she afraid of an infectious disease? Zhuyan recalled the situation downstairs, and the epidemic outbreak that Guanen mentioned last night, halting his steps. Okay, he said, obediently looking through the peephole. I just wanted to ask what exactly happened downstairs. Why is it so terrifying to wake up? The woman outside was fully armed, standing not at the door but on the stairs at a distance. She was scared of something, her movements suggesting she was ready to retreat even further. I'll explain in a bit, but don't open the door, the woman emphasized loudly again. You haven't gone out today, have you? How do you know about what's happening downstairs? Alright, this should not be someone from the police department. The police wouldn't ask such obvious questions, at least Guanen wouldn't. But Zhuyan dared not let down his guard. No, he reassured. I saw it from the window. Then I'll ask you questions and you just need to answer. The woman finally relaxed a little. Did you go downstairs to eat soup dumplings yesterday? That small Li dumpling shop, the surveillance caught you there. Oh right. Zhuyan used Zhuyan's face when he went downstairs to eat soup dumplings and buy things. Judging from the police cars downstairs, the police department had swiftly reorganized and resumed actions. It seems they have already reviewed the surveillance from the dumpling shop. If they wanted to, they could certainly also find out that Zhuyan had been to the supermarket. I did eat there. Zhuyan did not deny it, cautiously giving a response a clueless ordinary person should have. So what exactly happened downstairs? The woman stepped back a bit from the peephole. She said, please inform us of your travel itinerary first. What's the purpose of this question? Zhuyan prudently played along a bit more. During the last covert visit, those officers had knocked on his door alone, indicating that he was a key suspect. Now that the situation involved him, even if the visitor was not an officer, the police department would certainly focus on him. There were police cars downstairs. It's better to avoid trouble. What if they learned something from the woman? Who knows what kind of trouble that could bring? You had close contact with an infected person. We suspect you may carry the virus. The woman seemed to genuinely be an ordinary person, explaining the reason to Zhuyan very specifically. You need to quarantine at home for now, or you can't go anywhere. Additionally, as a close contact, we need you to provide a detailed itinerary. What virus? Zhuyan continued to act. Is it the kind that spreads through group chats? Will I die suddenly? The woman grew somewhat impatient. Let's first discuss your itinerary from yesterday, alright? Where did you go and at what time? We'll tell you about the virus afterward. Seeing that he didn't have to continue acting, Zhuyan sighed in relief. He truthfully recounted the part about going to the supermarket and returning, omitting the subsequent meeting with Guanen, the taxi ride, and entering the instance. That's all, he said. I haven't gone out since then. The next step would probably be to inquire about the infection situation. If the two people at the dumpling shop were not infected because of Zhuyan's visit, then Zhuyan himself should be infected as well. However, Zhuyan was unafraid. He could now access Mad Joyland at any time through the passage in the house, and he had the art student's printer to exchange for a new identity. The woman was silent for a moment. Okay, she emphasized. You absolutely must not go out these days. Someone will come to seal your house. By the way, have you noticed any black spots on your body? Are they dark in color? How large are they? Here it comes. Lying would surely raise the police's suspicion against him. Lying would only waste a Zhuyan identity. Yes, Zhuyan feigned a panicked tone. I didn't notice yesterday. I just saw it when I got up. What exactly is going on? Why can't I go to the hospital? The woman took another step back. There are no beds available in the hospital. She lied to Zhuyan, just wait at home. We will arrange for a doctor to come over soon. If this person really had little time left later, there would be a pool of black sludge in the house. There are people controlling the entrance to the building. Your entire street is sealed. You must listen and stay quarantined at home. All right, Zhuyan replied. Through the peephole, he saw the woman hurriedly leaving. He wasted no time and quickly returned to the bedroom, drew the curtains, and swiftly stuffed the sheets, blankets, and clothes into the ring. Drawing the curtains was Zhuyan's instinctive action. Doing bad deeds in a completely covered environment gave him a sense of security. You don't happen to be out of money, do you? Zhuyan guessed that the horror creatures here probably took advantage of people, as evidenced by the pseudo-human at the witch's emporium. The cat lightly jumped onto his shoulder, seemingly having understood his intentions. 5 minutes later, confirming there were no omissions, Zhuyan crawled under the thin dining table, pressing his right hand to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 floor tiles beneath the dining table vanished into thin air, revealing a narrow aperture just large enough for a single person to pass through. Below the opening stretched a narrow stone passageway descending straight downward. Rough-hewn steps leading into an abyssal darkness that swallowed all light. what lay beyond that threshold. Though the joyous Pleasureland had granted him the privilege of free and unharmed passage, this was his first entry, and with no knowledge of how its grotesque denizens would react, caution remained paramount. As a precaution, Zhuyan drew forth the demon cloak from his ring and donned it carefully, pulling the hood low over his face. The cat let out a startled meow, before leaping onto his shoulder claws, gripping the cloak firmly. Zhuyan held his breath and stepped onto the first stone step. As he slipped away in utter silence, the woman who had come to inspect the premises descended the stairs as well. She glanced sideways. Parked at the intersection opposite the soup dumpling shop stood another police vehicle significantly larger than the first, with two officers clad in white hazmat suits standing before it. One of them nodded at her and gave a crisp okay gesture. Mission accomplished, he said as she approached. He gestured toward the vehicle. Get in. Don't remove the audio gear yet. It's not appropriate to undress here. With the plague spreading across the city, eating or drinking is also inadvisable. We'll brief you inside. Her voice now bore none of its earlier timbre from the stairwell. Is the transmission still clear? She asked gravely. Have you confirmed it? Is it really him? And what precisely has happened to Anwu City? Confirmed, the man replied with a faint smile. Rest assured, no one escapes the rigor of behavioral science and psychological profiling. She nodded, then pointed uneasily toward the dumpling shop. They told me to keep everything classified all the way here, and the moment I arrived I saw this. What are these things? Why are they absent from my synchronized briefing files? They boarded the vehicle. The man turned to survey the array of equipment and staff inside, exhaling softly. They emerged only within the past 2 days, he said. Your files lack documentation because an entire precinct building was infected. Most personnel perished during on-site quarantine. An entire building? Most of them? She recoiled in shock. Yes, he affirmed. It happened late last night. Catastrophic in scale. Only those entirely unconnected to any infected individual survived, and even they dared not leave their offices. We learned of this only because of a young man named Guan En. She nodded. I've heard of him, the player currently clearing 2 high-frequency dungeons, one of ours. The man mimed, reaching for a cigarette, then restrained himself and instead instructed his team to monitor feeds closely. Now it's 3 dungeons, he said. According to his account, he avoided infection by taking approved leave. But that very night he was drawn into a dungeon. Its objective: retrieve and consume a medicinal elixir, capable of curing or preventing the plague, from a terrifying entity. She paused thoughtfully. If this disease originated from a mysterious player, why wasn't Guan En infected after completing 2 dungeons alongside him? She cut to the heart of the matter. Have you investigated Guan En? The man smiled again, reassuring her. Our team launched a full overnight investigation. Hotel surveillance, Old Town CCTV call logs, text records. Every conceivable source. Clean? She asked. Absolutely, he replied. No outings. No contact with anyone else. Unfortunately, he drank the entire vial en route to the precinct. She gave a terse nod. The sniper reports he closed the curtains. A uniformed officer interjected. Target cannot be locked. We require close quarters engagement. She rose instantly. I'll lead the team. Old protocol, get him to open the door. Then neutralize immediately. Had Zhuyan overheard, he would have scoffed at the plan, and surmised Guan En had acquired some extraordinary reward. But at that moment Zhuyan had no mind for affairs of the real world. He had reached the end of the long winding passageway. At its terminus loomed an ancient, roughly hewn wooden door, crudely barred from within. Its surface, stained with layers of grime, felt greasy and faintly adhesive to the touch. Zhuyan adjusted his cloak, then carefully slid the bar aside and pushed the door outward. Instantly the world flooded with light. A muted yellowish glow filling his vision so intensely that he instinctively narrowed his eyes. A cacophony crashed over him like a tidal wave. He realized he stood amid a thronging, densely packed space. Perhaps a beverage emporium or something similar, where the air hung thick and cloying, saturated with a floral perfume so potent it verged on nauseating. Someone jostled his shoulder, shoving him aside. Make way, Sir Demon. The voice trilled saccharine sweet. Oh, what a stunning feline. You must be exquisite. Within seconds, his vision sharpened. The place resembled a decrepit department store. Glass counters formed square enclosures, each a self-contained vignette. A few moments later his gaze settled upon the space. Giant pendant lamps, each the size of a watermelon, hung from the ceiling, their ornate glass shades carved into human heads. Light spilled forth from mouths and eye sockets alike. Within each glass enclosure stood a grotesque entity of wildly divergent appearance, while the patrons browsing and selecting goods appeared uniformly to be witches. The one who had bumped him was likewise a witch. Though her visage differed from the one he'd slain, her voice bore the same unmistakable timbre. This which exuded a veneer of sanctity, yet the feline cradled in her arms was equally repulsive. Zhuyan ignored her flippant address, merely adjusting his hood deeper to veil his features completely in shadow. The one who had bumped him was likewise a witch. Though her visage differed from the one he'd slain, her voice bore the same unmistakable timbre. The Witch Emporium, she declared. You ought to have entered the Demon Emporium next door instead. This establishment serves witches exclusively. With that she glided away, lightfoot and effortless. Zhuyan made no haste to depart. Instead, curiosity drew him deeper, weaving cautiously among the creatures. Some counters displayed herbs and bones whose purposes eluded him, or others sold assorted vocal tones and bodily scents. The overwhelming fragrance he detected emanated from these stalls. More still offered bizarre transformative agents along with various grades of white clay sculpting tools, pigments, and translucent fluid-textured mannequins resembling living water. Do you require one? Asked a synthetic attendant surprised. These are for witches to mold new bodies and faces. Zhuyan improvised. I have a witch friend, he said. She asked me to take a look. The attendant nodded stiffly. We carry only mannequins, clays, and pigments rated for witches of level 7 through 14. Should your friend be level 4, like yourself, please proceed to the lower tier section. Just then a witch whose face and body were already fissuring squeezed past. The attendant hurriedly pivoted to pitch her a new model. Oh, you're nearly crumbling. Acquire the latest generation mannequin for immediate reformation. Guaranteed not only the newest facial design, but also the ideal temporary vessel for your Laughterantier's heart. Laughterantier's heart, a term wholly unfamiliar to Zhuyan. He committed the phrase to memory, then reversed course, pushing against the current of monsters until he exited the Emporium. Having come this far, he resolved to visit the neighboring demon Emporium. After all, demons were the very beings capable of producing the plague elixir. Might the contents of their cloaks too be purchased? Not conjured. Zhuyan stepped out holding a cat, glancing back at the witch's Emporium. The shop had no sign, and the entire structure resembled a gigantic broom with chaotic branches interspersed with glass and wooden doors. The frenzied land was devoid of sunlight, illuminated only by the small lights on the roadside and the strange glow from the windows of bizarre buildings. Zhuyan recalled the warm sunlight he had seen upon waking, a bizarre sense of inversion enveloping his mind. He looked around and found this place to be darker than what he had seen on the monster tram. Some paths were completely dark while others were thick with bubbling swamps. In contrast, the witch's Emporium seemed relatively normal, adjacent to a formless dense fog and a massive octopus leg. Zhuyan thought of the formless entity that could condense black mist, the demon. Therefore, the demon's Emporium must be this thick fog. Zhuyan stroked the cat twice to alleviate his tension, checked his hood again, and tentatively stepped into the rich gray mist. The fog was thick. He couldn't see his hand in front of him. Zhuyan cautiously extended his right hand to feel for obstacles, but a powerful force abruptly gripped his arm, startling him into hiding the bow, an arrow mark on his palm. The next moment, Zhuyan was pulled into a dim, damp space. The force that had grasped him had vanished, and Zhuyan looked around but could not find the culprit. Unlike the bright and warm witch's Emporium, this place was very small, with only a small counter and shelves filled with goods on all four walls. The shelves reached from the floor to the high beams, neatly stocked with various items that Zhuyan had never seen before. Floating behind the counter was a demon, its cloak fashioned like a tattered uniform. Compared to the witch's Emporium, the business here seemed poor. Hello, this is the demon's Emporium. The demon appeared quite impatient. Select your own items from the bag of holding, no bargaining if you have no money. The bag of holding must be where the demon stores items. A pocket. Zhuyan felt a bit happy. Indeed, the goods could be bought on one's own. Who just pulled me? Zhuyan asked it. The demon snorted disdainfully. It's an automatic mechanism of the shop, country bumpkin. What do you want? Since it wasn't the demon that had pulled him, there was no chance of exposing his identity as a hunter. Is there a list of items and payment methods? Zhuyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked brazenly. All his money was in the player account. If cash was needed, he would have to find a way to go to the Hall of Mourning. If this place had the same spatial size as the surface, then Zhuyan was not close to the Hall of Mourning. Without any transportation, it would be quite a hassle to make the trip. The demon's hood pressed down slightly. Although it did not speak, Zhuyan still sensed its obvious disdain. A tattered hardcover book was flung onto the counter with a thud. The book was not thick, but it measured half a meter long and 30 centimeters wide. Zhuyan leaned in, struggling to decipher the blurry and peculiar lettering on the cover. Just like the landlord's rental contract in the instance of the devouring villa, he couldn't recognize these characters yet. He could clearly understand their meaning. Catalog of the Demon's Emporium. Note: no purchasing above your level, no bargaining allowed. You can only purchase items that are equal to or lower than your level, otherwise you will be devoured by the store owner. This shop supports cash payments. You can also leave with your items directly, and the amount will be automatically deducted from your account by the frenzied land. If you do not have enough money in cash for payment, you will be devoured by the store owner. Automatic deductions from the account without even needing to present any marks. This was not only convenient but also meant that his identity would be completely concealed. Zhuyan felt his mood brighten. He opened the catalog. At the very top of the first page it read applicable for level 1 demons. This catalog likely had 1 page per level, with the number of items per level being 3 to 4 times that of the online store. Items that appeared on every page included the straw bottle, false currency, and Walking Dead. Zhuyan curiously looked at the small text descriptions following these 3 names. Straw bottle, a storage container. When aimed at a human with an open life force passage, it will automatically and rapidly absorb life force and store it within the bottle for long-term use. This model has a capacity of 2 liters. The line after 2 looked like a centipede. Zhuyan leaned in to see that it was actually drawn like a human spine. A capacity for 2 people. Zhuyan thought of the cheek pouches that hamsters used to store food. Of course hamsters are much cuter. The key issue is that the life force passage must be open. What does it mean for the life force passage to be open? He dared not ask more questions and continued to quickly browse. False currency satisfies humans' need for money. Level 2 demons can obtain 500000 of any currency including frenzied land currency. After humans accept any amount, the life force passage will fully open to you. Once the life force is nearly depleted, the amount will automatically be returned to you. Note, neither you nor humans can use this currency. It is false. Guan En's muscles around his mouth were tense, clearly nervous. Officer Guan. If he could absorb life force like the demon, then this would be a reusable deadly weapon. Although it cannot be used on ordinary people, the apocalypse certainly lacks those with ulterior motives. Buying one for self-defense would be more than enough. Zhuyan flipped directly to the page for level 4 demons, and found that the amount for false currency had increased from 500000 to 2 million, while the capacity of the straw bottle had increased from 2 spines to 4. Of course their prices had also risen from a total of 30 bone coins to a total of 60 bone coins. 60 bone coins, just a mere 6000. This was much cheaper than his savings silver ring. Zhuyan resisted the urge to immediately make a purchase. He wasn't particularly affluent at the moment, so having come this far, he might as well take some time to review all the products, buying only what he truly needed. Walking Dead satisfies the human need for health. After humans accept the gift, their bodies will be disguised as healthy, and the life force passage will fully open to you. Once the life force is nearly depleted, the power of the Walking Dead will be returned to you. Note, level 4 demons can only use this 4 times. The price for this is 10 bone coins. So with such a favorable price, why didn't that demon use it back then, and instead insisted on giving them the plague potion? Zhuyan scanned through the rest of the catalog, finding that aside from these few items, the others were all sorts of miscellaneous trinkets. For example, the medicine suitable for level 2 demons included cleansing medicine, bone-setting water painkillers, and the same universal medicine as in the online store. The only difference is that the universal medicine here is priced at 1 bone copper coin, while the one in the online store costs 2 bone coins. Additionally, the medicinal products can be used individually, and if used as trade items, they come with the feature of opening the life force passage. Calculating the frenzied land would earn at least 199 from Zhuyan. Zhuyan understood. The demon likely didn't use Walking Dead on him and Guan En purely because this item was very expensive. With Zhuyan, this high-level horror creature, present, it would naturally save where it could. Have you made your choice yet? The demon employee asked impatiently. How long has it been? Never seen someone take this long. You don't happen to be out of money, do you? Zhuyan guessed that the horror creatures here probably took advantage of people, as evidenced by the pseudo-human at the witch's emporium. He nodded and reported a string of items to the demon. 10 minutes later, Zhuyan walked out from the hazy gray mist, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. His saving silver ring was filled with strange packages, including the straw bottle. He wanted Walking Dead false currency, various medicines, and a full 30 bottles of plague potion. And all of this cost him less than 100 bone coins. Perhaps sensing Zhuyan's unusually good mood, the cat let out a soft, contented meow. It lounged blissfully in his arms, its body concealed beneath his wide cloak, only its head peeking out. Zhuyan set it down on the ground, gazed at the palm of his left hand for 3 seconds, and opened the horror map. The cat protested with a disgruntled cry. We're heading to the Proclamation Pavilion. He murmured softly, zooming in on the layer of the map marked Carnival Realm. Do you know the way? The cat lifted its head, its round luminous eyes fixed on Zhuyan, as if weighing the meaning behind his words. Right. You don't, Zhuyan said, scooping it up again. So you mustn't obstruct my view of my palm. To prevent him from getting lost, Carnival Realm had boldly highlighted the Proclamation Pavilion's location in crimson text. The icon indicating Zhuyan's position shifted, from the caged bird symbolizing a player to the Erawan bow emblem denoting a hunter. The Proclamation Pavilion lay just 2 streets away from the bow and arrow icon, a building roughly the same size as the witch's general store. On the map, the structure appeared far more ordinary, a twisted, traditional Chinese pavilion. Unfamiliar with this terrain, Zhuyan kept the map open. He turned cautiously right, squeezed through a slimy, undulating alley, and across a vivid crimson marsh with the texture of pudding, past a hive-like cluster of buildings crawling with colossal spiders, and finally arrived before the Proclamation Pavilion. The small pavilion stood apart from its surroundings, solitary and stark upon a square expanse of charred earth bordered by blank space on either side. Only 2 stories tall, its entire facade bore the deep soot-blackened hue of severe burning. Its eave pillars curved wildly like unpolished pine trunks. Beneath intricately carved eaves hung several brilliantly red lanterns. The entrance stood wide open, crowned by a horizontal plaque inscribed with the characters Proclamation Pavilion. Zhuyan glimpsed a rosewood bar counter and scattered low sofas and tables within the hall, and motes of sparkling embers drifting weightlessly through the air. The Proclamation Pavilion required his official status as a hunter. Here, he could no longer masquerade as a demon. He removed his cloak and stowed it in his storage silver ring, then stepped into the peculiar little pavilion. The moment he crossed the threshold, the ambient light coalesced, like fireflies, swirling toward him. Only then did he realize these shimmering specks were glowing cinders, ashes still flickering with faint flame. yet far brighter than ordinary embers, suffusing the entire hall with a warm golden luminescence. "Hey!" A youthful female voice rang out, and the lights scattered instantly. Zhuyan turned toward the sound, and recoiled in shock. Behind the counter stood a horror entity, resembling a teenage girl, her body drenched and dripping water. She, or it, appeared no older than 16 or 17, her skin a mottled grayish-purple, a thick serpentine braid coiling tightly atop her head. A tattered wicker cage woven from brittle vines clung to her crimson coarse cotton cheapao, fused seamlessly with her form, becoming part of her skirt. "Hunter?" the horror entity asked, arching delicately painted eyebrows. A corpse animated by stiff, garishly painted features. This sight struck with greater visceral force than any prior trial. Zhuyan nodded, watching as the entity rigidly extended one arm toward him, then jerkily flexed its wrist upward. "Come closer," it said. "Is this your cat? What coffee would you like?" The cat, unperturbed, wriggled free from Zhuyan's arms, leapt onto the bar counter and paced before the girl's corpse, tail erect, mewing softly. Zhuyan understood the cat's meows. This horror entity held no appetite, and was relatively speaking benign. He stepped forward cautiously and asked, "The proclamation pavilion assigns missions. Is coffee related to the mission?" The girl, "No." The corpse stroked the cat, her face twisting into an unsettling smile. "No," it replied. "Coffee is simply a beverage, though sometimes it comes with subtle hints about your current predicament. Missions are assigned separately. Purchasing coffee signifies your agreement to accept a mission." Zhuyan nodded, grasping the implication. He glanced at the menu. She slid forward and asked, "How should I address you?" "Wicker Cage Girl," she said. "I came here after killing my entire family." Zhuyan looked at her dripping form, then surveyed the scorched walls of the pavilion. "The pig basket punishment. So you burned them alive." The words escaped him instinctively, and the horror entity beamed, eyes crinkling with delight. "Yes," it said. "What do you think?" In the carnival realm, praising a horror entity was undoubtedly the wisest course. "Brilliantly done," Zhuyan declared without hesitation. The menu spanned 2 pages, the first listing only coffees. Here prices were staggering. A single cup cost 3 bone coins. "You may choose temperature and adjust coffee volume," Wicker Cage Girl reminded him. As Zhuyan reached to turn the page, a violeting finger pressed firmly upon the menu, halting him. "You praised me sincerely," she whispered, "so I'll give you a secret warning. Don't look at the second page. I'll have a salted cheese latte. Iced removed coffee halved." Zhuyan chose what seemed the mildest option, and lowered his voice in kind. "What's on the second page?" Her violeting face leaned close, her damp lips parting into a grin. "Things that induce instant, irresistible addiction. One glance and you'll crave purchase. Don't look. They exist solely to trap every penny you earn from missions inside the proclamation pavilion, inside the carnival realm." She breathed the words softly, a chill mist brushing Zhuyan's neck. "I'm not lying. Return next time, and observe the fates of others." Once assured he'd absorbed her warning, she swiftly retrieved the menu and began preparing the coffee with practiced nonchalance. "Your next mission will be printed on the coffee label. You're a hunter. Unlike horror entities, you bear specific objectives. Most horror entities merely consume people. You, however, have defined missions." Wicker Cage Girl's tone and volume returned to normal. "Coffee may only be consumed on site, to prevent discarded cups from exposing your identity outside." A plastic cup was placed before Zhuyan, rich chestnut brown coffee layered elegantly above pristine white cream. Zhuyan settled onto a nearby sofa and examined the label affixed to the cup side. "Mission: participate in the large-scale Onwu City trial. Old Wolf, Old Wolf. What time is it?" "Your role: player Hunter. Estimated player count 21917. How many?" His gaze locked onto the player count, reading it again and again, slowly, deliberately. 21,917. How could there possibly be so many? What kind of trial was this? Realization struck him, cold, sharp, and unsettling. He had no time to dwell. He skimmed the mission prompt beneath the line, reading it swiftly to completion. "Mission prompt: you are a freshman at Shishan University. Carefully read your admission notice and the letter to students, and join the freshman group by 8:30 p.m. tonight. Failure to do so constitutes mission failure for hunters. Shishan University. Freshman group. Admission notice." Zhuyan's heart gave an ominous lurch. Emotionally, he could not reconcile these mundane terms with the carnival realm. What precisely was this trial meant to accomplish? Below the task prompt there are the last few lines of small text on the tab page. Task content: follow the instructions of the head wolf, and together with your colleagues reap the lives of players. The task will last for 35 days, with at least 5 kills each day. That skeletal shape of L is probably the fixed measuring unit of frantic paradise. In other words, after accepting this task, Zhuyan must kill 5 people every day. A glimmer of bright embers floated before Zhuyan's eyes. Under the gentle light, the tab page was blindingly white, making Zhuyan feel nauseous. When merging with trembling delight, Zhuyan had indeed thought about killing. However, when the specific targets truly appeared before him, he still felt a shock to his psychological defenses. Perhaps sensing his mood, a cat jumped down from the counter and walked over, mewing. Zhuyan understood that was probably the cat's unique way of comforting him. Humans need to feed the cat. Humans can watch the cat eat. The cat looked up at Zhuyan, who took out his phone to photograph the tab, and stood up with the cat in his arms. "I'm leaving," he called out to Vine Cage Woman. Sitting here in a daze wouldn't change the reality that he was about to kill. Rather than doing this, it would be better to head to the address on the art student's card as soon as possible to see if he could gather more information. If there was no way around it, he would still have to brace himself. Vine Cage Woman called out, "Wait a moment. There's an additional hint regarding your situation." She pointed to the small label printer beside her, which was buzzing away. Zhuyan walked over and took the newly printed paper from Vine Cage Woman. "Good luck, Hunter." She stroked the cat on Zhuyan's shoulder. "I like your little cat." "Thank you." Zhuyan replied politely, "It likes you too." The paper contained a brief message. "Officers burst into your room and found it empty. The rest will be conveyed via text message. Please modify your documents as soon as possible and leave through the passage located at recitation platform." "Does recitation platform have a passage?" Zhuyan was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask Vine Cage Woman, she nodded as if she understood his thoughts. "I can see the content of the note in advance," she said with a crisp voice, lifting a decaying arm. "The passage is on the wall to your right at that small bump." Zhuyan followed the direction of her arm and indeed saw an inconspicuous protrusion on the dark wall to the right. "Thank you. See you next time." Vine Cage Woman waved awkwardly. "Remember to bring your little cat." Zhuyan nodded in agreement. He hurried to the wall and pressed his right hand against the bump. The wall began to heat up and then melted away like snow into liquid. Zhuyan stepped onto the stairs and turned to ask one last question. "Where does this lead?" The map only showed the passage to the untainted world and not the corresponding area in Frantic Paradise. "It should be near Shishan University." Vine Cage Woman said, "I remember that name. Shishan University, how coincidental." He recalled that the art student's card had an address, the stairwell of Building C at Shishan University. "Goodbye," Zhuyan said. He quickly ascended the rough stone steps and turned on his phone's flashlight. The melting door behind him reformed, gradually sealing off the light behind him. This time Zhuyan was no longer afraid of the darkness. He turned and sat on the stairs, letting the cat keep watch behind him. The cat nimbly jumped down from his shoulder and stood back to back with him. The warm fur of the cat gave Zhuyan a sense of security. With a thought, he took out his ID and the little printer from the silver ring. The documents were pushed into the slot again, and unexpectedly a piece of paper flew out, once more fluttering down onto the steps before Zhuyan. In the light of the phone flashlight, Zhuyan read the words on it. "Are you coming? It seems like the outside is about to be sealed off. Can you bring some of my favorite food? I can send you some stored items." Unlike the previous faded handwriting, the ink on this paper was still fresh. Zhuyan reached out to touch it, and the blue-black ink actually spread out a tail. Real-time messaging? What does it mean that the outside is about to be sealed off? Zhuyan couldn't help but turn to glance behind him. The information Vine Cage Woman provided hinted at him paying attention to text messages. However, in Frantic Paradise, his phone had no signal. It had only been 3 hours since he came down here. What had happened in such a short time? A plague. A warm ID was printed into his palm by the printer. Zhuyan flipped it over to see that the new name had become the completely unfamiliar Zhu Ziyu. The accompanying photo was modified based on his appearance, with features still resembling his but entirely different in essence. Zhuyan put away the ID and sequentially stuffed it along with his admission notice, property certificate, and household registration book. While the printer diligently worked, he opened the letter to students that came along with the admission notice and read it under the faint glow of the flashlight. "Dear new students, upon reading this letter I feel as if we meet face to face, and I hope you are well." Zhuyan skimmed through it, and aside from introducing the school spirit and history, it contained the usual nonsense about the differences between college and high school, encouraging students to fully utilize their initiative. He persisted until he reached the last paragraph and finally discovered the crucial information. The group number for Shishan University freshmen is as follows: 757-134-128. Please add the group in a timely manner before the start of school, and after joining the group, add the teachers from your respective colleges according to the remarks, and follow the instructions for subsequent operations. Zhuyan took a photo of the group number. Habitually, he read the letter 2 more times. After confirming there were no hints related to Wolf or copy, Zhuyan carefully stored the letter along with the modified documents back into the ring. This passage was a bit longer than the one at his home. After 15 minutes, Zhuyan finally reached the end. The exit was also overhead and had been sealed off. He prayed that this passage wouldn't lead to the middle of the road, then stepped back 2 paces and pressed his handprint against it. The stone slab gradually disappeared and some dust fell from around the opening. Zhuyan looked up and the warm sunlight flooded the ground beneath his feet, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Several lush branches were slanting across the circular opening. Zhuyan climbed up 2 steps and found himself in the center of a green area surrounded by dense bushes. He adapted to the light for a moment and carefully observed through the branches. This was not the middle of the road, but the area between the sidewalk and the university wall. Strangely, there was no one on the sidewalk. Zhuyan stepped out of the passage with ease and caught the cat that jumped onto him. He walked through the flourishing bushes and stepped onto the sidewalk. His phone, now restored with signal, began to vibrate incessantly. Zhuyan freed one hand to check the messages he missed. "Dear citizens, recently some areas of our city have experienced an unidentified epidemic and a level 3 emergency response has been initiated. Various prevention and control measures are being implemented in an orderly manner. Well, it is indeed a plague. However, it is only in some areas, so it seems that it hasn't spread completely yet. Zhuyan found a shady spot to stand still, scrolling through the information box. Please actively cooperate with health checks and other prevention requirements. Remember to wear masks, wash your hands frequently, and avoid gatherings. Maintain a social distance of 2 meters when outdoors. If you notice large irregular black spots on your body, please do not go outside and immediately call the Anwu City Disease Control Center. Currently, our city has ample supplies of daily necessities. Please do not panic, hoard, spread rumors, or believe in them. Thank you for your understanding and support. Such information was sent 3 or 4 times within 3 hours. In addition, there were specific quarantine notifications for certain areas. Due to the outbreak of an unidentified epidemic in some areas of our city, citizens who have traveled to the Old Town Suburban Villa area's municipal hospitals and the Shinkong district in the past 2 days should immediately self-isolate at home and call the Anwu City Disease Control Center. Zhuyan knew that Shinkong district was where the Meiyuan subdistrict is located. It seems these areas are the main outbreak zones. These places are quite far from Shishan University. It shouldn't be affected too much, right? Additionally, citizens who receive calls from the Anwu City Disease Control Center are required to cooperate with all procedures and testing processes. The last message was a reminder from the Anwu City authorities. Due to management needs, a Personone certificate system will be implemented throughout the city. You must present and register your ID when entering any public places. Citizens are requested to carry their relevant documents at all times. This is a troublesome but clever approach. Zhuyan could understand. Most likely those responsible for the checks are from the police station. Regardless of how Zhuyan modifies his ID, as long as he shows any behavioral inconsistencies, he could be identified. The trouble is that Zhuyan has no place to stay now. He definitely cannot return to that guest house, and if he rents a new room, he is likely to be targeted. The art student's printer did modify a property certificate for him. Is it possible for him to actually live in the house on the property certificate? Zhuyan exited the messaging interface and searched for nearby food courts. Given the situation, he decided to grab some food that art students like and ask him about it. The police action was swift. When Zhuyan arrived at the food street near Shishan University, 2 officers were already stationed at the street corners. It seemed that this area really hadn't been severely affected. All the shops were operating normally, and some residents were active inside. Zhuyan changed his appearance and walked over, but the 2 officers wearing only masks stopped him from a distance. Show your documents. Where do you live? Did you receive the message? Have you been to the locations mentioned in the information? Zhuyan didn't have time to check the property certificate, but there was also address information on his ID card. He quickly glanced at it. It was a somewhat familiar place. I live on Chifeng Lane. Zhuyan naturally handed over his documents. I haven't been there. The officer took the document, looked it over, and swiped it on a handheld device. There were no issues, so he waved Zhuyan in. Wear your mask properly. Starting tomorrow, you won't be allowed in without one. Zhuyan was already dazzled by the aromas. This place was quite similar to the old town, with a variety of food available, and the selection was rich. He bought items one by one, according to what was written on the art student's card, and packed several food and drinks from a few shops, secretly stuffing some into his ring. 2 hours later, Zhuyan left the street from the opposite end, carrying only 4 bags in a very low-profile manner. He followed the navigation to the closed gates of Shishan University, planning to circle around the walls. However, a strange voice called out to him from behind. Hey, come here. Zhuyan was startled. He turned at the sound and found a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses. He confirmed that he did not know the other party. Zhu Ziyu. The man accurately called out Zhuyan's new name. You came to learn painting, right? Hurry over. Zhuyan seemed to understand something. Zhu Ziyu, this new name was given to him by the art student, coupled with the phrase learning to paint. Could this be the art student? He hesitated, but the other party was already walking towards him quickly. Come on in, the art student. The man lowered his voice at Zhuyan, and Zhuyan was surprised to find that the originally middle-aged man's voice had turned youthful. I recognized you at a glance. Let's go inside. You can't climb over the wall right now, can you? Indeed, it was inconvenient. There were cameras everywhere, and climbing over the wall was too suspicious. I am Professor Wang now. The art student dragged his wrist forward, while eagerly snatching the food from Zhuyan's hand. Come on, do you have a conscience? I almost died taking your photo, and now I'm dressed as Professor Wang with 15 centimeters height increase to pick you up, and you only bought this little. Is this right? Zhu Ziyu. What is this? Zhuyan couldn't understand the term and looked down at the art student's shoes. Well, looking closely, the shoe's platform was indeed unreasonably thick. Security officer, this is my student. He came to paint. The art student greeted the security guard quite familiarly. Thank you, sir. Zhuyan then noticed that there were actually no police officers at the school's entrance, just 2 security guards. But he had no time to ask why. The art student led Zhuyan to the right down a small path, giving Zhuyan the opportunity to explain. I bought a lot of food, he said. I put it in the ring. The art student instantly brightened up. Wow, he exclaimed, not answering Zhuyan's question. I thought you wouldn't come or would come late. I was really about to choke from waiting, and the progress of Fangsuan Mountain has been stuck. I think we are doomed. You have no idea how excited I was when I discovered the printer card had been pushed out. The art student tore open the bubble tea packaging. Oh, pearl milk tea. I love you, Zhuyan. He finally stopped his chattering mouth. Zhuyan took the opportunity to ask Fangsuan Mountain, what exactly is it? If you are not a horror creature, what are you? Also, what is up with Mad Joyland? The art student chewed on the pearls, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. Right now you can only see a small part of Mad Joyland, he mumbled. It is a product of power mutation, a massive pollution. Zhuyan shifted his intent and activated impersonation. It's nothing, he replied, flawlessly mimicking the captain's warped cadence. An unauthorized bribe attempt. Dealt with. Zhuyan put away the ID and sequentially stuffed it along with his admission notice, property certificate, and household registration book. The art student remarked, it has no natural light like a coffin. Inside, attending the early morning class gives a sense of eerie comfort. Oh, I did it. The art student explained casually as he pulled Zhuyan into the room. Damn lock preventing university students from attending early class. Let's destroy it. The art student led Zhuyan through the dim long corridor, while Zhuyan curiously surveyed the classrooms on either side, and the natural light spilling in from the end of the hallway. In the future, anyone who does something bad should be punished with eternal life and made to attend early classes in the university. Zhuyan thought the art student had a certain madness from attending early classes, yet it was clear he was no longer a student. He asked, do you also attend early classes? Sometimes mainly to keep up with the times, the art student said dismissively. I don't have a phone or much money. In short, with my own words, it's hard to get by here. Zhuyan understood. No wonder this guy relied on others to bring him food. It turned out he couldn't buy it himself. I'll blend in with the students and chat with them. Sigh, even if I chat, I can't expand my circle, it's frustrating. Zhuyan scrutinized his outfit and suddenly asked, where did your cosmetics and height-increasing shoes come from? And what do you usually eat? The art student shot him a glance and answered honestly. I use the witch face sculpting clay and painting tools. They are quite useful. The height-increasing shoes were bought with cash from a graduate. I take commissions and help others with OC. I can make some money. The long corridor had reached its end and daylight streamed in through the staircase window, brightening Zhuyan's view. But I can only accept cash. Not many students are willing to pay in cash, you know. Beneath the stairs, 2 vending machines were lined up. One was pink, selling drinks and bottled water, while the other was dark, offering coffee in paper cups. They looked quite normal, and Zhuyan didn't notice anything special. The art student rummaged through his pocket and showed him a copper coin. The coin was engraved with a gaping mouth with 2 rows of sharp teeth that were quite unsettling. Bone copper coin? The art student exclaimed excitedly. It's about the same size as a 1 yuan coin. He gestured for Zhuyan to come closer, carefully placing the coin into the slot. Nowadays everyone uses QR codes, but we aren't really buying drinks, so. Zhuyan watched in surprise as the buttons on the vending machine lit up in sequence, only to all abruptly go dark. All right, the art student said, signaling Zhuyan to step forward. At this point, you need to give it a command. It's on the paper, do you remember? Zhuyan remembered. Forward, he said to the vending machine. The machine beeped and one of the buttons turned green. It's Mirinda orange soda. The art student sighed. Press it. Zhuyan pressed the button. No drink rolled out, but the vending machine creaked, and along with the wall behind it shifted to the right. A short corridor lit by lights appeared between the coffee machine and the vending machine, with exquisite small paintings adorning the walls. Come on. Have you remembered the process? The art student asked as Zhuyan stepped onto the carpet, the entrance behind him closing silently. I remember, he said, curiously examining the surroundings. Unlike the bizarre decor typical of Carnival of Madness, everything here appeared normal and warm. The genuine leather sofa and coffee table in the corner looked like they were stolen from the school leader's office, and the solid wood desk in the center was similar. There were also several small storage cabinets, bookshelves, and carts that students would obviously use, even a few bed curtains. On the table lay an old tablet and a massive printer. There's only one living room. Take a seat. The art student removed the wig from his head and carefully took off a hard shell from his face. He kicked off his shoes, and Zhuyan then noticed that this guy was actually not very tall, only about 163 or 165 centimeters. He looked quite young, with naturally curly short hair parted down the middle, and his face and eyes were round. The art student struggled to remove his circle lenses and placed them into a box adorned with a broom relief. Zhuyan remembered that this was also a product of the Witch's Emporium. Much better, the art student set his light golden eyes round and focused on Zhuyan. Bring out the food. You talk and I'll listen while I eat. Zhuyan placed the items the art student requested on the sofa. He didn't dare let his guard down, still only saying what he had to say. When it came to the topic of merging thrilling delight, the art student paused, eating the chicken chop. He turned his face frowning as he scrutinized Zhuyan. So you've been to the recitation stage? The art student seemed very alert, and Zhuyan nodded, pondering why he reacted this way. He slowly recounted his experiences in Carnival of Madness, watching the art student's expression shift from a furrowed brow to a long exhale, and finally those golden eyes sparkled wide open, looking at Zhuyan with delight. Genius. You've gained the recognition of the woman in the rattan cage. he said joyfully, taking out a pair of round, black-framed glasses to wear. Oh my, you're the player needed by Fangsuan Mountain. So rare you haven't been tainted by the recitation stage. Zhuyan recalled the words of the woman in the rattan cage, feeling more and more puzzled. What exactly is in the recitation stage? He asked. What do you mean by rare? Carnival of Madness has just arrived. Were there other players before? The art student pondered for a moment. It hasn't just arrived, he explained to Zhuyan. It has always existed from ancient times to the present. Its previous impact wasn't significant. One could say it was quietly developing. For example, in the 13th century, it had a small-scale arrival in Europe and Asia, capturing a small number of players. Europe was in the midst of the Black Death, while Buddhism was flourishing in Asia, with a trend in the palaces for something called Joyful Buddha. Right? Zhuyan calculated the time, realizing it corresponded with the Yuan dynasty. Joyful Buddha? He asked curiously. Yes, the art student said, his expression turning serious, using the name of religion to engage in carnal pleasures. Both of these later merged into parts of Carnival of Madness, and you've already encountered the Plague Ghost and the Witch. The Joyful Buddha later concentrated in the Tibetan region. Currently the game's difficulty is not high, so it won't appear for now. The art student handed Zhuyan a box of fried chicken. Let's eat together, this place is delicious. You must be hungry, he said. Zhuyan indeed felt hungry. However, what the art student said deeply intrigued him, and he had just momentarily pushed his hunger aside. When you say a small number, how many do you mean? He asked curiously. How many times has Carnival of Madness arrived? About a few hundred people. The art student replied, each time it's a few hundred people. At most it reached over 1,000. The mechanisms back then were also different. After passing a certain number of dungeons, you could continue living and gain a vast amount of treasure or eternal life. Zhuyan stared at the art student in astonishment. So you were a player before and you chose eternal life? The art student nodded, then shook his head. I chose neither, he said. So I've survived until now. Zhuyan was even more puzzled. He wanted to ask further, but the art student began to recount his experiences. I was chosen at a very young age. If you calculate it, I was probably about 14 or 15. Zhuyan wanted to ask why it was calculated. The art student looked down at his body and explained, oh, there wasn't much food back then. As long as I passed 10 dungeons I could survive, and that's how I made it through. Others called it the trial of hell. Some people psychologically broke down, believing they were devout Christians, and directly became martyrs in the first dungeon. As far as I know, there were 15 people who survived back then. Besides me, some chose treasure while others chose eternal life. Zhuyan was captivated. And then, the art student smiled. Regardless of whether they chose wealth or immortality, they were ultimately eroded. They passively merged with trembling joy, gradually losing their memories and humanity, becoming a part of Mad Land. Trembling joy. Zhuyan thought about his choices, lamenting that the future seemed utterly bleak. However, this was not what piqued his curiosity at the moment. If you chose neither, why did you attain immortality? Because I acquired a power that is the opposite of trembling joy. The art student remarked appreciatively. This power grants me immortality. Zhuyan's appetite was piqued again. He asked, what power? The power of permanence, which we call Heart of Permanence. The art student replied, taking out a small box from beside the sofa and pulling out a beautiful white stone pendulum. Mad Land is a product of the collective consciousness of human society. He explained, gesturing for Zhuyan to observe the pendulum. Human society can generate a strong desire and malevolence, often exceeding natural instincts. For example, wanting to eat pork when hungry isn't malevolent, but desiring human flesh when not hungry is considered so. Zhuyan nodded, indicating that he understood. Eating for survival is part of the food chain, but the latter is purely pathological. Such actions are often for psychological satisfaction. The art student pondered. They seem to believe that this can compensate for what they lack or provide them with an extraordinary pleasure. Yet, at the same time, such individuals are psychologically pathological, living in fear their whole lives. Zhuyan connected the last two words of the art student's sentence, a spark of realization igniting within him. Pleasure and fear. He recalled that secret pleasure he often felt, which seemed to envelop his mind. So the source power of Mad Land is called trembling joy. Yes, in this malevolence, pleasure and fear coexist. The art student suspended the pendulum, pulling it to one side before letting go, causing the opaque white stone to swing back and forth dramatically. You see, the mindset of such people is like a swinging pendulum. The greater the threshold of fear, the higher the threshold of exhilaration. Trembling joy, in essence, is just like that. It leaps between extremes, extremely unstable. Zhuyan asked, and the other kind? The art student then held the white stone, stabilizing it vertically to the ground. Look, his round eyes smiled like a crescent moon. Stable, calm in your words, unmoved by joy or sorrow. This is Heart of Permanence. Zhuyan stared at the still white stone for a while. His mind raced, then he scrutinized the art student, gazing into his golden eyes. Let me think. If you pass 10 dungeons like that, it means you have passed the trial of trembling. Correct. The art student quickly continued. The subsequent reward phase is joy. I conquered trembling and did not accept joy. I have no flaws, so Heart of Permanence chose me. I have stopped. Zhuyan somewhat understood, but he was still puzzled. If accepting the reward counts as a flaw, then I would have been riddled with holes long ago. I merged with trembling joy. What should I do next? The art student burst into laughter, his crisp voice causing the cat to meow in discontent. It had been napping behind the sofa and was awakened by the commotion. The art student pet the cat's head. You know, he paused his laughter. Madland is a product of human desires and malevolences, and it can subtly influence reality. This was yet another new topic. Zhuyan couldn't understand the connection between this and his question. Previously, Madland existed in another dimension, not overlapping extensively with the real world. This is also why many people are riddled with flaws, but have not become players. Zhuyan couldn't help but interrupt him. What I mean is I already have flaws. If I merge, wouldn't it be even worse? The art student patted his shoulder, signaling him to be more patient. In recent centuries, human desires and malevolences have reached their peak. Madland has descended in small scale several times, rapidly expanding and growing. This time it has broken through its original dimension, intending to devour the entire reality. While the art student clarified the matter of Madland descending very clearly, Zhuyan was very curious about how he would remedy the situation in the future, but he patiently watched the art student eat a bunch of small greens. What I want to say is, the youth blinked his golden eyes. Since it has descended into reality, you shouldn't believe the nonsense from the broadcast claiming that only certain players qualify to become hunters. Most players have only two endings, one returning to dust, the other becoming terrifying beings. Wow, this means either death or merging. You indeed move very quickly, 4 dungeons in just 10 days, and you were caught by a flaw, so it merged with you first. No one can escape such erosion. People always want to live, or they have various needs. The mechanism of Madland has long been iterated. Under the mechanism of giving a reward for completing each dungeon, everyone will have flaws. Even if there are none, it will find ways to make people fall into traps. Therefore, Heart of Permanence cannot directly choose a specific player like before. The art student looked into Zhuyan's eyes, a smile curving his lips. I actually admire you. Your mindset is more stable than most people. His short frizzy hair showed a soft light brown at the edges like warm straw. Moreover, you found us. We have been chosen, so we can also hear the voice of Heart of Permanence and have the right to use it. Fangsuan Mountain is our organization. In short, the world is unbalanced and we need you. The art student's tone was serious, and Zhuyan felt a hint of surprise. I have already been tainted, he said. What do you mean you need me? Because we are deeply repelled by Madland. The art student sighed. You know, to destroy Madland, one must enter Madland. In the past, we could only stay below for an hour at most. That was the limit. Once we exceed this time, those terrifying beings will attack us frantically as if receiving orders. We can't do anything, we can't fight back. Can't fight back. Zhuyan was astonished, so weak. The art student glanced at him. They attack us in thousands while we are just a few dozen. It's like playing ball. That makes sense. Zhuyan roughly understood the art student's meaning. This hour is still from before. Since a certain skirmish, we have been marked by Madland. Now, as soon as we go down, we will be attacked frantically. Zhuyan fell silent. He wanted to ask why this group of people engaged in such strange skirmishes, but considering the art student's jumping thoughts, Zhuyan chose to stick closely to the topic. So you need someone who can freely enter and exit Madland? Yes. The art student nodded. About 200 years ago, we had a male player who could do so. But he offended Tunglong Girl, attempting to promote that feudal superstition. So he couldn't escape that catalog. The art student seemed to recall something, standing up to fetch a small hanging painting from the corridor. Next time you go to Shenshu platform, could you help me deliver this to Tunglong Girl? I really can't go down anymore. Zhuyan had held back for a long time, finally unable to contain himself. Do you know Tunglong Girl? What exactly is in the second page of the catalog? It's a long story. The art student displayed a nostalgic expression. He stuffed the small painting into Zhuyan's hands, then his body quickly shrank, growing a coat of snow-white fur. It turned out to be a cat. A real cat. Its fur on top of its head dyed black. Zhuyan was astonished. Didn't you say you were a player? Of course I was. The art student spoke human words. My ability is to transform into a cat, and this ability has been retained. A real cat can recognize me. Let me show you what the uncanny valley effect is. The art student leaped behind the sofa, and Zhuyan heard the most horrifying cat scream he had ever heard. The cow cat exploded into a coal ball. It suddenly jumped 2 meters away, its sharp voice crazily striking Zhuyan's brain. 10 minutes later, a calico cat clung pathetically to Zhuyan's arm, shrinking into his embrace, while still staring at the art student with wide, trembling eyes. It let out soft, plaintive mews. Zhuyan understood their meaning clearly. An indignant curse against the art student, branding him a monster who, though no horror entity himself, dared masquerade as a cat, and vowing to bite him to death. The calico's words served as indirect corroboration of the art student's credibility. Zhuyan thus resolved to forgive the man for having frightened the cat. He watched silently as the art student offered his beloved claypot rice dish as an apology, and then chose to resume their earlier conversation. So, the vine cage girl and the proclamation platform. The calico released Zhuyan and began devouring its meal with ravenous haste. The vine cage girl was once a little girl. She lived over 2 centuries ago, the art student said. Perhaps nearly 3. Zhuyan asked, did you know her back then? A wistful expression softened the art student's features. Zhuyan struggled to name it, but sensed unmistakably a quiet sorrow beneath that nostalgia. She'd leave me scraps, cooked fish shrimp, whatever she could spare, the art student continued. Back then protein was a scarce resource. Later she was drowned in a pond. I never learned why. Just before her death, she was chosen as a player or her ability allowed her to breathe underwater. She could have cleared the trial, but she ignored her objective, choosing instead to kill indiscriminately and burn down houses. You've seen the outcome for yourself. The art student sighed deeply. Her hatred fused with her very being, and that obsession refuses to fade. Zhuyan recalled the vine cage girl's ghastly cyanotic form. He had assumed she was a resurrected water spirit, never imagining she'd once been a player herself. After being corrupted by trembling ecstasy, much of her memory dissolved, including all recollection of me. The art student went on. She loves cats. Even when I descended as one, she welcomed me warmly. She knows witches, and often arranges deliveries of supplies from the witches' general store on my behalf. Cosplay artifacts. Zhuyan gazed down at the small painting in his hands. It depicted a girl with coiled hair, her face unsettling, grotesquely uncanny. This was a commission she requested. I charged no fee, the art student explained, but I couldn't deliver it directly. So, Zhuyan paused, recalling that Joyous Paradise sold no mobile phones, and that the art student himself had claimed he owned none. How did you communicate? He asked curiously. The art student pointed to the printer resting upon the table. That, he said, it transmits handwritten notes remotely. A relic crafted long ago by several players together. Though all other units are scaled-down versions. I sketch or revise here, and transmit the output across. Of course, it only receives passively. I can't initiate transmission unless something is inserted on the other end. Zhuyan suddenly understood. Your art exam. Surely you didn't expect your professor to slip the test paper through in real time while you painted? The art student raised a thumb in approval. Exactly. I meant to give him a little shock, but he showed not a trace of curiosity. Zhuyan burst into laughter. The art student slid the exquisitely framed miniature painting forward across the table. The scaled-down units can't accept this. The frame is too thick. I'll entrust it to you. It wasn't a great burden. If he survived his next trial, he would inevitably visit the proclamation platform anyway. Seeing Zhuyan tuck the painting into his ring, the art student's eyes crinkled with delight as he answered the other question. The proclamation platform emerged only within the past 2 or 3 centuries. More precisely, it was founded after the vine cage girl became corrupted. I've never seen that directory myself. When I asked the vine cage girl, she replied only that its name carried contamination, and therefore could not be spoken to me. Still, I've encountered former members of Zhuyan Mountain who entered the proclamation platform, and failed the vine cage girl's veiled trial, glimpsing that directory nonetheless. They remember neither where they went nor what they ate, only that their vitality was slowly drained away. Even Zhuyan Mountain could not save them. Again and again, Zhuyan reflected on his own brief encounters with the vine cage girl. His mere curiosity, to flip to the next page of the directory, had been enough to draw her immediate intervention. But what if someone else had strolled in casually, ordered coffee and left without a second glance? Zhuyan posed the question, only to see the art student shake his head. Every visitor undergoes this trial. Even had you remained silent, the vine cage girl would have recounted her own story, and then questioned you. If your demeanor lacks sincerity, or your answers falter, she will instantly reveal the second page. Danger lurks everywhere. Yet, debating feudalism with a horror entity, that indeed was breathtakingly foolish. Zhuyan asked curiously, if you greeted the vine cage girl as a friend, and asked her to spare a particular player, could that possibly work? The art student shook his head. I've tried. It doesn't work. The vine cage girl is no longer a child. She is a horror entity. Bamboo salt. You must never equate them with benevolence. They are bound eternally by grudges. The vine cage girl at least operates on reciprocity, one debt repaid with another. You descended with a cat, so her initial affinity toward you runs higher. That is all. The art student paused thoughtfully. Our rapport exists only because I agreed to illustrate her commissions, and truly listened when she spoke. Hence she grants me small favors. But humans, horror entities, never indulge in idle chatter with them. He offered a perfect analogy. You wouldn't seek friendship with a McDonald's hamburger, would you? Zhuyan remembered the plague ghost's initial hostility toward him inside the devouring villa, and comprehension settled deep and absolute. Horror entities treat their kin and players with profoundly different regard. Without Zhuyan's role-playing ability, deception-based progression would be virtually impossible. All right, the art student stretched languidly. Join Zhuyan Mountain. We'll equip you with artifacts capable of resisting trembling ecstasy's corruption. No monetary reward, but you'll gain the eternal heart and companionship warmed by genuine care. Rewards require completing tasks. A single failure bears no consequence, but 3 consecutive failures result in expulsion from Fangsuan Mountain. His pale gold eyes held Zhuyan's gaze with solemn intensity. We'll erase every memory you hold of Fangsuan Mountain. Nothing more. Can you accept this? Zhuyan did not immediately answer yes or no. He knew full well, he had no choice in joining Fangsuan Mountain. He refused to become a horror entity. There was no alternative. Yet doubt lingered. May I ask, what do the tasks entail? The art student tapped open his second bubble tea rose and walked toward the printer. Like Rapturous Paradise, you must first complete a beginner's trial. Meow President likely already anticipates your arrival. She is always prescient. Let me see. Zhuyan meant to ask who Meow President was, when precisely the printer creaked to life. Look. She calculated this exact moment. The art student murmured in admiration. Oh meow meow. A tiny slip of paper fluttered out, and he caught it deftly handing it to Zhuyan. Tasks are customized per player. In time you'll learn more. Zhuyan studied the note beneath the room's gentle golden light. The characters were handwritten. Neat, precise, effortlessly legible. We have confirmed that within the trial Old Wolf. What time is it? The Alpha Wolf is a level 5 horror entity. Beginners trial slay it, and earn Rapturous Paradise's trust. One note of care, you are the most important. Stay lucid. Stay calmly joyful. The art student leaned over for a glance. He said. The last sentence is a common concern and reminder. She doesn't give task hints often, but she cares like this. Zhuyan nodded, indicating he understood. Calm pleasure is not joy, the art student said, frowning. There are subtle differences. You'll understand later. Okay, Zhuyan replied. He had already comfortably leaned back against the soft sofa, stuffing a piece of fried chicken, slathered in sauce, into his mouth. Now his skills in acting and complaining were both at level 5, while bullying had reached level 4. Killing a level 5 terrifying creature with the right weapon didn't seem too difficult. Regardless, for the sake of constant heart, he would do his best to complete it. I accept the task. After careful thought, Zhuyan handed the note back to the art student. Yay! The art student laughed happily, extending a hand towards him. Let's formally introduce ourselves. My name here isn't Zhuyan. That's my favorite name. Zhuyan shook his warm hand. I'm called Zhuyan, as you already know. And Zhuyan said, right Jian. He lowered his head and fished out a small metal card and a bare metal chain from his pocket. Take this, I promise to give it to you. He pressed the 2 items into Zhuyan's palm. The card has a storage space of 3 cubic meters. You can put some clothes or non-urgent items in it, then stash it in your ring. Can I fit a folded small space into the stored silver ring? That's so practical. Zhuyan said sincerely. And Zhuyan pointed at the chain again. This is sturdy. Don't wear the ring on your hand. Tie it around your neck instead. This was also quite practical. Zhuyan took the chain and thanked him again, then Zhuyan pulled him up and headed outside. Let's hurry back to Chiefing Alley, he said, perfectly fitting a hardshell mask resembling Professor Wong onto his face. You know the address on the new property certificate, right? 39 Chiefing Alley. The owner has emigrated and it's temporarily vacant. The password for both doors is 654,326. Just stay for now. He donned a wig and stepped onto stilts, leading Zhuyan to the end of the closed short corridor. Forward. And Zhuyan pronounced clearly. The wall slowly opened again and Zhuyan heard the vending machine creaking. He followed Zhuyan out of the room, feeling as if he had just experienced a somewhat unreal dream. And Zhuyan grabbed him. The warm sensation on his wrist felt very real. Let's go, hurry up. And Zhuyan said, striding swiftly down the long corridor. The cowcat jumped onto Zhuyan's shoulder, making grumpy sounds at his back. Zhuyan followed, recalling a question he had forgotten. Why are there no officers at the entrance? There were only security guards when we came in. And Zhuyan laughed. I don't know either. But I guess it's due to a lack of manpower. Plus, since Xishan University hasn't started classes, there's no need for anyone to guard it personally. And Zhuyan pushed open the glass door of the teaching building and kicked at the corpse of a lock chain on the ground. Oh right, it's already mid to late August. Usually by this time the counselors have already come back to work. And there's military training and all sorts of things. I remember one-year students had already arrived by this time. This remark reminded Zhuyan. He was fine ever since he received the admission notice. He hadn't stopped going through the instance, but now he hadn't even joined the freshman group. Zhuyan didn't dawdle. He took out his phone and the letter, searching for the group number to add. It's really strange that there's been no news this year. This is indeed unusual. Zhuyan sent a request to join the group, saying he'll go ask. He then recalled the task content given to him by Crazy Happy Land. One of the task hints was to join the freshman group. Could the anomaly at Xishan University be related to the instance? And Zhuyan said, your timing is quite coincidental. Because no one is working there are only 4 security guards taking turns at the entrance. So easy to fool. The two reached the entrance and the security guard nodded to Zhuyan from a distance. And Zhuyan waved at the security guard in a well-practiced manner. All right, I won't see you off anymore, he told Zhuyan. Oh right, remember to change the password for the house. I've observed that there might be agents bringing people to view the house. Zhuyan thanked him again and smoothly walked out the door. Chiefing Alley is only a short walk of about 10 minutes from Shishan University. 39 Chiefing Alley is a small building with a yard that isn't particularly new. Only the front door has been replaced with a password lock. The small building has 2 floors with 2 living rooms and a kitchen downstairs and 2 bedrooms upstairs. Probably for ease of renting, new bed frames and mattresses have been placed in the bedrooms, and the air conditioning is all new. No need to sleep on the floor. Zhuyan was already very satisfied. He followed the online tutorial to change the password, cleaned up, and collapsed onto the newly made bed, enjoying the air conditioning. His phone buzzed, and when Zhuyan lit up the screen, he found that his request to join the group had been approved. Messages from the Shishan University freshman group kept popping up. Zhuyan immediately sat up to read the specific content. The group chat had reached 3,000 members, hitting the software's limit. Attention all new students, due to a recent public health incident in Anwu City. In order to effectively ensure the safety and health of all faculty and students, the school has decided to adjust the arrangements for the first semester of this academic year. 1. Our school will delay the start of classes and military training. During the delayed start period, no student is allowed to return to school early. The specific return date will be determined by the official notice from Anwu City. Official notice. Zhuyan understood the severity of the situation. It was probably not just a public health incident related to the plague, as the officials were also considering the instance that was about to ravage Anwu City. Crazy Happy Land certainly cannot be publicly disclosed on a large scale, otherwise it would cause panic. 2. Our school will fully initiate online teaching, maintaining the teaching progress and course requirements consistent with the original teaching plan. Students are required to log into the academic management system in advance, download Zuexidong and Qingyu Classroom, check the course arrangements and the teaching tasks published in the classrooms, and complete the course study as required. During online teaching, strict adherence to classroom discipline is required, and students must complete the assessments assigned by the teachers. 3. Students should closely monitor group chat information, do not believe rumors, and do not spread rumors. This is a special notice. This long message had no issues. Zhuyan scrolled up and saw that it had been quite quiet in the group chat before the message was sent. However, less than 10 minutes after the message was sent, many people expressed their objections. The culprit was a screenshot sent by a girl. Hello teacher, I want to ask, after I joined the Qingyu Classroom class, this course appeared. Is this normal? Zhuyan clicked on the screenshot. Under the courses I am taking section, there was a rather strange name. Crazy Happy Land instance. Old Wolf, what time is it? Zhuyan's mind buzzed with a sound. Previously, all the notifications for the instances were just subtle broadcasts. This time it was so blatant, directly using an app. Zhuyan's fingers moved faster than his thoughts, sliding down gradually to browse the information. Below, some classmates had shared screenshots echoing comments like, I am in the same situation and same question. Some even opened the course video and recorded 3 minutes of the screen. I recorded it. Can a teacher take a look? Is this a prank or a simple mistake by the school? Please handle this. Zhuyan's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the screen, feeling a sense of unease. Couldn't be a notification for an instance, could it? The cow cat sensed Zhuyan's emotions and leisurely walked over from the other side of the bed to nuzzle against him. Meow, it said. Zhuyan took out a small bag of fried ribs from his ring for it to eat on the floor first. He himself clicked on the video, and the next second a familiar crisp female voice resonated throughout the room. Congratulations to all students for successfully getting into such a prestigious university as Shishan University. The large internal test instance, Old Wolf, what time is it, is about to begin. This will be your entrance exam. Considering the hardships you all face in your studies, Crazy Joyland has decided to lower the difficulty of this instance. Zhuyan dared not let his mind wander, keeping his attention highly focused. He couldn't trust the words lowered difficulty at all. We have specially designed considerate rules. During the day you will not suffer any harm. Please listen carefully to the requirements, new students. The originally 3D surround echoing female voice by his ear was transmitted from the phone speaker, carrying the unique fuzziness of online course recordings and the faint crackling of the microphone. Zhuyan noticed that compared to the previous broadcasts, the female voice had been pitched higher. However, its speed and intonation remained unchanged, presenting a false mechanical sense of cheerfulness. A slight chill shot up Zhuyan's back. He stared at the screen, guessing what new tricks Crazy Joyland was playing this time. Instance, Old Wolf, what time is it? Instance, location, parts of Anwu City. Participants, freshmen from 4 schools, including Shishan University. We have chosen to notify you separately. No wonder the task in narration stage stated there would be 20,000 people. The survival rate for novice instances is only about 40. Zhuyan had experienced the blow of losing his parents at a young age and developed considerable resilience and reaction skills in his aunt's home, believing himself to have good mental fortitude. But what about the other students? A 20,000-person instance would be a lavish buffet for the horror creatures. If calculated with a 40 survival rate, Zhuyan imagined the scene of rivers of blood and instinctively felt fear. He wanted to retch, but for some reason joy suddenly surged from the soles of his feet. As the weak current of happiness slowly climbed upward, he felt every muscle from his calves to the sides of his spine completely relax. This was the power of trembling joy. The joyful part seemed to have intensified once again. Zhuyan bit his tongue to keep himself awake. He focused his attention and continued watching the video. Instance start time tomorrow, August 20th. At 9:00 a.m. Understanding that some students have a long journey, we have specially notified you 18 hours in advance. Please ensure to purchase tickets in time and arrive at Anwu North Station before the instance begins. This is also the starting point of the instance. Kindly note, do not bring too much luggage. Excess items will become a burden. The starting point of the instance is Anwu North Station. Zhuyan swallowed and couldn't help but feel curious about the instance's content again. Experience told him that at this moment he had to heed Crazy Joylin's words. Not bringing too much luggage could mean players need to run or move quickly to evade danger. This statement clashed with the earlier remark, you will not suffer any harm during the day, creating a subtle sense of contradiction. If there is no harm during the day, why is it still advised not to bring luggage? Zhuyan chuckled, recalling the game Old Wolf. What time is it? He played as a child. He often played the role of Old Wolf under the intimidation of his younger brother, while his brother and his friends played the humans. Zhuyan needed to stand with his back to those people at a distance of 30 meters. Once the game started, his brother would advance with the others, asking Old Wolf, what time is it? With each step, Zhuyan had to announce the time. From 1 to 11 it was daytime, and he needed to remain still. Once he said it's dark, he could turn around and catch the people. If a person touched Old Wolf's shoulder before it got dark, they won. If they were caught by the wolf after dark, they lost. Nighttime is the time when the wolf catches people. Players cannot bring too much, likely because it would be difficult to find shelter at night, requiring them to maintain high speeds. Zhuyan took off the saving silver ring from his left hand, secured it with a chain, and hung it around his neck. Having the storage ring that could hold a lot of items was indeed much more convenient. On the pitch-black screen, the broadcast continued. Anwu City has no sun, only the floating clock. The floating clock tells the time according to the will of the head wolf. Between 1 and 11 is daytime. If the floating clock announces it's 12 o'clock, it's dark, then night will fall instantly. Zhuyan had seen the floating clock in the horror map. It was that huge clock floating beneath Anwu North Station, its face adorned with a vividly painted, exaggeratedly laughing human face, exuding a superficial joy akin to the female voice from the broadcast. Zhuyan knew that the time announced by the wolf was not bound by any rules. The wolf could announce 1 o'clock for the first time, and then directly shout it's dark the second time, turning around to catch people. Such an erratic announcement of time and the abrupt darkness would only claim more lives. Where is the lowered difficulty? A faint electric sound emanated from the center of the screen, the female voice crackling, as it continued to broadcast, reminding Zhuyan of old-fashioned televisions or radios from his childhood. Its tone had changed slightly. Zhuyan knew trembling was a normal reaction, yet that voice stirred up joy, a slight happiness washing over each of his muscles like warm water. Zhuyan recalled what the art students had said. He hurriedly shifted his focus back to the screen, feeling much better. Students, you need to travel from the instance starting point Anwu North Station to the instance endpoint Xishan University within the specified time. The broadcast did not specify how long the specified time was. Zhuyan recalled that the task note given in narration stage stated the task will last 3 to 5 days. But he didn't know whether it was 3 days or 5 days. Attention, daytime is the time you can move. Please find a hiding place before dark, as the nights in Anwu City are very dangerous. The streets of Anwu City are not deserted. There are numerous restaurants, convenience stores, pharmacies, clinics, beverage shops, flower shops, and other businesses, as well as residential buildings and parks. However, the owners of these shops may not be human, and there may not be any human residents in the residential buildings. We have deployed horror creatures for you. As he had anticipated, lethal danger permeated this place. During daylight, the terrifying entities appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans, and they will not attack any player. Players may freely trade with them to acquire essential supplies and locate establishments operated by humans. While taken in isolation, this sounded reasonably favorable. At least one could purchase medicine, flashlights, and other necessities. Yet whether the meat sold by terrifying entities was truly pork, or something far more unsettling, remained deeply uncertain. All venues owned and inhabited by humans constitute safe havens, where you may take refuge. However, you must first obtain explicit consent from the shopkeeper or landlord before entering. Should they expel you, the Carnival of Joy will immediately revoke your access rights to that location. Zhuyan let out a cold, mirthless laugh. So this was their notion of reduced difficulty. He carried a storage artifact most players lacked, and as a hunter he held no fear of terrifying entities. But what of the ordinary players? They would need to locate within unpredictable windows of safety human-operated shops and dwellings scattered across countless buildings, and then somehow secure formal permission to stay. Even if they succeeded by sheer luck, what if daylight lasted only 1 hour, leaving 23 hours of unrelenting night? Which shop would permit a customer to remain for such an interminable stretch? And residences. No one would welcome a stranger into their home, especially one trembling with panic, demanding shelter as if entitled to it. Zhuyan instinctively tightened his grip on his phone. Maintaining razor-sharp focus, he continued listening. Any student who fails to reach West Mountain University before the dungeon concludes will be deemed to have failed the trial, and thus failed the entrance examination. You will die in a manner so seamless it appears entirely natural. A special courtesy extended by the Carnival of Joy. A special courtesy death leaving behind a serene, intact corpse. Zhuyan strongly suspected the meat originated from online marketplaces, but he possessed no evidence linking crematoriums to the Carnival of Joy. Special notice, this is not a joke. Repeat, we are utterly serious. By this point, the woman's voice had warped severely in tone. Only by straining intently could Zhuyan detect the faintest echo of a familiar timbre. Before 7 a.m. Tomorrow all students will receive player badges and ability cards. Please integrate them promptly. Finally, we recognize how arduous the Gaokao has been for all of you. The Carnival of Joy sincerely empathizes. Therefore, we offer two distinct options for this trial. Option 1, participate in this internal test dungeon. Survivors will receive rewards. Option 2, decline participation in this internal test dungeon. Students who decline will not perish, but must await official notification and report to campus accordingly. Your final selection will be confirmed again tomorrow morning. The video ended here. Zhuyan instinctively distrusted that second option. Impossible. In the broadcast following the dungeon-devouring villa, the Carnival of Joy had laid bare, without veil or restraint, its ambition to consume the entire world. For students to refuse participation ran directly counter to that very purpose. Zhuyan scrolled downward. Within the freshman group chat, chaos had erupted completely. He exhaled, slowly steadying his pulse, and read each message with meticulous attention. I'm at my wit's end. Please, teacher, handle this. I knew it was fake, but I was genuinely startled. It's a prank. I burst out laughing at the last line, non-participants won't die, just wait for registration instructions. At first it terrified me. Then that final line unmistakably revealed it as a joke. Of the 3,000 students in the group, a substantial number remained silent. Given this prevailing sentiment, most who did speak expressed disbelief. Zhuyan scrolled further, swiftly skimming past messages filled with emotional breakdowns, confrontations, and demands for official clarification and reassurance. Student anxiety surged, until the Academic Affairs Office of West Mountain University finally responded. Please remain calm. We have received identical reports from both freshman groups. Relevant facts are under investigation. West Mountain University has never administered any entrance examination. Rest assured, and follow only official university notifications awaiting registration instructions at home. The Academic Affairs Office staff spoke with unwavering authority. Zhuyan watched patiently. The soft mewling and swallowing sounds of his cat mingled with the low hum of the air conditioner anchored him firmly in reality. Cool air gradually sank, raising fine gooseflesh along his arms. He turned toward the sunlit window, then pulled the blanket higher, tucking it securely over his legs. If none of them went, would the Carnival of Joy truly spare them all? Sunlight cast the window frame's sharp silhouette across his bed as Zhuyan's gaze tracked its slow advance, and death felt like a shadow clinging to his heels. He drifted motionless for several seconds, then refocused, eyes returning to the phone screen. Several new lengthy messages had appeared, not from the Academic Affairs Office. Hello everyone. I urge you all to enter the game, and I urge faculty members not to interfere. My friend resides in Bailu City. Surely you've all heard of the mass sudden deaths there. I state with full responsibility those deaths occurred within a game dungeon, and I myself am a player. Zhuyan flinched. Instantly he recalled the ability cards previously shared in another group chat. What the hell? Didn't the forum homepage warn against exposing personal details? How dare they jump straight into declaring themselves players? He hurriedly checked the poster's avatar and nickname, finding all privacy settings intact, no identifying information revealed. The avatar, well, a redand white learning through platform icon. Nickname, anyone who argues with me is gay. Zhuyan was stunned into reluctant admiration. Unsurprisingly, the post ignited immediate backlash. Who even are you? Provoking us now? Do you have nothing better to do? Don't think your silly nickname shields you. I'll argue with you regardless. So what if I am gay? Then say it with your real name, dare you? The learning through platform icon ignored every challenge, calmly delivering the rest of their message. I reside in Anwu City, and have just cleared a solo beginner dungeon. Let me be unequivocal, terrifying entities are real, and this dungeon is perilous beyond measure. Students in Anwu City, reflect upon the text messages and news reports you've received recently. Solo beginner dungeons were exceedingly rare. That is all the warning I shall give. Having delivered this, the speaker fell silent. A single stone had stirred waves across 1,000 layers. The freshman group erupted anew. Cannibalism, plague, black envelopes. Do you truly believe these are normal occurrences? I for one dismiss entirely the claim that non-participation is viable. Others may choose as they wish. That is all the warning I shall give. Having delivered this, the speaker fell silent. A single stone had stirred waves across 1,000 layers. The freshman group erupted anew. This time, however, many began wavering in their stance. Is this real? Don't scare people. Conspiracy theory? Could someone please state their class? Seriously. We're terrified this is coordinated. One student's suggestion proved surprisingly astute. Everyone in Anwu City. Let's meet at the station tomorrow at 8:30 am. If it's true, we face it heathen. If false, nothing is lost. And all rejoice. That seems perfectly reasonable. What the hell are we signing up for? Immediate opposition surged below. It explicitly says participation is optional. So isn't abstaining safer? Even rules can't lie, right? Zhuyan moved to scroll further, when suddenly a crystalline female voice pierced through his world bearing fresh information. Greetings, Hunter. Focus your attention fully. Listen carefully to the Alpha Wolf's directives and all subsequent information. Should you hold objections, you may voice them aloud once all instructions have been announced. The Alpha Wolf's command. Zhuyan's body tensed instantly. Fortunately, the female voice did not keep him waiting long. The playful, lilting cadence of her tone seized his attention. The Alpha Wolf places great emphasis on entertainment value and player engagement. You are the hunter, and the Alpha Wolf believes your identity serves as the perfect lure to capture human players' attention. Wait, what did that mean? What was a lure? That word alone carried ominous undertones. Zhuyan pricked up his ears, gathered his chi, and dared not even draw a deep breath. To entice other players into nocturnal activity, thereby facilitating feeding for the horror entities and enabling you to complete your mission. The woman's voice lingered, trailing off with deliberate suspense. The Alpha Wolf has decided to issue a player-wide mission at dusk on day 1. Mission objective: eliminate the hunter. Damn it! Zhuyan cursed under his breath. The hunter? Wasn't that him? The implication could not have been clearer. The Alpha Wolf intended to rally all human players against him, to hunt him down, to kill him. Zhuyan's heart skipped a beat. To them, the hunter was nothing less than a traitor. Utterly irredeemable. Once the hunter's existence was publicly revealed, panic and fury among the players would be inevitable. And in such a state of hypervigilance, Zhuyan's chances of survival would plummet accordingly. Jaw clenched, Zhuyan focused every fiber of his being on the broadcast still unfolding. Any player who eliminates the hunter within 3 days will earn 48 consecutive hours of daylight. It struck him like a drop of ice water on his brow. He understood instantly. The proclamation platform had stated the dungeon's duration as 3 to 5 days. Should the players fail to eliminate him within those 3 days, they would be forced to reach West Mountain University by the deadline. But should he fall, they would gain 48 hours of absolute safety during transit. The air conditioner hummed softly, yet Zhuyan felt a chill creep across his skin. He cradled a warm milk tea to warm his hands, shifted closer to the sunlit patch on the floor, and pulled out his phone to open the map. From Anwu North Station to West Mountain University, 27 kilometers. At a steady pace, under perfectly safe conditions, walking would take nearly 7 hours. Zhuyan instinctively rubbed his forearm. Gooseflesh prickled his skin. The floating clock's chimes followed no discernible pattern, meaning the total daylight over 3 days might well fall short of 7 hours. Even if those 7 hours could somehow be accumulated, players would still need to locate a human-operated shelter and remain perpetually wary of nightfall, which could descend without warning. Hunting him down and killing him appeared to be the only reliable path to the finish line. A cold wave washed down from his chest, and Zhuyan shivered faintly. He hadn't forgotten. He was the hunter, and as a freshman at West Mountain University, he was also a player. He bore 2 missions simultaneously. Under conditions of insufficient daylight, completing the player mission meant he must slay himself to claim that 48 consecutive hours of daylight. It was a paradox. The Joyous Paradise wasn't merely thinking, "We want Zhuyan dead." Well, humor, it seemed, always arrived at the most inopportune moment. Zhuyan gazed at the dappled light dancing across his quilt, and a quiet smile flickered across his lips. A calico cat leapt onto the bed and nuzzled his hand with affectionate warmth. Zhuyan absently scratched beneath its chin, just as the woman's voice echoed beside his ear, stiff and brittle, emitting a hollow, chilling giggle. He steeled himself, ready to receive more information. This time, however, she remained silent. The icy chuckle cut off abruptly. She paused, awaited knowing silence, before resuming her broadcast voice, now honeyed and smooth. "Very well, dear hunter. Do you have any objections or further suggestions regarding this dungeon?" She fell silent again, clearly awaiting his reply. No, that wouldn't work. The Alpha Wolf remained entirely concealed, while he stood fully exposed. He needed to force the Alpha Wolf to reveal itself, even slightly. Zhuyan stared intently at his phone screen, where group chat messages continued flooding in relentless and unceasing. "We've already called the police. The precinct says we should depart first." Depart first or wait? Depart? Go. Damn. It can't possibly be real, right? Zhuyan scrolled slowly downward, reading each new message carefully. The precinct's directive would inevitably cause a surge in participant numbers. His mind raced. Could he leverage that, use it as pretext to coax the Alpha Wolf into revealing more? If he was to gamble, he'd stake everything. Earlier the woman had said, the Alpha Wolf values entertainment and engagement. What if he transformed this dungeon into a game the Alpha Wolf itself could actively participate in? "I have an intriguing suggestion. We must exploit inherent human psychological vulnerabilities," he said, voice calm and measured. "I propose revising the player mission, not limiting it solely to eliminate the hunter. Zhuyan held his breath, articulating each word with crystalline clarity. Humans possess strong herd instincts, and I've just learned participation will be exceptionally high. If their sole objective remains eliminate the hunter, many will cling to false hope, or simply wait passively for others to shoulder the burden. They'll drag the entire group down with them. Zhuyan improvised, freely modulating his tone and pacing to sound authoritative credible. Should enough players choose an action, they may even unite to overthrow the human operators and seize control of the space, with alarming ease. In that case, the dungeon's designated shelters would cease to challenge players, and instead become outright benefits, and the horror entity's rightful sustenance would dwindle accordingly. The woman's voice rang out bright as silver bells. Please continue, she chimed cheerfully. The Joyous Paradise will now consult the Alpha Wolf. Could the Alpha Wolf hear him directly? Zhuyan remained vigilant, choosing every word with meticulous caution. I propose the player mission be revised to eliminate the Alpha Wolf or the hunter. This adjustment would foster the illusion of expanded margin for error, enhancing players' sense of agency while diminishing their fear of failure. They'll engage far more readily. Zhuyan shifted his emphasis smoothly, then provide them with clues pointing toward the Alpha Wolf, but crucially ensure they understand. A faint knowing smile touched his lips. The Alpha Wolf is invincible to other players, but not to me. Their focus will shift entirely, and irrevocably, to me. A subtle warmth entered Zhuyan's voice. He didn't care how fiercely players hunted him. He cared only whether the Alpha Wolf would finally let its tail slip into view. Understood, the woman replied, radiant with delight. Please hold for a moment. Zhuyan waited patiently, his palms damp with a thin sheen of sweat. After roughly 2 minutes, her voice resonated once more through his world. The Alpha Wolf finds your strategy significantly enhances its own engagement and enriches player responses, while reducing the difficulty faced by horror entities in securing sustenance. It has decided to adopt your proposal. Of course, Zhuyan said. The Alpha Wolf accepted his proposal, which meant that in the coming carnage and blood-soaked wasteland, this terrifying creature would lift its head as a mere spectator, blissfully unaware as it exposed its vulnerable neck to Zhuyan. A twisted thrill rose from his stomach, and his heart clenched with exhilaration. A faint electric tingle coursed through him, involuntarily contracting the muscles of his face and tugging his lips upward at both corners. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, feeling his razor-sharp focus intertwine with the predatory euphoria coiling deep within his chest. Goodbye, player. A woman's voice chimed cheerfully. The Joyous Paradise eagerly anticipates your outstanding performance. The broadcast ceased, leaving behind a vacuum-like silence. 2 seconds later, the gentle warmth of sunlight enveloped him once more. The soft hum of the air conditioner seeped back into his ears, and Zhuyan's heartbeat settled steadily once again. He glanced down and found the bubble tea in his hand, still warm, its heat radiating comfortingly into his palms. Zhuyan exhaled in quiet relief. The unique sense of safety and groundedness that only reality could offer wrapped around him like a familiar shawl. He refocused his gaze on the group chat and scrolled slowly through the page, carefully sifting through the chaotic flood of messages. The police department's announcement swayed several who had originally declined to attend. A sizable number of students voiced fierce opposition. Others cited parental disapproval as their reason for abstaining. After scanning for a while and confirming no urgent information required immediate attention, Zhuyan decided simply to eat something light and then catch up on sleep. He had visited the Joyous Paradise earlier that day, spent an extended conversation with art students upon arrival, and then engaged in a tense battle of wits with the Alpha Wolf. His mind felt thoroughly overtaxed. At that thought, Zhuyan withdrew a steaming bowl of stir-fried noodles from his storage silver ring, pierced the lid of his hot bubble tea, and slid off the bed like an eel. After finishing this meal, he'd prepare for what lay ahead. Tonight he'd sleep by 8 o'clock. Tomorrow's dungeon would commence at 9 a.m., and he needed to arrive early. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the police department's security division, masked officers filled every seat. This room was notably smaller than those in the main police building. In addition to the leather armchairs already present, some officers had brought plastic stools, cramming them tightly into every available corner of the room. Silence fell over the room. Guanen's mask grew damp inside. His breathing turned labored. The officer's voice struck each silent listener like a heavy iron hammer. We have received official orders, declared a composed male officer from the narrow front of the room, his voice resonant and commanding. According to verified intelligence, incursions of the Joyous Paradise have occurred not only in East Asia but also across South Asia, Europe, and North America. Silence fell over the room. Guanen's mask grew damp inside. His breathing turned labored. The officer's voice struck each silent listener like a heavy iron hammer. As shown above, here are the confirmed fatality figures. The man tilted his head, slightly methodically reciting a sequence of regions and their corresponding death tolls. Currently, East Asia exhibits the slowest rate of erosion. So far, only 2 cities within our jurisdiction have been compromised. The dungeon has yet to spread beyond Bailu and Anwu. This is attributable to our region's stringent population mobility controls. Indeed, though sporadic in occurrence, the Joyous Paradise had expanded with alarming speed elsewhere. Its reach, though scattered, spanned vast territories. Upon closer examination, the sole plausible explanation for this disparity appeared to be population movement. Yet paradoxically, our region reports the highest fatality count. Not due to the dungeon itself, but because of an unknown pathogen introduced by a certain player. The officer's brow dipped almost imperceptibly. Guanen caught the micro-expression, and instinctively held his breath. Numbers never lie. Yet was he not in part complicit? This player is exceptionally cunning. This morning, under our tight surveillance, he vanished from his apartment. Based on his behavior prior to disappearance, we have designated him a prime suspect. He is highly likely the mastermind behind the epidemic spread, and the deaths of multiple officers. Cold sweat beaded Guanen's forehead. The metal strip of his mask dug painfully into his nasal bridge. He knew full well that enigmatic player, shrouded in mystery, had escaped once again through means utterly incomprehensible to the police department. As for the mastermind, Guanen reminded himself to remain calm, to betray no telltale sign. The police department trusted him. His current position left no room for truth-telling. We've just received a report 4 universities will jointly initiate a large-scale dungeon, conservatively estimated to involve over 20,000 participants. The officer suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes directly with Guanen. The slideshow shifted instantly, from dense statistical tables to a cleanly formatted list of game rules. One of these universities is Zhuyan University, the very institution attended by the suspect. The suspect is highly likely to participate in this dungeon. We strongly suspect this event represents an intentional expansion triggered by his actions. The officer maintained unwavering eye contact. Guanen had no choice but to meet his gaze, and saw reflected there a new layer of gravity and quiet expectation. Per official directive, we will conduct full site clearance in advance and screen every player entering Anwu North Station. Guanen, you must prepare to enter the game directly. Guanen nodded. Only then did the officer finally look away. We've mapped all mandatory pedestrian routes from Anwu North Station to the 4 universities. Our personnel will take control of every shop along those paths. Such an operation demanded enormous manpower, yet Guanen recalled the hazy image of that mysterious face, and sensed with unsettling certainty that the enigmatic player would dismiss it all with disdain. An ominous premonition welled up from deep within him. Guanen stared at the map on screen. Thick red lines snaking toward disparate endpoints like grotesque claws reaching hungrily toward the campuses. Xiao Guan, you may withdraw to rest and preserve your strength and readiness, the officer said, nodding toward him. The rest of you remain. We'll brief you tomorrow on operational details and the preliminary framework for establishing the Human Alliance branch. Guanen practically fled the conference room. The corridor outside held no light, dim and dusky like twilight. Behind the thick wooden door, the officer's voice dissolved into muffled vibration like a swarm of bees trapped behind glass. Guanen suppressed his turbulent thoughts and walked steadily away. Zhuyan, meanwhile, had already finished blow-drying his hair and now lay comfortably beneath his quilt. He scrolled through the chat, still abuzz with debate, while some members posted photos of themselves boarding trains. The police department says they're intervening. Since we're going together, things should be fine, right? How exactly to phrase it? It was a hope devoid of grounding. Even if they truly entered the game, the Joyous Paradise's methods rendered successful intervention unlikely. After reviewing all messages, Zhuyan double-checked the inventory of his storage silver ring. Satisfied nothing had been overlooked, he pulled the quilt over himself, switched off the light, and set his alarm for 6 a.m. His cat purred softly beside him, pressing its warm, furry body close. Zhuyan stroked its fluffy head gently, and closed his eyes, letting his breath flow evenly throughout his body. Drowsiness washed over him, warm and soothing, and he sank deeper. Safe, steady, serene. 8 a.m. For the following morning, Zhuyan sat in a corner seat on the subway, watching the platform display board. The police announcement confirmed they suspected he'd join this game, so he deliberately chose a different mode of transport, and carried a large black backpack projecting the appearance of an ordinary novice player, one without a storage silver ring. Only a few young adults roughly his age occupied the carriage. They clustered together, animatedly discussing topics like the police department and dungeons. The police have secured every shop along the route. That should handle it. Zhuyan's mind flickered back to his experience at the proclamation platform yesterday. He'd entered the Joyous Paradise from the old town, and traversed merely 2 blocks within it, yet emerged in reality at Zhuyan University far beyond the old town's actual geographical bounds. This implied the Joyous Paradise could warp spatial continuity. Simply occupying fixed-route shops might prove futile after all. Of course, we've got firearms and ammunition. Ah, how reassuring to have the police on our side. Following the voices, Zhuyan observed his fellow students. They showed no fear, only palpable excitement. I didn't tell my parents. I snuck out. No worries. Trust the police. Just follow the rules. Stay behind the officers and slay monsters together. Zhuyan sighed inwardly. These were clearly newcomers. Anyone who'd survived even one dungeon would never harbor such naive optimism. The Joyous Paradise was no fool. Even he as a hunter had been lured into traps. Ordinary players would face objectively harsher conditions. The station announcement chimed. Zhuyan slung his bag over one shoulder and moved with the tide of commuters toward the exit. Mostly students, many accompanied by parents hauling luggage. Yellow wand blue directional signs glowed sharply within the subway station, while officers stood atop circular guard platforms along the passageways maintaining order. Fragments of hushed, chaotic whispers erupted around Zhuyan. Under extreme mental strain, he could only catch disjointed phrases. That emblem is truly terrifying. I suspect it's a highly volatile hallucinogenic toxin. My son hasn't touched his emblem yet. We thought we'd come first. Zhuyan twitched his lips faintly and instinctively glanced twice in the direction of the voice. It wasn't hallucinogenic at all. It was a death warrant. The subway's public address system droned on with official police notices. Amid the clamor, that stern male voice faded into distant background static. All freshmen who have not yet entered the station, please prepare your identification documents and proceed inside immediately. Repeat. Zhuyan gripped his ID card in his pocket, his palm slick with nervous sweat. What a spectacle, someone muttered beside him. So many officers. Zhuyan placed his backpack onto the conveyor belt and presented his ID card to the officer at the security checkpoint. The card scanner emitted a smooth, untroubled beep. The officer handed the card back without realizing Zhuyan was the very fugitive they were hunting. Your ability card and player emblem have fully integrated, the officer asked perfunctorily. Seeing Zhuyan nod, he gestured toward a prominent blue and white notice board nearby. Log onto the player forum and follow the account Guan-en. Guan-en, his longtime partner. A subtle twitch flickered across Zhuyan's brow. Zhuyan cast a sidelong glance at the notice board and read several bold lines. Player account Guan-en is the official account of the Anwu Municipal Police Department. Please follow immediately. The department will release all mission-related clues exclusively through this account. Well, looks like he's climbed quite high. Zhuyan didn't dwell. He hoisted his backpack and joined the surging crowd, heading toward the main entrance of Anwu North Station. Crowded, deafening, chaotic, as if on the cusp of apocalypse. Wails, shouts, and arguments merged into a single ear-splitting roar. Fully armed officers stood rigid before the vast entrance shields raised, guarding the bright yellow cordon behind them. They formed a united barrier, holding back parents beyond the cordon, while one officer bellowed through a megaphone, "No entry. Parents are strictly prohibited. Do not obstruct your children from entering. All enrolled freshmen must participate." Zhuyan strained forward through the press and shouted hoarsely, "I'm a student. Make way." His voice nearly vanished beneath the furious roars and quarrels of parents. An officer reached out and seized Zhuyan with uncanny precision. "You're a student too." The officer pulled Zhuyan across the cordon. Zhuyan heard him call loudly to a boy behind him, "Come on. The trial is about to begin. You must enter now." Zhuyan turned and saw the boy stretching his hand through the crowd. But a furious guttural scream cut him short. "Enough. I've had it with your department's incompetence." It was the boy's father. "Must enter. What does that even mean?" His voice boomed so fiercely that the surrounding chaos briefly stilled. Zhuyan retreated inside the glass doors, now surrounded by students gathered for the trial. Many, drawn by the commotion, peered curiously outward. "Make way," a familiar voice murmured beside him, and a firm, urgent shove sent him stumbling sideways. It was Guan-en, wrestling forcefully through the throng of students, swiftly reaching the cordon. Zhuyan watched his back, one eyebrow lifting unconsciously as he instinctively stepped half a pace backward. Was Guan-en really stepping into this trial? Could he even gain entry? "Parents, please remain calm." Guan-en shouted, raising his left hand to display the caged bird emblem etched into his palm. A mark visible to all outside. "Your children must stay here. I am both an officer and a player. The trial is inseparable from their lives. We are doing everything possible to protect them. Please do not incite disorder." This blunt, unflinching revelation struck like a blade, ruthlessly severing the last thread of the father's fragile composure. Less than 5 meters from Zhuyan, the man's face flushed crimson. He seized his son's arm and thrust his own right hand high, exhibiting the gesture deliberately toward the officer stationed at the cordon. "Go to hell. Must stay here? Fine. I'll stay right here. No one, not you, not anyone, is taking my son today. Are you colluding with gangsters to traffic people?" His words stunned several other parents. Seconds later, a woman's voice rose in agreement, and Zhuyan watched others grip their children's wrists just as tightly. Some solo players, hearing the man's accusation, visibly hesitated mid-step toward the cordon. Zhuyan glanced at his phone. 857 m. The trial loomed seconds away, and still the man refused to release his son's wrist, glaring defiantly at the officers. "You say the trial pulls people in. Fine. I'm standing right here. Let me enter this station now and see for myself what kind of trial it is." A low, dissonant hum swelled among the crowd. The mass surged forward against the cordon. Officers braced hard, raising their shields to form an impenetrable wall. "Players who haven't entered, hurry inside. Non-participants must not enter. Parents, absolutely no entry." Guan-en screamed, raw-throated. Zhuyan understood the department's strict order aimed solely to minimize collateral harm. His phone screen pulsed faintly blue. 859 m. Then in the next heartbeat, a familiar female voice detonated beside his ear. Light vanished. The station's interior plunged instantly into absolute night. "Welcome everyone to your entrance examination." Clearly this voice resonated beyond Zhuyan alone. Elated shrieks pierced the air. Players jostled wildly, and Zhuyan was shoved violently aside. He steadied himself and lifted his gaze toward the glass doors. In mere seconds the world beyond had become utterly alien. The crowd outside no longer advanced. They stood frozen, stunned, disbelieving, as they stared at the player's side as if witnessing something impossible. All sound from them ceased entirely. Someone pointed, frantically screaming silently at the players, but the glass door muffled every noise, rendering their frantic gestures and distorted faces absurd like silent clown pantomime. A hint for all participants. The woman's voice declared exultant. "Pay close attention." Zhuyan heard his own ragged breath and the thunderous pounding of his heart. "Pay close attention." He looked outward again. Above the crowd blazed brilliant sunlight. Racing eagerly toward the glass doors, yet only slender shafts pierced the darkness within, striking his head like fragile, trembling pillars of light. At that moment an arm shot upward abruptly from the motionless crowd, rippling the stillness like a stone dropped in water. Its palm snapped open, rigidly displaying the caged bird emblem. Yet at the wrist another older hand clamped down with iron force. Zhuyan focused, and recognized it instantly, the same furious father who'd been shouting moments before. His pupils contracted sharply. Something was deeply wrong. The movement was jarring, mechanical, unnatural, evoking the stiff, jerking marionettes behind the counter of the Hall of Mourning. In the next instant the crowd outside tore apart. A young player, his father's hand locked tight around his arm, burst through the shield wall in frenzied desperation, crashing bodily onto the cordon line. The father twisted his head, glaring in helpless fury, straining to drag him back. Yet the boy's arm remained raised high, and the player emblem on his palm began visibly rotting, spreading before their eyes. His flesh melted like ice cream under scorching sun. Starting at the palm, crimson fat and tissue sloughing off in jagged fragments, cascading down both arms, staining their clothes scarlet. The decay accelerated before the father's horrified gaze. Crawling up his torso, neck, skull, Zhuyan watched the silent crowd recoil in mute, panicked flight, and upon the boy's still intact face bloomed a grotesquely exaggerated grin. As his lips dissolved, the curve widened, more horrifying with every melting millimeter. Zhuyan's eyes widened unconsciously. That half-skeletal spine, still tethered by the cordon, lurched forward with mechanical insistence, until in the final moment, when every shred of muscle had sloughed away, it lunged, slamming headlong into the glass door. Thwack! A dull, muffled thud. A bloom of crimson exploded across the glass, like a macabre firework. The woman's voice tittered, gleeful. "Now you know, obeying your parents won't save you." The exterior scene flickered abruptly. The bloodstains on the glass flared with eerie intensity amid the pulsing light and shadow. Heavy, ragged breaths from the players pressed in from all directions within the suffocating darkness, stirring a faint tremor of unrest. Zhuyan's viscera hung tautly, and he tightened his grip on the short dagger, forcing down the wave of blankness that surged through his mind. Snap! Light flooded in. 5 meters away, a narrow beam of white light descended from above, illuminating a segment of bright yellow police tape, splattered with fragments of flesh and fresh blood. In the dense, unbroken darkness, blood dripped steadily from the yellow tape, emblazoned with the word warning, the sole point of focus within Zhuyan's field of vision. Even the tape's two ends vanished into impenetrable gloom like stage props deliberately placed upon a set. Zhuyan dared not blink. The dagger's hilt grew slick beneath his palm, damp with sweat. He longed to wipe it clean. Before he could move, another light flared sharply. Before the yellow tape stood a row of figures clad in police uniforms, their epaulets gleaming under the white light. Among them stood Guan En. He stood amid the officers, breathing heavily alongside them, his back rising and falling with quiet regularity. A profound, unsettling dissonance seized Zhuyan's heart. Had the officers truly entered? His lower eyelids tightened instinctively as he stepped forward, straining to see more clearly. Under the light, each officer held a distinct yet uniformly defensive posture. But something was wrong. Their breathing fell into perfect synchrony. Their spines and shoulders rose and fell in identical mechanical rhythm, as though governed by pre-written code. A chill wind slipped down Zhuyan's collar, pricking his skin and freezing his chest with icy dread. How could a dozen living, breathing humans move with such utter lifelessness? He advanced once more, intent on scrutinizing them closely. Yet suddenly the deep blue sky ignited, revealing fragmented cityscapes, layered skyscrapers, and intersecting roads, replacing the boundless void of darkness. The waiting hall where the players stood now glowed with a muted warm light. The glass door, previously swallowed by shadow, reappeared sharp and distinct. Zhuyan's pale face stared back at him from the glass. Mere inches separated him from the officers beyond the threshold. Within just 2 or 3 seconds they had shifted states entirely. Like ordinary people abruptly pulled into the trial, bewildered and scanning their surroundings with dazed curiosity. Behind him the crowd finally erupted into shrill screams and sobs. Through the glass, Zhuyan watched players collapse onto the floor. Some recoiled instinctively, while one retched violently. "I want to go home," someone wailed. "I don't want to play this game anymore. Where's the police? I want to go home." "Stay calm," another voice cut in, sharp and commanding. Refusing to participate means death. Damn it. Did you see how they died? Amid the clamor, the voices struck Zhuyan's ears, as vivid yet distant background noise. He swiftly wiped his palms dry inside his pockets, ripped the dagger and, through his own reflection, fixed his gaze upon the vivid living officers beyond the glass. Guan turned first, pulling the door outward. An unnatural chill, unseasonal and biting, rushed in. The figure before him bore Guan silhouette perfectly, yet its face was utterly unfamiliar, and smiling. Go on in, classmate. It said, its arm clamping around Zhuyan's wrist with inhuman strength, dragging him forward without resistance. Don't worry. The police will ensure everyone's safety. Zhuyan remained silent, eyes locked unwaveringly upon it. Compared to the horrifying entities he'd encountered before, this one smile curved with uncanny naturalism. Its pupils, though depthless and hollow, betrayed no overt hunger. Its only flaw lay in the neck. When it turned its head, the skin beneath its collar wrinkled unnaturally, as if stretched over a thin synthetic mask. Guan guided Zhuyan into the crowd, then gently helped up the student who had doubled over, vomiting. Armed officers streamed in one after another, seizing students who wept or shrieked, stroking their backs with tender predatory gentleness like soothing dying prey. Zhuyan slipped unnoticed to a secluded corner and swiftly stored his backpack into his storage silver ring. The bag was merely a prop, to deceive real officers. Carrying it inside the trial would hinder movement. Nearby, the false Guan settled the calm student onto a bench, then strode to the open space before the glass door and raised his left hand high. Upon his left palm rested the same caged bird insignia. Remain calm. I am an officer. And like you, I am also a player. His voice rang out firm and resonant. Zhuyan wiped his palms again on his clothes and tightened his grip on the dagger. The crowd stirred. Many players wept with relief, others surged forward, desperate to draw nearer to the officers. Officers! It's the police! Save us! We don't want to die! Everyone please be quiet. Cooperate with the officers. Too natural. Everything felt unnervingly seamless. Had it not been for Guan's alien face, Zhuyan might have doubted whether he himself had simply hallucinated during those 2 or 3 seconds of illumination. He suppressed his racing pulse, edged cautiously toward the periphery of the crowd, and swiftly reviewed the trial's rules in his mind. 2 stood out. Anwu City has no sun. During daytime, terrifying entities appear indistinguishable from humans, and will not attack any player. Beyond the station loomed a deep blue twilight. Yet the floating clock remained silent, meaning it was still technically daytime. Zhuyan redirected his gaze toward Guan. There were countless varieties of terrifying entities. He could not yet determine this one species, or its rank. Their police uniforms served as the most potent sedative. Within the hall, sobs and panicked cries gradually subsided. What do we do now? Someone asked, voice trembling with tears. I don't want to die. Guan's left hand moved downward with startling human nuance, a gesture mimicking genuine reassurance. Rest assured. If we were able to enter, then our colleagues must also have been drawn into this trial. He gestured behind him. Zhuyan followed his line of sight and glimpsed the distant skyline of Anwu City. Numerous shops glowed softly, their casting dim silhouettes of buildings against the dusk. Zhuyan let out a quiet, derisive laugh. Whatever these things were, one truth was certain: they were laying traps with deliberate, calculated intent. In true Anwu City, the police headquarters occupied storefronts along the mandatory route between Anwu North Station and the 4 universities. In this false Anwu City, they could easily masquerade as officers occupying those very shops, and collaborate with the officers here to devour the players whole. Please maintain order. Form 4 lines according to your respective universities. Guan spoke with authoritative clarity. Zhuyan watched a nearby officer quietly question a sobbing player. Moments later, the officer ushered the player to the open space before Guan, then turned and announced loudly to the rest, students from Boyang University. Gather here. Line up beside this student. 3 rows. No chaos. Maintain order. No one falls behind. Understood? The crowd began to shuffle forward, rustling softly. Hurry up. West Mountain University students. Over here. Another officer urged, guiding a pale-faced player to a different position. Move quickly. The sky could darken at any moment. Monsters may emerge at any time, using imminent nightfall as bait to lure players into traps. That was nothing short of thieves crying thief. Zhuyan retreated slowly against the flow of the crowd, mind racing. As a hunter, he was immune to harm from these terrifying entities. Yet his target was the alpha wolf, and his time was no more generous than theirs. Should he infiltrate the shops undercover, as a player, to seek clues? Or should he break away from the group entirely and deploy his impersonation ability to probe the internal logic governing these entities? Zhuyan weighed both paths in silence. They were all prey for the head wolf. As a hunter, Zhuyan was thrust into the spotlight by the head wolf. A single slip could mean death. At this moment, the clues the head wolf left for a sense of participation were the only things Zhuyan could grasp. Amid the jostling crowd, he unconsciously eased his breathing. Not far from him, an officer stood rigid, his abyssal dark eyes sweeping over the fresh flesh passing before him. Beside it stood a boy who had volunteered to help the station maintain order. The boy's oversized hood shaded half his face. A long strand of red hair hung conspicuously. "Hurry up, everyone," the boy urged loudly. The line quickened its pace. As they drew nearer, Zhuyan keenly noticed a subtle greed flicker across the officer's face. The head wolf's clues were meant for players. If taken in the guise of a hunter, it would likely attract the head wolf's attention. What puzzled him was how these horrific beings recognized hunters. Was it the Bowendaro mark on the palm, or did those fused with Chanli Huanyu tremulous pleasure simply differ from ordinary players? If he could probe a little. Zhuyan glanced past the red-haired gray-clad boy and lingered his gaze on the officer for 2 seconds. "I have something to ask," Zhuyan explained at once. The officer turned its head. Its brow sank unnaturally. In the shadowed hollows, those black eyes reflected a dim yellow light with the glassy sheen of marbles. He hurried forward in 3 quick strides and grabbed the sleeve of the officer's uniform. Officer Zhuyan did not impersonate a horror creature, nor did he attempt to hide his mark. He merely clenched the short dagger in his pocket and put on the frightened expression of someone new to the dungeon. The suddenness drew the attention of the surrounding students and the red-haired boy beside the officer. "I have something to ask," Zhuyan explained at once. The officer turned its head. Its brow sank unnaturally. In the shadowed hollows, those black eyes reflected a dim yellow light with the glassy sheen of marbles. "We will explain everything together," the officer croaked, roughly clamping down on Zhuyan's arm. "Now join the others and enter the shop first." Zhuyan stared at its saliva-darkened lips and felt a flicker of realization. This was plainly the reaction of one appraising ordinary food, not the manner of something that had recognized a hunter. "Wait!" Zhuyan hushed the officer, intending to probe further. He cast a wary glance at the hooded red-haired boy behind the officer. Surprisingly, the boy merely kept his hands in his pockets and watched with interest. He made no move to aid the officer or to pull Zhuyan away. Zhuyan relaxed. Seeing the officer grow impatient, he dropped his voice to a whisper. "I have a special status, not just a player," he murmured, watching the officer's reaction carefully. The crowd surged past them, a blur of indistinct noise. Against this murmur, the officer's lower eyelids twitched mechanically. Its pupils rolled down to the corners of its sockets, and then swept swiftly toward the direction of Zhuyan's right hand. After a half-second pause, it said in a cold, stiff voice, "In that case, please show the mark on your right hand." The tone had shifted, entirely sounding eerie and uncanny. Damn, it was obvious they weren't even pretending in front of their own kind. Zhuyan snorted inwardly and counted the pieces. They judged hunters by the symbol on the palm. This primitive blunt method meant that as long as Zhuyan did not voluntarily reveal his palm mark, these horrors would assume he was a player. Exposing his identity was not a fatal problem for Zhuyan. He could still use disguise to impersonate another player. What he needed now was to use his hunter status to extract more information. For example, whether these things operated under strict rules. For example, their level. Zhuyan glanced at the crowd packed around the gate and subtly smiled up at the officer. "I'll offer 1 human leg to ask you a question." The officer cocked its head, furrowing odd wrinkles across its face. "That won't do," pulled its mouth into a cold twist, mocking. "What is a hunter? We can't take your offering. There's plenty of meat here." "Oh," Zhuyan nodded, inwardly, comprehension dawning. The hunter status was not far above that of ordinary players. Even if nominally belonging to the Mad Delight fief, they were still looked down upon by the horrors. Moreover, the head wolf likely decreed that no horror creature may trade with hunters. Zhuyan focused on the officer's face and continued to coax information in a declarative tone. "Even a human leg isn't worth it. Besides, no one else knows about this." The officer's cold dark pupils remained fixed and motionless as it stared at him. A second later, it peeled back its lips and revealed a row of neat white teeth. "Such a lack of manners, kid," it said, seizing Zhuyan's left wrist and hauling him toward the gate. "Then let our captain teach you some manners." Zhuyan could clearly feel that this officer's strength was far less than that of Guanin. Even without using any abilities as a level 4 player, he could easily break free. If so, this horror's level must be only level 3 or lower. Zhuyan let himself be pulled, feigning helplessness. The creature had just mentioned a captain. That was likely an important rank within their hierarchy. If he intended to use disguise to glean information, that fact would be useful. He needed to meet the captain. The officer dragged him across the hall's smooth tiles. They brushed past the red-haired boy, and to Zhuyan's surprise, the boy turned and followed. "Officer, where are you going?" "Need my help." "Damn, how many people could there be?" Zhuyan glanced back and found the man's eyes shining. He was looking at him too. The instant their eyes met, the boy scrutinized him with a narrowed gaze. "No need," the officer replied impatiently. "Student, just continue helping to keep order. This student seems to have an issue. I'll leave him to you." The next moment, however, the boy persistently grabbed Zhuyan's right arm and jerked him so that he stumbled. "Officer, I know him, he's my friend." Before Zhuyan could speak, the boy went first. He sneaked a glance at Zhuyan and smiled at the officer. "I'll just ask him what's wrong." 5 seconds. The officer's expression darkened completely. Its fingers clamped like pincers on Zhuyan's wrist, while the boy pulled him the other way. The two forces refused to yield, stretching Zhuyan's left arm taut. "Damn, what are you doing?" Zhuyan couldn't help but demand. What did you see? The boy leaned in and asked urgently in a hush. He eyed the stubborn officer warily and spoke rapidly. I saw you at the front. After they appeared, you kept moving backward. Student, what did you see? Are these real people? The officer exerted more force. Zhuyan yielded to it and moved forward, the boy forced to scrape along the slick tiles after them. My name is Yang Zhanbai. I've cleared the dungeon once. The boy's voice fell softer and softer. Zhuyan had to listen closely. He did remember this player who had cleared the dungeon once. The same avatar who had spoken in the chat group last night. My ability is already level 3. I might be able to save you. That was the boy's bargaining chip, but it meant little to Zhuyan. Zhuyan only needed to confirm who the captain was, perhaps. He scanned the boy's striking red hair, equally reddened brows and bright dark eyes, committing his name, features and bearing to memory. Perhaps he could adopt Yang Zhanbai's appearance. But he absolutely could not let this fellow ruin his plans. Mind your own business, Zhuyan warned softly, shaking off his hand. Stay away. For some reason Yang Zhanbai wore an expression of deep gratitude. Understood. He whispered his thanks. Thanks, brother. Such chivalry. Yang Zhanbai had misjudged the situation. Yet this misunderstanding did not hinder Zhuyan's next move. He cared not at all. He readily accepted Yang Zhanbai's grateful gaze, watching as the other man loosened his grip on Zhuyan's forearm and retreated naturally back into the dimly lit hall. Hurry up, the officer sneered coldly, its tone oddly distorted. Zhuyan was abruptly yanked into the crowd, forced to carve a narrow path through the line. What's going on? He was taken away the moment he stepped off the train. Zhuyan brushed past a dense press of students, and a ripple of hushed murmurs dragged relentlessly by the officer all the way to the glass doors. A chill, unnatural for August, struck his face, making him shiver involuntarily. Anwu City had no sun. That sentence struck his heart like a bell. Zhuyan instinctively turned his head to gaze back at Anwu North Station. The massive structure lay submerged beneath an even vaster kaleidoscopic shadow. The 4 characters Anwu North Station shimmered in garish neon hues. Only after craning his neck with effort did Zhuyan spot the colossal floating clock. The colored light emanated from the grinning face upon its dial, flesh-toned skin, green eyebrows, blue eyeliner, exaggerated thick lips, and gleaming white teeth, all radiating luminescence. Neon tubes embedded like nails pulsed rhythmically, causing the face's expression to flicker violently between terror and manic laughter. Only the 2 eyeballs remained unlit. They whirled ceaselessly, the black pupils reflecting fractured prismatic glints mirroring the teeming crowd below. Some students like Zhuyan turned to marvel at the monstrous clock. Wave after wave of hushed awe reached his ears, and deep within his chest a thick foreboding dread began to rise. He forced himself to look away from those unsettling eyes, fixing his gaze firmly ahead. He needed absolute focus. There was something far more urgent to attend to. The night sky hung heavy and soiled. Just a dozen meters ahead, rows of storefronts bustled with artificial warmth. Zhuyan stretched his neck, his eyes sweeping past the crowd to settle upon the officers, standing before each shop in trance. Unlike the horrifying figures in paramilitary uniforms behind the cordon, these officers wore ordinary work uniforms. Some even masked. Outside the station, students now queued in long lines, chattering noisily as they were ushered by the officers into the warm, inviting shops. The officer tugged Zhuyan down a narrow alley. Not toward any shop, but straight ahead, deliberately ignoring its own kind. Zhuyan kept his nerves taut, scanning the storefronts intently. CC Flower Shop, Good Happiness Convenience Store, Linyao Post Station. Even an XT Bubble Tea shop glowed brightly. Inside, beside the officers, a young man calmly prepared drinks, utterly oblivious. It defied all logic, yet no one seemed to notice. The officer, smiling, warmly distributed freshly made pearl milk tea to students entering the shop. We finally got approval from leadership to open this shop, it said, mimicking human speech with eerie fidelity. Everyone agrees kids burn energy fast. They need extra sugar to stay cheerful. Stay cheerful. Those 5 words clicked like a switch. Suddenly a flood of long-dormant euphoria surged through Zhuyan's veins. An invisible yet overwhelming force constricted his heart, surging upward along his arteries into his skull, sending a sharp electric tremor through his brain. The cloying scent of milk tea flooded his nostrils. Instantly, an overwhelming craving seized every cell in his body. Sweet. So sweet. Zhuyan suppressed the urge to break free, biting hard on his tongue to anchor his faltering will with searing pain. Something was deeply wrong. Why, at the very moment euphoria erupted, did he crave milk tea so desperately? Had something been added to it? Could this be tied to the game's clues? Zhuyan turned his gaze back toward the bubble tea shop. Beneath its warm white light, the officer had lifted its head. The rigid roll of its throat, the black eyes locked unwaveringly onto their direction. Uncle, what's happening with that boy? Why was he taken away? A girl asked curiously, following his line of sight. In an instant, the officer reverted to normal. None of your concern. Here, drink up. Beaming, it pressed a cup into a girl's arms and handed her a straw, silently urging her to sip. Zhuyan's pulse quickened. These beings clearly knew something. Extracting intel from them would be infinitely more efficient than searching blindly on his own. Would assuming the captain's appearance guarantee smooth passage? At that very moment, the officer froze mid-stride. Its neck twisted stiffly to the right, forcing Zhuyan to step obediently to its side. They stood at a street corner, barely 20 meters from the bubble tea shop. A deep blue police kiosk stood silent, and still light strained feebly through its tinted glass windows. The stark white lettering on its surface burned into Zhuyan's vision, triggering an inexplicable wave of panic. If even such architecture could be replicated, how many lives would be lost before dawn? "Come here, you beast," the officer commanded icily, rapping 3 sharp knocks against the glass door. "No tricks." "Fine." Beasts were meant to be eaten, and he as a hunter was merely another cut of meat. Zhuyan dutifully internalized his role. "Enter," a familiar voice intoned. Inside the kiosk hung a thick metallic scent, like old rust. Warm light bathed the interior, and there stood Guan and a pale pink bone discarded carelessly at its feet. It faced away from Zhuyan, but its neck bent backward at an impossible angle, its head flipped over, its shoulder jaw smeared with dried crimson that churned the stomach. Zhuyan's gaze slid downward from that grotesque jaw, straight into a pair of pitch-black eyes. Well, that was profoundly ill-timed. Yet part of him truly wanted to snap a photo and show Guanen. This mimicry of horror was simply masterful. "Captain," Zhuyan ventured cautiously. When Guanen offered no denial, he immediately mimicked a neck-rotation gesture. "This is how a human neck turns, Captain." A grating bony-on-bone creak echoed. Zhuyan could see the knuckles of vertebrae shifting beneath its thin, taut skin. Guanen's head snapped back into place. Then with a series of sickening clicks rotated a full 180 degrees, staring directly at Zhuyan's face with chilling precision. "I prefer it this way, you talk too much." Its voice warped unnaturally as it glared disapprovingly at the officer beside Zhuyan. "What exactly did you bring me? Why isn't this player afraid? Did he purchase something from us?" Zhuyan frowned. Something felt distinctly off. Indeed, for the captain to behave so boldly, without knowing Zhuyan was a hunter, was recklessly dangerous. If he'd been an ordinary player, a scream might have alerted others outside, sparking suspicion, derailing their entire predation strategy. Yet why did the captain seem almost eager for him to be terrified? What did "purchased something" mean? That phrase likely concealed the alpha wolf's trail. He needed to pry it loose. "No, Captain," the officer replied, its voice sharpening to a shrill pitch. "He claims he is a hunter. He demanded solo operation, and tried bribing us with a human leg." Suddenly the officer split its mouth wide, revealing a row of gleaming, flawless teeth. "Captain, isn't that hilarious?" Guan tilted its head stiffly. Zhuyan steadied his breath, his dagger clenched tight in his palm. "Very well," it croaked, twisting its voice further. "Then let's remove one of his legs. Hunter flesh is far more delectable than that of players." The moment those words fell, Zhuyan's consciousness stirred, and he activated his ability Complaint. The Alpha Wolf was level 5, so was his complaint. This captain was unlikely to exceed the Alpha Wolf's rank. Complaint would suffice easily. "Enough, fool," Zhuyan bellowed. As the word "fool" left his lips, the captain's neck slackened momentarily, like soft rubber. The effect was immediate. Zhuyan smirked, then struck at point-blank range. A dung beetle would gleam with delight upon seeing your brains. "I assumed the Alpha Wolf's pack consisted of wolves at least. Today I've learned they're nothing but excrement-born dogs." The officer emitted a strangled, unnatural shriek. Its body lost all balance, collapsing rigidly to the floor like a lifeless Barbie doll. The captain lunged furiously at Zhuyan, but its strength-drained limbs moved with clumsy, sluggish heaviness. Zhuyan watched the contorted, wrinkled face swell monstrously before his eyes, and softly, deliberately curved his lips into a smile. "Now," a soft, wet shhk. His dagger pierced the captain's chest with a faint whistle. Black ichor gushed forth, staining Zhuyan's sleeve before drying almost instantly. Its body deflated visibly like a punctured balloon, shrinking, hardening, collapsing inward. Zhuyan wasted no time. He wrenched the blade free from the rapidly desiccating husk, and fixed his gaze on the officer crawling frantically toward the door. A guttural, choked cry tore through the night, then died abruptly. Zhuyan lowered his eyes, observing the jet of viscous black sludge erupting from the officer's back. "Oh dear. How terribly sorry I am." He watched the corpse shrivel and collapse, folding in on itself until only a crumpled parchment-thin skin remained. He wiped his dagger clean on the hollow, empty uniform lying on the floor, rose, and stuffed both flaccid skins into a tight, contemptuous ball, as if discarding trash. Behind him, the glass door rattled violently under heavy pounding. A distorted voice pierced the glass, muffled and indistinct. "Captain, we're responding to the alarm." "What caused that shriek?" Zhuyan shifted his intent and activated impersonation. "It's nothing," he replied, flawlessly mimicking the captain's warped cadence. "An unauthorized bribe attempt. Dealt with